the law of refraction, right? That's when you need like two different mediums and a sharp boundary, and then the light has to hit it on an angle, right? If the light hits it straight on, it's not going to change. It's just going to change velocity a little bit. But if it hits it on an angle, it's going to deviate, and then you're going to have refraction, and that's Snell's law. That doesn't apply in a single medium, right? What's happening in a single medium is you can have temperature differentials, right? And the temperature is what changes the refractive index slightly in the medium. So that's when you're having what the globers called atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction, right? Which is just a gradient change in the refractive index. So it's causes. What do you think's happening in Skunk Bay? Why do you think that's happening?
I have no idea. I don't even know what Skunk Bay is.
See what Killian's put in the side chat there? You haven't seen that one?
No.
Have a look at it. It's a time lapse at a place called Skunk Bay. And you'll see as the temperatures, right, and that sort of thing changes throughout the course of the day, you'll see a series of miraging effects, like low-key miraging effects, right? We're not getting crazy superior or inferior mirages. We're getting some sinking, right, where things look like they're sinking lower, and then the opposite of that, looming. And then sometimes it looks like things are towering, which is when they stretch out, and then sometimes it looks like they're compressed, which is called stooping, and that's the opposite of towering. I'm just saying these things need to be taken into consideration as well, so that obviously we can see it happening right here in the GIF.
Do you remember Ranty, Neil?
Yeah, of course. Ranty Shithead.
When he was really cooking, right? He went into all of that stuff. Mirages, superior mirage, inferior mirage. He knew everything on that, didn't he? He was really good. Oh, he's probably deleted all those videos, isn't he?
Yeah, because they can come back to bite him in the ass. Of course he did.
He had some nice footage. He got really close to water and, yeah, really far. And he got some nice footage. And he learned it all. He went out, filmed it, and then went, okay, what's this? And yeah, he was a real pro at it on the end. Even though it's not refraction, it's still really interesting what it is, what exactly it is, rather than just screaming, it's not refraction. Well, what is it then? Investigate what it is. And
I'm sorry, but I couldn't care less.
Yeah, well, the globers will laugh at you if they bring up that, and then you say, "Oh, sorry, I couldn't care less. It's not refraction." They'll just laugh at you, and you'll lose.
Laugh at me when
you just avoid your hand, dismiss it because you don't want to look into it.
Measure it flat as well.
Programmed to just shut down a conversation and say it's not
when
refraction.
they measure it as flat as well, they're going to laugh at me.
Because you're parroting someone else, aren't you? When you do that, that's what you're doing. You're just parroting someone else because you haven't put in the
You should
research
change
yourself.
the name of Misfit Toys to you guys.
Yeah, see, look, your true colors are coming out now, aren't they, Neil?
Oh, yeah, I was going to call that earlier.
I'm just tuning in. What the heck was that? You say refraction, the guy loses his mind.
Yeah, so I think Nathan or something stopped doing shows because he's got some issues. So they thought they'd come in here and start telling us how we should accommodate for them and whatnot, and then whining about it's not refraction just now, denying optical density gradients and things like that. And then he just spiraled out and ran away.
I don't even know what Skunk Bay is.
Yeah, what flat earther hasn't seen the Skunk Bay footage? Come on.
Was Neil getting annoyed with the refraction?
Yeah,
You explained
he
that
got,
really well, DJ.
yeah. I don't know why he got upset. Like, I didn't even use the word refraction. I was just saying that you can have like an optical density gradient in a single medium if you have different temperatures, right? Because it makes the refractive index change, and you can have slight things happen like we see in Skunk Bay, but you're not going to be able to use that to explain these freaking amazing observations that destroy the globe, right? That's like the globers shoot themselves in the foot when they bring this up as their rebuttal.
Yeah, exactly.
What's
And I
happening
remember you
with the
saying
gradient
how,
index mediums, change of refractive index is very minuscule. Like, Indio keeps posting that with LiDAR scan where they tested for atmospheric refraction to see what its effects are. And I think it included joint effects of turbulence. And, we're talking like tenths of a degree or hundredths of a degree. Like it was like 9 mGon or something, which is crazy small. Like 9/1000ths of a degree, I think. That was like the average. So terrestrial refraction's already out. It's not even really refraction. Like you can just call it turbulence.
Yeah, exactly. It's a poor choice of terminology that they call it terrestrial refraction or atmospheric refraction.
Right. The point to like a mirage, right? And call that refraction. When you're seeing the sky reflected in the ground.
Well, they kind of screw that up a bit as well because they incorporate, what we're seeing in the Skunk Bay there, where we don't see any mirroring, right? They'll call all of that, lower levels of refraction, no lower levels of mirages, right? Like looming and sinking, towering and stooping.
I think in all these cases, like you can have that reflection happen at different angles and at different elevations.
Yep.
So like if you go high enough, you'll have a different angle to different elevation of the temperature inversion. As if you go low, and at different angles, you won't be able to see the miraging effects anymore.
Nah,
And
so you
sometimes
guys have
you'll
gone
have,
into the weeds. What you're supposed to do is just
yeah,
shut down the conversation after they say it's refraction. You shut it down. It's not Snell's law. And then you close it, you mute them, and you talk about steak.
that's exactly right. That's how to handle it. Yeah, I know you're joking, dude, but yeah, and that's what's annoying because it
Sorry, man.
stops the conversation and makes our side look like we're trying to avoid a technical discussion on it.
it's a shame, really, because I think FED could benefit from learning a bit more about the
So you
refraction.
want us to go back to 2016 where QE went over everything you were saying and do it again? Okay. Sounds good.
Neil, the same sources that QE uses with his Snell's law script, right, which is fine, it's valid. It is a way to shut the conversation down and shut the Glober's refraction claim down when they specifically use that word refraction, right? But the Glober could just click on his link, right, and click on a different section of that same website that's not Snell's law section, right, the atmospheric refraction or miraging section, and back up their own claim using the same link that QE used. Right, this is all stuff that needs to be taken into consideration, and that doesn't help them explain these observations at all. It actually shoots them in the foot. But just completely ignoring it and just shutting it down and screaming at them and then muting them.
Flat earthers are retards.
And he runs away. You know, I mean,
2016, that was the Globers. They weren't
yeah,
talking
they were
about refraction.
denying it, weren't they? Yeah. Then they tried
Yeah,
to
they
make
had
it
a
their
geometric
argument, and
horizon.
they butchered it big time. But I mean, anyone that thinks this isn't a thing, right? Just go look at Sky Free's channel, right? He'll set up, or they will set up, you know, some dominoes across the flat floor, and then they'll open a door, right? Which is, it's changing the temperatures in the room, and all of a sudden it's going to look like the dominoes are bending downward, right, and going over like a you know, an apparent horizon on the flat floor, right? And the only thing that was manipulated is the temperature in the room. Right? That's these kinds of effects that I'm talking about. Minimal effects, they don't make a huge difference, but they need to be addressed because they're real things. There's hundreds and hundreds of demonstrations on Sky Free's channel. You can't just say, oh, I don't know what's happening there.
Yeah, light can change direction through a single substance medium, and when flat earthers deny that, they look like morons.
Yeah.
Because there's more than just the medium involved, right?
It's the reason you get the bending in Snell's law. It's because the two different mediums have different refractive indexes.
And densities.
Exactly. So we know for a fact that the light deviates when it passes on an angle into the more dense medium, just like if you're driving your car down a highway and one of the wheels hits a puddle, right? Your car's going to swerve in a direction. This is the same kind of thing.
Right. So we cry about it being not being a static system and being dynamic when people want to, say, why is there a gradient, right? But then when it comes to light bending in a single medium, we throw all that out. No, bro, it's still dynamic. And you can have differing densities and temperatures and things affecting the way light's going to behave within a single medium. But that is still no excuse, right, for them not having a geometric horizon, right? Because when they cry that, when they appeal to their so-called refraction, right, to explain away things like the black swan, then they have to go back and justify the geometry. Because that's what they're claiming is the geometry, and that's what QE set up, was the argument against the geometry.
Refraction, then they bring geometry.
Right, they bring into it more than just the geometry. They want to add to the geometry these confounding variables. So they're not throwing away the geometry, right? They're building on top of it. But that means they have to justify the geometry in the first instance for them to be able to appeal to something else. The confounding variables affecting the way we see the geometry.
How are they going to build on? How are they going to build on pitch data and lift effect? Tell me how they're going to do that. Because you can't explain that away with refraction and atmospheric and this and that, whatever the hell that means.
They can't.
Game is over, guys. I'm sorry. I know you just like to. I understand you got to keep your show going. So,
it's just like the hand of a clock.
It's over,
right? The hand of a clock. You just stick an airplane on the end of a hand of a clock.
Oh, and that covers the freaking 500 miles of horizontal flight level, right? That covers that.
It's just it's perpendicular. Your horizontal's perpendicular to your radial.
You guys go on and keep arguing your refraction. I'll come back at another time. Fucking morons.
Hey, go home and get your shine box.
Bro, that's such a pussy act, right? To say something and run away. That's the second time he's done that. I'm going to grill him every time he's in here about this.
He didn't like my Glober argument.
Yeah, he got triggered out. Did he not notice you were being sarcastic or something? Well, there's some pack mentality or something happening there.
Well, that's the sort of shit they'll say.
My pack leader said that what you're saying's wrong.
Well, they're
Quite
really
surprised.
afraid of QE. I think he's just an asshole
Yeah.
myself, but
You're not a fan?
Look, I love QE, man. I think he's awesome.
I think there's
I do.
nothing fun about him chasing a room to quietness.
Look, I love him. But there's things I don't like that he does like that, right? But I've learned a lot from him. I can't deny that.
Oh, yeah, me too, man. Heaps. But he's got to chill. He's gonna just, he's gonna drop dead too early. You got to look up. You chill. Someone Nathan, man, he's got to chill out, man. Say. But yeah,
I'm quite
he's told me
surprised
heaps of
because
stuff.
I thought they'll be open to more information. It's quite surprising to hear Neil speak like that. Quite weird.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, QE go into double slit experiment all the time. And I just thought, what the? I was like, no, don't get it. No. And I just kept listening. And then after a while, it was like, oh, yeah. I got little bits of it. Like, light's not a wave. But everyone kept coming and going, light's a wave. And so I said, well, it's not a wave. Yeah. So he told me bits of it, which was it's a miracle, really.
Yeah, when the end result, it was a wave-like function. So it's functioned like a wave, but it's not a wave, or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got wave function and that. I don't know what wave function collapse is. Forget that. But I got that little bit. But that was the thing that everyone was arguing about. So I'm sitting there arguing with dudes regarding the double slit, and I was not really didn't know all of it, but I just knew that little bit.
Holy shit! Well, everything could be explained as being a wave. I mean, like, because it's periodicity, right? It's like frequency. Things occurring periodically and patterns. Knock on the door. What the heck? That's a wave, is it?
What is it? Probability distribution. Hmm.
So those guys haven't been doing much streaming or anything.
I think
haven't been
Nathan
keeping up.
has some health issue or something like that he's got to sort out. So he hasn't been doing any shows, and apparently no one's heard from QE. That's what Neil said anyway.
Well, Neil used to just come in every now and then and just hang out with us. I mean, like, it's still welcome to do that. Any of them are. Oh, well, I guess if they're not banned, but but you know what I mean? Like, they can just come and just hang out. Doesn't have to be a show or anything, does it?
Yeah, they'd have to come here, I guess, if they want Globus to talk to.
Well, I liked Neil's loyalty to Nathan. He was, you'd call him stand-up guy, when it came to Nathan and stuff. And I don't think Nathan appreciated him.
I just told to shut up and
I know.
all the time.
Yeah.
Loved it though.
And I was really upset when he had his car accident. That was bullshit. I was really upset about that. So, yeah, he's Italian. He's got a bit of fire and that, and he's really loyal to Nathan and that. So he's got a short temper, eh?
Yeah, that's ever since Macaulay Culkin thwarted his robbery efforts. Sorry.
No, it's just percentage. It's just percentage been sitting there all day on his own.
Hello?
What's up, AV?
What's up, DJ? Is the English hub still working? Are you guys still?
Yeah.
doing that? Okay.
Yep.
I didn't see anybody over there, so I was thinking those guys finally had their last straw or what? They're just done.
No, it fills up really quickly. If we could get 2 or 3 people in there, all of a sudden there'll be 20.
Yeah, there's always content over there with those guys.
Oh yeah, it's good fun over there. It's gone up. Like when we joined it, 3 months ago or something, it's gone from 290,000 to 330,000 members.
It's filling up fast, yeah. Well, they have a different reach for the people that want to join. It has something to do with learning English, so.
Yeah, exactly. It's better because the people that go in there, they're not looking to go in to be debate bros or anything like that. Generally, they're in there just to learn English, and they're normal people. So we get a lot more respectful conversations with them.
And there's already a couple of them who, like, since we've been there, they come in now and they're just like, they want to start flat smacking with us straight up. It's like they were Globers before we were there.
Yeah, man. Like Obedient Timothy was a Glober, and now every single day he's in there just researching and dropping like links and 100%. A bunch of them like that.
Yeah.
You got Wersa, who's on a campaign to get rid of the channel, who tried to get Blitz PhD to kind of kibosh what's going on there. He had hired him to, like, I heard the audio clip, but he was trying to get him in. We're just trying to look for somebody, see if you want to debate and getting Blitz PhD. And that guy's just, he doesn't.
He hasn't shown his face once since that.
Yeah, he should come back. Many people want to ask him questions, but
no, I mean Wersa. Wersa hasn't shown his face. He was in there every day until that happened, and then he hasn't come back once since that.
Because people want to ask him, why'd you do that?
Yeah.
Talk to him.
I tried text suppressing him once, and I was like, "Oh, I can't. He's a mod or whatever." Like he's.
I think he had the biggest beef with the group. That guy. I mean, their champion didn't help them. So. And what a champion, too.
Oh, wait.
Like, if you're going to go behind that guy.
Wait, he set that. Wersa set that up with India on that, did he?
He was trying to get Blitz PhD to come into the channel. I guess he must have seen him somewhere, like online, and what he does. He's a atheist debater / so he's kind of like semi-professional. I mean, if you can put it that way. I mean, whatever that means, but yeah, he does this like online, and so you throw him a couple of quid, he'll come and be your dancing monkey.
But when Sporadic spoke to Wersa in DMs about it, Wersa was like, "Oh, I know this guy. He's a friend. He's completely unbiased. He doesn't have he's not like against flat Earth or anything like that. And he's very honest and chilled out. He's very shy." It turned out to be the complete opposite of everything he described.
He's a hired gun, or at least trying to get him to be.
Yep.
But he failed at his mission. So.
He doesn't. Yeah, the hands thing, man. That just. Dude, I've been asking people. Now we can just expose them. Like in the last week, about 3 Globers have said they're not sure if they have hands.
Yeah, believe it. Yeah, we have the meat. Do you have something to say? I mean, you like copying people. Yeah. Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I do.
What's your evidence, sir?
My evidence is what's written in textbooks and in history books over the past few millennia.
Thank you. How did you validate that?
Oh, common knowledge.
What knowledge, sir? Tell me.
I kind of stated that it was knowledge written in textbooks and in history, but
Yeah, that's great. But
I have a question.
Reasoning.
How far back? That's not circular reasoning.
Yeah, it is.
I can debate the definition of circular reasoning. Circular reasoning is like when you answer a question with a question. That's not circular reasoning.
Question with a question. Yeah, but you're not answering the question.
You're mimicking me. Please don't be disingenuous. We're trying to debate here.
You did that earlier. How do you like the taste of your own medicine? Doesn't feel
taste of my own what? What did I do?
Your own medicine. You were copying.
Yeah, what did
DJ?
No, I was laughing. You got a problem with my laughing?
Yeah, you were copying him. Anyway,
yeah. Why are you?
Back to the point.
Why are you? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Back out.
I'm not backing out. You're backing out. Bye. Goodbye.
Yeah, he sounded like a debate bro.
He was coming off.
He didn't do very good. He must have failed that class. He knows it's a globe because he read it in a book, and he verified the information in the book by remembering what he read in the book. Or something.
Ending. It's about the size of it.
Hey,
I've been watching this.
Sorry. Yeah, if I may, I just got done with like an hour-long text conversation with this anti-flat Earth freakazoid. Okay, like very triggered by today's news. Didn't get what I was saying. Didn't understand any of it. Okay, so I'm hoping I can check myself. Right, like what do you guys think of today? Did you see it, or should I just repost it?
Repost.
Ants are better at teamwork than humans.
Yeah. Then I just paired it with Labor Day. That's it. Like, happy Labor Day.
You guys upset about that?
Okay, so it didn't make sense. I said, well, think about it. So you got large, massive government bureaucracies. Do they increase effectiveness? Or based on the study of ants, they would decrease the effectiveness? And they're like, well, yeah, obviously. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. This conversation is like an hour long, so I can't go blow by blow. It's like, oh, yeah, bigger bureaucracies are, dude's like kind of against corporations and shit. And he's like, yeah, a bigger corporation and whatnot, that would be less effective workforce than a smaller outfit. Explain NASA. Then the freaking out started happening. Well, that's different somehow. I'm like, well, how? How is it different? You've got a massive top-down federal bureaucracy with millions of workers spread across the whole country that costs more than all the other space agencies combined, but somehow they're more effective. Yeah, and it's been kind of just going back and forth with that for like an hour, and finally they just said, "I'll check back with you later and see if you're." I'm like, okay, yeah. Well, let me double check myself. Like, does this seem to drive the point home a little bit about bureaucracies and whatnot, or? I mean, it's at least humorous to kind of get the the whole shtick there about like people working together as a team.
Oh, you asking us, dude? I thought you were just being rhetorical. Sorry, Crit.
Yeah, I was like, what's your take, your feedback? What would you say about today's news? Does it seem to be insightful, or?
I mean, there's some people just being, wanting to nitpick and argue about just about everything. So, and plus, it's coming from you, so I'm pretty sure he knows you. It's sending him.
Yeah.
Stuff. That's probably why.
Yeah, then he got upset. He's like, well, I got to stop this. I got to go pick up a coworker and go to work. I'm like, wow, that sucks. You got to work on Labor Day.
You put salt in the wound, yeah. Again.
Yeah. So he says, I guess you've got no idea how to answer my questions. You keep sending me this, like you were kind of on point. This bullshit clickbait. He goes, I'm driving right now. I'm picking up my coworker. What is it? Okay, here we go. I'm getting ready for work, and I have to go. And I'm like, yeah, that sucks to work on Labor Day.
Yeah. Chilling, man. What's everybody else doing? Looks like you had a good morning, Crit. Eggs and freak out, huh?
Yeah. Eggs, yeah, just a little side of freak out with my coffee. It's like, hey, I drink coffee stronger than your emotions. Okay, so you can tone it down. What do you think about ants? Are they good? Do they work together like really well? And the more ants you put together, do they get more done or less done? Then compare that to humans. The more humans you pack into a room, do they get more done or less done? So they'll try to tell you like, hey, look at these 5 flat earthers. They think they can debunk these 3,000 NASA astronauts. Well, according to science, yes. A smaller, tighter group of humans can get more done than a massive top-down bureaucracy. Which is why they said they want to privatize space, some smaller outfits. Then they're like, yes and no. What do you mean yes and no? So NASA can get it done. Yep. So why are you want smaller space agencies? Oh, because the smaller space agency would be more effective. Okay, so the smaller the outfit, the more effective it is. Yep. But NASA is a peak level of efficiency. Yep. Is it small or big? It's big. Is it the biggest? Like, is there anything bigger than NASA? No. Okay, so it's the more people is more effective. Well, no, less people more effective. Like, holy shit, dude, which one, motherfucker? Which one? Do we want more or less people involved with space travel? Well, you want more. Okay, but you want smaller outfits doing it. Yep. Because why? That makes it more effective. Okay, perfect. So is NASA effective or not effective? Oh, they're peak. That's peak efficiency. Like, okay, let me try another angle here. How many cooks in the kitchen?
Well, there's quite a lot in big restaurants, actually.
Yeah,
you got a head chef and then a team of chefs.
Yeah, I said the cooks in the kitchen thing. I figured he's going to some kind of restaurant or something. I don't know for sure, but I mean, I figure it's food service. That's one of the very few things are open today.
Like, it just depends, like, because, like, in that sort of situation, you've got a bunch of different chefs assigned to do different things, right? And it's one does one thing, then passes it on to the next, who's going to then add to it, and blah blah blah, so on and so forth. They're all got their own specialties and whatever, and assigned tasks. Yeah, it's a team, and you like you're talking about the ants and that. Yeah, they're better problem solvers than humans in large numbers, definitely.
Yeah, with people, you ask one problem, like one question, like how do you solve this? And you'll get as many answers as there are people. With ants, you ask each ant, hey, how do you solve this? All the ants give exactly the same answer. And this is interesting too, because a globalist will want to pretend like they've got some sort of hive mind. We all the way home. But yet when you try to say who else agrees with you, they'd be like, well, no one, I'm atheist. The whole world disagrees with me. Well, how the fuck are you claiming we then?
It almost seems like there could be like a comedy skit. You can put people with like an ant's costume, and then like a side-by-side video. I was thinking in my head, and then you can have like humans and ants, and then you tell the ants, okay, so move this log, and then on the ants, the humans wearing the costumes of an ant, they're like, all right, you get this end, you get that end, I'll get this side, we'll move it, and then you have the humans on the other side going like, maybe there's a better way to pick this up. How about if we use a machine? And the other guy's all like, I can't work today. It's Tuesday. Like, like they can't get it together, and the ants are already moving it, like they're getting it done.
Oh yeah, or you got one guy who's like, I'm a brain in the vat. I don't have hands.
I don't have hands.
You're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And we got to get philosophical, man. We got to tackle this problem a little differently. And then, the people that are being more efficient are not people, they're ants. So.
Yeah, the ants have already moved the log and they're already driving onto the objective. Meanwhile,
the humans are just still trying to figure out whether or not they can contemplate the mysteries of the universe before they move the log.
And then all of a sudden, then it's Labor Day and they take the day off.
And they take the day off, and ants, meanwhile, they're still working. They're still getting it done. That is funny, dude. Well, we got Labor Day, buds. Take a load off. Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, ants. And you hear the crowd of ants all together now. Heave! Oh! Anyway, I just thought of it in my head. I was like, that'd be kind of funny.
I've been watching that Eman on YouTube. The black guy that I think he's in Britain. Walks around the streets just asking people basic questions. And it's hilarious, the answers you get, like, seriously. And then some people you think, like, just like this bum on the street he goes up to, they get all the questions right. It's like, whoa. And he's asking people in business suits these, simple questions, like simple math problems, simple basic knowledge in, capital cities and stuff like that. And they don't know. They just get it wrong. Or they don't know. Classic.
It's always gotten me about the education system. Like, most of the stuff that they teach it's really just for those who have high memorization skills. So if you think about it, like, those are the ones who they regard as being intellectual. Like, those who have the capacity to be able to remember things and then recall them back. Don't you think that's what they consider someone who's highly educated and tout them as an intellectual? Like, those guys are the ones. So you have a variety of different people in the school. Not everybody's going to have that particular set of skill, right? That what you could take large swaths of information and then remember it and then recall it. There's very few select people that can do that. And because of that, they're touted as being smarter than. But what if somebody else is better at working with their hands or, other things? That's right. The only thing they regard.
For sure.
And so when information comes up, such as what you're saying, the people that don't know that information are regarded as foolish and dumb. That's through the world's eyes. That's fine. I mean, that's okay. Because we see it that way too, right? But that's not always the hallmark of intelligence. Like, people can be efficient at other things. Like the guy who he just asked, like who the president or the first president of the United States was, or whatever guy said whatever, and he doesn't know. Well, that doesn't make the individual like failing at being smart. It's just that one thing he doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't know. So I don't know. I guess
He could.
he could learn how to work with his hands, and he knows how to like agriculture. You know what I mean? Like he can know how to grow things.
100%.
So
Yep.
I think we
fix your bike and whatever.
Yeah, we've all been kind of hoodwinked in that sort of educational system to think that, you know, what, you didn't pass grade 3? Well, you didn't go to school? Huh? You're an idiot. Now, that's not necessarily true. However, it can lead to that being somebody who's not well informed, but that doesn't mean that the person is incapable of learning. You know what I mean? Like,
I have a question.
I like that comment where they tell you, hey, flat earthers, the school system failed you. You were a child left behind. Okay, if that's true, how did you say at exactly the same time the federal government is super positioned to provide education? Therefore, they can also explore space for the betterment of humanity. And at exactly the same time, they directly fail the same people that you say they're there to help. How did you do that? Let me hear that.
Hey, can I ask a question?
What's up, Yerp?
So if you could become like an astronaut, would you become one? So you could like basically try to disprove it?
It's not appealing. First of all, number one, it's not appealing. Number two, it seems like there's only a select few that get actually chosen for that sort of thing.
But you could like LARP. You could LARP as like a round earther, right? And then become an astronaut.
No, you're missing the point. To be an astronaut is an extremely tight tightrope walk. Yep. You'd have to have the right. There's a whole documentary about it, about having the right stuff. You have to be a high grade military officer.
Yeah, you become like a Navy pilot. Yeah.
Yeah. So is that something someone's willing to do? Do you go through all those?
Go do it.
Like, go do it then. Go have fun.
Yeah, we're not gonna do
it
just to disprove something that's already disproven, dude. Like it's like you're talking about this. You're talking about disproving.
Why not? You could literally like.
Let me finish, dude. So you're talking about disproving an imagination, something that's imaginary. Why do we need to disprove something that's not even real in the first place?
I mean, you can blow the whole lid off of it because I mean, majority of the world thinks that the world is round.
Because you guys like fairy tales. A lot of people.
You guys, right? I'm just asking. I didn't say I did.
Humans have been known throughout time to sit down and listen to someone speaking about a story. They've been known to do that. We love stories, dude. That's just who we are as people, right? Now, you take that. Hold on, Europe. Just relax, brother. Let me finish.
I am, dude.
You take that and you expound it. Listen, bro. That's maybe the problem you have.
No, I'm listening, bro. I don't know why you're saying I'm trying to cut you off.
Because you're doing it again. You don't have to, right?
Well, I'm just responding to you saying I'm cutting you off.
Bro, relax. All right,
I am relaxed, man.
Yeah, no, you're not. Throughout time, people have been listening to others tell stories. And that's why you and everybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe love to hear the story about it, because there's a lot to do, right? You can go to space. You can travel the stars. You don't have to live on this planet. You can go live on Mars someday, and so on. And so that's the whole lure. It's attractive. You like to think about that. But there's none of that is real. It's not manifest in our physical world, only in your mind. So your mind is making it real, and you're challenging us about that imagination when you don't even know how the Earth is a globe. This is what I'm trying to present to you, bro.
You don't even know that's my opinion. You don't even know that's my opinion.
Yeah, think about it. How can you tell me? Hold on, sir. I know you want to jump into heretic. So if you want to tell me how the Earth is a globe, you're going to have to start from foundational principles, right? First principles.
Did I say that, though? I never said, hey, I think the world is round.
So then you don't know the Earth is a globe, yes? You don't know this?
Dude, I never said that.
All right, so then you don't.
I didn't say if I. Right now. I didn't say if I agreed with you or if I disagreed with you.
That's cool, but I'm asking you right now. Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
I don't know if it's either, bro. That's what I'm saying.
So
like
you're agnostic. That's fine. That's cool. Let me move on to Heretic. He wants to speak. Heretic, do you know if the Earth is a globe? Let me ask you, because this gentleman doesn't know.
No, I'm a flat earther, bro. I don't play with those weird whimsical fantasies. I don't have spinny beliefs like that. I actually just wanted to jump and derail for a second and ask Europe if he got his turn in the barrel yet.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, your guys like trolling methods. You were sticking your tongue out earlier, dude. Like it's. I mean, you guys can do this in this room. You guys think you can do this in this room, bro? You don't take this room seriously, and that's your guys' problem. That's not ours.
No, Europe said that he was going to name.
I know, and you're going for a personal attack and not just trying to have a discussion.
No, the discussion is you guys are thinking that the Earth being a globe is a true thing, and it's not. You get upset and you try to tell
you guys. I never said I was.
Tell us in here, you try to tell us in here that the Earth is a globe, or at least try to be agnostic.
Dude,
so you don't have.
When did I say that?
So that you don't have any accountability. You don't want to be somebody to ask you, hey, dude, how do you know? Because you don't want that. Because you don't know. So if you came in here honestly, you'd be like, dude, I think the Earth is a globe. I'll be able to tell you step by step how I know. You can't do that. So you take the agnostic position.
What?
Taking
Dude, I never.
Position,
you're
I don't know
literally.
if it's a globe or not. Like
you're making up a hypothetical scenario that I never said the world was a globe.
You asked everybody in here that it would be easier for us to become an astronaut so that we could disprove the fact that the Earth is a.
I never said it was easier. See, you're putting words in my mouth now because I never said that. I said,
bro.
No, my opening thing was, would you become an astronaut so you could disprove and blow the lid off of all the fucking conspiracy?
And I told you we don't need to do that. And you kept yammering.
Why?
Well, why? Like, because it's I told you the answer was the globe is an imagination of people. That's why. That's the answer. It's an imagination. Why are we going to go up somewhere where nothing exists? Like the whole idea of the Earth being a globe is not real. It's like me telling you, well, why don't we just travel to Middle Earth and go find the Hobbit? Like, because
if I was really hooked on the fact that the Earth is flat, right? I would definitely want to be an astronaut so I could go and disprove it.
Then you do. Listen, brother, take your ideas, go sell them to someone else because it's not working in here, bro. We don't.
This is a hypothetical, though. I'm just asking,
broken.
like, if
it's broken because we don't.
If you could hypothetically become an astronaut right now, would you go up in space,
we
right?
Don't need to do that.
Whatever you think is up there.
We don't need to do that. Because the globe is an imagination. Second time, the globe is an imagination of people.
That's not a good rebuttal to what I'm saying.
Yes, it is. If I told you the same thing, I was like, "Oh, why don't you just go ride a dragon and go to Middle Earth? Maybe ride the back of Small."
That's not
right.
But that's not a real
you
thing.
Find out that the hobbits are real.
But that's not a real thing. I think becoming an astronaut is a real thing, right? It's very much a real thing.
Then go do it. Then go do it.
Why don't you like this line of thinking? I'm so confused.
Yeah, because I'm asking you, if you think it's real, then do the thing you think is real. Otherwise, you have no evidence that what you're saying is an actual thing to do. So
brother.
You can't hold on, bro. You can't propose that what you're showing right now by what you're saying is something that somebody can do in reality. All of us in here.
You can't do it in reality.
Yeah,
there's astronauts.
All of us in here. So say you like to see if it's not the globe that you're hoodwinked by. It's the astronaut thing you're hoodwinked by. Let's say you don't know the Earth is a globe, but you sure think that there's astronauts. They're going to space. That's what you think right now, don't you?
I mean, that's the whole point of an astronaut, right?
That's the whole point. So go ahead and provide evidence that astronauts go to space. Then let's see you do that. You can't do it with the Earth being a globe. Let's see if you can do it with astronauts. Prove it.
So how do like satellites work? Like, do they not go into orbit?
Don't ask me a question, sir. Prove that astronauts are in space like you think they are. How are you going to...
I mean, they're not in space. They're not in space right now.
Where are they then? Where are they?
I mean, they train to go to space, at least.
So how do you know they go there? That's the question.
I mean, I'm just asking, like, do they go to orbit?
Answer the question. I know what you're asking.
Do they go to orbit or no?
I know what you're asking, but don't ask me a question. Give me the evidence that you know what you're saying is true. How do you know?
I'm pretty sure they've been to orbit.
I ain't talking about your subjective opinion being pretty sure. I'm asking you to be solid on the knowledge that they're actually in space when they say they're going
but you don't agree with the traditional.
I don't care.
Like,
I don't care. Provide
so I just don't know.
Provide the evidence, Europe. Provide it.
Provide the evidence. Provide the evidence that they haven't gone to space.
No,
how about
you
that?
See how you're trying to escape from the fact me to grill you that you know something. You don't know that they're going to space. You're asking me questions, bro. That's evidence.
Well, because you obviously don't believe they've been to the moon.
I don't care. It's not about my belief. It's about It's about you presenting evidence that's solid enough for us to follow that astronauts actually go to the place you think they're going to.
Exactly, providing evidence that's solid enough for you to believe it, but you definitely don't believe it. So how am I supposed to provide evidence?
You haven't presented, dude. You're just yammering right now. Present the evidence that astronauts go to space.
It's a historical fact that they've been to space.
Yeah, okay.
At least to some capacity.
Thank you for telling us a historical fact. Now provide the evidence of validating them actually going to that place. Where are you going to do? How are you going to do that? To everybody in here.
I mean,
how are you going to do that?
I mean, you're not going to believe it, so what's the point?
Well, no, dude.
No,
dude,
don't tell me what I'm going to believe or not, dude. I need you to specifically outline how astronauts can go to that place of imagination that you think they're going to right now. Tell everybody how you know how they do that.
Yeah, here, let me help you out real quick. Okay, belief is not required. You don't need the person who's listening to you. Their personal belief or disbelief is not required for you to make an argument for why you believe men walked on the moon or whatever space mission you're talking about, which is the only one that I know of. Unless you know of some other space missions.
And so you observe the astronauts get inside the spaceship that goes.
I'm grilling right now Europe. He's being interrogated. He thinks he knows that astronauts go to space. I don't think he does. I think he imagines they go there. That's what he does.
Well, what he's sure of at least is that the astronauts board, right?
Take a seat or be seated.
They fly away.
Take a seat or be seated. All right, so go ahead, Europe. How do you know astronauts are going to space again?
There's well documented like things about like spaceships going up at least to what you can believe is space.
Give me something. Name something that you know that is a specific case where you can point out.
Off the top of my head, there's a Soviet mission, Vostok 1, and they left Earth's atmosphere, and they basically did the orbit. I just said it. They with Vostok 1.
You got a heavy accent. What did you say?
Vostok 1. I don't have a heavy accent.
Vostok 1. Yeah, you're speaking like Vostok 1, like.
I said Vostok 1. That's all I said.
So Vostok 1. If that's a true mission that actually went into space, go ahead and tell us how you and me and everybody in here can validate that's true.
I mean, there's recordings of them taking off in a spaceship.
They got video production. That's great. Now,
but people attended those. People attended that.
Where did they attend?
And they watched it. And they watched it go up into space. I mean, where else did they go?
Into space.
Where else did it go? Did they fly it in the sky and come back down?
What was their What was their detailing about what the event was happening like at the time that it was occurring? What did they say happened? What was it? I'm not heretic.
They were going to orbit the Earth and come back down.
What were they detailing about the event when they were watching the rocket or whatever? What were they saying?
I mean, it was recorded and there was people there and they watched it go up.
You get like the people whisper. What were the people saying? What did they say about the event?
That they saw the rocket go up and
where did it go?
And into orbit.
Into orbit. How do they know it went into orbit other than it leaving?
Where do you think it went?
Dude, why are you asking a question? Because here's the important part.
Because you're asking me a bunch of questions. You're asking me like 21 questions.
Think about it. Like
I can't ask you a question.
Listen to this. When you see a plane go up in the sky, is it going into orbit?
No, but it's not going straight directly up.
So how do you know something that leaves the ground goes into orbit automatically?
So you think a rocket could efficiently go horizontal in the sky
I'm not
and
making
fly?
Any claim. I'm not making any claim. What I'm telling you is something that
doesn't have any lift.
Doesn't
have any wings.
Dude, shut up. Once something leaves the surface.
Oh, okay. You're only allowed to talk. My bad.
Once something leaves the surface of the Earth, how do you know it goes into orbit? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, it definitely doesn't have wings, so it's not going to be able to stay up there for like. I'm pretty sure the mission was like a few days. I don't think it has wings, so it doesn't have any lift, so it can't just stay in the fucking sky without going into orbit.
That's great. How do you know it goes into orbit?
Because where else would it go? I mean, like it doesn't have any wings.
Question proof. It's a question proof.
So it doesn't.
No, we're not going to do
It doesn't
that.
have any wings, so it can't really glide.
I need
It has to go
validation that it
somewhere.
goes into orbit. How do you know it goes into orbit? Validation, please.
But like, do you think that it just
don't ask me
goes
a question,
nowhere?
brother.
I'm just
Don't ask me a
confused,
question.
man.
Don't ask me a question. Give me the validation.
But
it goes into orbit.
you know that I'm right. Like, where else did it go for
I know
3
that
days?
you're just
I'm
imagining.
just confused. Like, where
I
do you
know
think
that
it
you're
went
just
for 3
imagining
days?
that it goes into a place you think it goes
I'm
into.
kind of confused on that part.
You don't need to be confused. So when it leaves the surface of the Earth, your imagination puts it into space. It doesn't go into space.
But let's say I'm wrong. Where do you think it went?
You are wrong.
No, where did it go for 3 days?
Don't ask me a question, bro. Like, dude,
but you don't know either.
Yeah,
but you don't know either.
So what? So what does that mean? That you don't have validation that it goes into what you think?
You're not going to admit that you don't know where it went.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it stops right when the rocket leaves the Earth. When the rocket leaves the Earth, your imagination puts it into space. I don't have to have an answer. You do. You think it goes to space. So what? You don't have validation of it, which is what I'm pointing out.
Where do you think it went?
There you go. I pointed out.
If you're right, where do you think it went?
Yeah. I pointed out the fact that you think astronauts are going to space in quotations because you don't know that. Nobody does. They just see rockets go up. Rocket go up. Now space. No, that doesn't equal that.
Rocket go up, it's gone for days, and it just goes nowhere.
So what? You don't have validation.
You don't know that.
You don't have validation that it's in the place you think it is. You don't have it. Nobody does. So that's where the story ends for everyone. They see rocket go up, but nothing after that. Except for you, your imagination continues. Oh, it's going into space. It's in orbit now. Really? Where's the validation that's true? Don't have it. Nobody.
Okay, and now I want to hear your belief on what it did.
Yeah, what did it do? Go up and it goes away. That's it.
It goes away.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Out of sight.
It goes out of sight. You don't see it anymore. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. And then what does it do for days?
Who cares?
Who cares? Does it come back down for days?
Hey, if you don't have the information, if you don't have the information to know, what makes you think Alpha's gonna?
Okay, so we all don't know where it goes.
Yeah, nobody knows, bro. That's what I've been saying. Nobody knows.
That's a good. That's a good.
I stopped there. Dude, I stopped there. You continue. No, it's gotta be in space. Oh, astronauts.
It's not. I mean, orbit isn't technically space, so
it doesn't matter. Your imagination is what is happening right now. It's not anything in the physical world. You can't say I validated that rocket.
So we both can't prove. We both can't prove that it didn't go anywhere.
It doesn't matter if you include me, dude. You can include this whole room.
Yeah, but it's you and I talking, so I don't know why you're getting all defensive.
So the observation is they see rockets go up, and that's it. That's where it ends. You continue the story. We don't.
What's going on here is space lore. You've got some lore that you believe in that is outside of your observable reality. They tell you.
But you guys can't prove where it went either.
It doesn't matter what you say. We can prove, dude. You don't have evidence, and I told you this from the start of our conversation that the.
I think it's a pretty good argument, though, that you can't prove where it went either.
Dude, your imagination is not a pretty good argument.
It's not imagination.
It doesn't. Yeah, it is. It doesn't.
Rocket goes up. It's gone for days. It doesn't have wings, so it can't glide. It doesn't have any type of lift.
Dude.
So where the fuck did it go? It didn't just sit in the fucking. It's not a plane.
Who gives a shit,
you made the example like, it could be like a plane, dude. You don't know it goes fucking into space.
Bro.
So you must think that it just glides. It just sits in like a random like space, like in the fucking sky, and just does nothing for a few days, and then comes back down.
What else, dude? What else do you
like? That's the thing I can only believe that you like assume.
Who cares? Okay, so if this was an evidentiary hearing, right, in court, and you were asked to present your evidence that the rocket goes into space, you would say, "Oh, what else can it do?"
This is such a weird hypothetical. Like, why would there ever be a court case about someone saying something went up into space, and then I have to prove it?
Yeah, Alpha, let me get this one. That was adjudicated in court during the Apollo program. The American Atheist, or ACA, they took the Apollo program to court, saying, prove that shit. And the reason why the atheists did so was because Nixon and some of the other astronauts claimed a divinely inspired space mission. Nixon was asked, hey, how do you know you're going to win the space race? He said God told him that God loves capitalism. When Apollo 8, the first one to ever break Earth orbit, they said that they were compelled by God of the Bible to give the glory to God of the Bible and read from Genesis. When they landed on the moon, they took communion on the moon. And then later on, Apollo 14 left Bibles on the moon, and they were asked, why are you leaving Bibles on the moon? They said, if something happens to Earth and we're gone, like in the future, humans are gone, and an alien civilization finds this, our civilization ruins, at least they'll find a Bible so they know what we were about. and what we stood for. So the atheists were incensed by that. They're like, what the fuck is this? So they took the Apollo program to court. And they said, prove to me that this was divinely inspired. Let's see the evidence. And NASA played a bunch of legalese trickeries to get the court to drop it to a lower jurisdiction. And at that jurisdiction, they claimed they had no jurisdiction outside of basically America or in orbit. And then later on, they said that your human rights of self-expression under the First Amendment goes with you. It doesn't matter where you go. You will always have freedom of religion. So you could say your question was, what does this weird hypothetical have to do with the discussion? It does. It dealt with in the 60s, in the 70s, and contemporary. Just a few years ago, there was an anti-flat earther who tried to sue a flat earther 3 times. So yes, this topic has been adjudicated in court, even at the very beginning when you had I'm trying to blank on his name right now. Robotham. Robotham was in court. That was the very first flat earth discussion went into a court case. So from the very beginning, 200 years ago until today, this has always been a discussion about evidence and expert witness testimony. So the hypothetical is the question. So when you
it says online that no Apollo mission as a whole was ever sued or taken to court. However, legal issues involving individual astronauts and ownership disputes concerning mission-related artifacts and flown memorabilia. So there was no question that it went into space and went to the moon. There was only
think about it like this.
Things about memorabilia and
think about it like this.
Mission items.
If you were to
there was nothing about it actually being real or fake.
I'm gonna mute you, dude. If you turn me down,
with a quick Google search.
Here we go. Mute it. Until you turn me up, you're not gonna be off of mute. That's just what's gonna happen.
Hey guys.
Back up.
I'll let him know if he can't hear you. So you got to turn everyone up in the conversation. You can't turn people down. So go back through, make sure everyone is at least 5%, so you're not over talking. And you need to re-look at that because Tyson has a whole write-up about how he thinks atheists should have just shut the fuck up. Direct quote. They said, hey, Tyson, what do you think about atheists taking the Apollo program to court? He said, I would have told them to shut the fuck up.
All right, can you hear me now? Yep.
That's really mature.
Can you hear me now? You need to answer me, bro, because if you're not going to answer me, I'm just going to boot you out of the room. He got me. He's muted me. So.
Yeah, Europe, you've got to turn everyone on the panel. You got to make sure you got to turn Alpha back up.
Specifically me. Yeah, AV.
Yeah. AV. If you don't turn Alpha up, you're going to be removed from the conversation. Simple as.
The words that are coming out of my mouth?
Well, I got to mute soundboards really fast.
Yeah, he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Until he does, tell him to put it in the text chat when he does, and I'll unmute him. I'll be fair.
Okay, your next option is you have to type into the text chat that you've unmuted everyone, especially AV, and then you can be unmuted too.
Spazzed out quickly. Usually when it goes to having evidence in a court case, it's just not mighted.
Yeah, they think that somehow court cases are built on evidence. And then they say, well, sure, let's take it into a hypothetical court case, which we got multiple court cases.
Here,
let's do it. Let's see what happens.
So test. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. I said I turned everyone up like 4 times before he muted me.
Yeah, we're not anything if we're not fair. So here's the thing, right? When we produce evidence of the thing that you say right now is true, then I would agree with you. So all I'm asking for you to do right now is produce the evidence that the Earth being a globe or astronauts or any of that lore that you believe is true. Can you do that right now on this panel? Produce evidence of validating anything you say.
I mean, so going down the line of thinking of basically that everything is a conspiracy and like a conspiracy basically
Can you just produce evidence of anything?
Yeah, no, this has to do with what I'm saying, man. And you're not letting me speak, and you're interrupting
You're
me.
acting like you're one of us. You're not, bro.
So to go off of the like thing that everything is a conspiracy around Earth.
Dude,
I'm
just
just
say
trying
if
to
you
answer
know if the Earth is a globe or not, bro.
Yeah, dude, I'm just trying to answer
You
it.
can't put yourself in our shoes because you're not one of us.
No, I'm not doing that. You're not letting me you're not letting me answer the question, man. You're really not letting me. That's kind of like concerning, man.
No, you are not answering the question. We are listening.
I
you are
am.
not answering.
I'm literally
no, man,
like
you
five.
are not. You're not. I'm sorry.
I'm 5
You
words
are
in,
not.
and you're literally cutting me off. So I don't understand.
You don't need words. You don't need words for. You don't need words.
Can you let me
I will tell
speak,
you,
bro? Hello?
Get it out.
Yes.
Sasha, let him get it out.
Yeah, okay. Well, get it out, but make sure you connect Flat Earth to a conspiracy theory.
I'm going to connect it, bro.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so you guys are going to go down the line of thinking that it's a conspiracy, but a conspiracy usually jives on like...
Nope. No, not you guys. You. See, this is a problem with you guys. You don't present the evidence. When it comes right down to it, when it's crunch time, when it's time to present, you got nothing except for you guys. You guys do this, you guys do that. Now, what about you presenting evidence that the Earth is a globe? That's all we care about.
Man,
we call that.
I'd love to be able to say my piece.
Go.
Okay. Can I go down the same?
Nothing to do with us. Long as it has nothing to do with us, you can. I'll mute you straight off if you start talking about you guys. Just give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe or the astronauts are real, like they go to space.
Yeah, man, I got you.
Go.
So there's like thousands and thousands of testimony from astronauts, from NASA personnel. It'd be kind of hard for a conspiracy to jive off thousands of people that are like basically all like in on this like conspiracy that the world is flat. I mean, the world is round.
Okay,
so I don't understand how you're going to prove all these people wrong if like they'd have to be under a collective hive mind. Yeah, they'd have to be. Well, I'm saying not saying like the people that.
Listen, okay, pay attention. Okay,
I'm
you
trying to
don't
still
need.
Finish what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, the conspiracy theory. They have not testified. Okay, that you are in a break with reality. No astronaut has ever testified to the shape of the Earth. If anything, they refuse to testify. You've got a guy called Bart Sabel who hates flat earthers just as much as you do. He doesn't believe the astronauts went to the moon. And he said the only proof I need is for you to put your hand on this Bible and testify that you went to the moon. Not one single astronaut would do so. So they'll tell you they're willing to lie to the American public, but they won't risk their eternal soul while doing so. So you could say, did the astronauts testify? Incorrect.
Well, yeah. Let me look this up.
Not only did they not testify, they refuse. They refuse to testify that the Earth is a globe. They've straight up refused to say so.
You're going off based on the opinion of people, right? I think that this guy says that we went somewhere, so therefore a whole bunch of people believe that. Now that means that I need to as well. That you're not questioning anything that's been told to you. That's part of the problem. You don't question anything.
Chris Hadfield has described it and has confirmed that it's round.
Oh, that mean the words what you said now making Earth spherical in reality.
Hey, also, do you guys all know that there's people that claim that the moon landing?
Give us citation for that. Where did Chris Hadfield testify that the Earth is? Yeah,
Chris Hadfield shared the experience seeing the Earth from the ISS, describing.
Okay, shared. We're looking for testifying. Where was he under testifying? Where you had a where someone was able to cross-examine the witness? Where did that happen?
I don't think that ever happens. I don't think.
Okay, well, that was your worldview. Your worldview was that these astronauts had testified and been cross-examined, and either they're all in on the conspiracy, or
has it never happened.
No, they've never testified. Yes, and we got clips.
So there's never been.
Hadfield. There's also clips of Chris Hadfield talking about the Earth is flat, gorgeous. Like he said, when you look at the ISS, you're not very high up. You only see a very small portion of the Earth, and it looks.
Wait, aren't you? But aren't they like spinning? Aren't they like orbiting around the Earth though?
There's no weight. There's no weight for that. You use Chris Hadfield. Now you don't like it that he's give contradictory statements about what Earth looks like.
All right, so using people like Chris Hadfield isn't T-Dub. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I went over you.
I was just going to quote him. You're using. He actually what he said on ABC was to the interviewer was, the world is just beautiful in its glory, something like that. And
he said it's flat gorgeous, which is just like an expression.
Flat and gorgeous. He says flat and gorgeous. Like he used a.
He says it's flat gorgeous.
A shortened version. No, he said if you listen carefully, there's an in the middle, which is short for and. Flat and gorgeous, he goes.
Gotcha, bitch. All right, so even though you're saying that the testimony of these guys are saying that the Earth is a globe, there's information that contradicts that, which is what you're being presented right now. Now, outside of that,
he says it's flat gorgeous, and that's just fine. An expression.
You're even if you're saying that, I heard you at the very beginning of what you're saying. The evidence for the Earth being a globe could be is that these guys are all reliable people, right? They're above reproach. They're morally superior. They don't have any faults. They never lie. And they're telling you the God honest truth that the Earth is a globe, and there are astronauts that have been there and have seen it. So you're saying that that's good enough for you, right? Is what I'm hearing, and everybody else that's listening to them, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Yep.
Oh yeah. Re-say that. Sorry, I was listening to something.
All right. So Chris Hadfield and any other example of astronauts you might bring up are telling us the God's honest truth. They're above reproach. They're morally superior, and all the attributes of somebody not lying. You thinking that's all them? They never told a lie. They don't need to tell a lie. They're telling you the God's honest truth. Is that true?
I mean, that's kind of like a really big explanation that I'm not going to agree with. I mean, there's parts and bits of it that I would agree with.
And nobody can agree with that because as people
with what you just said.
Fallible. Yeah, as people we're fallible. So we are known to be liars, right? All of us are. And so if those guys fall into that category, immediately you can't take what they say as the gospel truth. You cannot do that. So if you're saying these guys are saying making a statement, you can't then therefore say, well, because of their statement, I know this X is true. You can't do that. You cannot do that. If you say that you're doing that, then you're falling in the category of being illogical.
So what you're saying is the 680 astronauts that have orbited and have been to space are lying, and then the thousands of personnel that know.
No, what I'm saying is
okay, let's just say this, hypothetically know the world is flat, are lying as well because they're given the same information. So this is a wide range conspiracy that could crack under one person saying that
listen to this. Anything that has been said by any space agency about the aspect of the world, you have to take it on belief. That's what I'm presenting to you. That you have to take whatever they're saying on belief, whether it's true or not. You have to take it on belief. Now tell me if that's not what I'm saying true or false. You have to be honest with yourself. Whenever they tell you, whenever they're speaking on a panel or whatever, whenever they're saying these things, you got to take it as a belief because you don't know, right? Am I not right on that?
I mean, yeah, let's say you're right for the sake of the argument, but I just want to bring up the fact that most conspiracies usually work under a very small group of people, not like thousands of people.
Care about that, dude. Like that. The only thing I'm telling you right now, information relayed to you by whatever agency, doesn't matter. And how they tell you, you're just going to be a believer of that information because you cannot validate it because, number one, you don't have the means to go and validate that. So you have to take it on a belief system. That's acceptance without evidence. That's what a belief is. You have to take it on that merit, which is what I'm saying you're doing, and you're defending it. You're like, yeah, I believe. And we're like, well, because it's a belief, you can't validate it. Therefore, you don't know. That's the end result. The logic is sound here. It's just that you don't like it because we're going against that. And presenting it to you, it's like, well, I don't want to not believe that it's true.
But your argument can be said about you too. I mean, how are you just going to take what everyone says about the Earth being flat as gospel and believe everything they're saying?
Number one, there's observation, right?
Well,
think about it like this: you put them on two camps. You put the globe and the flat Earth on the same, like, okay, put a dividing line. On the one hand, let's start with observation. Can I observe the globe? Can I observe the horizontal plane? Which one of those can I observe? Horizontal plane. Okay, that checks off that one. I can't observe the globe. So not from my vantage point. So number 2, how is it measured? Is a globe or the flat Earth measured? So let's figure it out. How do we measure the Earth? Let's start with a system of foundation, right? What foundation can we use to measure that the curvature of the Earth or the flat horizon? Either one. Like, how can we find a way to have a metric? Well, I know we got sea level, right? And at the vertical point of datum that we extract over a 19-year period, that becomes a horizontal plane when you put it against that vertical datum. So that means that anywhere that I go along the surface of the Earth can be measured against that vertical datum, which will give us an elevation change. Now, on the side of the Earth being a globe, we don't have that sort of metric of measurement because it's never been done, because it doesn't exist. So there goes measurement, right? So we got observation, measurement. Now we go to practical use. We got globe on one side, flat Earth on the other. Practical use. How do we practically navigate across the surface of the Earth? Flat Earth, hands down, navigated across. Every mariner, every pilot will say that they navigate over a flat, motionless plane. Now, on the side of the globe, nobody can say that. They will say, well, we treat the globe as a flat, motionless plane. That's what they say. So flat Earth wins on every side. Observation, measurement, and practical use. And this is the quickest way I can break it down to you. Earth is not a globe. It's never been.
So how do you? I mean, have you ever been on a ship before? Because I've been on a ship,
That's great.
like a Navy ship. Have you ever experienced like seeing another ship disappear over the horizon?
Yeah. So what?
So how do you explain that with like saying it's flat?
No, wait.
Because you see it slowly. You see it basically like it almost looks like it's slowly sinking into the water. It's not like it's going out of like.
I understand that. Like, let me get to the point here. If you're telling me that's true, then how are you presenting that as curvature of the Earth? I want you to go ahead and give me a solid case for the Earth being a globe using this example. Can you do that?
So basically, say you're on a basketball, right? Say you shrink onto a basketball. If someone on the basketball starts walking away from you, they're going to look like they're sinking.
All right.
Like they're going to look like they're moving away and they're going downwards, right? So that means that they'd be going over the top of the basketball.
That example seems to follow, right? So now, can we test this?
Yeah, if you go on a Navy ship and you look at another ship going away from you, you can see it basically sinking into the water almost.
What I'm asking for is point of validation. You're saying there's an example. You gave me the basketball. Now I want a point of validation. Can you test this actually happening with the distance from the observer to the thing that you think is going over the curve? Do you get me? So from you,
if you went in a room, right, and you had like basically a half of a sphere on the ground, right, and then you were basically on one end of it, and the other person's on the other end, you're only going to see half of their body. I mean, that's just like a normal common fact that you would.
That's common facts are great. Now I'm asking for data. Right now we're at the point where I want to analyze what you're saying and go ahead and put it into data, which means I need to know specifics. Can you give me a distance between where the observer is to where they see that ship disappearing from the bottom up, as in a distance, a known distance, right? Like, let's say, give you an example, right? 10 miles. At 10 miles, we'll know that we'll start to see a bottom-up occurrence. Now, can you give me that data, please? I want to know when this occurs so that we can put some meat on the bone for how big the Earth is, being that it's supposedly, allegedly, a specific numeric size. So I need you to validate numerically with numbers what the distance between the observer and the ship is so that we can know any drop that there might be, that the ship is disappearing from. Go ahead, Yerp. Let's put some meat on the bone.
So like roughly 3 to 5 miles away, you start seeing that the ship is like, you start seeing like less and less of the ship appearing because of like what could only be described. What could only be described. I mean, 3 to 5 miles is like where you start seeing like basically the bottom of the ship start to disappear.
That's great. That's good. That's good that you're actually getting to some the numbers here. Now we're going to go to the testing phase. You got data. Now, how can we test this data, this math that you just talked about? 3 to 5 miles.
Yeah, well, then you could say, like what I said earlier, you could basically go into a room, right, and make like a semi-scale of like the Earth, right? Like just basically a scaled model to what the math is.
We're not doing that.
And then have someone walk away from you, and then you can see that their legs are disappearing.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that because we have the Earth presenting itself as what you say, the ship disappearing from the bottom up. So the example already is demonstrated according to you outside. So we go to the field.
Okay, so yeah, if you get a pair of binoculars, right? If you get a pair of binoculars, right, and you're on a field that's like 10 miles long, right? And you get a pair of binoculars, and you have the person start walking away. I mean, you can see this with a car, right? The person starts driving a car, you're gonna see their wheels, right? And then their wheels are gonna start slowly disappearing because they're reaching the point where the curvature of the Earth. I mean, you're not gonna see a blatant you're not going to like not see the car anymore after 10 miles. Like you can still see the car, but you're not going to see the wheels anymore.
Yeah, but we're working over land right now with the car.
And right, I lived in Florida most of my life, which is really flat.
One second. We're working over land. Land has been known to have elevation change. So the only thing so it doesn't have it because of the curve of the Earth.
In Florida.
It has
no, in Florida.
Hold on. Yeah, you're not letting me finish. So when you talk about land has the elevation change component. So we have like the land being able to like from point A to point B, there might be some variance. So we can't include that because that's part of like, natural hills and valleys and stuff. So we can't use that.
That's why the sea is a really good example because usually
that's what I'm talking about. Don't
like if you're on like say you're on a lake, right? Because lakes really don't have much tidal change. They don't have much waves. And I've been on a lot of lakes in my life. And I've actually been to like Lake Michigan, Lake Erie, like it's pretty flat, right? And if I see like a ship, or not a ship, in this case a boat, right, drive away from me, I start to the bottom of their ship or their boat, keep on a ship, but it will start disappearing. Like you won't see the motor anymore. Maybe you'll see like the top of the ship, right? Maybe you'll see like the place where you steer the ship at.
You're saying this again. It's like you don't need to repeat. We get
Nat Geo Nat Geo actually has the demonstration about 3 miles out. I think we can work with that, right, AV?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. He was just repeating himself over again. I didn't need to hear it again. He said it once before. So I want we're right at the point right now where he gave us the data. The data is he's given us a variance between 3 to 5 miles, right? Somewhere is about that. And also the occurrence, right? Well, the bottom up appearance starts to happen, right? At that specific, in between that distance, according to you, right? Are we not on the same page?
Yeah, you're on the same page, yep.
All right, so let's go now into the field. And this is where we're at, right? So now we're not talking about cars anymore. We're talking about the specific boat example that you've been mentioning. Now, validation, right? Has anybody gone out and done this test and validated that at that specific metric that you gave, 3 to 5 miles, we start to see the bottom up ship disappearance, or boat, sorry. Testing. Has anybody done that?
I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes. I mean,
No, bro. Testing. Has anybody done that?
I'm pretty sure there's YouTube videos out there that probably test that.
No, bro. We're working off subjective information. I need solid, specific demonstrations of this occurring. Exactly the way you outlined, because it's beautiful, right? Now we have a test to be done. We need to see that test. And it needs to comport over to exactly what you said. Can't be more, can't be less. In between 3 to 5 miles. That's what we're working with. According to you. And then we got like a solid case to build anyways. We'll investigate farther, but let's start there. Now's the time, right?
I'll try to look up a video.
Go ahead. It needs to fit the specific metric that you gave us. Anything outside of that is not what we want. Anyways, probably going to be a minute doing that.
Maggie, turn yourself up.
Am I low to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
What the hell?
So you see,
How's that sound?
If we're just ants on a beach ball,
is that louder?
Okay, I found a video.
Check.
Yeah, you're good, AV.
Am I lower or?
It's a little bit louder. CB, you're coming in low though.
I'm speaking softly, but I have Miggy at 130%.
All right, here you go.
Holy smokes, dude!
So this is a video filmed on the same vantage point, and it's showing the ship that's in front of them appear to sink in the bottom up effect.
Let's take a look if it follows the metric. Yeah. All right. What's the distance between the observer? I'm going to ask you the same questions that I already repeatedly said before. What's the distance between the observer and the ship?
It's unclear in this video.
Okay, can you give us a demonstration of that? What specifically we outlined?
Sorry, what did you say?
What you outlined. I want to see a demonstration of that. Not this. This isn't evidence. I'm going to toss it out. It's not evidence. Give me what you said would be the case for the Earth being a globe. 3 to 5 miles variance between observer and ship. Or boat.
You understand when you're familiar with the phenomena, right? You don't have to keep repeating what the phenomena is. You need the data now to back up what you're saying.
Does you York, right? Or is the guy or York? Yeah. Do you know about Christopher Columbus or Christopher Colombo, depending on how you pronounce his name? Have you heard of this historical figure?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think happened with that story? What observation did he use in his math being wrong that caused such a devastating result? Do you recall?
I'm watching a video.
Okay. I'll sell it on YouTube and TV.
How's this sound? Is this louder?
I mean, I didn't even see this video. I'm just bringing up videos to prove the point.
Yeah, that's great. Is this loud?
It's much quieter now, AV.
Quieter?
I'm saying you're posting the videos you didn't see.
Check.
Yeah, keep it at that.
Right there?
Now, how about me? How am I doing?
Spot on, man.
I don't know why I have so much problem with this damn mic. Is that... What am I...
Yeah,
is that solo?
Good. That's good.
Got a little background buzz, but whatever.
Yeah, I think it sounds good now. Even before, the little background buzz was like hardly noticeable.
I'll retool later.
So for
Check. Check.
Yeah, it sounds good, dude. You have to get to the part where you're proving the boat is actually going over a curve. We understand the phenomena you're putting forward. I mean, you've mentioned it about 15 times now, so I don't think saying it a 16th time is going to prove your point. We understand what you're saying. It's just that, you know, I have a sound that this is, it's not a hill of water.
Not a hill of water.
So that'd be the part you'd have to prove. Like, we see the video, we've seen this phenomenon many times. It's also explainable on flat as well. So you have to get to the part where you're proving that that thing that it's going over is like a hump of water. So just saying like, well, imagine a basketball, then it goes over and it disappears. That's not actually proving that that's what's happening in reality.
This demonstrates it right here.
Your what?
I'll post something that demonstrates it. Oh wait, I can't fucking send an image in the chat.
Is it going to be the same thing you posted before?
Nope. It shows the mile distances.
I posted something for you.
Did he post it already? Didn't see it.
I don't have the ability to.
You can send it in a DM, so I can post it for you.
I posted for you in the voice text chat.
All right,
it's a football field. It's a football field, and he will disappeared there. 2 feet in 50 yards.
Who do I send it to?
The guy will disappear 2 feet in 50
Sasha.
yards.
Sasha,
wait, man.
shit, dude. Yeah, send it to Crit.
You send it to me. Oh, he posted.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my DMs are always open. Or CB, whoever you want to send it to. A lot of us have our DMs open. So don't worry about it.
Huckleberry, though.
Yeah.
What?
This is what he sent me, chat. The Black Swan.
He sent you the Black Swan. I mean, go ahead. Explain. Now that you have something to show as a visual.
So, the distance that the object is from you basically shows how the curvature of the Earth makes the bottom disappear. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory with the picture.
Oh, really? What's the distance between... Dude, you got to get some specifics. Go ahead and tell me.
Yeah, the distance between the observer is the same.
What is the distance between the observer?
It says it right under it, 9.41 miles and 6.21 miles.
What is the object? What is the specific target that we're looking at? Is it the oil rigs?
The oil rigs, yeah.
No, it's not.
The horizon.
The horizon's
the
target.
I didn't hear what your question was. I thought you were saying
the target is the horizon. You're looking for that geometric curve of the Earth obstructing things that you can't see in the far distance. So that means so. What'd you say?
I thought he was looking for 3 to 5 miles.
Yeah, but on top of that,
this demonstrates I mean, 3 to 5 miles is an irrelevant point here because this demonstrates even further. This demonstrates a further distance, and it's showing two different.
Your example for globe was what you outlined. We're going for that. Why are you going to something else? You said 3 to 5 miles was going to be the metric that we're going to work with to establish that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, a globe.
Yeah, I mean that's the same. It's relative to what I just posted.
No, it's not
the same thing.
No, it's not.
It really is.
No, it's not. The geometric horizon, where the ship disappears from the bottom up at the horizon. At the horizon, the ship disappears from the bottom up at 3 to 5 miles. What we have here is something contrary to what you said. We're seeing a oil rig at 9 miles away. So not 3 to 5 miles, 9 miles. We got problems now for the globe if you're using this as a defense for globe.
How is dude? I didn't say that everything disappears at 5 miles. I didn't say that.
You did. Yes, you did.
No, I
you
didn't.
Said the ship disappears.
No, I did not.
Bro, you were talking about ship disappearing.
I said it starts to disappear at 3 to 5 miles.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
so
starts.
Now where do we
not
see,
that it fully disappears.
So where do we see the horizon on this image? Because that's what we're looking for. Because the horizon on the image where you're showing the boat, that's where we're looking at. The horizon. Not anything in between the horizon. The horizon.
Yeah. The horizon is at the same point in both pictures, and
no, it's not.
The horizon is.
The horizon is where the sky meets the Earth. I'm not even gonna.
I can see the line.
I'm not gonna play tag with you to try to understand what we're presenting, but you're gonna know by me telling you. I'm gonna give you the answer straight out. The horizon is where the sky meets the Earth, and in that image, where the sky meets the Earth is beyond those oil rigs. It's beyond it. That's what we're looking for. The horizon. We're not looking at the things in between the horizon.
The horizon basically is higher up on the further away oil rig.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, so that proves that it's further away, and that
Yeah,
it basically
which
is
means
being.
that your ship would have to be a lot farther than 9.41 miles to show the bottom up disappearance, which you said it was between 3 to 5.
They're the same exact oil rig, and
No,
one
we're
picture's
talking
taken.
about your example, which was 3 to 5 miles to show curve of the Earth.
So
Now,
I
show
needed
this
I needed
image-
I needed a picture of one oil rig at 3 miles and then one at 5.
You need, you need data. You need data to show that the horizon causing the obstruction, where the ship disappears, is at between 3 to 5 miles. So at the horizon, cutting the boat off, then you say, "Oh, well, like this is an image of the horizon cutting that boat off, and it's exactly at 3 to 5 miles." You don't have that. You gave something that was opposite to that. This, you actually basically shot yourself in the foot. You
I really didn't,
basically
though.
Yeah, you did. This
I
is
really
evidence that the Earth is a horizontal plane, and it extends farther past
definitely
the
isn't.
globe. It extends far past the globe prediction where you predicted it to be at 3 to 5 miles. It's way past that.
That's not what that shows, bro.
Yes, it
also
is.
matters. It
The
matters how.
horizon- listen, the horizon with
It matters how tall. It matters the height of the object.
That doesn't
too.
matter.
You know that, right?
You're only looking for the bottom up disappearance. Bottom.
Yeah,
up.
and you see more of the
Yeah.
bottom in the one that's closer,
Yeah, okay,
and less
okay,
of the
so-
bottom in
but
the one
it's
that's further.
between- Yeah,
so
we're looking at things in between the observer and the horizon. The horizon's beyond the oil rigs. It's not at the oil rigs, it's beyond it. So what we're looking for is something at the horizon showing that bottom up obstruction at 3 to 5 miles. We don't have that.
That's
That's
that
what?
literally does not make any sense.
Yes,
if
it
if
does.
the Earth
You've
if the Earth was flat, you'd see the same exact amount of the bottom of the object that you
No,
would.
dude. No.
You would though. That's
No.
literally what would
Yeah,
happen if the
how do
Earth was flat.
How do you know? You don't know if the Earth is a globe. How would you know what would happen on a horizontal plane? You're imagining the globe
On a
existing.
horizontal plane, you would agree that you would see the whole entire object.
No,
the whole entire time.
Everything what you're saying right now is incorrect.
No.
It's not though,
It's
because you would
incorrect. Yes, it
agree
is.
that if it was
No,
a horizontal
no.
plane, then you would literally
No, I'm
see
not
the whole
agreeing.
entire object.
I'm not gonna
why would
sign your
why
agreement.
wouldn't you see the whole entire
Yeah,
object?
hold on a minute. Don't ask me questions. We're still
No, because
grilling-
I'm asking.
No,
I'm asking
we're
you a
still
question.
grilling you. Yeah, we're
oh,
still
I can't
grilling
ask
you
you
right
a
now.
single question. I can't ask you a single. I forgot about
because
that. part.
because right now what we're establishing.
No, because what you're saying doesn't make any
Dude,
sense.
Yeah, it does. What we're
'cause
establishing
what-
right now. No, you're not going to jump to me. You're not going to do it, dude.
I am, though,
ever
because
no,
you're
you're
wrong.
not. It's not going to happen. You haven't established that at 3 to 5 miles there's a bottom up disappearance at the horizon. You didn't.
Yeah,
you have not
there
established
already.
that.
Yeah, but there already is a bottom up. Fucking
At 3 to 5
there is
miles.
a bottom up effect.
At 3 to
No,
5 miles.
At 6 miles, you can already see the bottom up effect on the fucking oil rig.
Is it at
and
the
then
horizon?
At 9,
Is it
and
at
then
the horizon? Is it at the horizon?
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, that
it
does.
doesn't matter.
That does because the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. That's where bottom up obstruction should occur because the ship is going over the horizon. So at the horizon is where we need to be focused at, not in between it. You're wrong, dude. And you don't have that in the image you just posted. You shot yourself in the foot, like I just said.
Yeah, everything in your field of view before the horizon, you've got a direct line of sight to. There's no bottom-up obstruction before the horizon on your
Yeah,
globe.
we're looking for
Sorry.
the horizon. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. And your example of a disappearance from the bottom up at 3 to 5 miles at the horizon.
So let me ask you, why is one less visible
Don't
than
ask
the other?
questions. We're not.
No,
gonna
I just want to
there's
know.
not time
I
for it
want to
now.
know
You
your.
don't-
I want to know your
listen,
thought process.
Listen,
Why
no,
is
the
one
thought
less
process
visible?
is this: you don't have an example of the Earth being a globe at 3 to 5 miles of disappearance at the horizon. 3 to 5
So
miles.
why is it less
Don't ask questions,
visible?
bro. Don't ask questions. Try to figure out why you don't have an answer.
No,
right
I just
now.
want to know why is it less
doesn't
visible?
matter. It doesn't matter. That's a red
It's not-
herring.
it might
Everything
be
that
shit
you
on.
ask right now, everything you ask right now is a red herring away from you
Okay, so
actually
you don't know.
identifying. Yeah, you haven't identified that you don't know, bro. You haven't said the words "I don't know." Then let me ask you a question. You didn't say "I don't know." You didn't concede.
He's
When
too
there's
proud.
concession- Yeah, when there's concession happening, when you say, "Oh, look, man, guess what? I don't know if the Earth is a globe." How about that? Now let me ask you. That's different. You didn't do that. You just kept continuing to say like, "Well, you tell me what's going on." No, I'm not. We're not going to tell you anything.
Oh, so you don't know?
Concession
Okay, that's
first.
fine.
concession first. How about that? Let's hear
so you don't know. You don't know why there's less. So you don't know why there's less.
Can you concede that you don't know if
the
Earth
oil
is a
rig
globe?
showing?
Can you concede?
That's a loaded question.
Hold on a
That's
second.
a loaded question.
Can you
It's
concede?
not.
He's throwing out a line right now. He's trying to see who's going to bite.
It's really not.
No,
it's really not a line. I just want to know why you think.
You're not going to listen.
Yeah, well, you're not going to until you concede.
Oh, so you don't. So you don't.
Yep.
So sorry.
So now you're stopped.
Debate.
Now, yeah, we are. But hold on a second, Tomato. So I'm going to unmute you. You're either going to concede that you don't know if the Earth is a globe via any demonstration because you haven't presented any, and then we can continue. I guarantee. That I will tell you for sure. We will continue if you concede. Let's hear it.
That's not what's going to happen.
Oh, well, that needs to happen. How about that?
Guys,
it needs to happen. You're too proud to have this conversation. Hold on, Tomato. You're too proud to have this conversation. If you're not going to concede, we cannot continue. If you concede, we will continue.
Fuck.
So simple, right? Let's hear it. Concede, please.
You've obviously never been on a ship.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead, Tomato. You cannot proceed forward, Europe, if you're not going to concede that you don't know if the Earth is a globe. And then asking me questions and fishing for anybody to jump in to rescue you won't help either. So your only option right now is to say, I don't know if the Earth is a globe. And that's how the conversation will continue. Other than that, it's not you asking us questions.
Especially not loaded ones.
Go ahead, Europe. You have the option, man. Concede,
what's up, man?
Concede so we can proceed forward.
I love the.
I'm not gonna hear your color commentary. Sorry.
Why don't you marry it?
Not gonna hear it. All right. We'll let him cool down for a little bit, then I'll unmute him again. If anybody wants to have a chat with him.
Veritas.
What's up, dude?
I've been listening to this guy for the past. Is this the guy that said he was a what is that military branch that goes in the water?
We're talking about Navy SEAL?
Yeah, is this guy is this the Navy guy? The guy that said he was in the Navy?
Yes, it's the Navy guy, bro. Because I tried to say, did he get his turn in the barrel, and I got muted. Friendly fire, boys. Friendly fire.
Oh, we like to stay on point. It's not really.
Imagine getting stuck on a ship with that guy.
At any rate, like I said, I will unmute him here in just a moment. I want him to cool down. He doesn't have a way or enough capacity to be intellectually humble and say, I don't really know if I know the Earth is a globe. He wants to just continue to be prideful, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, I've been in here for I think he's been in here for the past hour refusing to actually answer that question.
That's just all right. I think Maxos is in here. Is he?
I just gotta say, Glover's gotta get it through their heads that you're never gonna give us an answer to the distance to the horizon because the Earth's not a globe.
And I will unmute him, so if anybody else wants to have a turn with him, but he didn't concede for me, so I'd say kudos if you get him to do that for you.
I just don't know why he's saying that some of the bottom of the oil platform's hidden. It's literally not, and the horizon's behind it.
He gave the actual opposite of showing.
Yeah,
Shot himself.
I typed it out in the chat 3 different times. He's saying that the object or the thing that blocks things is behind the thing that's quote unquote being blocked. Holy smokes, dude, you can't be this dumb.
What happens is there's atmospheric lensing. You can do the same thing with the Fresnel lens. And what happens right above the water, there's a temperature change where there's evaporation happening. This is where flying fish usually glide on. That creates a distortion, and at distance, you're going to have the lensing effect that flips it. So actually what you're seeing is the image of the boat separating from itself. And
just talking shit. Stop talking shit, bro. He came in here he had his tongue sticking out on his mic, on his video. You're not original, bro. Just give it up.
Funnily enough, Funnily enough,
So
that whole like not a hill of water clip came from somebody asking the same thing. Oh, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig? And I just was like, not a hill of water. And he's like, that's exactly what it is. So, I mean, if you want to stand on that, go right ahead, bro. But then you have to prove it, which is what we told you to do earlier, and you still haven't done. Then you posted the black swan.
Is that the first? Have you ever seen anyone present the black swan as a globe evidence? That was kind of funny.
That's pretty cool. I like
when he saw that, I was like, "Oh, you handed us a golden shovel to whack you with." Thank you.
Exactly. Actually, it's like those cartoons when he steps on a golden shovel and it whacks him in the face. That's what happened. He stepped in it really hard, like Tom from Tom and Jerry. Like, just smacked him in the face. It's pretty funny. All right, let's hear the guy not concede. I'll unmute him again. You guys want to take a go around with him?
Well, no, I actually, dude, I'm starting to think you guys have mental problems.
Shut up, dude.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, stick your tongue out again on the camera. That's original. Oh, we've never seen that.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd be that
never
offended.
seen that.
I have no idea why you're that mad at that. That's crazy to me, actually. I think
Amy, shut up, dude. You're not original.
Yeah, bro. It was just whatever, dude. You're weird.
Nobody cares what you think.
You got problems, bro.
Whatever.
If that pisses in your cornflakes, I don't know what else you deal with in the run of a day. If that can wreck your day, bro, I imagine you stay home a lot.
Dude, you're irrelevant, bro. In this whole conversation, you're irrelevant.
No, I think you guys are irrelevant. That's why you're stuck in here. I think that's why you stay in here. Right? Can you go anywhere?
AV, I sent you a few more pieces of evidence if you want to see.
In my DMs, bro? Really?
Yeah, in your DMs. You said that your DMs are open. Did you say that?
I don't care. I mean, but Crit and CB were the ones who were your Huckleberry for that. I don't give a shit.
All right, man.
I might look at it, I might not, but it's irrelevant to me.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'd like to have a quick chat with you.
I actually applaud your fairness though in the call and like not letting this one dude try to dunk on me.
So yeah,
did you
the guy that was
realize
sticking out his tongue and asking me like a bunch of derogatory questions when we were having a debate?
Yeah,
well, he's a troll.
But did you realize that's only about?
That's what I was saying. It's like,
but did
even though he's on your guys' side, you didn't let him just sit there and be a
no,
dick.
He's not. He's a fucking loose cannon, dude. Who the hell knows what team he's on? He's an idiot.
It's not about teams, man. We're all human.
Europe, can you tell me why these flat earthers
I'm not defending the guy. I'm just
believe?
saying, like, I don't think it's about teams.
Oh God. Okay.
I don't think we should hate each other just because we disagree.
No,
Like,
nobody hate nobody, dude. Like that's not what's going on.
I think there's a lot of animosity towards. I think there's a lot of animosity towards both sides. Like I know people that really fucking hate flat
that's the
earthers.
case. She's on your side then. If there's no team, just simple.
Well,
We
and
don't
I
know.
just don't. And also, I just don't get why people on the side chat are like, "Why is this guy in here?" It's like, do you just want an echo chamber, or do you guys want someone to debate?
I don't.
You gonna cry some more?
Eli, if you want to,
or you want to have a? I don't want to talk to him. I'm just saying you're gonna cry some more.
How am I crying? I'm literally just stating facts. It's like, do you want an echo chamber, or do you want someone to debate? I don't get it. Isn't this fun for you? Like, I don't get it.
Is it okay to speak about geometry? Is it okay to speak about geometry?
It takes a second to like get into the swing of my thing. So so annoying, man.
I think that it's probably the best thing having someone come in and try to debate and like you being able to, flex your
Is it
knowledge
okay
or
to
whatever.
speak
right?
about
Instead of
geometry?
just sitting here and everyone just echo chambering the same stuff. I mean, that's how I would want it if I had a belief and I have a channel that's for debating. I would want people to join, and I'm not like,
How long
and
are
I'm
you
not.
gonna go on, bro?
I'm not being disrespectful to anyone. Did I ever like disrespect anyone?
We don't need to hear that, bro. We don't need to. Like, our day will go on just fine. If
Why are
put
you
a
getting
white mic
upset?
on you.
I don't get it.
Just put a white mic, dude. We don't need to hear. Well,
But why are you
let me
getting
tell you
upset?
about what you guys are doing and what I feel like you guys are doing. Dear diary, like we don't need to hear.
When did I ever do that? I don't understand
now?
why you're getting so
I'm
upset.
starting to write in your journal.
I've kept a calm. I've kept a calm demeanor.
Flat earthers and they
No
were
one's
mean to
upset,
me.
little boy. Okay, hold on. Let's try to diffuse.
Why are
Hold
you-
on. Hold on.
Why
Hold
are
on.
you upset?
Yeah, hold on a second here, okay? Try to diffuse a little bit. Do you think what you've done here has caused people to become upset, or are they upset because of something else, some other reason?
I think it's a little both.
Okay, so is it a way to come back from that, or is it too far gone? Is the end of the conversation?
I don't know, honestly. I've kept a calm demeanor. I think anyone could really testify to that. I haven't gotten upset. I haven't called anyone names. I haven't
been talking out of both sides of your mouth.
So what? So what?
I don't know why you can't appreciate the fact that I've been a good person during the debate.
You're feigning dulcet tones after you're trying to catch your breath from all your tap dancing.
I'm so confused. Why is this dude on my case?
You having a calm demeanor doesn't mean that you have some sort of like edge on this topic.
I didn't say I had what? Why are you trying to put words in my mouth? I never said that I had an edge on the conversation.
That I have dulcet tones. Who gives a fuck, dude?
No, I can get upset. I can be irate. I'm not doing that because I don't think it's a reason to be like that. I don't think that people should be doing that.
We're talking about toning, like tone of your voice. Oh, is your tone? How's your tone? My tone's okay. How's your tone? Is your tone good? Like,
why are you being a master debater on like the smallest little thing I say? It's not like anything crazy.
Keep talking.
Okay, this is why. Let me help you out. This is why. Okay, because you're in subjective worldview right now. You could ask people, is whoever you're talking about, AV, Sasha, are they upset? You could get people who'd say yes, people who would say no. But you're running it up the flagpole like somehow your subjective take on someone else's emotional stance is somehow objective reality. At that point, it's kind of like really one of the options is to mock you for being so like just
it's really not
incapable of reading a room.
It's just immaturity, honestly. Like we just can't be cordial with someone that has a different take than you. I mean, that's just how it is. It's okay. Liberals and Democrats do that all the time with Republicans.
Dude, you're going into a subjective field. There are flat earthers who are both liberal and Democrat.
No, I definitely didn't say that. I never said that. I said this happens with liberals and Democrats versus Republicans. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I think you're just not paying attention to what's
it's like. Okay, we had a debate about something, and now we're just gonna like be mad at each other.
It's what's the term? What's the term today? What's the term today? Butthurt? Is that what we say? Yeah.
How am I butthurt? It sounds like you are. I mean, you're the one that's upset after the debate.
Bro. Just stop talking. You didn't have a point. Like
you're the one that's upset after the debate. I'm calm. I don't really care. It's cool. Like you don't agree with me. I don't agree with you. It's fine. Totally
you didn't debate your.
I'm just pointing out the fact that everyone in the side chat's like, "Why is this guy here? I want an echo chamber." Like that's literally what you're saying.
Well, dude, you're the only one. Listen, you're the only one echoing with boats go over the curve. Boats go over the curve. Boats go over the curve. We point out they're not going over the curve, and you go, boats go over the curve. You're the only one echoing, dude. That's not debating. Yerp.
What you did was you looked up a YouTube video to confirm your bias, and then just echoed exactly what you heard on that YouTube video, and then started claiming some subjective bullshit that people are upset by what you're doing. No, you are incorrect. You are incorrect, sir. No one here is upset by anything you have to say.
No, I definitely didn't make people upset. It's objective that I made people upset in the call.
I pity the fool. There's nothing about you to be upset about.
I wasn't even going for that. I was just trying to have a debate.
I know, you're just naturally a fool. What point did you debate? What was one of the points that you just debated? You said you just got finished debating. What was one of the points that you were debating?
You don't have the answer to that. Hold on.
This is you.
Oh, well, to be fair, whenever I am asking for evidence of stuff, I'm giving YouTube videos.
You just got here, bro. You just got here.
Welcome back, Brandon.
I did. I didn't say I know what you guys were talking about.
Yerp said, Brandon, I'll catch
up. I also gave AV like props for
Yerp
being a good
said he debated.
Host. I didn't like diss on him or anything, so I don't know why he's upset with me.
What point were you debating, Yerp? Brandon just got here.
Okay, scoff about it, I guess, man.
No, I'm
like, that's the most
asking
mature
you.
response I could have gotten.
What point did you make in the debate? I think you had me muted, you little punk.
I'm not trying to act like I know what's going on here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Yerp to give you an update on what just happened. He's telling us that he debated.
Guys, I think I just found evidence that the Earth is not flat.
You can't find it in your mom's basement, bro.
You sound sauced, Tomato.
I sound what?
Sauced.
You find evidence.
Dude,
Dude,
I just got rejected from an interview because they said my English is bad. What the fuck do they mean my English is bad? I'm here to argue with flat earthers to get my English less rusty, but what the fuck do you mean my English?
They're not going to save you, bro. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Yerp.
Hello, Tiago.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has everybody turned down or certain people.
Yeah, he was doing that earlier. He was turning people down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna turn people down that are like breaking up the conversation and not actually being productive and just trying to diss on someone.
Bro.
Not gonna do that.
Oh, sorry that you feel so insulted. Answer the question. Let's get us back on track.
I think he has you muted, man.
I know he does. He heard Elijah, though, unless he has him muted.
Yeah, but
he has no answer.
Asking him questions. I think he might have Eli muted, too.
He's got everyone muted.
It literally took Old House 2 seconds to shut him down. That's House time, boys.
He muted
everyone. Heretic?
Heretic coming in with a hot take.
Yeah, he's like, I think I know what's going on.
He had evidence for the globe, and so he has measurements. He knows the measurements for the globe.
No, he had no idea.
What up,
yeah. Even using an internal critique of his worldview, where ships disappear bottom up, he couldn't get to an observation measurement that would be some kind of globalist worldview. All he basically said was boats on the horizon curve the horizon, and then once we tried to evaluate that, then he got into his feels.
I never got into my feels.
What's weird?
I don't know where that's coming from.
What's weird about it is that the example that he used didn't have any data following the type of example that he outlined in the prior discussion that we had. He said if there was to be a bottom-up disappearance, it would happen at about 3 to 5 miles from the observer to where the ship or the boat, I think he said boat, would disappear from the horizon. And we didn't see that in the example because there was no data. So
well, I sent more pictures that prove my theory, but it's fine. I just found that one photograph first, and then I just sent it.
It was a video, wasn't it?
Yeah, I sent that video, and then you didn't say it didn't have any mile markers, so I actually just posted like different evidence I sent to you.
Oh gosh. Anyway, so yeah, there was nothing to substantiate his claim.
Well, aside from the video or photo evidence, like what's the distance to this evidential curve that you're claiming?
There is no set distance to the horizon. Not really.
Brandon.
Brandon, you don't want to challenge another Glober on this, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, because he is saying there's a set distance where a physical curve of the Earth that blocks the obstruction of your view.
It's about to get globe on right now, bro.
Let's do it. Maybe we do it. Cause if Brandon and Europe want to talk about it and see if they can hash it out, is there a geometric curve or not? And have
I sent you a photograph, Crit, if you want to look at that.
Okay.
Hey, Yerp, did you ever look up the definition of the horizon? Like, what does the word horizon mean?
I got my money that he's got you muted, Sheepdog.
I mean, the smart guy shouldn't even have to go to a dictionary for that.
Right. No.
He'll find something he likes to read in there.
Crit, AV, and Brandon, like people that are like
start unmuting people, or you're going to be muted.
Yeah, we don't mute people in here.
Yeah, we don't tolerate that in our room either.
Okay,
let's do mods. You're getting muted.
Okay, let's do this. Okay, turn everyone back up, and then let's have Brandon and Europe debate about a geometric curve, and have them go back and forth, and try to make some room for those two to go and see what happens.
I don't know high-level mathematics, and he probably does. And
damn, bro, you already rolled over?
Yeah, just like that. I know.
My knowledge of things is real.
The towel already?
The distance changes based on.
Hold on, before you continue, I just want to say, dude, you come at us with gusto. How come you can't do that to anybody else on your side? Even if you don't. Listen, bro, you think they're incorrect. That's what I'm saying. If you think we're incorrect, you come at us. All of us.
Yeah.
You could take like 3 or 4 of us on it.
I say what I know.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know that much.
Okay, so then you don't know if the Earth has a
I know a little bit. I know that.
So what you just said right now, there's no distance to the horizon. Is that true or false?
Yes, the horizon changes distance based on the observer height and where you actually are. Because the horizon keeps moving as you move.
Yeah, but that's not what he was saying. So you're against that. So are you going to stand up and say that to him, or just telling us as a rhetorical statement?
Well, the horizon moves as you move, and it depends on your height.
That's not what he's saying.
I'm saying it to everybody.
No.
Especially him. I'm sure he's
okay, then let me step back then. Just do your thing, man.
I mean, what does he want to get? If he wants to get into the mathematics of it, I don't think I can.
Well, then that's a problem. Are you sure that the horizon moves, or are you sure that it doesn't move? Which one are you sure of?
Basically, just experiencing it. Yeah, it moves as you move.
You're not answering my question. Are you sure, or are you not sure?
I'm sure it does, based on my experience. Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't say that it doesn't move, right? 100%. You would say that it does.
It doesn't move.
Wait. You just said it doesn't move.
Wait. Oh shit! I did.
Rabbit season, duck season, duck season, rabbit.
I'm an idiot. Okay, I'm an idiot sometimes.
No,
okay,
right.
call me an idiot.
I was kind of.
Go ahead, call me.
Brandon, would you say this? Would you say this? The distance to the horizon changes depending on atmospheric conditions.
The distance? I don't know. No, not the distance.
Sometimes we can see further on some days and see not so far on other days.
But that's not because distance. Well, if we're not moving, that doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't. It doesn't change distance. It just changes.
Yeah, like on the Black Swan,
see.
we can see 10 times further than on a normal day, right?
Yeah, and a refraction will change how much we can see.
The horizon moved, right?
Yeah.
The horizon moved. It's not the same location.
It's not refraction.
Okay.
Do that.
Okay, perfect. So now we got Brandon. You've got a solid claim. Just articulate that, and you can articulate back that the physical curve of the Earth doesn't move
at a distance.
At distance. And guys, can you hash it out? And both of you guys inside the globe worldview, and see who comes on top. I'd be curious to see.
Me too.
Yeah, this would be. I mean, I would say not for entertainment purposes, but just to hear two globalist people try to square a disagreement with each of their own models.
Oh, I'd be completely entertained, Crit. I'm not gonna lie to you.
If it gets too, I might not be able to do much if it gets too advanced, but.
I mean, Brandon, the elevation height doesn't always have to be the factor, right? It can be refraction that makes the horizon move.
Maybe
right?
he needs to be like a ring announcer. In this corner, Brandon Rockwell, weighing at 350 pounds of pure muscle.
Thanks for the compliment, man. I'm not that skilled with debatable. I'm not a skilled debatable.
Oh, come on, dude. You come in here taking us on all the time.
All the time, dude.
Brandon, come on, dude.
Oh, like hardcore, bro. Like you hold back no chairs, no sledgehammers. It's like a hardcore match.
I don't think I don't win.
Let's how about Yurt? Will you take it easy? So, Considered like more of a spar than a Royal Rumble or a heavyweight belt bout.
Yeah, sure, man.
Okay, there we go.
He's like the Mick Foley of flat Earth and Globers, man. Like he just comes in here with chairs and barbed wire.
I think what's going on here is that Brandon's playing like 4D chess. He's trying to get his opponent to lower his guard and then just drop elbow from the top ring.
He's coming up
that's
good.
Watch out for that
of like how the horizon is like judged, it definitely changes on the point of where the observer stands for sure.
Holy
is that something we can agree on, Brandon?
Wait, I'm sorry. I was looking at the picture in the live chat. What did you say? I'm sorry.
So do you agree that the horizon like basically changes from the point of where the observer stands?
If you're standing still?
That if you move forward, if you're constantly moving forward, the horizon constantly changes.
A fixed thing, like wherever you're standing, it changes where the horizon lays.
Are you saying Europe? Are you saying?
You're standing at.
Definitely has me muted. Hey, Europe, can you hear me?
No, he has you muted, and he's making a flat Earth argument while he has you muted. And me,
we're having a discussion.
Oh,
he's like,
unmute everyone.
He's like, oh. If I stand at the beach, then the horizon's right there. But if I keep moving forward into the ocean, the horizon's going to continue to move also. No fucking shit, bro.
I think everybody else in here is more skilled at debating than I am. I mean, they have high-level math and stuff. I don't.
No. Don't worry about it. You worried too much, man. Just don't worry about it.
That's never stopped you from
trying, at least.
Exactly. That's never stopped you from trying with us. Now, typically we say that, you guys say that the horizon is geometric, and you say no, it's not. Now this guy thinks that it is. So all you gotta do is tell him what you tell us, brother.
Every day.
I don't know what you mean by geometric. See, I'm that unskilled.
Dude, you come in here. Dude, you straight up. He doesn't.
Geometric.
Bro. You're doing everything you can to save the globe face, dude. Come on, bro.
He's lying. He says all the time the horizon is not geometric.
Yeah.
Did I say that? Oh.
All the fucking time, bro.
I don't even know what that means. So maybe I don't know.
Fucking Brandon, dude. You're being a weasel this morning, bro. You had your weasel face.
Not trying to be. I'm not trying to be.
So he successfully got us off of the question that was.
The global is wrong. I know that. If he says, that,
this is the red herring scene right here. Like he effectively got y'all to put Glover versus Glover. He has no intention of doing that while still wasting our time. So we want to ask the guy the question again.
Yeah, do you want to do that instead, Elijah? Do you want to talk to him about optical effects versus geometry effects? I mean, Brandon wants to step down. I mean, that's fine too. I mean, Brandon did. Oh, Brandon left. Okay, yeah. The only reason why I included, I didn't mean to put him on the spot, but he did come in, into the conversation. So I thought, like, hey, let's give him a chance to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted him to answer the other question that he was like super silent on. What's the guy the name that asked it? I forget.
Yeah, what's one of the points of the debate that you just had, Europe? You've had 10 minutes to think about it.
Europe.
He may still have me muted.
What's up, man?
Oh, what's the question? What was one of the points?
I was asking if the horizon is.
No, you had somebody muted. I wasn't talking to you. The question to you is, what was one of the points that you debated? Because you said you debated.
That the further the distance of the object, the less of it you can see from the bottom of effect.
And that's due to what? The curvature of the Earth, like the horizon,
Yeah.
or no?
Yeah. From where? Yeah.
Oh,
Of course.
except for with the black swan, maybe showed you that's not the case. No, my bad. You brought it up.
He brought it up.
I did bring it up because it sort of demonstrated that the further the object was, the less of it you could see from the bottom.
Yeah, but when I asked you to clarify if it's caused by the Earth curve being the horizon, you said yeah, which is not the case. So
I mean, in that photo is very distorted, so you can't even really see where the horizon is.
you want to pick another one? I mean,
Well, I did.
you
I
got
sent.
some?
I sent more. I don't know if they posted it or not. Oh, they did post it. It's this right here. I'll respond to it and get it like further, like lower in the chat. I posted 2 pictures. Yeah, just click on that reply I put.
Yeah, okay. What's the distance to the horizon?
Well, the distance to the horizon, well, I don't know the coordinates or where this person's standing, so I don't know exactly where the distance to the horizon is based on this. But
I mean, how would you know?
see,
How
you
would
can
you
clearly
know?
see the horizon on it.
Yeah, but where is it? Was the question? Because in Black Swan, you can actually tell with distance markers roundabouts where it is. This isn't sufficient enough information because we need to know where the horizon is as a distance measurement, not just this effect. We need to see this effect and it happening at least 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, if not 3 to 5 miles for an observer that is 6 foot at the beach. So if you have that
The distance to the horizon is roughly like 3 miles, basically.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that contradicts. That contradicts the photo you posted.
Hold up. Oh yeah, I was going to get there. That's actually a mistake because you see there, that energy panther is 6.5 nautical miles, and you can see the whole thing.
There's part of the ship that's
What if that's in the water? There's none of it is missing. There's no horizon there.
yes, there is. Ships are very large and very like
Very large doesn't.
they're very tall. So there's part of the bottom of the ship that's not there.
How do you know?
I work on ships all the time, so I do know how tall the ships are. They're
How do
pretty
you know
fucking
that?
tall.
How do you know that some of this is missing? I don't see anything missing.
I mean, just look relative to that photo with the other ships that are near it that are further out, and then you can see the clear horizon in the background where it's covering up part of the ship.
How tall is that ship overseas Yellowstone?
Overseas Yellowstone, how tall is it? I'm not familiar with like cargo ships, so I don't know.
You think it's more than 40 feet high?
I can look it up.
Okay.
Overseas Yellowstone height.
Oh, they be tall as fuck. I guess so.
Usually rare that they give you the height of a ship because it all varies on its draft, right?
I mean, you just look at the highest point of the ship is what you'd measure from all the way on under the ship to where the command center.
The problem is we don't know where the horizon is. Like your claim in the, like originally is that the horizon blocks boats and buildings, but it needs to be at a specified distance.
But also in this photograph, the horizon could be further out because of the height of the observer.
Could be and is two different things. So what we need to know is the distance of the horizon as a measurement to then accept your argument that it's the thing that blocks boats and buildings. This doesn't satisfy that. Can I take your silence as a concession?
I'm trying to find the height of the ship.
Even still, we need to know the distance to the horizon. I don't see anything in this image that will help us determine that.
I'm guessing the horizon's about.
I didn't ask you to guess.
This is crazy.
6.8 nautical miles to 7, probably.
Hold on. Yeah, I didn't ask you to guess. The thing is, we already understand that we see things disappear from the bottom up. Now, your claim is it's due to the horizon. Now, the horizon on the globe is a specified distance. So
yeah, but it also depends on your height, where the observer is. So if this person's like 20 feet up in the air taking this photo, the horizon's going to be further out.
Okay, but we're still going to need to know where the horizon is.
Yeah, I don't know the exact height of where the observer took this photo from.
Okay, so
the energy panther, and to concede,
listen,
to concede on a point that I made earlier.
It's important. Where's your name at?
Europe.
Okay. And just hold my hand right here. Now, you need to give us a way to determine the distance to the horizon. You already told us that the appearance of ships disappearing bottom up is because of the horizon, and the horizon on a globe is a specified distance. So if you're guessing the distance and you don't know the distance, and the height of the observer is not going to help you with this image determine the distance because there's some kind of demarcation that can help us with that, then yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is I'm going to concede on a point that I made earlier. I'm sure that the horizon in this photo that I put, where the energy panther is not 3 nautical miles, and that's mostly due to the fact that the point of which where the photo is taken, the height is unknown, and you can still see most of the ship, but obviously the ship to the left of it, the Overseas Yellowstone, is clearly being like sliced in half from the horizon. So the horizon lies between
I have
the
eyes.
two.
I completely get it. I have eyes. I saw everything that you're describing.
Yeah, but you're trying to basically harp on a point.
Your underlying premise, yeah, I am. Your underlying premise is this: it's the horizon that's doing that. So
You're going into semantics of where the horizon's at.
No. The horizon, geometric means Earth measured. The horizon is a tangent to a tangent point, which is a line to the horizon. That's the claim. Now, this is not helping us substantiate that claim. It's just letting you beg the question or affirm the consequence. We don't need that We need you to validate somehow. It's not with this. I've already seen all this has to offer. You can't tell me where the horizon actually is because it doesn't visually have enough information. Even if you knew the height, you don't have any markers to tell you that, okay, the horizon is right here. The horizon is predicted to be at 10 miles. We have this windmill. This windmill is at 10 miles. None of it is missing. And behind that, you have the horizon and everything else that's missing. That's what we need to see. Something like that.
I mean, you do sort of have that. You see the ship right there. That's probably not being hidden by the horizon, or if it is, it's to a slight degree.
No,
Some
see,
of the ship
you
is
just
missing from the
fucked up.
keel.
You just fucked up. You said we could probably say that the horizon is right there, but you remembered that that can't be the case. So you said probably some of it is missing. Again, you're betraying the truth of the matter. You don't know.
I mean, that
The whole
energy
point.
panther is
The whole
literally
point.
right on the
Listen,
horizon.
you literally just. Well, if it's right on the horizon, then the horizon is in the wrong place.
No, it's not, because the horizon lays on the fact of how high you are when you're observing. So
No, the horizon is
yes, it
1.2.
does. The horizon literally is dependent on the height of where the person is observing from. It literally is a scientific calculated, like it's in the calculation for.
Because my mic like cuts out for whatever reason when other people talk, unless I get louder, and I don't like to be loud. So again, we need to know the distance to the horizon. So when you reply to me by saying, well, we could probably say the horizon is no, that means you don't know. So we need you to validate so that you know where the horizon is. So you can say, see, this is the horizon doing what I said it does. Do that.
Here, I'm just gonna post the calculation to find the horizon. So it's D equals 2 RH. So D is the distance, the horizon is the horizon. R is the radius of the Earth, and H is the height of the observer above sea level in the same units that you're measuring from. So that basically is the whole calculation. And you're saying that that the height of the observer doesn't matter, but that's how they. Let's just humor my point, right? That the height of the observer is what calculates the horizon. That's literally the calculation that is used. If you believe what I'm saying, like if you're a believer in round Earth theory, you would believe that this calculation is how you find the horizon. So that's very crucial in my point that I'm making.
Damn, bomb has been planted.
Did he say off sea level?
The calculation is your claim. So now we need you to validate it. That's the same thing I've been telling you. If the calculation spits out a distance, I'm gonna need you to use something to validate.
The height of the observer in this photo.
I'm sorry. Stop bulldozing over me, because my mic cuts out every time you come in. It's Labor Day, for God's sakes. So, check this out, homie. The formula is supporting your claim that the horizon is blocking the boats. Now, you need a way to substantiate that, not just say so.
Eating again, Elijah?
No. I wish. Just moving around.
He's going to give you another formula.
Neil, you got to get your son to Coney Island, man.
Nah,
gotta
he knows
show him.
it's flat. He knows there's nothing I can do. He knows it's flat.
You got to show him that refraction is bullshit. He has to see it with his own eyes.
What are you talking about? They were just telling me all about refraction an hour ago, calling me an idiot.
Because you haven't taken him to Coney Island.
I'm talking about your peoples in here. Talking about refractive indexes.
I haven't taken them to Coney Island. I promise you that.
Which, by the way, how do you take something from a live stream and share it? Because what do you have to clip it or something?
No, you could share the whole thing. You just find the time.
Yeah, but it changes where it is. Like you can't say, listen to this at the 40-minute mark, because an hour later it's at the 60-minute mark.
Oh, just look at the time on the banner and save that of the chat.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Get back to work, Neil.
I used to wonder the same thing. Like, how the heck?
So did Europe give up? He's muttered himself into vaguity, or
So an observer that's 31 feet above sea level sees the horizon 6.5 nautical miles away. An observer that is 43
and that's
feet
the limit
above sea level sees approximately 7.7 nautical miles away. So that proves, to my point, that the higher you go as the observer,
how about someone at 1 foot
as the horizon?
Plug 1 foot into there.
Dude, you asked him 2 questions. Chill out.
I didn't ask 2 questions. I just stated something.
Not you, him.
Okay.
Talking to me. He has me muted, so he has no idea what's going on.
Right.
Why he still has me muted, I don't know.
Can somebody do something? I guess I'm supposed to do. I'm not doing it because people hate me enough. Some other mod do something about him having to do it.
Well, we've asked him. All we can do is mute him. I'll give him another. I'll ask him real nicely. Yeah, he can hear you. I'll do that.
Who is it?
Sorry, conversation's over when you use sea level.
Europe.
Hey, Yerp.
Yep.
Thank you.
Do you have Elijah muted?
Who's Elijah?
No, he has me, Old Hoss, muted. He had Elijah muted. He's been muting everyone when it suits his fancy.
Turn down a little bit.
Yeah, don't do that.
Coping. Yeah, unmute me, please.
Europe,
If you
it's
have
not nice
anybody
to mute
turned
people
down-
because you can't counter their arguments, dude.
Europe, if you have anybody
I wasn't
turned down-
talking. I was talking to Big Daddy Flurf or whatever.
Okay, well, carry on with it.
Yeah, whoever you have turned down, don't do that. And I mean, you got to make it where at least you could hear them. Understood?
I mean, do I have to choose? Do I choose to respond, or is it like I'm forced to respond to whatever they say?
Dude, I'm just trying to pin you down. You're doing the whole nailing Jello to a wall act.
So that's not answering my question.
You wanted productive conversation, correct? So let's be productive. Let's try and be clear since you're being vague. Yeah, you ran. Listen, when we had an image that had known distance demarcations, you ran away from it. Now you're spitting out calculations. I just wanted you to put 1 foot into your calculator. Since you're so sure of these distances all of a sudden. Let's be productive. It's Labor Day.
I mean, old horse, we could use 6 feet. We could use 35 feet too.
Yeah, it seems to me he's making flat Earth arguments. Go to 120 feet. I don't care. Just do it all. He's so certain of these things all of a sudden after he spent 45 minutes showing us these vague boat pictures. He didn't like the demarcations of the oil rigs. He ran from it. So let's stay on track, Europe.
I really didn't. I mean, I'll admit that maybe the observer. I mean, the observer does look like they're at a high point for that oil rig photo. So let's say that I'm wrong, right? Let's say I'm wrong about the oil rigs. My argument to that.
So fucking immature.
My argument to the oil rigs would be
just so you can shut the fuck up. Because I was talking before you were. Is that all we have to do?
I was just asked a question.
No. Listen. So, again, you asked him, right? When he said for 35 feet, it's at 6 point whatever miles. You asked him, is that fixed for an observer of that height? Right?
Yes. Because he said it before and now he's saying it again. So I just wanted to pin him down. So there you go. There's your max. Europe.
Yo, I was just muted for answering your question, so I don't know if I was allowed to talk, man. And I said that at 31 feet above sea level, you can see 6.5 nautical miles away. That's what I said. And you can pin me down to that. I mean,
is that it? That's as far as you can see?
At 31 feet above sea level, you can see 6.5 nautical miles away.
Okay.
The horizon, you mean, specifically?
Well, yeah, the horizon, you can see 6.5 nautical miles away.
All the time?
I mean, if that's the height of the observer, you can see 31 feet as an observer, you can see 6.5 nautical miles away the horizon.
Okay.
Feet, miles, these are all flat Earth prerequisites. Thank you very much.
No, you don't know what any of those things mean. Sorry.
So,
yo, it's Robert Utah. Holy shit!
Are you trying to find like a photograph that the elevation of the person recording it is marked and that they can see further than that? The horizon's further?
Trying.
Yes.
It's the one you ran away from.
Okay. I mean, with the oil rigs, I'll admit that I'm wrong. Like, they're not at the horizon, right? They're not at the horizon at the
welcome
oil
to flat Earth.
But listen.
It exceeds your limit that you're so certain of.
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I concede on that point, right? But I'm pretty sure that the elevation of the observer is way higher than 31 feet if they can see that far away. And it's
1 foot.
What's up?
It's at 1 foot.
It's 1 foot.
They're not at 1 foot.
Oh. And if it were,
is that a documented
and if it were,
fact that they're at 1 foot?
Yes.
And what gauges? What type of
We'll get you the video.
Send me the video.
I mean, you've been to a beach before, right?
Yeah, I've been to a beach.
If you have like waves crashing on you, how do you get to 31 feet up when you have like the waves slapping you? Like you have to get up and get out of the way when the wave is coming and crashing in on you. How would you get to 31 feet and then also?
Am I watching this? Oh.
So did I cut out?
You're back now. So. Yeah, we haven't heard you for the last 3 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah.
But he's in big trouble now. He's on the ropes. He's denying the Black Swan was a 1 foot observer site.
I was saying that actually in that same video, the guy goes to 50 foot, and I think the horizon should be like 7, 8 miles or whatever. And the horizon is still behind the boat. Way behind the oil rigs. So you're wrong, buddy.
The Black Swan is obviously a lot of refraction. Obviously.
Oh, here we go. The
Nah,
faking Jamaican.
Robert
So it's an
Utah,
anomalous
instead
event.
of deflecting, how about you provide curvature measurements?
he's a shit show. But yeah, he's better not be.
Robert, all you do is spiral and spiral. Oh, he's muted. Never mind. I'm gonna keep quiet.
Yeah, he's just
Listen, they
he's
keep
a
trying to
Jehovah
rescue him.
Witness.
Listen. Listen. The last time he was stoned to silence, Brandon came in. He just got stoned to silence. Whatever Rasta man's name is came in. Come on, stop, stop letting them distract us like this.
He's a Jehovah Witness.
You somewhere.
Where is this taken
So
at?
dude, same,
Platforms,
so dude,
Habitat, Hill
same
House.
video, same video at 50 foot. The how far away is the horizon supposed to be, guys? 50 foot observer, real quick.
For 50 foot? Here, I can look for you 1 second.
Thank you.
8.6 miles?
Yep, horizon's still beyond that
Oh,
in the video.
I didn't even realize that. Holy smokes, damn.
Yep.
Wow.
Dude, where is this video taken at?
Santa Barbara, California, Miramar Beach.
The one with the 9.41 mile Earth curvature one.
Yeah.
Platforms Habitat.
Yeah.
Miramar, you can actually go to Google and measure the distance to those platforms.
He
It's
does go
on.
up in elevation. He
It's
does
Long.
both.
It's Long Beach.
We just waiting for you to.
Okay, I found it. Santa Barbara. I see it. Yeah.
Miramar.
We're just waiting for you to relinquish your position that is geometric, so that we can say, "Gotcha," because that's what you're gonna do in the end. Because you're not gonna concede that the Earth has no curvature measurements anywhere. You're not gonna concede that. So what you are gonna do is abandon your position that it's actually a set distance. Promise you that. Unless you got some kind of spine in you.
I mean,
Video pause.
Here he goes.
What you got, Europe? What you got?
I'm trying to find exactly where these oil rigs are. So I want to know.
I can help you out. If you go to Google Maps,
Yep. What do I type?
Platform Habitat or Platform Hill House. One of them will come up. I think it's Hill House that should work. Either one.
I typed in Hill House. It didn't work.
Try Platform Habitat.
There's a shitload of these, man. We can post about 200 of these same oil rigs.
Habitat should come right up.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, Habitat comes right up if you search that on Google Maps.
See how fun the black hole still is, Neil?
I got no issue if you just want to allow them to use prerequisite flat Earth measurements. That's fine. I don't care. I use the Black Swan.
I mean, I looked up Habitat. It's showing me like a bunch of
Are you on
humane
Google?
shit.
Are you looking?
Yeah, I'm
Are you
on
on Google Maps?
Yeah, I'm on Google Maps.
Just search Platform Habitat. It comes
Are
right
you
up.
are you typing in platform? You got to type in platform beforehand because it came up on me.
Habitat. Okay, here it is.
Am I glitching or is it quiet in here?
It's quiet. We're waiting for Europe
Oh,
to.
she's putting in effort, Joe. Give her credit.
I'm just doing my research, man.
Yeah, good.
Are you good?
Good. I'm happy
Poorly.
about that. Supposedly they're coming here. What's your evidence of flat Earth? And we show them, and they're like, "I'm not looking at that."
They want to give Galish to another one.
But the moon is round.
How do
Indio,
seasons
you
work?
had a PhD today?
Huh? What was that?
You talking to that PhD today?
That was next Friday.
Oh.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Friday, 8 Eastern.
It's just a
I think he said
conversation,
the 8th,
or
the
it's
8th
a
or
flip flop
something.
debate.
It wasn't really designated. He said he's just bringing him here. He said he already tried to bring him here. He's an astronomy PhD. Said he tried to bring him here. No one was here. We must have been all in English Hub. So he came back in and asked, "Hey, when you guys going to be here? You going to be here at 8 on, not this Friday, the next Friday?"
Eastern,
I mean, for all I
Central,
know,
or
he
Pacific?
could ghost us too. So you know what I mean.
Eastern, Central, Pacific.
8 o'clock Eastern.
Bet.
But I got his name. Let's see.
Is he gonna pull a rap? Was it Rapid? What was his name?
It was the smartest person alive, dude. That guy, that troll.
His name is PhD.
No Hands PhD.
So this is the name of the guy. He sent me the name of the guy, Eric Vandermoot. You can look him up. He's pretty easy to find. It's a pretty unique name. There ain't a lot of Vandermoots running around.
Sounds German. He's superior.
He teaches at a Podunk college. But that's okay. I don't judge.
Well, he could be Austrian too.
Could be Danish. I don't know.
Doesn't matter. The mothership is on its way here. The aliens are coming.
Thank God. Maybe they could fucking deal with things better than we can.
Teaches in Florida.
What are you talking about, Brandon? If aliens show up from a distant place, they're going to act like locusts once they get here. What do you mean deal with things better?
Indio. He teaches in Florida.
Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah.
All right, on his LinkedIn.
Brandon, what if they believe in eugenics?
Eugenics. Well, America deals in eugenics.
What if they only want like the fittest and the brightest, and they're gonna off everybody else?
Honestly, there
What
aren't
if they're
many
like, we're
people
taking it over, but only the prime humans? What if they're like Nazi aliens?
All right, so
that would be interesting. That would. I was actually okay.
it is. Just looking at his LinkedIn. So he's PhD for probably science, but he specializes in software development.
Oh, wait.
So astronomy wasn't doing anything for him, I guess.
He said he runs the telescope at his college or something. That's kind of a small college. It's probably just like anybody that wanted to do it. Anyone in the faculty want to run the telescope? Me. I watch Star Wars.
Yeah, that actually sounds like a pretty sick gig, though. That sounds fun.
Look, man, there were a lot of stupid people running around, and I fully admit I include myself there. So,
Well, I mean, Brandon, you have cerebral palsy, man. They're gonna like anyone with like a disability. They're gonna off all them first.
I'd be gone. Yeah, I know that. If so, Nazi aliens, yeah, I'm definitely going.
Nazi aliens with a Nazi ideology.
I'm definitely
Using
gone.
eugenics.
Check
I'm
out his
definitely
skills.
dead.
His skills in LinkedIn I posted.
No, it doesn't even matter if I have skills or anything. They'd kill me simply for being disabled.
I don't know, bro. Maybe they might have like weirdo syndrome and they might probe you first.
And again, they could also come down and go, poof, you're cured.
Or that. Things are looking up.
It's probably just more likely that they'll just try to kill everybody and make everybody crippled. So then you're like, everybody will be where you're at. So, bring everyone down.
I wouldn't want that. Hell no, fuck that.
They're aliens. What the hell? Doesn't matter what you want.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Gerp, where we at? Gerp, where we at? Save them from the aliens.
Well, just off a geographical look of a map, those being shown in that video aren't those aren't the oil rigs that are being shown in the video.
Really?
That's not the habitat in the Hill House. Because he's showing the two closest. He's showing the two closest oil rigs to the shore, and those are not 9 miles away. I mean, you can just tell by the zoom of the camera. If it was 9 miles away, you'd have to zoom the camera in a lot more to get that close up.
Let me stop you right
of
there.
a picture.
I already posted in the chat the measurement and it exactly matches. So I'm not sure what you're looking at, but I went ahead and posted it for you. Because we've had people say this before. Oh, that's fake. That's not real. Those numbers are false.
No, I'm not saying that's not real. I'm saying that
Well, look at the chat.
the two oil rigs that are closest to the shore, where he could actually see them, because like a camera zooming in 9 miles is kind of.
Can you look at the chat?
Hold on.
Yeah.
We don't need aliens to stop killing people. Humans do it just fine.
Yeah, the aliens are actually preventing us from nuclear war.
The two oil rigs I'm looking at on the map correlate exactly to what's being shown in the video, which aren't the Hill House and the habitat.
No.
The other oil rigs that are further out, that are the Hill House.
Can you take a screenshot?
Yeah, I'll
take a
show you.
screenshot.
I've posted everything for you, dude. I don't know what the problem is, really.
We'll find out when we get the screenshot.
There's two types of flat earther. The malicious type and the ignorant type. Which type are you?
Strong silent type.
It's a false dichotomy.
Here, who do I send it to?
Longer, I would not advise to try and run interference. That will be bad for your stay here.
Who do I send the photograph to?
I mean, you can DM. If you can't post in the chat, you can DM.
I just DM'd Creation Bear.
Okay, CB, post them up.
So it'd be the Hogan oil rig, and this one just says oil platform. I'm sure this is where you're talking about.
Zoom in, I
This
think
is
you'll.
off the coast of Santa Barbara.
The one that says oil platform is he'll have.
And that's not 9 miles off the coast, though. That's like maybe 3 or 4 miles up the coast.
That's 6 miles, I think.
I don't believe that's.
We need a distance from the camera, not just off the coast.
You're looking at the wrong beach, dude. You have the wrong. You see that pin you dropped at Carpinteria Beach? That's the wrong location.
It's
station
460. You idiot. Lucas's farm's on the other side of town.
Miramar.
Yeah, you're way off, dude.
Not really. It's literally like 15 miles north.
Yeah, go on a date, and when you don't show up, and she calls you, and you go, oh, "Well, I was almost there. I was 15 miles north." See how that goes.
So I experienced very well that flat earthers often speak about measurements, right? But at the same time, a lot of them.
Yeah, we're not the topic, dude.
Oh, okay.
We aren't the topic.
Ah, yeah, that one. Okay. Yeah, I'm just flooding the chat then. Okay.
Notice how you came in and talked about us instead of actual evidence. Doesn't matter what we do or think or whatever. Doesn't matter what we do or what we think or anything like that. That's not evidence of what the Earth is it?
There is nothing like mind-independent knowledge in the end. There's nothing like that. Nobody defines knowledge like that.
Mind independent knowledge is an oxymoron.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
If you believe in George Washington, then you know it. Actually, okay.
I believe in server mute. Well, while this guy's doing his research, you want to do it with somebody else? Okay then.
So with the research that I did, it shows that basically it's an optical illusion where the horizon appears to be further, like behind the habitat, and they have another photograph of it showing that it's actually in front of it. It's just that because of atmospheric, I think it's fracturing. Is that what it's called?
So he's finally giving up the ghost.
So because of the atmospheric refraction, it's
I
showing.
liked it better when you called it refracture.
Y'all are baked, bro.
So it's not geometric then, right?
Well, I'll try to send another photograph of the same exact thing that's shot in another day.
Yeah, but that's also beyond the supposed geometric limitations of the 3959 ball.
Are all the planets we see in the sky flat too? What are your guys' thoughts on that? Like genuinely, like what?
Well, to go on that
Hold on,
thing,
the problem.
it's funny that you see different constellations from the southern and the north hemisphere.
Yeah, what's funny is when he uses the word planet, he prefaces it with other.
Well, yeah, I see. Like, you know how they say like there's like, you know, like the planets in the sky, right?
Like what I'm trying to say is you're just assuming that we're standing on one of those.
Yeah, let's not chase that.
Well, that's what you said. Other planets. That's what he implied.
I assume it would be like the same as all of those floating around.
You mean
right?
the planets?
Yeah, the planets in our solar system, the ones outside of them.
Well, now you're seeding in your wishful thinking. Yeah, dude, you're just
sort of. We're talking.
Well, I was trying to see. I was just trying to ask you.
Yeah, person, you can wait. You can wait until we finish with Yerp, and then you can ask your question about those things.
Yeah, you're confused, so I'll address you in the side chat. What's your name? Yeah, that's the third parachuter.
So you're giving up that the horizon, it's physical now?
These nuts.
So I just sent another photograph of the Hill House that's shot on another day, where it clearly shows the horizons in front of it.
Right. So what? The horizon moves from day to day?
No, it's atmospheric refraction.
So what I'm saying? So what you're saying that is the horizon is not a physical thing
No, it's just
boats go over then.
What you have there is what you posted, or the video shows an optical illusion where it looks like the horizon is further from
Right.
where the actual object is sitting.
So again, the horizon is not physical; it's optical, and it could move from way back there to closer up, and it does.
No,
doesn't matter.
it didn't move. It just
it didn't move.
An optical. It's an
so
optical
it's not
illusion where you.
So it's not over there in the back.
No, it's in front of it.
Oh, so it's in front of it, but it shows up behind it.
It just looks like because of basically the bending of the light of the ocean behind it is making it seem like there's more ocean to be seen than there actually is.
So not physical, just an illusion.
It's an illusion, yeah.
Right. So the horizon is always an illusion because you would have at least seen two. Oh, so it's not always an illusion. It's just an illusion when it decides to be.
It's just dependent on atmospheric light and.
So when do we actually see the physical one? Because if it's not the one in the back there, and sometimes it's in front of it and sometimes it's not, when do we actually see the horizon?
I mean, it's easier to basically see the horizon on a ship where you're like in the ocean,
but
not on
again,
the shore.
The horizon is moving from day to day, hour to hour.
No,
actually,
not day to day. It's dependent on where you're at.
No, it moves daily.
No, it's dependent on where you're at.
No, it moves daily.
How does it move daily? I'm confused.
Yeah, you can see that happening with what is that that time lapse we have? Everybody, what's the name of it?
Skunk Bay.
Yeah, Skunk Bay. The horizon moves back and forth depending on weather conditions. So, when do we actually see the physical one? Only when you decide, oh yeah, that's the physical one because it's in front of it.
That's not how it works, but I mean.
So when do we actually see the physical one?
What's that hyperlapse called? I'm going to look it up right now. I've never seen this one.
Skunk Bay. It's a GIF that that used to get posted all the time. You may have to go to the home server to find it in a file. I'm not sure.
I mean, when he went up to 35 feet of elevation, you could see more of it. So I mean, that kind of proves my point.
Well,
He's at a higher elevation, so now he can see more of the object that's further away.
That's without you realizing it. That's more of a flat Earth argument.
No, I mean that's just
what we're looking for. What we're looking for is the Earth. What we're looking for is the Earth curving away at the rate that it would be curving away. How big did they say the Earth is? What is the size of the ball they give us?
Roughly like 3,900 miles in radius.
Yeah, so you were the one spitting out numbers earlier, what it should be. So let's see examples of that if you're so sure of it. Because otherwise, we're showing we have all kinds of other distances, and you go, yeah, that checks out. That's what we would expect on a ball.
How much refraction is there actually? What's the index of refraction on that image?
Hold on, let me take a photograph of this really fast for you.
I mean, the boat's going over a curve is a weird chant. Anyone who makes it seems to me that they've not never, but they haven't often observed what goes on at the horizon at the beach with boats and other things. It seems like it's just red because if you're actually out at the beach, you see all kinds of things that negate the idea that the Earth is curving away at such a near distance. You can see this. I guarantee. Have you made these observations yourself, Europe, or are you just regurgitating them? Because there's a new wave of you guys that are showing us the black swan and saying, "Yep, this is evidence of the globe," and none of them will give me the origins of the school except for Grok or AI or whatever the hell's on Google.
I just sent you like another photograph of that same video.
Yeah, have you gone out? Have you gone out to the beach and checked things out yourself?
I've been on a ship, my guy. I've seen other ships travel away from me and disappear.
Yeah.
Effect.
Okay. Have you ever noticed this at dusk? You can see a boat disappear on the horizon. Yeah. Wait around. Okay, you've seen that. Wait around.
Boats disappear on the horizon.
Okay. And now, have you seen this? As it gets darker and darker, that boat turns its light on, and all of a sudden, this boat that you thought had gone over the curve, there its light is shining right in your eye. And guess what else you can? Have you ever noticed that?
I've never seen that because
you've never been at the beach. Are you scared of the dark? So no, I'm not even finished. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Sure, man.
So you'll see a boat disappear at dusk, going out to sea, a fishing boat. And then it turns its light on. Voila, there it is. And sometimes you can see boats when they turn their lights on that are way beyond that boat. So this idea that boats go over a curve, it's sort of a childish chant at this point. And it tells me you're just regurgitating this shit. No, I'll film it the next time. I'll film it the next time I'm there. But I'm encouraging you to do the same thing because what I'm finding out is you've been on a ship But I'm just saying, have you gone out and made a lot of these observations? Because what you're doing now is just nuh-ing and regurgitating shit.
Well, I mean, you're just doing subjective evidence as I have.
Okay, I know you are, but what am I?
I said you're doing subjective evidence.
I've asked you if you've made any of these observations, and you say I've been on a ship.
I don't really go on the deck when it's like.
Yeah, I know. You're probably curled up in a ball underneath a table. I get it.
There's no need.
That's what I'm saying. Go to the beach at night. Have a nice little campfire with your friends. Play the boombox. Live a little.
Yeah, I've seen.
Play soccer. Watch out for a karate club on dirt bikes. Just do your thing.
I've seen sailboats that are far out that I only can see the top of the sail. So,
yeah, I mean, so have I. And I said, I've seen boats disappear. I've seen boats disappear. Before they disappeared, I could only see the top of them. Then it gets dark. They turn their light back on. And then you can see boats beyond that. So just get out more.
So, I mean, if someone shot a laser
your example of the sailboat. So why don't you just provide an example where you have a distance demarcation of that boat? And it should be, you're telling us it's because that's happening because the boat's going over curve. So just find an example of that.
So if there's a wall in front of you, right, and someone's on the other side of the wall and they shoot a laser up in the sky, you're not going to see the laser because they're behind the wall.
Yeah, when the bat signal goes up in the sky, yeah, you can see it. If you're shooting it in a cloud or something like that. But you're not shooting it into the sky. You're shooting it across horizontally over the sea.
If someone is far away behind a wall and they shoot a laser up, you're going to still see the laser. Just the same if you shoot a light up, you're going to see the light.
Okay, and if you collect cans, you can turn them in for a nickel or a dime, whatever state you're in. What does this have to do with the price of rice?
No, I mean, what I'm saying is literally proving that I'm right because you're gonna still see it.
Right about what?
Even though they're blocked visually, you can still.
They're not lasers, dude. They're lamps on the deck of a little fishing boat.
Bro.
Yeah, they are, bro. No, dude. No, I hate to break it to you. They're not spotlights. They're little lamps on the deck of little red lamps or green lamps or white lamps. Get out more.
All right, I want to hear you explain how when the sun goes over the horizon, you can't see the sun anymore, and then it's still light out, right? The light's still like here's
something else you can see.
And when it goes all the way down,
I'll explain. Well, here's something you can do. Also at dusk at the beach, maybe you turn into a pumpkin. I don't know, but I've watched the sunset into the sea like a calendar. Disappear, zoom in with my camera and see the sun light reflecting off the surface of the water in the distance. Have you ever done that?
What happens when it passes a couple hours and the moon comes above you and there's no more light besides moonlight?
Well, last night, dude, I was looking at the moon and the sunset at the same time. So what does the moon have to do with it?
Yeah, it's a lunar anomaly, but I'm saying like
a lunar anomaly. No, you don't get outside much, do you?
You
Stop
watch
gaming.
The moon and the sun set at the same place.
I watched the moon and I watched. Is that what I said?
You watched the moon.
I said I was looking at the moon, and over my right shoulder, I could see the sun still setting.
Yeah, dude.
It was dark. And there was still light in the sky in the distance.
Do you see the moon all the time throughout the day?
Not every day.
Oh.
But recently, this past week I have.
Yeah. The solar system exists, man.
What does this have to do with Earth being flat?
Thank you, Neil. Solar system exists, man. Okay, at least we got off the boat scoring over.
You saw the sun set. You still saw a little glimmer of a light, and then a couple hours passed. And
the lights in the sky. There's no solar system.
Dude,
Earth's flat. Game over.
Touch grass, dude.
No, I touch grass pretty daily, man.
You're insane.
Well, you're calling things that I see on the regular anomalous.
How are lights in how does the solar system not exist?
You watch the moon and the sunset. That's very subjective.
Yeah, that was last night.
Yeah, they both went down at the same time. They're both
No,
like
the moon
on
was
the edge of
above
the
me.
horizon.
The moon was above
Oh,
me,
so
and I was
the moon
watching,
was above you. Okay.
and the sky was still lit in the distance. Yes.
And then a couple hours passed, and you didn't see any more sunlight.
Yeah, it took a long time. Took like an hour and 15 minutes.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah, that would suggest that the sun's still traveling over the plane in the distance. It does make sense, doesn't it?
So what does the other side of the Earth look like? Or from a flat Earth perspective, is it just flat below you? Like you're just on like a little like
Well,
disc,
see,
like a plate?
that's the problem. You've equated flat Earth with an object being suspended in this nether region of outer space that you heliocentrists are obsessed with. Yeah, you are. You're implying that there is an under.
So we're in Minecraft.
Well, or some sort of giant terrarium. Call it what you want. I don't know what's underneath Minecraft. I don't play the game. I've only watched people play it. Anyways, dude, yeah, flat Earth, just because we're saying flat Earth doesn't mean that the Earth is an object, a disk suspended in outer space. That outer space story was provided by the globe ideal, like the ideology that
I
Earth
also
is a
want to
globe.
ask this because you're a very
And the
good
Earth
source.
is the same thing as the sun and this moon.
You're a good source, so I want to know like what do people that believe in the globe get from it? Like what do they sell T-shirts or something and they make a lot of money?
Yeah, they sell T-shirts. They have them all living in fear that the Earth is dying, and they've turned them all into bootlickers. Yeah, they've turned them into bootlickers that say, "Daddy, government, come save me! Humans are killing the planet. Help us!" And then next thing you know, you're lining your shoes up in the streets for redistribution.
What does the Earth have to do with being round or flat with like the Earth, like people saying the Earth is dying and stuff?
Well, because if the Earth isn't a dying planet, then it is what you see it to be, a thriving realm of existence. Nothing's wrong with the Earth.
And then what does that correlate to round or flat?
Well, then all these ideas that you're poisoning the water, there's scarcity of resources, you can't use your electricity on this day, you can only wash your car tomorrow, this side of the street does this, that side of the street does that, then the next thing you know, they'll have it marching in the street.
I'm so confused. Where can you link this to flat?
Yeah, I know. You haven't connected the dots. Yes.
Connect the dots.
If the Earth isn't a ball hurtling through outer space, orbiting a dying sun that's going to explode in 50 billion years, then their whole story of global warming and climate crisis and there's no water, the rainforests are dying. Yes, people wear T-shirts that say the rainforest is dying. You're a horrible human being because you're killing the rainforest.
And I still think that would exist with a flat Earth, would it, or no?
Dude.
If everyone believed that the Earth was flat, like, would that not happen?
Okay.
You think?
If we're not on a ball, okay.
Tracking.
Are you listening?
I'm tracking.
If we're not on a ball, then this idea that oil is limited and we must shift to electricity, that whole idea is null and void.
How?
What he's saying is once you validate the measurements, there is no more solar system. It's over. It's a fairy tale.
Yeah, because this is drifting into why would they lie territory.
No, but I'm not saying that you're wrong about that.
Yes, they sell T-shirts.
Oh yeah.
Even though you were being a smartass, yes, they sell T-shirts.
How does this translate into the Earth being? If that's the case, what does that have to do with the Earth being round or flat? They could still say the same exact thing. They could still sell T-shirts about the forest dying if it's flat. Doesn't really like.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, but you would be lying then.
Oh, what? Forest is dying. The forest is dying. You're selling a T-shirt. Regardless if the Earth is round, flat, square.
Forget about that.
That's the thing. The forest isn't dying.
No, I don't believe the forest is dying. I feel like it's probably thriving, honestly.
There you go. So why do they have people saying global warming? deforestation, rainforest dying. You're probably too young for the rainforest dying craze.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm 23.
They have little maniacs like, listen, they have little maniacs like Greta Thunberg who put these little brainworms in your head, and here you are repeating them.
No, I got to correct you. It's not that. There's global emergency now. They call it global emergency.
Yeah,
not even warming anymore.
That would be a flat emergency if they said the Earth was flat. It doesn't.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. What does that have to
there's
do
no
with anything?
emergency. That's the whole.
I never said there was an emergency. I said I agree with you. I don't think the Earth is heating up.
Okay, then all the false alarms.
That's what he's trying to tell you. Sorry.
Yeah,
on a globe, there is an emergency.
All the false alarms and fear mongering. Listen, dude, all the false alarms and fear mongering are now just nothing.
I think I'm
puffs in
missing
the wind. Yeah,
I think you are. I don't think that it would change anything if the Earth was flat. If they were saying these things, how would it change? Tell me, because the Earth.
How do they get oil prices?
We still drill for oil if the Earth is flat.
And how do they get the prices?
What's up?
How do they get the oil prices?
Based on how much is there and how much we have in.
How much is available? Okay.
Yeah.
If the Earth is just a little ball in space that they show in the books orbiting the sun,
cartoons that they show in the
there's limited places that they can drill for oil. If the Earth isn't that ball, that whole scarcity of oil thing, that game goes away.
So do you think the Earth is endless or something? Like,
no, I have no idea.
We don't know.
I mean, I could ask you. Do you think the outer space is endless? And you would proudly state it's ever expanding.
I actually don't know that, bro. I really do not know. I actually genuinely do not know about that. I don't know about space.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know of the entirety of the Earth what it is.
Okay, so we both can agree on that. Like, if we don't know if it's finite or if it's infinite, then how are we going to say that? Like, if regardless of the Earth was flat or round, no one knows.
Then you go back to the server topic and say, is the Earth's surface curving to create a ball?
If it is or isn't, bro, people still don't know if the Earth is endless or if it's. They could say if it was flat that it's not endless. They could say they could manipulate the story either way and say that. Okay,
now they get to wonder about reality.
No,
they don't get to wonder. They don't get to wonder about the endlessness of outer space.
If they say the Earth is flat, they can say there's this much finite land that we can drill from, or maybe there's only oil in this certain place, and now we've ran out. They can still make up the story that you're.
Forget about all the nonsense. Forget about all of that.
That's say not Earth nonsense. Is a globe. It's social.
You say Earth is a globe. Give me your measurements of your globe.
I already did. It's roughly 3,900 feet in radius, bro.
That was all taken from a flat plane. Measured the height of a mountain off a flat plane. That's where all your measurements are coming from. You cannot get any other measurement unless it's dealing with a flat plane of reference. When you say height, when you say distance, when you say measurement.
There's no need to get upset, man. It's okay. We're chilling. I'm just saying that the social issues that you're claiming that only exist if the Earth is round,
Nirvana is not for this world. Yeah, Nirvana is not for this world. Yeah, people can always lie.
Yeah, exactly.
But it'll be a lie.
Flat, they would just lie and say that
be a lie
there's only
exposed.
This much finite space.
It'll be the grandest of all grand lies exposed.
Do you think the Earth will be exposed as being flat in the next 100 years, or do you think
it has?
We do not care. Okay, but not a lot of people believe that. Not a lot of people believe that, though. I still think people would be in denial. Regardless if it was said that the Earth was flat, the Earth was said to be flat,
and that's what it will take. Denial.
Exactly, and people will still think that there's a scarcity of resources. And either way, yeah, exactly. So
people cheat at Scrabble.
Okay, and you keep bringing up these nonsensical arguments that really don't have anything.
That's because you refuse to talk about the curvature of the Earth.
What curvature of the Earth? Maybe you're making an error.
But still, bro.
Well, he's the one talking about boats going over curve.
Okay, you're going back to that, but you're saying that they use it like to make money. But I'm asking how and like why would it be different?
No, dude, they use it. They use it for every which way they can, from T-shirts to mind control.
I could see this. This is what I could see. I could agree with you that if like them using outer space to make money, that is 100% real, right? That is a 100% fact, right? Because there's lots of funds given to them. They sell T-shirts about NASA. Like NASA's a shitty.
Yeah, so the merch sales would make it worth the money.
Right.
They probably dwarf what professional sports make. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, 100. No, they definitely do for sure.
So what do you do?
So you're asking us why would they lie? For real?
But I mean, I didn't say why would they lie. I said that I think the same problems would exist if the Earth was flat because they'd have like a flat Earth type of organization that got a shit ton of funding. I mean, same goes for both sides. Like,
okay, well that's fine. Shift all the problems of the globe world onto the flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, I never said that. I just said that the government's a bunch of liars, and they would still make up a whole thing to make money off of either the Earth being round or flat. So
I tell you what, you wouldn't have to worry about is a freaking meteor hitting you or an asteroid.
Yeah, but they're not making money off of that.
Destroy the world like it did the dinosaur.
That's the thing that I don't get because they don't make money off of that shit.
Well, someone's selling insurance on it.
Someone's selling insurance on an asteroid hitting the Earth. What are you going to get, like asteroid insurance? There's no such thing, man.
Well, I think you guys are confusing asteroids with your meteorites.
Or meteorites, whatever, man.
Meteorites, comets,
any type of foreign object hitting the Earth, like there's no insurance being sold for that. I mean, you assume that your whole life.
Well, here's one thing that would change. Like Neil said, you don't have to worry about that anymore.
Exactly. And then how are they making?
You might get something spewing from a volcano or someone a toilet from a airplane in the sky.
My whole point is, what is the economical gain that they're getting from the Earth being round? I mean, if they said it was flat tomorrow and they said, "Oh, we have all the scientific research,"
it's the oil that runs the whole machine, dude.
Yeah, exactly. And they'd still
it's the oil that gels all the. It's the oil that gels all the parts together.
And they would still say there's only a finite bit of oil. Like they're not going to. No one's going to be able to prove.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Let the next generation deal with that whopper of a lie. Exactly. This is now.
So it is. Why would they lie? I am right.
It's not why would they lie. I'm just saying that.
What do they have to gain from why?
You're just rephrasing it. You're just rephrasing it. In your heart, you want to know, why was I taught this in school? What would it gain?
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
Be flat? I don't understand.
But you still haven't proved to me what economical gain
this
or
is
what gain
also,
are they getting.
dude, time out. This is all.
Can I tell him economical gain only? Economical gain is this. He will present you the movie for $1 billion and he will put in pocket $49 billion. Okay? He will show you the movies and spend $1 billion for that movies, but he will put in pocket 49, telling you that he spent on equipment. Okay?
Nah, he's going to say that they can make movies, fantasy movies like that, if the Earth is flat too, right?
That's a good point, Sasha. That's a good point, Sasha. They're making low-budget movies while having access to the biggest budget.
Let's put it like this. There is a budget of NASA. How many movies they can make with, let's say, $2 billion, and how much will left if they spend $2 billion?
And Yurt, if this is still you sound like all the other ones.
Yeah.
All of academia, and you know the prices of tuition have skyrocketed to the point of insanity at this point. That's the whole skeleton frame of their story. Is you're a piece of pond scum who doesn't matter, and you're on a ball hurtling through space. We're going to drill this through your head even further, very specifically in some in some topics, depending on what you choose to study. I'm not saying that there aren't good things you can learn in school, but the whole frame of academia is this outer space mythology, and it makes a lot of money. And it gets money from the government.
And this is my rebuttal. They would do the same thing if the Earth was flat. They would say,
let them try. That's like I said. That's for the next the generation, 2 generations from now. Let them sort that out.
Let's give him another information. What is the economical? Just a second. What is the economical gain if somebody earning more than video games, music industry, and movie industry together? What is the economical gain?
Yeah, and what would the economical gain be when they?
He doesn't understand your facetiousness.
They would say the same exact things, bro. They would just find another thing to make money off of.
Yeah, why would they lie? Repackage.
That's the best way to make money, man. That's the most best way to make money.
I think the Earth being flat and that the outside world is unknown is a way better way to make money. 100%.
Sasha, why are you falling for this, Sasha?
Yo, hold on. You guys, hold on. Pump the brakes a second here. Okay, can you say why you think that? Why would you think that making money is the ultimate goal? And how would the flat Earth side be making more money compared to
100% would be? I didn't say making more money. I'd say making the same exact money, or maybe more.
Okay, how so?
Because that is a lot more interesting than the Earth being like for sure. Okay, them being like, okay, the Earth is for sure round. This is how everything is. Makes less money than them being like the Earth is flat and we have no fucking idea what the fuck we're talking about, and then everyone's just like, shit, let's make a whole bunch of movies about all of this shit. If you're saying they're making money off of movies, they're gonna make money off of like just the unknown about the Earth
they
being
couldn't.
flat
They couldn't do
actually
that.
being round. It would make
They
way
couldn't
more
do
money.
that
And all the
because
same
they
problems
do
still
know.
exist. They would still say there's a finite amount of land that they can draw oil on. They said that the rainforests are dying. They would still have all the same social construct issues if the Earth was flat than if it was.
You know why?
The same
Why
exact
don't you
thing.
shut up for 1 second? You know why they can't? Because we'd be able to travel it. We can't go into outer space, but everybody can travel the Earth.
Okay, Neil, let me get this one.
I was hoping able to do any of that.
I was hoping he was going to go into like Lord of the Rings or Pirates of the Caribbean or something like that. But instead, I mean, like at what point?
You
like
set him up for that.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to hope for, that he'd have like some kind of entertainment value. Like the latest Pirates of the Caribbean movie, they sail off the edge of the earth and go into another world. Or in Lord of the Rings, like Middle Earth is a flat disc. Or like the what do you call Discworld, Terry Pratchett Discworld. Or you've got Thor in Marvel. His world he comes from, Asgard, is a flat world. So I was hoping he would have some kind of way of advancing these space mythos and including his concept of a disc in space, his heliocentric disc in space.
Not even in space, man. They could make more money off of space not even being a thing, and them just being like, I don't know what the fuck it is. We never went to space, and like, that would make a shit ton of more money, bro. Because they could just play off the fact of the unknown that's like around us.
Okay, well, everyone's going to be rich in the future, thanks to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Awesome.
If you want to go down,
sounds great.
If you want to go down that,
and you said all the same problems were going to exist. Well, it sounds like everyone's going to be rich.
No, all the same problems will still exist. If they're still saying there's a finite amount of oil, there's a finite amount of clean water, like all these things, all these problems still exist, then they're going to be able to make money off of it.
Yeah, let the future people who have their head pulled out of their ass sort those problems out then.
Okay.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
As they used to say.
You're globe proof.
It sounds like he's conceded that the Earth is flat.
I never said that. I just said that I went down the line of thinking that the same problems would exist if the Earth was flat around.
Well, they told you quite the opposite.
Your measurements.
They told you the opposite.
No.
Yeah, they told you the opposite, that if on a globetard, these problems would have vanished because people would have started working together and solving the big issues. They told you it was called the overview effect, which is why you got Earth Day, National Earth Day. They got people cleaning up the roads. You had
that was
EPA.
The Earth was flat.
The EP no, it wasn't. The EPA was directly. You're not listening. The EPA was made by Richard Nixon after political pressure from people talking about let's preserve the Earth after seeing photographs from space. So you've got these environmental problems that would exist perpetually on the flat Earth. On the globe Earth, they talk about Earth Day, they talk about EPA, they talk about reducing forever chemicals. But yet, what has changed? In the 50-something years since the EPA was founded, more pollution, more Superfund sites. Not less.
Yeah. Let me
and now all that happens now is
only in the cities, though.
Yeah, the cars that fail the EPA, they all show up at the same building every day and they rev their engines all day long. Well, in the future, we won't have that problem.
Well, I just want to rebuttal to what Crit was saying. Well,
there's no rebuttal, dude. You'd have to call up the EPA and ask them how come they're rejecting the globe model.
First, I'm going to ask, what do you think is above the Earth or surrounds the Earth? Do you think?
No, what we're talking about here, that you said there's not a dime difference between the flat Earth and globe Earth. I just told you on the globe Earth, you've got a massive upswell of environmental movements. You had a massive upswell of peace movements, nuclear disarmament. You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. Nuclear disarmament was important because they said, let's get it right. Anything is possible in the globe model. Just imagine it. Your imagination is the absolute limit in the heliocentric model. So their talking point was somewhere out there in the universe, there's a version of us out there that got it right, that was able to nuclear disarm before mutually assured destruction. Somewhere that happened.
Why do you have to scream, bro?
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen here on Earth because it's possible. But what you got instead is a heliocentric model,
bro. Why are you screaming?
That offers endless possibilities.
He's screaming, bro. Why is he screaming?
You've got a heliocentric model. You've got a heliocentric model that offers endless possibilities, and nothing is possible at the same time. Therefore, that's your difference between a globe Earth and a flat Earth. On the flat Earth, you've got no change, no effect. It doesn't matter. We are ever marching towards mutually assured destruction. On the globe Earth, you've got EPA, you've got peace movements, you've got Earth Day, you've got endless perpetual change. Now what we can do is look back at the last 50 years of data and evaluate what happened and why.
Well, Haas basically disagreed with you. He said that everything would be better if the Earth was flat.
No, he was mocking you. He was mocking
said that?
you.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't.
Yeah, he was mocking you.
I never said that.
I asked if this is what I asked. I said, would there still be an economical gain from them saying the Earth is flat or not? And he said no, because there wouldn't be any of these like the rainforest is dying, that like fuel is running out and stuff like that. He said that wouldn't exist.
Yeah, all those lies can be shed. People, there's still going to be sorrow tomorrow. I also said Nirvana is not for this world. Someone's going to stub their toe tomorrow.
So you agree that? But he just said that all of these problems would be worse.
It's the human condition, but it'll give people a fighting chance to know they're not evolved amoeba pond scum struck by lightning 10 trillion years ago, hurtling through an outer space. They won't. People used to get upset about the rainforest.
Yeah, and it puts you in creator mode. Hold on, forget about that. It puts you where there's a creator now.
He just said,
who knows what the future holds?
Haas, do you think that God or like a higher power exists?
Dude, you are off-topic supreme today.
No, I'm not. Because you just said that people would.
What is
think
this?
That they're scum. That they didn't think they would be like.
Yeah. What are you acknowledging? Are you acknowledging that if people weren't lightning-struck pond scum, that they're created?
Right.
No,
it's a big bang.
I'm just saying.
No God.
I believe in God. I believe that we were created, but I don't think that the evolution theory is a real thing. So you're kind of like a
okay. Well, you're in the minority of globe believers then.
Yep.
I think a lot of people that believe in the club believe in God and that they were created and not. I mean, I talk to a lot of people that are.
So how do you read your Bible, and how do you fit that in?
But you're
How do
saying
you
that
fit
most,
a
you're
ball
going to say
fitting in
that
a
Darwin was all wet.
in the Bible?
most
How do you
most
fit
of the
that in?
1.5 billion Christians are all flat earthers? Like, I'm confused.
No, they're not. And that's the problem in the
Okay,
church.
so they actually, what you're saying is wrong, because you just said that most people that believe that they were created don't think that the Earth is round.
Yeah, well,
No,
I
when you
mean,
come- Let me
the
answer.
the Catholic Church has them thinking they were created via pawn scrum struck by lightning.
Exactly.
How? They believe in the
I don't know. Ask
God
them.
creating them. That doesn't make any sense. That's
Call
not
the
true.
Pope. I don't know what to tell
Talking
you.
about. I went to Catholic school. That's what they taught you.
Undeniably false.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's I'm just saying that a lot of people who are churchgoers still believe in the evolution fairy
They do
tale.
not believe in evolution.
Yes, they do. I freaking argue with my
Many do.
son every
All I'm
night.
saying is
that
many do.
literally contradicts the whole point of religion. Like, religion
Dude,
is
I went
supposed
to
to be
Catholic
a
school.
higher.
They taught me.
All right,
me creation. They taught me God created us, and then the next page they were teaching me evolution. What are you talking
How does
about?
that make sense, bro?
It
That
doesn't.
even
And I
make
knew it as a little kid. It didn't make sense.
No, because literally when I was in
Are
church
you
as a
doubting?
kid,
Listen, time out. Are
I
you
was told I
doubting
was
that's what's
created.
being taught?
That's not what's being
I'm
taught,
just.
because I know.
I'm asking you. Are you
Yes, it
doubting
is.
that's what's being taught,
Religion
or are you just
literally-
saying that's not so?
Religion, specifically Christian, Muslim, any type of religion like that, completely contradicts the fact of evolution. It literally contradicts it to a extreme point, like actually way more extreme than anything else. Because
Okay, let me ask you this: what about the schools? What about academia? One of the big money makers. Are they on board with the Darwin?
Yeah, I don't care if it's a Catholic school or not. They teach
This
evolution.
is one of those questions where he doesn't like the answer.
No, because in his mind, it doesn't make any sense. But
yeah,
that's what they're teaching in school.
In academia, in the colleges across this country, and the high schools, and go down the line, are they teaching evolution?
To some degree, but it contradicts what the Bible says.
Okay, that I guarantee even down at TCU they're talking about evolution.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hand in hand with the ball. Yeah, it's weird that you pretend that no one believes in evolution anymore. I mean, come on.
That's what they say. God, the Big Bang is God said, "Let there be light." That was the Big Bang right there. And they teach right on from there. Evolution.
Well,
I deal with my son every night at the dinner table with this evolution shit.
So when
I can't remember the name, but even one of those.
So when God created Adam and Eve, that's evolution.
Even one of those scientists said we just need one miracle for it all to start.
I just want to know: is Adam and Eve evolution, or God creating them?
No, that's creation. That's the whole point.
So that's not evolution. I'm just confused. You're saying that you just said it was a Big Bang, and which correlates to evolution.
Oh my goodness!
It says God created Adam.
Did your high school teach you? Did your high school teach you evolution?
Adam before he created the earth.
Pull it out of him like a teeth.
I know, but
the earth first. Oh, read Genesis.
He created the sun. He created everything, and then it says that he created a human, which is
okay. Did your high school or college teach you evolution?
Did God? Okay, I just want to ask this: did God say?
Did your high school teach you evolution?
Did God say He created microbacteria that turned into a human? I don't remember that in the Bible. I really don't remember that.
Oh, because we gave it a fancy word. You think that's something?
Oh, okay. So that's what we're gonna go off.
Yeah, let's get back on topic. Okay, we went a little off topic there. Yeah, dude, everyone gets it.
That's a good off topic, at least.
The Bible. Yeah, the Bible is entwined into the heliocentric model. Everyone knows this. It's right from the very beginning.
Really?
The Catholic.
I thought it was more leaning towards flat.
The Catholic Church rolled out the heliocentric model, and they used their God as a baseline for why that is. And you can read the very first book. The very first book ever written about heliocentric was written by Copernicus. He called it the heavenly bodies. He entwined the model with theology, namely the firmament. The firmament was right outside of Saturn. It was a glass sphere, and the stars were dots on that sphere. He named the planets after Greek and Roman gods and goddesses. The whole thing. He's in the book. If you read the book, he says the model, the heliocentric model, proves God of the Bible. Simply because that the model has perfect circles and perfect spheres with perfect circular orbits. These things don't exist in nature. A perfect circle and a perfect sphere do not exist in nature. Therefore, the heliocentric model is supernatural. And since then, it's gotten worse, not better. People have doubled and tripled and quadrupled down till contemporary, you've got a Big Bang. Like, what the hell is that? So a destruction event, an explosion creates things, and they say, yeah, God of the Bible. That's George Montre, an ordained Catholic priest, came up with the idea of Big Bang. The astronauts. You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention again. The astronauts, before every launch, they pray to God. When they land Perseverance on Mars, they said they gave the glory to God. They said, what made this possible? In the NASA sport, it's not about what I believe; it's what they believe. Inside their worldview, the Bible and the globe are so deeply entwined, you can't separate them.
Well, this guy just played off of the Earth being part of, or the Bible being part of the Big Bang, which is definitely not a flat Earth belief.
No, part of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, but
so what you're drawing here is how would you separate heliocentric from the Catholic Church?
How we got here is he said that if the Earth was flat, then people wouldn't believe that they were like scum that was created from bacteria. So I'm playing off of three people's
what you need to what you could play off is how did you separate heliocentric from the Catholic Church? What did you do to the heliocentric model to remove it from the Catholic Church?
Because the Bible literally goes off of the assumption that it's flat, because they say four corners of the earth. They use verbiage all the time in the Bible that basically says the earth is flat.
So can I say one thing, please? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No,
I mean, he didn't really answer your question, which was good. I mean, I just wanted to interject that, I mean, you seem unaware that this is a phenomenon that's happening in the modern day. More than one person has told you that's their personal experience. I'm another person to tell you, but you don't need to do that. I mean, you could do a little research. It's a very common kind of intellectual philosophy among Catholics today, because it's almost like they're trying to separate themselves. Because fundamentalist Protestants who follow the Bible closely would understand, that it's discussing flat and stationary Earth if they hadn't been brainwashed, by one of these characters who try to talk them out of the obvious truth that's written in there. But I mean, it's normal that a person who's trying to convert someone to a heliocentric religion, as Crit mentioned, would mix truth with falsehood, and so they're almost like prideful in a lot of modern Catholics, like, oh yeah, we're smarter than those, creationist Protestants. Like, we accept that you can have the Big Bang and God, that God created the Big Bang. That's what they're trying to tell you. Like, I mean, I could easily search it up for you and find like tons of modern Catholic authors and speakers who say this, as well as probably hundreds, if not thousands, of just ordinary, Catholics who will say this. This is what the church is. I don't understand why you're arguing about it. You obviously don't. You haven't researched it, so you don't get it.
Let's
So,
go off this line of dialogue.
why don't you ask
hold
him?
on.
You didn't answer Crit's question. You can't. I mean, I guess the reason I interjected is because it's not possible for you to answer Crit's question because you clearly are not aware of what's going on in the Catholic Church today.
A flat earther in here just said that he believes in the Big Bang. So he just said that the Bible literally fucking plays
he
into the
didn't
Big
say
Bang.
that.
That's what he said.
You misunderstood.
He said when God said, "Let there be light."
They will say that.
Hold on. You are not going to misrepresent me like that.
Thank you, Neil. Go for it.
That's what they say. That's not what I said. Okay? That's what they teach you. God said, let there be light, and that's their big bang.
Okay, so Europe is it still Europe, right? We're talking to. I was tabbed out. Okay. Yeah, I think what you're really working with here is that you should go to. This is what I did. Okay, when I first started looking at the flat Earth topic, and I was told by flat earthers that, hey, this is a Catholic Church creation myth. I'm like, BS, and they're like, no, try it. Go to a Catholic church and just ask a priest, why would you convert to Catholicism? And one of the very first talking points he said, first thing he said was that, we're the longest version of Christianity, blah, 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 right? Which is, kind of bullshit too. But the second thing he said was, we are the scientists. All the scientists of their space, all the astronauts, we got the largest telescope. Our worldview is the advancement of science and the understanding of God through science. And I was like, holy, and that was like a wake-up moment for me. I'm like, damn, these flat earthers told me exactly what this priest was going to say. Exactly. Almost word for word.
What about Christian priests?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so what did you do to Catholicism to separate it from Catholic or from Christianity?
Well, because I've talked to a lot of different preachers and all types of people in Christian churches, and I've never once said, hey, we're the leading advancement in science mixed with the Bible. Never once has that ever been said to me.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it directly goes into the question where you've got these sort of like atheist debaters trying to take on like James Tour just recently. He was like a doctorate in chemistry, had to swat away like an annoying Professor Dave, because Professor Dave thinks somehow his very layman's read, his college dropout read of chemistry told him that there isn't a God. So you have a creationist, James Tour, telling him you don't know enough about chemistry to make that claim.
Unfortunately, that creationist believes in a heliocentric system as well, which is all the more frustrating.
Yeah, right now we're going through a problem that a young Earth creationist, William Duffy, is trying to take on flat earthers. His personal read of the Bible is telling him that God created a globe, a young Earth globe. That's what we're having to constantly fight against. Religious zealots, zealotry. And sometimes they put a mask on and claim they're atheist, but they're just as religious zealot as any young Earth creationist. You'll hear it too. Like we've got like celebrities on this server called F.E. Batman and Darth Dawkins. They are batshit crazy Christian apologists, and they hate flat earthers just as much as you do.
I never said once that I hate flat earthers. I like people that try to question the narrative.
Do you practice a religion?
To some degree.
It doesn't. Why do you? Because it wouldn't matter one way or another if you participated in it.
I just said that to some degree I do.
Yeah. So why?
Because I believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
Yeah, but it doesn't change It doesn't change anything though. You participating in it.
Okay.
Okay. So then there's your answer to the previous question. Why does it matter whether or not it's? You obviously see a reason to participate in your religion.
I honestly don't.
But it doesn't matter one way or another. So why do it?
I don't believe in what me thinking about religion has anything to do with the Earth being flat or round. It doesn't have anything to do with
religion. The ball is the product of the height of religiosity.
Yeah, I think we got to the root of the issue here. I think you're thinking that us flat earthers are trying to take not only your globe from you, we're trying to take your God from you. No.
I never thought that.
Not at all. You can believe anything you want to believe. No one here is going to try to change your belief system. That is all internal. That is an internal worldview, not an external worldview. Your belief systems are separate from observable reality. You can believe whatever you want to believe. That's not going to change what real is. That's not going to change shared reality. So if you want to come in here and say your personal
measurements.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can't just say like, hey, you measure whatever your height is, 5 foot or 6 foot, and say, I believe I'm 15 feet tall. Okay, so what? I'm not going to take away that from you. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can say that you're Mormonism and that you're going to turn into a planet when you die. Whatever. I don't care. That belief that when you've got Scientology and you've got Mormonism, you've got Catholicism, you've got these deeply entwined space religions, and I would put Jedi, whatever in there too. It doesn't matter, dude. I'm not here to try to take away your belief system. I wouldn't want to, even if I did. I'd be like, no, that's not what I did not intend for you to change your belief systems. Like, don't. If what I said has caused you to no longer think that you're going to evolve into a planet, okay, let's roll that back. I never
said that.
Okay, hold on. The only thing I'm talking about is the surface of the Earth. That's it.
Okay. And I never said that it's completely off the table that the Earth is flat. I never said that once. Me personally, I believe the Earth is round, right? But I do think that there could be a possibility that flat earthers could be right. And I only came in here to challenge the belief system of what you think about the Earth being round or flat.
It is an act of religiosity, because all you keep saying is, I believe, and I believe. And if tomorrow it were known that we're flat, you said, hey, people could just deny it.
But do you have definitive evidence of someone going up into what you believe is like a nether region and showing that the Earth is flat and going in a three-dimensional pattern to show me that the Earth is flat? I haven't
every time you go on a plane, you see it's flat.
No, I see some curvature of the Earth. That's what I see.
I can show you that with any elevation.
Oh, God.
Did you guys see that NASA is planning to land on the moon in 2027 again?
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, let's not chase that. Okay.
So I just want to say that I came in here to have a discussion about stuff, and I never was like trying to be disrespectful. So I don't know why we're
you don't have to use the commentary of your own conversation.
No, I'm just showing you my intentions. So
yeah, because people who have that's like someone saying, hey, I'm honest, I'd never lie. I'm honest, I'd never lie.
I am an honest.
Just relax, dude. We're at this point in the conversation we're at. You don't have to make up for your past tap dancing and nut-eyeing. And it's strange, though. You heard yourself say it. I believe the Earth is a ball. Yes, we know you believe the Earth is a ball. That's really your only option, is to say you believe it.
Yeah, you realize we don't believe the Earth is flat, right? We know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but I haven't been given any evidence that the Earth is flat, so I don't have any reason to believe that. You know what I mean?
For you will be evidence for flat Earth.
Just like the same.
What for you will be evidence for flat Earth?
That's not true. I told you it's measured that way. So
someone going into what you believe
from space.
Going in a three-dimensional pattern around the Earth and show me that's flat.
Let Sheep Dog have a fresh start with him, because we've been talking to him for an hour. So
it's more than an hour at this point.
That's a good hour. That's a good point to start with, because you keep saying, yes, I believe there's a ball. We're like, well, yeah, we know.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, why don't we? Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Transition Sheepdog, if he's up for it, can present like the conclusive, objective, mathematical evidence that the Earth measures flat. I think that'd be great, because we're way too far into the beliefs here. The belief is clearly the globe. That's what you believe. Yeah, and we're here to show you how objective reality demonstrates itself as having no measured curvature in the form of the 8 inches per mile squared that's predicted by the globe. Do you have time to explain it to him, Sheepdog?
Yeah, give me just 1 second.
Okay, so in the meantime, too, that he did say photos from space was his primary idea of evidence.
Not photos from space. I'm talking about going around to where you think the edge of the Earth is and showing me how it's either a plate or flat or whatever. I don't want to see a photo of space.
Okay, we don't have to go to the edge of the Earth to prove that the Earth is flat. You know that, right?
I mean, in my books, that's what it needs to be done because I've seen videos.
Okay, if I told you that the floor in your house was curved, and you said no, it's flat, what would we do to determine whether or not your floor is curved or not?
But I'm not being shown that the floor is flat or curved. That's the thing. I'm actually being shown that the floor is.
How would you be shown? Is what he's asking you.
You're not proving me that it's flat.
Okay, well then let's try it a different way. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat by your definition, I guess.
By my definition or by all definition?
No, you're not showing me a three-dimensional model of the Earth from outer space or whatever you think is above us.
This is a complete hypothetical, bro. This is a complete hypothetical.
Well, you're gonna confirm your own belief based on my answer, and that's the only thing you're gonna do.
If a surface of a table is not curving, the surface of the table must be what?
Flat, yeah.
If the surface of a floor is not curving, then the surface of the floor must be what?
Flat, yeah.
If the surface of the water is not curving, then the surface of the water must be what?
This is your argument, by the way, and I'll say it's flat if you're gonna say it's not curving.
This isn't my argument. If a line is not curving, it must be what?
Flat, and this is a stupid dialogue to go down because you're not showing me. You're not showing me
one or the other.
Three-dimensional video of you going around the Earth and showing me some type of evidence that it's flat. Because I've seen videos. I've seen videos and time lapses.
Can I show you?
Hold on, Sasha.
I've seen videos. Let me talk, bro. I haven't been able to talk. I've been having to answer your questions with a one-word response.
I've seen all your videos.
No, because I haven't seen videos of someone orbiting around and showing me in a three-dimensional way that the Earth is flat. I've seen videos and time lapses.
You've never seen a complete orbit of anything.
Let me talk, bro. Let me talk. I've seen videos of someone orbiting the Earth and the ISS or whatever thing is a satellite or whatever, taking photographs of them going completely around the Earth in a video format and seeing the orbiting of the Earth.
Show me a video where they do one complete orbit. From the location where they start to the location at the end, and they end up in the same exact spot. Show me that orbit.
I'm going to find it right now.
I hope you do.
Really? This guy wants video from space? He wants video from space. Okay.
Yeah, no, he wants us to go up and give him a God's eye view of the entire universe. That's what he wants, and it's absurd. All I have to do is look at the surface of something, with the idea that the ball Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference. If that's the case, the Earth is not as big as you think it is. It should be measurable every single time.
This is the time lapse of the space station going around the Earth.
Okay, and so it's going to show me. You're going to see the same exact landmarks at the beginning and at the end of the orbit.
So we're talking about Narnia now.
Did you just pick out a time? What is it? An ISS orbit and said, "Oh, this has to be it."
I sent the YouTube link.
I watched the video. Can you stop video in any second, wherever you want, and tell me in which part of the Earth it's ISS, above which part? Africa,
South
I
love this
America?
Argument.
Yeah. Do you know what? There is no, not, there is, I will tell you what is not in that video. There are no continents on that video, only clouds.
Yeah, because there's this thing called weather. Did you know that?
Oh, really? Okay,
storms are easily identifiable where they are. So just screenshot it and say this is this landmass and this is a storm above it. If you're so certain this is what you're saying.
Okay,
guys, if you're fighting with a guy,
am I not coming through?
Yeah,
I really only want to say one thing. It's only going to take 15 seconds, and I won't say anything else. Before you go down this road, it's perfectly fine, possibly entertaining. It won't help this guy, but whatever. Just realize that this, your standard of evidence, Europe, is clearly much below ours. We would not take a third-party claimed video or any kind of claimed photographic evidence that, of course, has not been documented, cannot be verified, repeated, or tested. It's completely unnecessary for you, as several people have mentioned, for us to have any kind of video, even though there is high altitude, air balloon footage video. Somebody can show you if they feel like it. The reason people don't bother is because it's pointless when you apparently over fences said you've already been shown the black swan. It's already been mathematically demonstrated to you that there's no curvature, so your little pictures and science fiction stuff means nothing. Thanks. That was a little longer than 15 seconds. PSA over.
That's what I was going to say. If we're dealing with somebody who's going to show us videos as his standard evidence, then I'm not wasting my time anymore.
I'm just showing what I have as evidence to believe that the Earth is round.
Yes, and what Dan, I guess you didn't even hear Dan.
But why don't you stand by what you say? Spherical, not round.
It's childish for you to present this. And when Sasha asks the first question about it, you're like, I love this. Well, the reason why we're asking what is being shown is so you can put the dots together that perhaps the curve that you're seeing in that image isn't the curvature of the Earth and perhaps created by a lens. Because if you know what's being shown on this blue ball of yours, then you can say, oh, this is Africa and it's covering this much of the Earth's surface, blah, blah, blah. But you won't even answer the simplest questions about your proof. This is your grand poobah. Space.com.
Does he know that round?
Can you do that? What Sasha asked?
And spherical are two different things?
Yeah, it's a low threshold of... Yeah, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you, Yurt.
I just want to know if he knows round and spherical, they're two different things. He keeps saying round.
Well, he has a real problem with delineating between flat and curved because, well, that's your definition of flat. He knows damn well what the difference between curved and flat is.
This ESA video right here literally shows exactly where they're at every point, and has something that pins where they're at.
Screenshot it.
No, I sent the link. You can just look at it. Okay. I sent the link in the chat.
Screenshot one of the points where you're confident that you know what's being depicted. Otherwise, it's just you're just sending me your movies.
Oh, movie time.
The problem is you haven't done this. You would have thought that you would have done this. Say, okay, here's the specific town. Well, if that town or that state, that country, that city takes up a certain amount of space on this ball, you're going to have to fit the remaining of all the other continents and seas on this blue ball. You get that, right? And you're showing us a very drastic curve in your videos.
Yeah, because they're orbiting the Earth from a high altitude.
Lord, dude, you can't be this bricked. Have you ever done that? Have you ever stopped on your video where you know what's being shown and said, does everything else on Earth fit this? No. Dude, you're getting me tongue-tied.
But that cartoon, it's more realistic than reality in reality.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Can a lens create curvature? Space.com has you guys hook, line, and sinker.
Hey, man.
Hey. So we've covered boats go over curve in the last 2 hours, and now we're on to pictures in space. I feel like there's something in between, but anything else, Derp?
Yeah, I'm taking a screenshot for you, man.
Okay. Well, are you going to? Yeah, I hope you analyze it for yourself and just not send it blindly to me. Post it in the. Just post it, or send it to me and I'll post it.
Yeah, I'll send it and post it. Or send it to you and you post it. Here you go. I'm sure you love seeing that photograph.
Never got it. Not yet.
I sent it to you. Your old Haas Rad Born, right?
Yeah, and for you to call it a photograph kind of highlights your low threshold of analysis.
Yeah, laughing at you.
I mean, I just sent you a photograph of a
like
video.
A screenshot of a video. Okay, there you go.
It's a photograph, isn't it?
No.
No, photographs are done with cameras with a certain technique that's involved, and
it's light on light sensitive paper.
It turned into a photograph on. It turned into a photograph.
No, nothing on the internet is nothing on the internet is a photograph.
So you either send a photo. You either send a photograph or you send a video. It's typically
how
the
about
two
just
things
call it a picture, dude? A picture and photograph are not synonymous.
It's a photograph.
Oh boy. Okay,
I love semantics.
Well, obviously you don't.
Clip it and ship it.
You're melding words. Let me see if I got it.
You know, it's just wild though. Like, you'll scrutinize the hell out of an observation on flat Earth, which clearly destroys the globe. But then you'll take the evidence that the government feeds you and be like, oh, that's it. And, oh, you know, obviously all the scientists wouldn't lie because otherwise they'd all be in on it. Well, I got some bad news for you there, bud. I got some bad news for you, bud. All scientists 100% back the people that fund them.
You don't know how
this has nothing to do with science. That has nothing to do with science. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. That's geometry.
Oh, I know geometry. Yeah, no, geometry for sure. But
never got the picture, Europe.
As far as scientists go, like all scientists back the people that fund them. Know exactly how science. I was a paramedic for 14 years.
Scientist is someone who adheres to the scientific method.
Supposed to.
Yeah, that's right, Neil. This guy's sheep is a little off his rocker.
I've just seen enough in what the community they call science to know that all they do is manipulate statistics for financial benefit.
Oh yeah. What's the quote? Torture the stats enough and they'll tell you anything you need. Yeah, that's what they used to say back in school is anyone who's performing an experiment is a scientist. And now they want to act like, are you a scientist? You're not a scientist. And then, they're charlatans or scientists, though.
If you adhere to the scientific method, then you are adhering to the scientific method.
Well, here's the weird thing, right? Here's the weird thing, right? In 6th grade or 7th grade, middle school, when we all had to do our own little science experiment and we had to like go down the scientific method, you had two choices. You could do a science experiment or you could do a story on the solar system. And I never thought that was a weird thing until like as I got older, I'm like, why are they doing two different things? They're not. It's not the same thing. Like one's telling a story and one's adhering to the scientific method. Even the science, even astrophysicists like Michio Kaku and God, you can just name whoever you want. They're all saying that the nobody in their field adheres to the scientific method. They make an observation, they do some math, they do some leaps and bounds, and then they come up with a theory to go with their hypothesis. They don't test it.
Yeah, even a paper mache
but
volcano is teetering on the border of it even being science. Yeah, there's some chemistry involved, but does that have anything to do with an actual volcano? Yeah, it's crazy. I've noticed. Yeah, don't get me started. Well, there's a cartoon called Ada Twist Scientist, and they've completely bastardized the scientific method. It's produced by the Obamas, of all people. But a lot of these nouveau pseudoscience chanters, they have the same method, the circular reasoned. Like, I'm going to kick a ball harder this time. The ball rolls further. Yeah, the whole science fair thing is a weird thing because they lord it over your head for the whole semester. Yeah, I had friends who got.
They just pseudoscience hijack science. That's all that happened.
Yeah, I had friends who were way off topic, but I had friends who completely fudged their science project for their honors class, and they were winning awards at the state science fair. Ironically, it got them hooked into the project longer by faking it. They were doing, well, I won't go into the details, but they made all their results up, and the judges loved it.
Oh my gosh, it actually works? Like the story you're telling me?
They were coming. Okay, it was about like saccharin in a performance on long distance running. So of course they came up with. They gave the judges what they wanted to hear, that it's bad for you. So they were just eating it up. It was hilarious. They were sweating bullets every weekend. And ironically, my I don't even know if mine was strictly science, but I was studying like those, like not jetties, but the thing they're called groins technically, that jet out from the beach that collect sand and halt erosion. Supposedly, I built a tank in my garage.
And you very manipulated.
Yeah, I very manipulated the waves. But my point is, the judges didn't believe that I had even built this water tank while my friends were getting blue ribbons. It was hilarious.
Yeah, but it sounds like you had a naturally observed phenomenon, and they didn't.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, I guess the observed phenomenon, though, I was witnessing was sand building up on something man-made. So,
hey, Old House, did you get that photo?
Yeah. Did you get the photo? I sent you.
No, I never got it. I never got the image. Never got it.
Should I send it to someone else?
You send it to me, dude. Shoot dog.
I'm a proud globehead.
I hope you know I am going to scrutinize the fuck out of it. I'm going to ask you for your elevation, the distance to the horizon, all the geometry involved.
Even the way he described it, it sounds like it's showing a small segment of Earth. He goes, "Here's the city, here's a town." So yeah, you're gonna. Why I'm asking for that is so you can have it and see the relationship between what's being shown and compare that to the curve of the Earth they're giving you. So if you're stuck with saying that's the curve of the Earth, then you have to complete that circle and see if you can fit all the other continents and oceans and seas on that ball. You're just seeing a curve and saying, "Yep, I'm good."
Bro, this is hilarious, man. This is like some extreme fucking curve.
I watched the video and it was
like literally, this is like the size of the Earth from the moon, bro. That's hilarious.
He said he was going to post one or send one that had like cities and things on it.
No, I don't have cities.
You just send that one because you talked about it. I like this one. This is neat. It has the cities and the.
Look in the chat. I just sent what he sent me. He's got a little overview of Crimea. He's showing a piece of Crimea.
Okay, so let it sink in what he's shown everyone.
Yeah, looks like Russia takes up the whole globe.
Are you getting that, Yerp?
Yo.
Are you getting that?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
You're showing us planet Crimea or planet Russia.
He's not listening, that guy. He's actually taking a stance and not muted you. That's kind of weird. He's finally grown a pair. What's weird is that he didn't have evidence in the first time he came around because he claimed to be agnostic to the fact that he knew or not that the Earth was a globe. Now he's taking a stance. It's pretty odd that he just flip-flops like that.
I never said that. But have
you told us he was
that
being
makes you feel
honest,
better.
though.
No, I didn't.
You didn't take accountability to the fact that you did not know that the Earth was a globe. You didn't take
That's not what
accountability.
I said.
Yeah, you didn't. You're too prideful. You can't say that you don't know if the Earth is a globe or not. Are you 100% sure that it's a globe?
Never said anything.
Are you 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?
To my knowledge, it is.
Are you 100% sure?
I said, to my knowledge, it is. Does that not? Does that not satisfy you?
It's a closed-ended question. It's a yes or no. Are you 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?
Did I say yes or no?
Yeah. Answer truthfully. Which one or the other? Is it 100% Earth globe? Yes or no?
Don't hurt yourself there. But I think, to my knowledge,
you don't want to make a claim now because
he doesn't want to answer that direct question.
Yeah.
So the problem is he won't answer it directly because he knows he has to use his terminology to not have accountability of saying he knows it 100%. This is the problem, right? We had in the first time.
That and he knows now he's seen in his image that Russia and China literally make up 90% of the globe.
No, I mean that's like he doesn't want to hold accountability.
They make up a lot of the globe.
So either he says it for 100% sure that the Earth is a globe, he'll answer yes or no to that. Let's see what he says. He'll probably make it his own answer. He won't say yes or no. Watch. Go on. Is the Earth 100% a globe? Yes or no?
Yes.
To my knowledge, it is.
He's scared. Europe is scared. Twanger will say yes.
Yeah,
but Europe
I'm
won't.
so
That's
weird,
weird, right?
man.
And they're both
You're right, I'm
globers.
scared.
You are. You're terrified of the truth.
I'm
truth
terrified,
is you don't
man.
know if it's a globe
You
or
got
not.
me.
And you're terrified of answering that you don't know in front of an audience of people that you're trying to defend the point that the Earth is a globe.
I'm terrified, bro.
You are.
Yep.
Twanger will say automatically the Earth is 100% a globe because his belief is like of the highest, right? But yours isn't, so you don't really know.
I said to my knowledge it is, so.
No,
I mean,
to your knowledge is like a lawyer. It's a lawyeristic way of saying that you're not sure.
Lawyeristic.
Lawyer terminology.
But you thought, but Planet Crimea came from your knowledge folder.
Yeah, he's putting pictures in there, but he doesn't say the thing that everybody needs to hear.
I don't think lawyeristic is a word.
Yeah, it's lawyer-like. So if you're saying that the Earth is a globe based on anything that you're showing us, are you saying it's 100% a globe by that image that you proved?
To my knowledge, yeah.
No, there you go, to my knowledge. Well, how about to everybody else's knowledge?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yeah, it's a globe.
How about to everybody else's knowledge?
Yeah, to my knowledge, though, yeah.
Are you stuck on stupid? Answer my question.
Yeah, well, remember, lawyeristic isn't...
Hold on. How about to everybody else's knowledge? The truth is self-evident. It doesn't need your help. The truth would be self-evident. It doesn't need your help. It would stand to reason that the veracity of the claim should be correct if it is the proof that you're admitting right now, that you're showing everybody. It's a picture, an image. Is that showing that the Earth is 100% a globe?
Looks like it.
See? Looks like it is not definitive, which is where you're failing right now. That's why Twanger at least has that over you. He's more confident to say that it is, and you're not.
It looks like they went around it in the video.
That looks like is also subjective. Looks like. You need to catch yourself in what you say. You're not affirming your words by making definitive claims.
Hey, do you believe Antarctica is real?
No, I don't need to care. It's not about my belief. It's scrutinizing what you're saying. You see how you're left wanting with your evidence right here? You're showing everybody? It's not evidence, dude, if you can't stand behind it 100%.
Oh, no, I do, bro. I do.
No, you don't. Because I asked you like 3 or 4 times, and you don't want to.
Yeah. I believe it.
Not belief. Acceptance without evidence. That's what it is.
I could say anything. This guy will literally just try to like cherry pick some shit.
It's not cherry picking, dude. It's analyzing.
I could say yes. This is
analyzing what you say. Either
I could say yes. I could say
You can
yes.
say whatever.
This is
He's
what I
still
believe.
shitting on you, bro. You can say
go
whatever.
ahead. Go ahead. Say
Exactly.
yes.
Yeah.
I dare you.
No,
I double dare
I said.
you. Say yes. That
I
you know
said.
it's
I
100%
said.
a globe.
I say yes. I believe that, and he'd be like, "Well,
No,
belief,
belief
bro.
is
Belief.
acceptance without
Look
evidence.
at that. Look at that, bro.
Yeah, belief is acceptance without evidence. You can't believe.
Is that not what you how you respond to that? Yeah, I believe that. And
No.
Yes,
It's
it
either
is.
you know. Listen, if somebody shows you a picture of something and you don't know if it's true or not, you would say, "I believe that." You don't say, "I know that." So you said, "I believe" many times. We heard you.
Dude,
so that's
you are
not definitive.
you are a master debater, semantic god, man. I love that.
That doesn't matter. You're not answering definitively.
Yeah, I am. I literally said to my belief.
No, you're not. You haven't been since I've been on this call.
I have.
Everybody's heard you use these subjective terms that you use. The subjective terms that you're using right now are giving everybody the impression that you don't know what you're talking about.
As a human being, I think you say, "Hey, yeah, I believe that." To say, "Yeah, this is what I know."
Yeah,
I think
and you can also say as a human being that you know that too, as well. That's your choice. You're making a choice to use words.
It's semantic. It's a semantics.
Yeah, exactly. That's how we know somebody knows something and how somebody believes something. Semantics. That's how we understand that.
But that's how you're gonna be like, oh well, this is not what you
different
believe.
words,
So
dude.
you don't believe it. So I mean, obviously you're gonna say that what I know is wrong.
What's the definition of semantics? What's the definition of semantics?
No, I'm talking with flat Earth. How does a flat earther know the Earth is flat?
Because they have their head up their ass. Is that the right answer or no?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to a flat earther.
My bad.
Anybody answer me?
Fake laughter noted.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me answer, Neil. The Earth is measured flat. It's practically used and navigated across as flat. Simple.
Thank you very much. And you know this. You don't
Absolutely,
believe
100%. Unequivocally, knowledge. This knowledge that we have is exactly what the Earth actually demonstrates itself to be, and it doesn't need to be an image that somebody shows us. We can observe it with our experience of the Earth every single day.
Wow, your eyes are big. You have some very big eyes.
Now, I want your proof that you know Earth is a globe. Whoever a glober is, answer me.
Do you think you could orbit around a flat Earth? Is that possible?
I'd stop asking
questions.
Listen, the gentleman asked you a question. He asked you a question on what's your response to his question. You weren't listening, were you? You were just waiting to speak. This is what you guys do all the time. There's a reason why you guys can never answer anything we asked you.
You guys, bro, you trying to be racist, bro?
Hold on.
That's crazy.
Give him a chance so that he can ask you a question and just respond to his question. That's all.
A flat earther has never answered a question. Never.
Yeah. The flat earther did answer. As soon as I finished it, he answered. He answered it eloquently. Now I'll ask the same question. Tell me how the Earth is a globe.
Can you spell eloquent?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Answer his question.
Yes.
I'm waiting.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'll answer if you can spell eloquent.
No, we're not doing this. Yeah, dude, you got one more chance.
He doesn't even know the difference between can and will.
Man, they do a troll.
I would do it if I could spell eloquent.
You're not able to, huh?
I can.
You're gonna try to find something to get out of it because you and everybody else who thinks the Earth is a globe never held down to accountability. That's what we're doing right now, holding each and every one of you accountable, and you can't answer it. That's great. Keep not answering the question is going to help your case. Keep not answering it.
And because your answer is going to be strictly a belief, not a knowledge.
Exactly.
Where's my global at, bro? I need a glober in here.
None of you.
Not even that hard to spell.
The accumulation
why
of
didn't he
you
spell
rats
it?
ain't going to equal evidence that the Earth is a globe. You can get 1,000 of you guys in here. You're going to either just chime to say the same thing, that you believe it's a globe. That's all you're going to do all day long.
I mean, that's what flat
No one's going to agree with your Planet Crimea pictures.
No, a flat earther came in.
Crimea is a cool country,
I asked the question. A flat earther came in and gave a precise answer on how he knows Earth is flat, not how he believes.
Right. Flat earthers have convinced themselves that we believe the Earth is a globe. We don't believe it. We know it's a globe.
Okay, tell me how you know.
Yeah, but he's saying believing and knowing is the same thing, Robert B. Brother.
No,
It
no,
really
no,
is.
no. Believing is for faith and God and my religion.
No,
We don't
once you have the knowledge,
and then
once you have
if you believe in God, wait. So when you believe in God, you don't know God exists.
See, I don't
That's
believe in God.
crazy.
I have a knowledge. I have a
No.
knowledge.
If
that
you
God
believed in
exists.
God,
I have a knowledge.
Faith, believing is a requirement.
Faith is different. You're
I
talking
don't have
about
to tell
knowing
you.
and believing.
I don't have to show you God.
Robert,
it's different when it comes. It doesn't. It's
show
different
me.
when it comes to the globe.
You know why? Because
when
you
it comes to the globe.
can't. All you could do is tell me about a belief you have of what you learned in school or what some pseudoscientist is telling you Earth is.
Liar.
You have
Okay,
no knowledge.
Lied. You want to prove that you just lied?
No, we want proof that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, easy. Okay, seismology. Go.
Seismology. Okay, show us how that shows that the Earth is
for that.
Yeah, show us how that details that the Earth is a geometric shape.
Easy.
I've got a PhD. I've got a PhD. Hold on. No. I've got a PhD seismologist and geophysicist that says the Earth is flat. So now what?
He's a drunk. Next, seismology. He's a drunk. That guy's a drunk. I know
You're
who
reading
he's talking
from
about.
charts, right?
He's
What's
a
your
drunk.
knowledge of seismology?
He's an admitted drunk. We've
What's
read
your
in his
knowledge
bio.
of seismology?
He's a substance abuser.
What's your knowledge of
He's through
seismology?
his life. He's done.
I just want to know what your seismology knowledge is.
Okay, check it out. So I've worked with seismographs. I have.
You've worked with seismographs.
I've worked with seismographs.
That's your knowledge.
I understand how it works. So it measures vibrations in your planet, right? So
In the planet? How do you know it's a planet? How do you know it's a planet?
And hold on,
How do
brother.
you know it's a planet? You just
hold on, brother.
you're affirming the consequence. You're assuming the thing is the thing without even testing the thing.
The planet. There's no affirmance of consequence. We call it the planet. Period. End of story. Everybody does. Now let's move on.
This guy's a moron.
No, we're not moving on from that. What are you out of your freaking mind?
We're talking about seismology. We're not talking about planet. Okay? Please.
That's nothing to do with a planet.
Stay focused. Stay focused now.
Oh, dude. You're done, Robert.
All right.
Yeah, put him on mute. He's a time waster. All those readings, you're going to need a flat planar reference for all your seismology claims. What do you think you're reading off of?
I don't know. I've talked to a lot of flat earthers who don't believe in earthquakes.
That's just retarded. Well, how do you believe in an earthquake? Go ask the people that were in the last earthquake if they believe. And they'll tell you, no, I know the fuck. My house is no longer here.
Reality is the same. It's just
Alice,
there's no
get off your
measurable
soapbox.
curvature.
Alice, a year ago, you didn't even know that rivers flowed downhill. So get off your soapbox, sister.
Bro, you're the same dude who told me that you think
I remember when I blew your mind that water runs down mountain streams into the ocean. You're like, whoa.
No, dude, you told me that south was downhill. So no.
What?
Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
I hate to break it to
You told me
someone
that
else.
south was downhill. That's what you said.
Yeah,
you said that all rivers. You said that all rivers flow south.
No, that was you.
No, that's not what I said.
I was the one pointing out that rivers flow downhill.
I know that rivers flow downhill. You said that they all flow south. No, please don't misquote me. I know exactly what the conversation was.
Get off your high horse, Alice.
Yeah, is it south or north high horse? Is it going upstream or downstream?
You can have a river going on either side of a mountain, different directions.
I know that.
That's grass.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the point?
So you still don't know how rivers work. Anyways, Europe.
What do you mean? I know how
your
a river
picture from
works.
space,
What?
Europe. Are you ready to let go of that you presented so proudly 30 minutes ago that we've...
He's not here anymore.
Oh.
It's Alish now.
Yeah, the
Notice the difference. Notice the difference when I ask a flat earther to tell me how he knows Earth is flat and how a baller knows that the Earth is a ball. Big difference.
I'll call us ballers, please. Thanks. Appreciate it.
What do you mean? There's being a baller is
being
ball enthusiast.
It's baller for you fucking people, okay?
Baller.
So
being a baller is
hardly.
cool. What do you mean?
stop using the hard R. Is all I'm saying.
Or should we say bailers? Oh.
No, I am not a baler.
All right, we'll say heliocentrist.
I'm a flat earther.
I like that.
You can just call us correct if you really want to.
I mean, the Earth could be flat and still go around the sun, so I don't know if that quite works.
Wait. Hold on.
Hell no, that's not how it works, man.
See, you're putting the Earth flat in the solar system again. That's your problem.
Right. Well, I know you like to conform to rigid cult-like beliefs, but I don't ascribe to that.
You're in a cult-like belief, not us. You believe in the heliocentric you were taught in school.
Yeah, we just believe in the ancient ways, Sumerian ways, Mesopotamian ways.
Believed. No,
that was not a belief. That was
again the fact that you say we believe, it shows that it's a cult.
You told somebody, listen, go have a kid, keep him in darkness for 20 years, then tell him he's on a ball. See what he says to you.
I'm sorry, what? What did you
I can feel us moving.
You wouldn't even know what the ball is, dumbass.
I can feel us moving right now, man. We are on the globe now.
You sound hypnotized, Cameron.
Why aren't you that chimpanzees or omnivore? Omnivore's got a good baller server. These all can get together and pat each other on the back.
No, hold on. Let them chant. It sounds like they need to let out some chanting. Go on, guys.
Cope. You hear the cope. I'm sorry. Sorry that your was taken away.
Get it out, Cameron.
Sorry that everything was taken away.
A ball.
Neil, why are you getting so pressed, dude? Why are you getting so pressed?
Mr. Costantino, I just want to say the projection you're doing right now is incredible.
Sorry,
what do you think about geomagnetism?
Fuck, it's so flat.
You tried, Cameron.
Fuck.
Geomagnetism.
Who put the fossils in the ground?
What do you think about the geomagnetism?
I almost fell over. We're going at 1,000 miles per hour. Rotate.
What do you think of geodetic surveys showing that the Earth is round? Or else we wouldn't be able to.
Of course, you believe in the curvature.
Yeah.
I have some measurements of that.
It's a scientific fact, nigga.
Do I have measurements?
Retard. You believe in the curvature. Yeah.
Do I have measurements?
Come on, man.
Of course, she believes in
the curvature. He's just brainwashed. Take it easy on her.
Can we try to focus this how about one glober or globe believer?
Do you just believe anything you hear?
You guys didn't even finish.
Not interrupt Mary Mom.
Yeah,
that's what I know her as.
Thank you.
Hey,
yeah,
man, hold on to something.
Yeah, all I'm asking is for one representative from the globe believing side and one flat earther to have a coherent conversation without a bunch of hecklers. So, who would like to be the hero for the globe?
Joe.
Cricket.
Yeah, wait, that's way to kill the vibe, Dandelion.
Yeah,
if you prefer chaos, I'm sure you can find chaos elsewhere. Chaos is not difficult to find.
Yeah,
I'm asking for order.
Democrat.
Yeah, let Cameron speak up.
Heretic posting the geodetic survey still showing that the Earth is round. So thank you.
Hold on, Cameron's the one that made the claim about the Earth spinning. So why don't you? It's your turn, Cameron.
I can feel it right now. Hope you guys are holding on to something. Careful.
Okay, well done. It must have worked better in rehearsal.
Are we taking turns speaking, or what's going on?
Well, Cameron made a claim.
Who wants to be there for the flat Earth side? Do we have a hero for the globe? Is it Cameron?
I can feel it right now, guys. Make sure you guys are holding on tight, please.
He feels motion. Does anyone want to address that, or would you rather answer Owlish's question? I mean, we just need a conversation, not a bunch of heckling. So, yeah, you don't feel motion, Cameron. That's kind of a joke. So you're not much of a hero. Failure. What was your question, Owlish?
I had a few. I had a question as to why geomagnetism shows that the Earth is consistently round. But of course, that takes belief in satellites. But do you believe in satellites? What is your opinion on satellites? Let's start there.
Who cares?
Not a failure, just an error. That's all.
What do you mean a failure or an error?
An Arthur C. Clarke creation.
Okay, what is your
Sci-fi.
So I'm asking about your belief in satellites and how they work. I want consistency.
Alice, I know the Earth isn't a ball.
Okay, so that's not about satellites.
It doesn't involve machines falling at a constant rate going up and around the ball. Yes, stuff's up in the air, Alice.
Okay, I didn't ask.
I was watching things last night in the sky. Who knows what's going? Who knows what planes they've invented? Grow up.
Okay, so your answer is who knows? Anybody else?
You don't trust the government, basically.
Do you want to lick boots for the public record? Is that what you're hoping to do?
No.
You want to highlight your naivety?
Believing that that not everything is a conspiracy, and there's this vast conspiracy.
Do you have evidence of the Earth's surface curving?
That doesn't mean you're a bootlicker. That's called scientific consensus.
I do.
Okay, that's called appealing to scientific consensus, which is a fallacy.
All the planets are
licking boot.
We can see them with telescopes. They're all round. They're not plate shaped.
What the fuck is this? Is he broken already?
Yeah, he came insta-broke, Arthur.
Yeah, I think Marshall is new to the conversation that so far as I have heard, but he's actually more coherent than the people that came before Jedi.
Let's choose one flat
If you're looking for, I think if Jedi feels like talking to Marshall, I think that'd be a good thing to at least attempt. That'd be cool. Like a one-on-one coherent conversation would be amazing.
Where do you get the idea that we think that everything's a plate in the sky?
Oh, now he's gone away.
Because there's no real consensus.
It got too real for him.
It's only so round earthers kind of have to imagine how a flat earther sees the Earth itself, because there is no consistent model. So the reason why a lot of people kind of imagine a plate in the sky is because there isn't a long-standing model. There's the one.
There is a model. What are you talking about? It's an ancient
I've heard different.
So they're demonstrating what a simpleton mindset they come into the conversation with. Thank you, Alice. We know that. That's an issue. That's why he ran away.
What? So do people believe, because there are some people who believe in the what is it called, the firmament, and there's others who do not believe in the firmament. Me personally, I don't think the firmament makes any sense.
Without gas pressure, you can have no containment.
So the reason the firmament doesn't make any sense to me, especially how it's depicted in most cases, is because you have a glow, a round thing on top that kind of gets closer to the ground the closer you get to the edges, but it's not like you can go to one part of the Earth and fire a rocket and it goes higher than another part. They all seem to kind of maintain.
Sorry, Alice. I get what you're saying, but
it's you is a globe next to a vacuum with no containment. That makes sense to you. Wow.
It does, because of pressure gradients.
You can't have a gradient without pressure. You can't have a gradient without containment. You need containment for the gradient.
Not necessarily. There are several elements that when used, there are several elements that actually can contain themselves. For example,
demonstrate right now.
So have you ever heard of sulfur hexafluoride?
No, it doesn't contain itself.
Are you serious? Somebody kick her out.
Hang on, Neil. Hang on, Neil.
What do you mean kick me out?
Sulfur hexafluoride doesn't contain itself.
So
that would mean that sulfur hexafluoride stops itself from expanding into volumes. Sulfur hexafluoride doesn't do that.
Right, and you can say the same thing about water or any other liquid. We wouldn't say that
this is
water
your cue
can't
to
exist.
stop. This is your cue to stop. He said that certain elements contain themselves. You pointed out sulfur hexafluoride. You're making the claim that sulfur hexafluoride doesn't expand into volumes. Do you understand how silly that is?
Mm-hmm. So do you think that water?
Yes, I understand how silly that is.
And I just want to ask you a quick question.
Okay, so you're taking that back, right? I don't need other people to jump in with other fucking questions. I'm trying to talk to my friend. She's made a silly claim, and I'm just trying to correct her. That's all.
So I just wanted to make the comparison that, like, you wouldn't say that water can't exist without a container, the same way you wouldn't say that an element that's heavier than air.
Sorry, does water exist without pressure?
Does water exist without pressure? What does that mean? Does it have weight? Yes.
No, pressure, like gas pressure or pressure around it, keeping it in that state. So you need pressure to keep water that's a state of matter at a temperature in that state. As long as you have the balance of pressure and temperature, water will remain in its liquid form. Change the balance of the pressure and the temperature, and you would change the state of the matter.
What is the pressure that contains a bubble?
You're seriously not listening to what I said?
No, I am. I am listening to it.
Not.
But gas pressure isn't what contains.
So what's gas pressure?
What is gas pressure? Gas pressure is, I don't know. Can you? I don't know the exact definition.
The force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container is expressed within the ideal gas formula PV equals nRT. And you know this. That's what gas pressure is. Sorry, what?
But
I knew once Jedi started talking, we're going to go to talking about gases in a container. It's like, is this NPC
Isn't it funny? The guy who asked for a one-on-one is now trying to bust up the one-on-one. Come on, Twonger.
Oh, is it Twonga? I'll just fucking put him on mute. Hold on, I'll do it myself. Twonga, just stop talking, dude.
Right, but what is the gas pressure? What gas pressure is necessary to contain a bubble? So, like, how does that work?
Gas pressure is necessary to contain a bubble. A bubble is gas pressure in liquid. Think about what you're saying, please.
The inside of it isn't liquid.
Well, inside the bubble, that's gas. Liquid. Yeah, that's gas. Surrounding the bubble is liquid. So pressure isn't containing the. Oh my God, it's like you're not listening to what you said.
I'm listening.
That's why I told you to think about what you're saying before you ask, because I will be super specific. I asked you what causes gas pressure. That'll be a container, and now you're talking about bubbles.
Yeah, because
that's the movement of gas that's got kinetic energy through a liquid medium.
Right, because in my experience, I would say that, of course, gravity is what is holding all liquids and all gas in place, which is why we experience a pressure gradient.
In your experience?
Gravity is not a container.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I do experience gravity. Yeah. Gravity is something that I do experience.
Sorry. When you experience gravity, do you experience it within gas behavior?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When you experience gravity, do you experience it during gas behavior?
You can, yes. That's like sulfur hexafluoride again, or carbon.
Sorry. You made the claim sulfur hexafluoride contains itself.
Well, when I say it contains itself, meaning that, or like bromine, for example, is another gas.
Stops itself from expanding, or has a relationship with other gases, and over time will disperse, which will be an increase in entropy.
Well, yeah, over time anything will disperse if you leave it for long enough.
Over time the gas will mix. Second law of thermodynamics. 2 examples: gas expansion into a vacuum, and this one, the mixing of gases.
Yeah. Mixing of gases, right?
So we're not talking about gases not expanding or gases containing themselves.
So the argument isn't that it's going to eventually expand.
It is.
And no, that's not the argument. The argument isn't that that it's going to eventually expand. Because obviously
Because that's what gas does, because it has kinetic energy given to it by temperature. And the constant random collisions and motions expanding the gas into an available volume.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, and we experience a pressure gradient which demonstrates that.
No.
So if you go up,
hold on. Excuse me. What's the cause of pressure?
Gas pressing against the walls of its container. Did I get it right?
Awesome. So that will be X. You're now talking about delta X, which will be a subsidiary of the thing caused by the container, a gas pressure gradient, which you can demonstrate in multiple situations, even if you vary and manipulate either the temperature or the amount of gas entering and leaving the system.
So would you consider heavy cloud cover to be
heavy cloud cover? What the fuck?
Yeah, would you consider heavy cloud cover to be
tons of water
playing
in the
role? Yeah, would that be playing a role as a container? Because you can see higher or lower barometric pressure.
Have we got gas here on Earth that isn't expanding into the vacuum of space because it's a cloudy day? What are you talking about?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
yeah, exactly. Well, at least say something relevant then, because now you're talking about weather patterns.
Yeah, what I'm saying is because you can experience barometric pressure that alters based on cloud coverage.
That's nice.
So by that logic, you would have to say that
will be a pressure gradient force. Would you like the equation?
All in existing gas pressure.
Yeah.
So, right, but it is.
And remember, your example dissipated in an hour.
What dissipated in an hour?
Well, all your gas. Yeah, all your gases dissipate, and yet we're going on, according to you, like trillions of years of gas pressure.
So the argument isn't whether or not gas dissipates, because there is gas still replacing.
Okay, by outer space.
Right. So we know that dissipation of gas happens, which is why we have other gas to replace it. So we have phytoplankton that's replacing oxygen.
We have gas production cycles, yes.
Yeah, so we have gas production cycles.
Dissolution, absorption of gases, and the reproduction of gases. Yeah, that's a cycle. That's not stopping gas from entering volumes. That's not what your claim that we can observe it acting on gravity. You're not talking about what you said. You're just talking about cycles now.
Right.
Where's
so
the
if
gravity?
there was a container, that would mean that all gases would continuously build up and pressurize to the point.
Hold on. For the love of God, what didn't you understand about gas production cycles? Cycles, absorption and reabsorption. What didn't you understand about this? Gas is produced, and then if the temperature's right and the pressure's right, it will dissolve back into the water, or the nitrogen cycle, or a fucking tree will take on carbon. It's not gases just and only being produced, and the earth should be swelling up like a fucking beach ball. It's reabsorbed into the fucking biology.
Okay, so it's absorbed into the biology, but
you're breathing.
But is it?
The law of conservation of energy, Alice.
Well, that would mean that there would be a large, what do you call it? Concentration of things like methane around certain parts of the world.
Why?
But there's not.
It just gets reabsorbed.
Where does methane get absorbed? What chemical process causes methane?
Back into the ground.
What do you mean back into the ground? It was never in the ground.
Through rain. Yeah, it gets released from microbiotics in the ground, and then it goes up and it produces what they call acid rain. This happens in the Amazon jungle all the time. That's why their pH is 5.0 and not 7.8.
No, I'm talking about methane produced by cows.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You know that that's the highest concentration and production of methane,
So if we've got a great big stinky fart trailing behind the earth as we orbit around the sun.
Yep.
I'm eating the cow to
did you say yes?
Help.
You said a great big stinky fart going around the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Parts of it.
Are you serious?
So Am I
So,
speaking?
I will say this. Having this conversation with you.
I will say this, Hellish. Being intellectually dishonest like this is a reason for people to ban.
Yeah, it's just like, wow.
I'm not being intellectually dishonest because I'm trying to.
Flat earthers.
Oh, that was stupid. It's either choosing to act this way or it's just you haven't got a choice.
Anyway, I wanted to say something real quick, Jedi, about the whole dome thing. And a perfect example is the Houston Astrodome, Cowboy Stadium. When you go inside, and I put the image in there, but I'll put it one more time just for everybody to see. Like when you're looking at it inside, I don't see the dome from the top touching all the way down to the ground. It's just a lid on top of the walls. So, like, not to get into the whole hypothetical about the firmament being a thing and all this and that about religion, but here's a prime example of a dome over a flat surface.
It was the bit that bugged me that we'd be hitting the sky sooner from certain areas because the sky was lower. Okay, so the sky's an arch now, is it? The very fuck.
And by the way, rain can be created in a jar. You can literally recreate atmospheric conditions inside closed systems, demonstrating that all of these systems require containment. Yeah, saying that we're a ball of fart going around the sun, that's just an absurd thing to say. Like,
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was unmuted. No. See, I wasn't being like serious when I said that. That's not the comparison
Bro,
I was trying to make.
Stop.
Oh, that's what your brain sounded like.
Don't fart no more.
If the Earth was contained, we'd all be suffocating from the methane gas. But because the Earth isn't contained, all the methane gas will escape, so we won't suffocate from the smelly cows. So by consequence, there's a trail of fart behind the Earth. It's literally me reducing your argument to absurdium. Because that's what
how
you
we
said.
move faster. That's how we move faster. The fart makes us spin faster in orbit.
It's like, don't ignite your space rockets behind the Earth, guys. Woo!
Well, I mean, I agree that there are bacteria that will eat methane, right? But like the point I'm just trying to make is that if we had some sort of containment, especially in the form of like a physical barrier.
Well, that goes for you too. That goes for you too.
I'm sorry,
for you too, in your idea of what's going on.
Here's my thing. Okay, real quick, Alice. Where does the methane come from?
It comes from a lot of different places. There's methane produced naturally by the earth.
Cows, right? It's produced by the cow, right?
Yeah. It's produced by cows.
And the cow ate the green stuff on Earth, right? So the green stuff is the production of the methane, right?
Yeah, I was about to say this.
At some point, there's going to be a cycle.
Methane.
Moisture is going to evaporate up. It's going to also collect the methane as the moisture is going up in the clouds. And then when it rains, it's all going to fall back down to the earth. And that methane is going to be attached to a liquid form of water vapor, which is going to be water. And that water is going to be dissolved into the ground. And it's going to be reabsorbed back into the earth. And then that carbon hydrogen is going to, those bonds are going to be broken, and it's going to be distributed out through the all the other plants, and they're going to use it as energy to continue their growth. And it's going to thus continue the cycle of the law of conservation of energy. The idea that we are losing gas, while we're producing more gas on Earth, that means the Earth is shrinking.
What is breaking the bonds of methane? What
heat, energy?
How is energy? Are you talking about like
electrolysis? The sun can do it, or it can it can mix with other materials, right? Other minerals that have other stronger forming bonds that will pull the hydrogen and carbon apart. Because the carbon hydrogen bond really isn't that strong, is it? but there's energy involved when it's released, right?
Yeah,
and
but
you
like
forgot about those little critters that are eating it.
Right.
Critters don't eat methane. Are you talking about
ants?
bacteria?
Yeah, those are the critters I'm talking about.
Microbacteria.
You have to kind of be specific because there is bacteria
The fuck
that.
has this
You
got to
asking
do
me to be
with
specific?
gas pressure without a container?
Because the overall theme that I was trying to demonstrate.
To blow up like a big balloon, aren't we? The pressure's going to increase.
No, so I was basically just going to come
the pressure
back.
isn't going to increase. What are you talking about then? This would be your claim. There'd be more gas being produced, so the pressure would increase.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat and we're in a container, then because the cows are farting, the pressure should build up.
I was just using that as an example. There's a lot of different. No, because I don't believe that there's a container.
No, but yes, you do.
Right.
It's called gravity.
But here's the thing: where is the methane coming from? If it's dissipating into space, then if you take into fact the law of conservation of energy, right? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. That means the Earth is getting smaller.
Why would it be?
Because the cows are eating the grass and creating methane, and that grass is going bye-bye because that methane is going bye-bye, and all the other elements are going bye-bye, and eventually the Earth is going to keep getting smaller because the cows are eating away at the Earth.
No, that's the opposite of the law of conservation. That's the opposite of that.
No, it's not.
No,
the law of conservation of energy says that everything is cyclical.
Right, but you're saying that it's getting smaller, which I never said. It's not getting smaller.
If the air is dissipating off into space, which you said it was, right? Because like gases are being released into space, but we're producing more gases here on Earth. So if gases are going bye-bye, then the Earth is getting smaller because you can't just create something out of nothing.
Yeah, so I agree. I agree, though, that there is a cyclical thing going on. I do agree that.
Hold it down, then.
No, gravity does hold a lot of things down. That's how the oceans are kind of like.
No. It either can escape or it can't.
I mean, two things
holding
can be
the
true.
oceans down.
Yeah.
No, that would be the pressure of the air above, keeping the water in a liquid state. Also, the temperature, keeping it in the liquid state.
Wait. What do you mean?
No, what do I mean? Not who do I mean? The pressure above the water, the gas that is breathing. If there was no pressure above the water wouldn't be liquid. It would turn to gas. The reason why the water's already bloody water is because the temperature that it's at. The temperature that isn't going to freeze it or turn it into a gas.
Wait.
So what happens if you put water in a vacuum without any air?
I think it turns to gas.
Gas, yeah.
More than likely.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't live in a vacuum.
Yes, we do.
Right?
We're breathing gas.
Right.
Surprise.
Yeah, that's what I just said. We do not live in a vacuum.
We don't.
No, we live in gas pressure. Yeah, so that's why the water's a watery state.
That's the Jedi's whole point.
Yeah, but that doesn't really
outer
make sense.
space religion.
Not really, because it doesn't really make sense.
Owlish, yes, really. To have an open thermodynamic system means we'd be dead. It would have to be closed for us to survive.
Closed in what way? That's what I really want to know.
Thermodynamic system. A closed thermodynamic system means that energy in the form of heat and radiation can freely transverse from inside to outside the system. The physical matter can't transverse from inside to outside the system. Like a balloon or a can of cola. You heat the can of cola from the outside ambient temperature and you ruin the ice cold cola because it's got fucking hot. The hot radiated temperature entered the closed system. When you open the closed system by pulling the tab, you can pour the liquid out. It's a closed and open thermodynamic system. So if the Earth was a open thermodynamic system, we wouldn't have gas pressure or any temperature to keep water in a liquid state. It would have to be closed.
Correct, Mungo.
But you wouldn't in space. You don't see. I'm pretty sure in space you wouldn't see water evaporate or.
Oh my God! He's ignoring you, Jedi.
Yes. In a vacuum, water turns to gas, doesn't it? It bubbles. You don't even have to change the temperature. In a vacuum, ice sublimates. That means it skips over the state of being fucking water and jumps straight from solid to gas.
Uh-huh.
So if you're in a vacuum, there's going to be an awful lot of fucking gas.
Well, I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. You were talking about like dry ice.
No, not dry ice. Ice.
No, okay, I thought you were referring to like frozen carbon dioxide because we see that sublimation in that too.
Yeah, sublimation of ice. Now you could call it dry ice. That would be a different chemical compound. Same.
Yeah, like I just said,
applies.
Carbon dioxide, but that happens
Same physics
without.
applies.
Okay.
So to say that we wouldn't see this in a vacuum is categorically incorrect, and sulfur hexafluoride doesn't stop itself from expanding.
But it
you need walls for a vacuum too.
Did you ever demonstrate the triple point in high school or college?
No, I went to a low-income school.
Right. So you know what the triple point is?
No, I went to a low-income school.
So it's a system with an optimal temperature and pressure for for water to exist in all three states at once: liquid, and solid, and gas. Right.
So it happens like right around like 1 degree Celsius or something like that.
But you're not going to be able to do that without a container. You demonstrate the triple point to me without a container.
No, that's not going to happen. So, and the reason I just want to kind of bring it back around to why I brought up gravity in the first place. Because all elements have a weight as demonstrated on the periodic table.
That's not gravity. Is atomic weight the same as the direction downwards?
That's not even gravity.
Sorry, is atomic weight the same as something's heavy pressing downwards on a scale? Is that the same thing? Or is it the amount of atoms, electrons, and neutrons within the molecule?
Yeah, it still has a weight, though.
No, it's the number of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hydrogen having the least amount of stuff, so has less weight, isn't as heavy. Yeah, that's just a misnomer. It's the amount of substance that it's got, the amount of electrons and neutrons rotating around its orbit.
And that makes it heavier. That's why you have
some gases. Do you think that that's a pressure vector only downwards, like weight has, because it's heavy?
What do you mean a pressure vector?
What happens if you've got a gas molecule that's got kinetic energy? Is that only going to press downwards?
No.
Right then.
No, but that's true with anything with kinetic energy.
Exactly, and we're talking about gas that has kinetic energy because it always has temperature, because absolute zero can never be reached. So it's always going to fuck off.
I gotta ask you, Elish, have you ever seen the full 20-minute video of the sulfur hexafluoride in a fish tank?
No, but I think the guy sticks his head in there and talks really deep, right?
Well, that's irrelevant because if you watch the entirety of the video, eventually all that gas dissipates because its container is open.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that it doesn't eventually dissipate.
You are. Well, that's the whole point. We've been around for 4.6 billion years, and the gas has not fucking dissipated off of this fucking Earth.
Yeah, because we, again, described the process of replacement, gas replacement. You described that.
There is no gas replacement. I told you the Earth should be shrinking. If what you're saying is true, the Earth should be getting smaller because the gas has to come from somewhere. It doesn't just get produced out of fucking nothing.
It does. It comes from a lot of different places. It comes from.
It doesn't come from nothing. Do you agree that it doesn't come from nothing?
No, it comes from phytoplankton.
Because the phytoplankton have to eat something, right? What do they eat? They eat whale poop, right?
Yeah. I guess.
So what do the whales eat?
Well, it depends on the whale. Maybe plankton. I don't know.
The circle of life.
Do you know something called the electron transport chain, and what the Krebs cycle is?
The Krebs cycle. Yeah, I've heard of it, but it's like
aerobic metabolism and anaerobic metabolism.
Yeah,
so those things require specific pieces of nutrient to occur, whether it's oxygen or whether it's pyruvic acid. These things are things that are breakdowns from other things. Once they're broken down, they turn into waste, right?
Okay, and the
They get reabsorbed. But the thing that they're producing, the ATP, it just vanishes, right?
Is energy.
If everything is not cyclical, it continues to vanish and vanish and vanish. If you had 1,000 quarters and I take 1 quarter away from you a day, you're constantly reusing your quarters, but I'm taking 1 quarter away from you a day. Is your pile going to get smaller or going to get bigger?
My pile is going to get smaller, but the quarter is still going to.
Right. So if we continue to pull gases away from the Earth while continuously replacing the gases that were taken away, eventually the Earth is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller because everything uses everything in the Earth to be symbiotic. But if you're taking it away.
Right, then I used a quarter to replace that quarter that I went to the quarter factory.
There's no more quarters. You're pulling a quarter out of your ass.
Okay, you just said based on the law, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, right? So that means that the quarter is not vanishing into the ether. That's against that
There's also another part of that law that says matter can neither be created nor destroyed.
Yeah, nothing can be created nor destroyed. Hence why the human soul lives on forever.
It's only transferred. So
it's well, it's transported or it's.
So when shit fucks off of Earth, as Jedi kindly puts it every single time, when things start to fuck off of Earth and get away from Earth, it is no longer part of the Earth system. So it is destroyed by definition from the Earth because it's no longer in that system.
Well, I wouldn't say destroyed.
It's no longer part of the Earth. How does the Earth replace something that's no longer part of the Earth?
Do I have to go through it again? We just described how this happens. It happens through different processes. It depends on the element or the thing needed. So if phytoplankton is being replaced, if oxygen is being replaced, it's being replaced by trees, phytoplankton. If carbon dioxide needs replaced, we're producing that. If there's other elements that need replaced, we have the like you said, the Krebs cycle. We have the rain cycle. We have weather patterns. I mean, I don't know.
In a contained environment.
We see. We definitely.
Rain is not just the water returning to Earth; it's all the other gases trapped inside the rain molecules.
There we go, and now see we have reuse of there's multiple cycles. There's multiple cycles
but
that make
the gases are not. The gases are not going away.
Can I ask a fast question?
And nobody.
Go ahead.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, how is it able to keep gas here on Earth?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was reading something.
How does a concept keep gas here on Earth without it filling the available volume?
How does a concept? Is that what you said?
Gravity.
Okay, I mean, gravity is not a concept.
So show me a bending of space-time.
Here we go.
Well, that's Einsteinian gravity. I'm talking about Newtonian in this case.
Still a concept.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it a concept.
That's what it is, though.
I would call it a theory. There's a difference between a concept and a theory.
Yeah, this isn't a scientific theory. If you want to be specific, a scientific theory will be supported by a group of hypotheses that have been tested for experimentation. This gravity most definitely isn't going to fit that bill.
Which one? Newtonian? Newtonian? Either? Okay. But yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that it's not a wall.
Attracting mass, understanding that mass is conceptual.
Yeah, right.
So it's conceptual then.
We have the Cavendish experiment that kind of tries
to prove conceptual then.
Yeah, conceptual, but it's not. I wouldn't call it a concept, right?
But it is mass. What's mass? Tell me all about that.
What is mass?
Yeah.
Which definition? Because it could be church.
So which conceptual idea should we discuss with regards to mass that has no physical properties in all of itself?
Are you laughing at me?
Serious.
Well done. Well done.
I mean, you played yourself, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. I just got off. I just got let off. Like whatever. Mass is what the amount of stuff a specific thing has. I don't know. I don't know the definition of mass.
That would be atomic mass we were discussing earlier. You don't know the definition of mass, okay? It's conceptual, whichever idea that you're going to try and shoehorn this mass idea into it. It's a conceptual idea of thinking about possibilities, right? So we're thinking about things?
I mean,
it's not actually true?
So, like, I don't know why you're saying that atomic mass isn't the same as normal, like, not normal mass, but isn't mass. Why is it not?
Which maybe you should read the side chat.
So are you
cited it for you, being as you wanted to fucking argue about it.
Oh, I closed that because somebody muted me, so I can't type it in any way.
Google says no, atomic mass is not weight. Remember what you said earlier? Atomic mass is the intrinsic property of the fuck. I'm not going to bother talking then. Because you couldn't be bothered to read it. I started reading it out for you.
No, I'm reading it now. I opened it.
Okay.
It is a dimensionless ratio representing the abundance-weighted average mass of an element's atoms in a typical sample rather than the mass of a single specific atom. Yeah. That's fine. It's what it's saying.
So that's the amount, let's put it clearly, the amount of the atomic structure. Now, does this got magical powers, the amount of atomic structure?
Are you comprised of atoms?
No, I'm asking you a fucking question. You're saying that mass attracts mass. We've got mass, the amount of atomic structure. Has this amount of atomic structure, is it going to attract another amount of atomic structure?
Yes. And in terms of atoms, yes.
No.
Do atoms have the ability to pull other neutrons and
with nuclear forces?
And what is that considered?
Mass, a force. That's nuclear force. That's measurable. That's determinable.
Right, and that's mass attracting mass. We've already determined that atoms have.
Don't make me lose respect for you. Right? It seems to be that you're arguing from emotion at the moment. You're not letting the logic ride over. I'm trying to help you understand the misnomer of mass by pointing out to you that atomic mass is the amount of the atomic structure. Now, that hasn't got power to do anything over time and space to something else, like cause an acceleration.
No, you don't have acceleration without...
Sorry, what's mass attracting mass? The attraction, that would be the cause of an acceleration. Mass can also be described as the resistance to inertia.
What is the
what the fuck?
So when you have like an atom, you have what keeping it together. So why doesn't it just fall apart?
Because it has atomic structure.
Why? Why does it have atomic structure?
It's like, seriously, you're asking me why? It's like, are you just asking questions so they just come into your head?
No, because
you think that make you sound smart or something? Are you not following along?
No, I am. I'm asking you.
Okay, so what have I told you about atomic structure?
You've told me about it. Well, you haven't described what keeps it together. That's what I'm asking.
Sorry. I did this earlier. I got annoyed with you because you repeated the question, which I answered about 30 seconds before you asked it.
Okay, so
that's why I'm getting pissed off with you.
You said atomic structure is what keeps an atom together. I said, what mechanism behind atomic structure?
I'll tell you what, maybe you should Google it.
Yeah, so it's...
What keeps an atomic structure together, Google?
Okay. What keeps an atom together? I would say it's like electricity. Nuclear force binds the protons and neutrons in the nucleus.
There we go. I swear I said that fucking 45 seconds ago.
Well, hold on. While the electromagnetic force holds the negatively charged electrons in orbit around the positively charged nucleus. So
it's not fucking gravity, is it? Hello, not gravity, is it? Went through nuclear forces, didn't we? Said that. You said it. What, are you trying to say it's gravity that's keeping the atoms together?
Right, and what does Earth have?
The weakest force.
And what does Earth have? Earth has an overall measurable electrogeomagnetic force. That's how we have a North Pole and a South Pole and a West Pole and a South and a North Pole.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's how we have the magnetic north.
What's this got to do with gas?
Because I'm tying it together. I'm trying to demonstrate how electromagnetics keeps things together which is mass attracting mass.
Sorry, you think the electromagnetic field of the Earth? Shut up. But you're going to try and say the electromagnetic field of the Earth is stopping the gas expanding into space?
No, but the electromagnetic field demonstrates the shape of the Earth, right? Because you have more magnetism.
No. Magnetic field lines are all over the fucking place. What the fuck? It's like, seriously, what are you trying to get to? We're trying to ask you how you have gas pressure without a container. You're saying gravity. For some reason, you're now starting to talk about the electromagnetic field of the Earth.
Yeah, we got a little granular. I'll agree. We did get really granular with that, but it has, because you tried to say that like atoms don't have, or like
weight.
Elements don't have weight, but they do.
Which is what? What's weight?
Which is the makeup of the atoms. So it's not measured on the individual.
That's a fucking question. What's weight?
Yeah, it's not. What is weight? I just said. Yeah, I just said it's the
pressure vector downwards. Right. Okay. So if we're talking about the atomic structure, the amount of electrons and neutrons in a fucking particle, is that the same type of weight, or are we talking about its atomic structure?
We're talking about how atoms make up everything. Everything has weight and mass.
Stupid.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess somebody else can talk then. I don't want to be muted forever. So.
Thank God. I'm just trying to figure out what the point of contention is.
Silent, CB.
Damn, Jedi is cooking you right now. You're just gonna sit there and take that?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sorry, you're going to try and demonstrate to everybody how atomic mass is weight.
Mm-hmm.
I cited it earlier. Do you think I'm wrong? I cited it. Are you disagreeing with this?
No, because
what you cited says fucking no right at the top.
So
no,
it's not. But it's not the weight of the individual atom. It's what makes up that element, because you know that there are some elements that are lighter than others.
In that space, the amount of electrons and neutrons, that isn't a pressure vector downwards.
But it's like you can demonstrate that, like, for example, helium is lighter than oxygen.
No, helium has less in it than oxygen does.
Right,
less
and that would be
electrons and neutrons.
And that would be
that's what atomic weight is. It's the amount of stuff. It doesn't mean it's heavy.
Not electrons and neutrons, it's protons and neutrons. Electrons are essentially weightless, or essentially massless.
Thank you.
It still has protons and neutrons, right? Doesn't it?
it's protons and neutrons that are the massive particles in an atom.
Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, you seem to know more about this than I could ever know. So what is, can you actually like correct me on what atomic weight is and how it works, and based on what elements are lighter, quote unquote, or
You could
heavier?
literally just fucking Google this yourself like everybody else has done whilst you've been talking.
It's not about lightness, it's about massiveness,
Okay.
right? So protons and neutrons are the particles in an atom that are massive, right? They have mass.
Mm-hmm. So if I look at the periodic table, would I see something like
Yeah, so
oxygen?
the number of the element is the number of protons in the atom of that element. The neutrons is not going to be equal to the number of protons in most cases. Sometimes it is, but the higher the number, the more neutrons relative to protons you have. So the mass of the atoms increases in a nonlinear fashion.
Okay, and if I were to put this into simple terms, does that make it heavier or lighter? Like, if I were to just kind of like sum it up.
I'm sorry, what?
So would that make each element have its own quote unquote weight that is
No,
one lighter
not weight,
or heavier
mass.
than the other?
Weight,
Right. So
weight
mass.
is a function of gravity pulling on mass, but mass itself isn't the same as weight. Like people use that because interchangeably, colloquially, because we are all on Earth, so it's going to like be an irrelevant difference essentially. But no, gravity is not the same. I'm sorry, weight is not the same as mass. Weight is the force of gravity on mass.
Okay.
Mass itself is just like based on the numbers of protons and neutrons in an atom.
Okay, cool. All right. That's
So
what
where's the
I saw.
gravity come from then?
Wait a sec. Mass is supposed to create gravity, and then
that's
gravity
my question. Where's the gravity come
turns
from?
around
Mass
and affects
bends
mass back.
space-time. Mass bends space-time, right? So the more mass you have, the more its space-time is bent. That's what creates the force of gravity. But that doesn't mean that mass and gravity are the same.
Thank you.
Any evidence that gravity stratifies gas molecules based off of molecular weight or mass?
The bending of space-time? Okay, I got it. I'm writing this all down.
So mass creates the thing which gives mass weight.
No. Well,
Who keeps doing that music?
Yeah. So and in essence, like what you're saying is, so like if you put a bowling ball on a trampoline, the bowling ball is creating the curve that pulls the bowling ball to the center. That is true.
So space, height, width, length, which is absence of anything, the volume that other physical things reside in can be distorted.
So dimensions aren't the absence of anything. They're things, right? They're measurable.
Sorry, height, width,
and length are measurable. They're not nothing.
Sorry, I understand that it's measurable, but that's absence of anything. It's the volume that other physical things. Sorry,
can I finish my point? Nothing.
So you're going to reify this into physical existence. Okay, I got you. No problem. I'll point out that 3 dimensions in and of itself isn't physical, and you'll say, yes, it is. It could be bent and warped by mass. That's fine.
What about the 4th thing?
Oh, time. I mean, that's going to get very complicated. But he's just going to go, yes, it can.
Is it physical? Is space physical? Is time physical?
If by physical you mean like one of the
like
things that
matter. Yeah.
Can I not? Okay, if you don't want me to answer, that's fine.
Is time not the transference of light? Isn't that why we have light years?
No. Light years is a distance. Light years is a distance, right?
Yeah, I know it's a distance.
You could have. Yeah, I mean, it's just how much distance a beam of light travels in one Earth year. Yeah, so it's just because like using miles would have such a large number that it's impractical to work with. It's going to be like in the trillions.
Right, but around black holes, for example, you would have time dilation, and around a black hole, you would see that there's no light. Once you reach
not
the
around,
event horizon,
like
around, you'd have the
within the event
distance where you'd
horizon.
only see light.
Within the exactly within the event horizon. Within the event horizon, you would have a time dilation. So
yeah, but just because light can't travel doesn't mean there's no distance that can be measured in light years, right? Just because like you could have a some sort of terrain that no car could go across, but you could still like measure that distance in the amount of time it takes a car to travel, you know, going at a certain constant speed.
Yeah, yes, I wasn't sure if like there was any like relation between time and light since that's
no, not in the way you're getting at. No, it's just a convention of the term.
Freaking Star Trek nerds up in here.
The fuck.
This is not Star Trek. No, this is.
Yeah, there's no measurement of a light year. Just like there's no measurement of an astronomical unit being 93 million miles.
So no, like you may say that there's no space, right? You don't have to believe in space to say that light
is the radius of Earth, which has never been measured.
Yeah, none of that matters, right? We still can on Earth can measure the speed of light. So we can also then give a number
two-way or one-way
in the amount of distance that would go in 365 days.
There was a question in there. One-way or two-way speed of light?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so like it doesn't matter like which way you're doing it. However you get to the measurement of light, it's always a constant speed. Whether you want to argue that's only that's a two-way, right? It doesn't matter. You could say like we can't measure the one-way speed of light, but that has nothing to do with the distance that is a light year.
Yeah, cool story. How do you derive a distance from an assumption?
So we measure in laboratories how fast light travels, right? It doesn't matter that we can't get to a one-way speed of light. It doesn't matter. So we just take this thing that always comes out at the same number, and we just say, okay, let's times that by 365, and that's what it is, you know, the distance in light years. It doesn't matter that you don't think space is real. That makes no difference.
Why should I think space is real?
You don't have to for a light year to be a fixed distance.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you accept that days are real, right? So you can measure any speed by 365 days and get a distance, right? If you have a constant speed, right, then and a certain amount of time, you get
they measure
that speed time, right?
Please educate the audience how they measure light speed in the lab.
By using lasers and very, very precise chronometers.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah, you've got a clock and you've got a light
add a detector.
Are you just going to leave it there? The audience is waiting.
Yeah, so you use a laser, right, and you point it at a detector. You have the detector synced to a very precise chronometer, right, and you also have the emitter, right. So the chronometer starts right as the emitter turns on, and it stops when the detector is hit by the laser signal, right? And there you have the speed that it traveled. You do this in a vacuum where there's no medium, and there you get the speed of light.
Okay, cool. Show us how that was done.
I just did. I just explained it. Like, do you want me to post actual laboratories that have done this thousands of times?
Yeah, cool thought experiment.
I mean, come on, that's how a laser rangefinder works. You have one. They cost $5.
Yeah, it is how a laser rangefinder works. Absolutely. By, measuring the time it takes for the signal to, be detected back, right? Therefore, the range because we know that what the speed of light is.
Is that velocity variable or is it constant?
The speed of light is a constant.
If it were variable, then the range
it's constant now.
Useless, right?
Frickin' laser beam.
It would give us random results every time we use it.
Honest to God, why don't you and the giant laser get a frickin' room for God's sakes?
Well, so much for relativity then.
What's relativity?
Relativity does not say the speed of light is different. Relativity is talking about the distortions of space-time, not the distortion of the speed of light. The speed of light is constant in relativity, special and general.
And you know this
because it's very clearly explained in the physics, right? Go read a physics book.
Right.
The physics of bent space.
In Einstein's fucking equations, C is always the constant speed of light. Like, it's in the relativity equations.
Don, that's an agreed upon average, the speed of light. Excuse me.
It's not an average, it's a constant.
It's average.
I see we have a bunch of religious fanatics here today.
This is really strange how you guys like fight the speed of light when it doesn't have any impact on whether the Earth is round or not.
No, it doesn't.
Why do you keep saying round? Why don't you have balls enough to say spherical?
If you say that it is a constant, you'll just debunk your claim to make the excuse of refraction. So don't say that it is a constant because you.
I was just thinking about
refraction
that too.
Has nothing to do with the speed. Refraction has to do
the
with
time of arrival of
angle.
different wavelengths actually matters.
So no,
right? Because
so
you wouldn't be able to perceive distance.
A photon
of any
of light,
perception
the speed
otherwise.
of it. Yeah, this light is a constant, moves at a constant speed. The color, right, the wavelength is different. That doesn't mean that like a high energy wavelength moves faster than a low energy wavelength, right? It has to do with how tightly packed the wave is, not the speed that the wave travels at.
Yeah, so can the phase itself exceed the speed of light? You know, when you have a phase change at the speed of light?
Phase of what?
If you change the phase of light at the speed of light and increase it, does that
I don't know what you mean by
does
phase.
That increase the frequency and therefore exceed the speed of light?
What do you mean when you say phase of light?
Peak to trough, okay, of a wavelength, okay? You increase
that's not phase, that's wavelength.
You change the phase by increasing that rate.
That's not changing phase. Like that doesn't even make sense in context, right? But changing the wavelength, right, changes the amount of energy in the photon. That's correct. Low wavelength photons have more energy than high wavelength photons.
We're looking to superluminal communications technology.
There is currently no superluminal communication.
Well, that didn't answer the question, but
yeah, it'd be awesome if they developed it someday. That would be like super awesome. So are you guys enjoying your Labor Day? You grilling?
I'm doing labor on Labor Day.
Actual work, like for a job, or just like working around the house?
No, I'm working.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just find it interesting how you take these so-called experts out of their element and talk to a bunch of people like us, and suddenly there are absolutely no paradoxes, no issues, no problems whatsoever with their cosmology. They suddenly have it all locked in and tight, right? And then they go back amongst themselves and they start arguing again.
Hey, keep talking like that, you're going to summon Larry.
I mean, it's true, right? Like, you ever get a realist and a non-realist from quantum mechanics together to have a conversation that's coherent? Can't happen.
That's true.
So sporadic,
right? So we kind of delve into a little bit of that here, and like suddenly, everybody closes ranks because they're talking to the flat earther.
Well, notice how these baby glowers need like an hour of time to even agree on what their model is.
I have yet to hear an agreed upon model in Flat Earth.
Well, you don't even have a consistent one for the globe. You explored it for like an hour with the help from Jedi and some random nerd.
What do you mean, random nerd? I'm sure.
They came in and started explaining the speed of light and stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a name, not just random.
What
does the speed of light have to do with the shape of the Earth?
He's talking about Fred.
Yeah, light can travel at a constant speed, and that doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. Like, I don't know why you're so bent up about it.
It's in your imagination only. If the claim is that light slows down when it travels through a medium that is other than vacuum, I'm talking about a pure vacuum.
No. So the light doesn't slow down. What takes more time is that it's absorbed by an atom and re-radiated from that atom, right? And that process takes time, but the light that goes into the atom, the new photon that comes out,
so you wouldn't know otherwise.
at the same speed.
No. What is the cause of refraction?
Hold on a second. Isn't there standing ohms in a vacuum? Like, what would Maxwell say about that?
Ohms have to do with electricity. That has nothing to do with light.
There's the background of a vacuum. So, and Maxwell described the speed of light as being 1 over the square root of permittivity times permeability of a substance that it interacts with. And yet in a vacuum, you still have this crazy thing getting in the way.
That's not the speed of light. That's the speed of transmission, passage through the medium.
Oh, that was C. That's absolutely C. Maxwell wasn't just talking about information.
Yeah, and in a vacuum, you get the speed of light that is identical to the speed of the photon that's radiated from an atom, and the speed of the photon that hits the atom and is absorbed, and before a new one is radiated out.
But let me help you out with your own model. So, guys, if we take a bunch of particles, let's say gas, what's in between those particles?
You still haven't explained why the speed of light is such a threat to you.
Fred, it was to your interlocutor. I'm trying to help you explain to him what you're trying to say. If you take a bunch of gas particles through which light is propagating, what is between each particle? There's some room between them.
The answer is a vacuum. There's nothing between.
Is there a vacuum or is it a gradient? That's what I was thinking. There's a gradient, right? Because you have a field, whatever the heck that is.
In the end, like Jedi said,
all the particles have a field, right? They're vibrating, And
you stop for a second. Like Jedi said, a cloud of gas is a collection of particles, right? Let's say in a container, just to calm everybody down. They're all in a container. Now, what's in between those particles at a given point in time?
Yeah, why?
You said, yeah, why?
I'm going somewhere with this. What's in between those particles?
Everybody coming but us. No, I said, are we the only ones coming? He said, yeah, why?
Dude, hot micing.
Yes.
What's in between those particles, guys? Who was talking to the Glober nerd.
For Newton, ether.
Oh, okay. So if that's what fills the space between the particles, then what the nerd is saying is that when light travels between one particle and another, it has that speed through naked ether, so to speak.
Yeah, is it instantaneous or does it have a velocity, right? I mean, does anybody ever produce an actual vacuum to prove it? No.
That is C.
That's the claim, but no one can test that because you can't create
Yes, they can. They can take a container, remove most of the particles. What is going to be left is just the space between particles that you call ether. And then we can measure the speed of light through that naked ether unobstructed by other particles.
No, there will be the particles. So the vacuum is not a perfect vacuum. And you don't even know how many particles are there. That's one. You don't know the distance between those particles. That's two. So you don't know.
Yeah, you do, because you know the size of the container and you know the pressure.
Yeah, but you don't know how many particles. You don't. You just know the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure. Why is there impedance in a free space? That doesn't make any sense.
Hey. Jedi quoted the equation PV equals nRT. You know the P, you know the V, you know the T.
Yeah, so why is there impedance in free space in a vacuum?
What?
Why is there impedance in a free space, in a vacuum?
We don't know. We just measure it. There's
isn't that weird?
Speed of light.
So is there really nothing or is there something?
Well, you call it whatever you want, but that's the maximum speed. And maybe that's the reason, that impedance of whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but like I told you, you don't know how many particles are there inside that.
And I told you you're wrong. PV equals nRT.
Yeah, PV equal nRT. Pressure inside the volume. You don't know what is the... In PV equal nRT.
You can measure pressure, Chief, with the pressure gauge.
Good, nerd. Wait for it.
Peter, try to let me finish. Try to let me finish. So in PV equal nRT, no letter in those letters signify the numbers of molecules inside the vacuum chamber. P, it's pressure. So what you want to know? What you want to know if that light is capable to traverse without hitting those particles inside the vacuum chamber.
Stop. What does N stand for in PV equals nRT?
Mass.
N stands for mass?
It's the number of moles.
Yeah,
okay,
molar mass.
Number of moles, the number of particles.
Molar mass. Molar mass.
Oh, okay. So what is that? What is mass, Jedi?
Oh, that's the amount of substance in the space.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't tell you about the number of particles. There could be one particle.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like the mass of gas particles doesn't matter for pressure. It's the frequency. That's what Boltzmann figured out.
Didn't we just agree mass was just a concept?
Right. So it doesn't care.
Just a concept?
Pressure doesn't care what the actual mass of the gas molecules are because it's just a concept.
But how can you multiply RT by a concept?
Well, it's the number of moles. It's the number of actual items, regardless of their so-called mass. Mass doesn't count, Peter. Mass has no bearing whatsoever on the pressure of a system when it comes to gas. It's the number of particles, the number of moles there are, and the number of times that they hit a pressure plate.
One step at a time. Is N the number of particles in the volume?
Crying out loud. Do I have to repeat this again and again? Like, why are you asking me a question that I already answered 2 times?
It's a yes or no question.
Why are you asking a question that I've already answered twice? And Jedi too.
Because maybe I'm slow. So is N the number of particles?
You do sound pretty slow.
Volume?
Just repeat what we said.
Is N the number of particles in the volume in the equation PV equals nRT?
Repeat what we said.
It's incomprehensible to me what the other guy is saying. It's just
I just said it refers to the number of moles.
Yeah, and isn't that the number of particles?
A mole?
Isn't a mole a number of molecules?
Yes.
Okay, so N.
What's with all these self-referential questions, dude? This sounds pretty dumb.
So it's the amount of particles.
Okay.
Regardless of mass.
That's it. So when the other guy
regardless
says,
of mass,
we don't know how many particles are in the volume, and I tell him PV.
You do know. You can figure out how much there are actually, and that's how you prove. That's how you prove Avogadro's law. Actually, Avogadro's law debunks the idea that gravity pulls down on gas too.
No,
Incidentally,
just divide PV by RT, and you get the N.
So, just to be clear, who said no?
No to what?
No, it absolutely does not.
So do you know what Avogadro's law is?
Newton's gravitation law is a fundamental
excuse me,
law in
there was
physics.
a question.
Excuse me,
Do you know
did you
what
know
Avogadro's law is?
Newton's law is fundamental to physics.
We're not talking about Isaac Newton.
Hold on. Newton also said gas molecules disperse, whereas other forms of matter condense.
We're talking about Newton, we're talking about Avogadro. You need to comprehend what's being said before I kick you out of the conversation, being as you jumped in. Do you know Avogadro's law? And take your silence as no. Carry on, guys.
I always pronounce it as avocado's law because I didn't know that.
Sorry, I should speak more clearly.
Yep, I brought that up because it pertains particularly to the N factor.
What, the mass? What happens if you have different gases with different molar masses?
So now we're talking mass. So T, what is T in PV equals nRT?
Temperature.
Which is what? Average kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is 1/2 of m times v2, v squared, sorry.
Yeah, great. You just described the average kinetic energy of a system, so would that be a closed system, Peter?
N is literally the number of molecules.
Yeah, would that be a closed system, Peter? Or is that open, like, an open air convertible to a vacuum of outer space?
We were talking about measuring the speed of light in a very low pressure chamber, and some guy...
Right, so now we go to the velocity of gas molecules.
We don't know how many particles are in a very low pressure gas chamber. Trying to obfuscate the fact that regardless of the shape of the Earth, we can definitely measure the speed of light when it's moving between points in
you can infer its speed.
Are largely unobstructed by other particles. And
you can infer its speed only. Okay, I can accept if you were to admit it's an inference. Okay, you can infer its speed. Great. I accept you can infer its speed. I was never against that. It's an inference. Plus, it does change velocity depending on the medium.
When the guy,
in the relativistic context, it definitely has an impact, doesn't it? Because you instead of saying that it changes its velocity, you say time compresses or dilates.
No, nobody says that. What he was trying to tell you is that the time it takes for light to propagate from point A to B when the distance between those 2 points is obstructed by particles is slower than if there was no obstruction because of the absorption and re-emission of light by those particles. What he was trying to tell you, this is what I'm trying to help him because he's not making a great job out of it.
There's basically like ludicrous speed between.
Is where light moves at c. And if you have a lot of particles, it's going to be bouncing between the particles and thus slowing down, in quotes, but still between each individual.
Well, the propagation takes longer, but the speed's the same.
That's what I'm saying.
The only reason I'm specifying that is because they're going to hear you saying that, so the speed does change, right? Well, no, the photon speed is going to be the same regardless.
I said in quotes.
Yeah, you have no way of inferring you have no way of proving its velocity, just inferring it.
Well, you prove it every day when you use your laser rangefinder and you obtain the same result for a known distance.
Yeah, I'm sure your laser rangefinder works on, measuring its one-way speed. Excellent.
No, it doesn't. But what's
Oh,
the
it
issue
doesn't.
with
I
that?
know it doesn't. Stick you up there. See how I'm
What's
slick?
the issue with that? The distance. So let's say the
The
distance from
inferred speed. That's why.
from me to the wall is d. So what I get is 2d, right? For 2d, I get
I
a
can't
t.
be honest about this.
For 2d,
Just be honest
d,
about it, guys.
I get
Come
a
on.
time t, and that's the speed of light. This is absurd. Like you're actually, not helping the cause of
No. This is basically a shit test for your honesty to see if you're going to tell the audience if it's inferred or not.
It produces random results. It does not.
Yeah, no one said it was random. Nice straw man.
Okay, so you can calculate by taking 2d.
You guys can't be honest. I mean, you can't be honest about the inference, and now you're straw manning me about saying that it's like potentially random. Nobody even inferred that. So, what's the point of this discussion?
What is the issue with taking?
I mean, well, again, like you guys try to come out of the woodwork and close ranks, and you're dishonest. You act like you got everything figured out, and you go back to each other when you're out of the room, and you suddenly bicker and disagree with each other, like you said, Peter.
About the shape of the Earth, we're talking about the issue of light. That's completely agnostic of what you think about the shape of the Earth.
I mean, do you think like accepting any standard science like is going to somehow invalidate your view? Because like this optics in this regard has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I don't know why you're fighting against it.
This is why it took me so long to switch to flat Earth from globe, because of this association with like a complete.
I don't even know why light came up. Can't even remember why light came up.
Like you take some things that are observable, and then you say, okay, and everything else in mainstream physics needs to be thrown out of the window.
Oh, for fuck's sake! It was just a fucking sidebar that everyone decided to follow down the fucking road, and we got into the weeds. Okay.
It's here. Yeah, but you know how it is, because I know.
Oh, seriously, the less you talk, the better.
Sure, that's fine. But I remember you fighting against people who used to overreach and say really silly things about basic physics just because they think they discovered the shape of the Earth. Then they have the claim to throw away everything else just because it came from authority of some kind.
Again, can we just get back to the subject and not about the speed of light?
Peter, let's be clear. You not being able to figure out that the Earth is flat has got nothing to do with anything that anyone else said or did. It has to do with your ability or lack thereof to engage in critical thinking.
Whatever, man. I'm going to
nothing to do with anything.
Shut up, and you keep spazzing on your own boy.
Thanks.
I didn't win the race because the guy in the stands was looking at me funny.
Yeah, I went to downtown.
Did everybody stop talking, or did I go deaf?
The cats off the rails and stuff.
We get it.
Oh, I look every day. Yeah, I don't know.
Here, but you know.
I like it. No one on the rails. So.
What do you mean? I can put. It's not my phone.
I don't want to hear this conversation. Whoever this is talking. Who is it?
You were interested in that conversation?
Really wasn't. Not unless you're ordering me food.
I mean, I can if you want. I don't know where you live, but...
So you understand now, being Alish, you understand now what atomic mass is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Doesn't do magic.
That wasn't my claim nor my belief that it did magic. That's actually the opposite of what I believe.
So it attracted, it caused interactions, it made stuff move, an instantaneous action at a distance, according to the Newtonian idea of mass. That's not the same thing as atomic structure mass.
Okay. I mean, I believe gravity to be something completely different than that. So I don't think that.
So what's gravity then? And please don't use the word mass.
No, gravity is not mass. It has nothing to do with it.
So what is it then?
What is it? Well, it depends. Are you talking about Einsteinian?
Doesn't fucking depends. In the one instance of gravity, I want you to fucking define it and don't use the word mass.
No, don't say cuss words. This is a Christian server.
Shut up. Just do it.
In most definitions, it would be mass attracting mass. That would be in most conventional definitions, it would be mass attracting mass. That would be the most consistent definition when referring to gravity. We, of course, also have the bending and morphing of space-time, which we usually would associate with black holes.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
that's incorrect.
It's funny when you started this whole thing with mocking firmament or whatever, and then conflating firmament with container, and that's when you dropped in gravity, and now you're acting like that never happened. You're the one who said gravity about an hour ago.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just weird. That's your firmament. That is your firmament.
No, I don't think so.
Gravity, gas pressure because of gravity.
Yeah, but that's not the same as
that's how this started.
Yeah,
no, it's not a firmament because you can go past the gravity well.
It's your make-believe thing.
My make-believe thing. Okay.
I love it when they repeat it. Yes.
No, I don't think it's my.
You were mocking firmament, yet you have the exact same thing to show.
I find
because a firmament is a barrier you cannot pass through. A gravity well can be exited.
Yeah, but she uses the term firmament instead of container just to mock the idea. Because as she says,
containers can't go past the walls of the container.
Stop it. Let her die on her own hill, dude.
That was a joke, but the reason I don't think a firmament is like a legitimate belief is only because of the way it's being described and represented. It is usually not.
What's a firmament?
Yeah, but you're saying gravity with nothing to show.
Yeah.
What's a firmament?
I don't know because I've heard multiple different definitions.
How the fuck can you start pulling it apart if you don't know what it is? What is a firmament, dude?
A firmament, in my experience, is what people consider a barrier over top of the earth. But I usually see a firmament. Huh?
A container.
Yeah, but the way it's usually demonstrated is
a container.
A dome.
Yeah, exactly. The way that people like to draw things out when they do the conception of the Hebrew cosmology, they put the dome in the sky as a dome. The Egyptians do this. In actual fact, all ancient cosmologies put an arch in the sky. Okay?
Right. But that's not a consistent... I mean, that's not the way
that is consistent when all ancient cosmologies do the same fucking thing. It's the definition of consistent.
No, you're right. I didn't mean to say consistent. I mean that it's not really
What? A pictorial idea of what a container would look like?
It's not a reality.
It's not a reality when they describe the container for the Earth.
Yeah,
because we have gas pressure.
No, because it would be we would not see in any instance that what do you call it? That a rocket, for example, if you were to shoot up a rocket or a balloon, you wouldn't see it go higher or lower based on where you are.
What do you mean by higher or lower? Is this if you think that if you went towards the edges where the roof touches the floor, then the arc of the ceiling is going to be closer to the floor, so we'd hit it further? Yeah.
Yes.
That's silly, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Why do you think you would be able touch the fucking sky anyway.
I touch the sky? No. I don't think you would touch the sky.
You're talking about reaching the container. And you'd hit the wall, you'd hit the ceiling lower here than you would over there because the sky is apparently an arch.
Well, that's what I said.
Dome and you shot a rocket up Antarctic, right? You could absolutely hit it.
Antarctic? Why is Antarctic close to the lower part of the sky all of a sudden?
Because you think it's the edge, like an ice wall or something, which means it has to be. The dome has to connect
it's the edge. Sorry. No, you should have stopped talking as soon as I said no, because I was trying to correct you. We do not think that Antarctica is the circumference of a disk. That would be a reification of a globe map.
No, it wouldn't. No globe has Antarctica somehow all around.
Sorry, an AE azimuth or equidistant north-centric global projection of a sphere does. When you have your globe with the north in the centre and the south pulled out to be the circumference, it's a projection of a globe from the north. Yes, you do.
Yeah, and
it's
that's
called
the
an
map
AE
you guys
azimuth or
usually use.
equidistant map. Why are you still talking? Just pointing out you're wrong. I'd have some humility and go, oh, shit, I didn't realise that, sorry. Would you like a list of map projections for you? All of them come from a globe, by the way.
No, because if you want to talk about a globe, look at the globe, right? Don't look at
sorry, projections. Did you not hear the word projections? Because you can't put globes onto flat surfaces. Are you not listening very well?
Yeah, which is why if you want to accurately understand, you shouldn't look at the flat surfaces. You should look at the globe itself.
Excuse me. Were we talking about Antarctica being the circumference of the world? Why are you being a slippery little cunt and trying to divert the subject?
In the standard map that
I'm pointing out, wanker.
Is accurate. You're pointing out wankers.
Sorry.
I was going to make another joke, but okay.
Guys, no jokes allowed. This is serious business here. This is very serious.
Clovers don't know how to make jokes. They don't know how to make memes either.
Jokes are supposed to be funny.
What do you mean I'm very funny? Looking.
Well, it was going to be a Doty joke, too. Not just a joke. Yeah. It was going to be Doty, too, so...
Can you repeat that serious thing? Like that was funny. Can you repeat again, Aldrich?
What? This is a serious place, so we don't make any jokes here. This is serious.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alice, you're the one attempting to make a mockery of it. Anyways, where did Judge G go? He just kind of had nothing more to say?
What am I mocking?
Judgy Fred. You brought up the whole firmament thing, and you got us into this whole quandary.
Yeah, that wasn't me making fun of it. I just said that it didn't make sense.
Well, yeah, but you're mocking the idea of a firmament. Yet when you're asked for an example of gas pressure without a container, you give us a gas that dissipates.
Yes. Okay. Dissipation was never dissipation. So dissipation was never.
You also said it's funny you've gone into talking about space-time when you were telling us that gravity is what gives you the air pressure on Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you mumbled something about Cavendish. So you're the one with the clown act.
Clown act? Interesting.
I love it when you repeat it. Yeah. So Judgy Fred, what's up? Let Judgy Fred talk.
Okay.
You muddied the waters to this point, and Judgy Fred thinks that he said you can absolutely hit the dome if you're in Antarctica. I don't know what the hell he's I don't know if he wants to define absolutely.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I said. This last hour is giving me a headache.
You see, in his head, he can do it. And you see these globers, they live in their heads, not in reality.
Yeah, he can absolutely imagine it.
Hey, Alice, did you see the image I gave of the Astrodome?
Yes.
Did you notice that the top of the dome, the ceiling, was not arcing all the way down to the floor?
Yeah, so that would imply that there are walls to the container. I mean, I know that the ice wall is considered part of the container.
Well, the ice wall is really an ice shelf, and we don't know the full extent of all of that, right? Did you hear about the Chinese pilot that was raising money for cancer research, and he was trying to land on all the continents?
No, did not hear about that.
Yeah, he was trying to land on all the continents, and the only continent that he was going to have trouble with was Antarctica, and he knew this. So while he was flying in South America, he took a quick detour to Antarctica, and as soon as he got off the plane, he was arrested.
Yeah, you're not supposed to go there.
Right. So, like again, like the whole Antarctic shelf could be like a smaller container. We don't even really know what's going on. You know, some reports in history have said that there's inlets in there that lead to other places. Who knows? The point remains the area that we live in, the known Earth that we live in, is big enough to house all of the people that are in it right now. And so people don't really have a desire to travel tens of thousands of miles to try to go figure out what's going on in Antarctica or anything else down there.
Well, I mean, we know people go to Antarctica.
Sure, people go to Antarctica. People went to Antarctica in the Final Experiment with Will Duffy.
Right, exactly. So I don't think it's necessarily correct to say that people don't go there don't travel thousands of miles to do that, because they clearly do.
Right, but I mean, it requires a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of effort. If you have family, you have to basically get permission from your spouse and the rest of your family, and just so that way you can go, because you're basically leaving them and you may not even return.
I've never heard about that, but I don't really know much about it.
Well, I'll give you an example. I would have loved to have gone down there myself, but I have a family here that I have to take care of. I can't just up and leave and go on some trip. Like I was willing, hey, you know what? I'll go down there if you'll pay all my bills while I'm gone too. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's with anything. That's like going anywhere.
Yeah, Alice just wants to pretend that going to Antarctica is just like a trip to Cleveland.
No, I don't think I ever made that claim.
Well, I mean, regardless, it's
so
just
where is
like,
the point?
You can go with the. Hold on, Sasha. I'll finish this real quick. Okay. You can go by the claims that other people have made, where they use the azimuthal equidistant map, and they put the Antarctica all the way around the known continents, and they make Antarctica the ice wall, and the dome comes all the way down to the ice wall. But let's face it, there's more than one way to have a dome, and it could be even further beyond Antarctica. Antarctica is just what we're allowed to go to.
I guess, I don't know, but I mean,
but we don't need the Antarctic wall or the container itself, the wall itself, going all the way. Like, let's say, I'm just going to throw a hypothetical out there. If Polaris is 90 degrees and you were directly underneath Polaris, and you traveled in one linear direction for 1,000,000 miles, and then you finally reach the wall, I don't need to go all the way to the wall to prove the Earth is flat, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
But he needs to prove that all this sea level, what he passed, that 10,000 miles of sea level, does not prove the flat Earth. It's only passing the sea level. And now he reached the point, that's the Antarctica. And that point, it's incredibly, unfortunately, only there where is South America. There is no so many other things people starting and going to the south from any points. No. There is Argentina, go there, and there is ice wall around all Earth, but region is there, smaller than UK, but that's Antarctica.
What?
Nobody go left, nobody go right from that peninsula. Nobody showed at least 1,000 miles of the shore, or at least 1,000 miles of that 25,000 or whatever.
There's a yearly boat race around Antarctica. Like, you're just wrong. Like, you can absolutely go left or right from Argentina.
Nobody did that in history of the humanity, that somebody circumnavigating Antarctica. Now you're telling me there is a race.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is you're wrong when you say that you can't go left or right from Argentina.
Can you hear me?
The tip of Argentina down there.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? You hear me, Fred?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I've got a world-renowned sailor that used to do those races, and he said that they made the video look like they were going faster than they were. So even he questions about whether or not he actually went around Antarctica.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about that. What I said, what I'm countering is this guy said that you're only allowed to go directly south from Argentina, right? That's false. If you got a boat, you can go in any direction you want.
Oh, really?
No, what you don't understand, Fred, Fred, is that if you left Argentina and then you skinned around the Earth at like 50 degrees south latitude, and then let's say you were like 2,000 miles away from Argentina, and then you made a hard right to go south, and you started going towards Antarctica, there's a lot of ships out there that tell you to turn around or you'll be blown out of the water.
Have you actually read the Antarctic Treaty? Like, in nowhere does it say, it specifically says that the world's countries will not in any way militarize, and that it's open for the peaceful use and exploration of all the world's peoples.
Oh my gosh, you're not serious. He's seriously going down this road. Please. You've got to be kidding me. So you're disputing what was just explained to you, that the person was arrested.
Yeah, this guy
not
says
everything. Yeah, not everything.
Does not say that
okay.
when he thinks
Yeah, Fred. Okay, let me start to tell you about how governments work then. Yeah, not everything is going to be spelled out in the founding documents. There's also the Environmental Protocol of 1992. As well as numerous, of course, behind-the-scenes meetings where they would discuss how to enforce said treaty, which has clearly been enforced multiple times through being arrested if you try to violate it. So, that just doesn't even hold water here. What are you disputing that this person was just arrested then? Are you going to dispute that story? I'll put it up there for you so you can read it. Get educated. Stop making these stupid claims. I've had enough.
And I'll say this, just so you know, Fred.
There were some.
Hold on.
People who went to Antarctica, right?
I understand, but here's the thing, right? They tell you that they're not going to militarize anything south of the 60th parallel, but what they don't tell you is that they fucking heavily guard the 60th parallel. That's what they don't tell you.
Aye, but there were some people who went to Antarctica, like the other guy said at TFE, right?
Yeah, but why do you think that is?
Right, so if you were there, like, they were at 79.
I mean, anyone in 2025 would try to say, that whatever they agreed to originally, these 50 plus countries in the Antarctic Treaty, that if the letter, doesn't say that we're going to do this thing or that thing, as if any governments of the world adhere to anything. Have you ever heard of the U.S. Constitution? When's the last time you saw that adhered to? Please, are you naive? Or are you just purposely trying to be difficult, Fred?
What do you mean the U.S. Constitution isn't being adhered to?
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to go down that road. If you think it's being adhered to, by all means, yep, just hug your globe plushie, go to bed, and imagine that Big Daddy government's protecting you. Yep, that's what's happening, sure. I'll sing a bedtime story song.
Just waiting for a Glower to come in here and be like, you see flat earthers? Even North Korea has satellites. How do you explain that? Flat earthers?
Has that happened yet?
I was just saying I'm surprised it hasn't yet. Well, I mean, it has, just not in regards. They weren't referring to North Korea, but it has.
I mean, yeah, North Korea does have satellites. But
well, there, it's happened. It just happened right there. You did it.
Did it fulfill every dream and every thing that you could have ever imagined?
Does North Korea have satellites?
Yeah.
They claim to have, I think, 1 or 2.
I'm sure that they do, but
so that third world country can go to space, but you can't.
Well, I mean, technically, it's not space.
Anyone with a couple $100,000 can go to space.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's just, you guys are totally missing the point. Like, just asserting that to be true doesn't make it true. I can say, oh, if you guys have $100,000, you can go and see this unicorn. Oh, you don't have $100,000. Oh, then you can't go see the unicorn. See how fucking retarded that sentence is that I just said? You guys just said the same thing about space. If you had $100,000, you could go to space.
Yeah. I mean, Katy Perry went to space, so right? Was it Katy Perry?
Can you
didn't even
travel
pass the Kármán?
Yeah, it was Katy Perry.
He didn't even go past the Kármán
line. Go somewhere that doesn't exist, Alish.
So, like, in most cases, the space, especially where satellites, isn't really space. It's the upper atmosphere.
Can you answer the question?
No, it's beyond the upper atmosphere. It's in low orbit.
Let's have an honesty test here, guys. Can you go somewhere that does not exist? Yes or no, Globers?
It does exist. What do you mean?
Okay. Again, just asserting that doesn't make it so. I can assert that unicorns are real.
You're just asserting it doesn't exist. How is that different?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You're just asserting that it doesn't exist.
You got to understand that, but you do see the difference between asserting something to be true and proving something to be true. You see the difference between the two, right? Like, you understand the difference?
Correct. You are asserting it doesn't exist without proving it. That's right.
No, you're asserting that's a claim. You're making the claim that it does exist. I'm saying I don't believe that. That's not a claim.
That's not what you're saying. You're saying positively it doesn't exist.
Judd, you are making a positive claim. He's making a negative claim.
He's making a positive claim that it doesn't exist. That's still a positive claim.
It's a negative claim. It doesn't exist. It's negative. It doesn't. You are saying the positive. It exists. So for someone who is telling you that unicorns doesn't exist, he doesn't have to validate for you that unicorn doesn't exist. For someone who believes so, it's the one who have the burden of proof. So the burden of proof is not on negative claims.
To put it simply, it's proof of non-existence is not required. The other day, hang on, let's do it. There we go. Proving non-existence. Demanding that one proves the existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. Although it may be possible to prove non-existence in special situations, such as showing that a container does not contain certain items, one cannot prove universal or absolute non-existence.
So you guys saying to us, well, why don't you prove that space is fake? It's like saying to us, well, why don't you prove that unicorns aren't real? You don't need to.
I mean, unicorns the globe. Could be real.
Yeah, your globe. I mean, yeah, probably I would be, if you wanted me to bet on something, yeah, I'd bet on a unicorn before I'd bet on the globe. I wouldn't really take much of a bet on either one, but at least unicorns, have some semblance of resemblance to something that exists in the real world, aka a horse, whereas the globe has no connection to reality whatsoever. So the globe is clearly the extraordinary claim, as is the existence a near vacuum of outer space, and both of these go against what we observe, measure, test, and calculate, I guess I would say, here on Earth.
Mm.
On top of that, if a unicorn was real, its existence wouldn't violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. But the way that the vacuum of space is described, 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum next to 764 of gas pressure on the surface of the Earth, that high pressure next to low pressure without the high pressure moving to low pressure, that violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. So a unicorn existing wouldn't violate any of the laws of physics, as far as I know. So a unicorn's more believable.
That's good, Orion. Yeah, we got to stop equating, the globe to like Santa Claus, Bigfoot, unicorn, because those other things are way more believable than the globe. You're right.
A magical unicorn would.
Does the unicorn fly?
No.
Yeah, I believe it then, it's fine.
No, it's an alicorn. No, an alicorn flies, not a unicorn. Okay. There's a difference.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, I would like to say gravity, but you guys don't like that. You asked me, like...
Why don't we like that?
I don't know. I guess you'll have to explain it to me.
It's because gravity is a unproven idea. There's no scientific validation for this thing that you're saying is causing this other thing to happen, right? All we're doing is explaining, well, it could, it's mass attracting mass, or the mass is sitting in a space-time fabric. That's lovely, but that's never been scientifically proven. So, really, we kind of not hand-waving it away. We kind of substantiated and claim it's not proven, right?
I mean, you kind of are hand-waving it away because we have...
Okay, so provide us with the hypothesis that's been tested through experimentation to prove the idea of gravity.
I mean, I understand that scientifically it kind of doesn't follow the, scientific, what do you call it? Do you hear my cat, by the way?
Yeah, it doesn't follow. You can't follow the scientific method to get to an empirical conclusion that this, what you're describing, does something.
Yeah, exactly. You can't follow the scientific method.
So that would mean there was no scientific evidence for it then, right?
That's why it's not considered a law. I mean, that's why it's not considered like a law, right?
Well, science doesn't deal with laws. This is why I jumped on you earlier when you said it was a theory. Theories come after hypothesis and experiment, and you based your theory on what you demonstrated to be true.
I mean,
if you're going to turn,
it is a theory. It's called the theory of gravity.
I understand what it's called, right? And when people come in and say the theory of gravity, but if we're going to be very specific with the words that we're going to use, and we're going to use this standard of scientific evidence to verify shit, then scientific theories are very specific, and they come after hypotheses and experimentation. So if you're going to have a scientific theory, you must and can only have hypotheses that have been tested through experimentation. Because if you don't have those, then you've just got a colloquial theory, not a scientific theory.
It's a bit of a circular argument.
No, it's not circular. It's step-by-step process. Hypothesis, which is prediction of cause of the phenomena, testing of that hypothesis in an experiment, and when you demonstrate something to be true, you build your theory upon that. That's not circular.
It kind of is in the sense that you're saying...
How?
So you're saying that, like, because one thing doesn't exist, it means that the other things can't exist, right? So, I can't prove...
No, and it wouldn't be circular if that's the way that you're trying to say it.
Well, because you're saying that, like, I can't...
You don't have any scientific evidence for your claim. Now, science is an empirical
exactly
standard.
What I'm saying.
It deals with causes of phenomena in specifically and only the physical and natural world. That's what it does.
Yeah,
and if you're going to turn around to me and say, well, I can't do that, then it's not circular. That's you admitting that you've got no empirical evidence.
Because you're discounting the empirical evidence by saying that I can't prove it. So that's, again,
what
a circular argument.
Evidence?
So you're saying because I can't prove...
No, I'm discounting empirical evidence. Let's just fucking get to that. What empirical evidence do you have for gravity? You do understand what empirical means, I hope.
Doesn't it mean lived experience?
No.
Well.
Lived experience. All right. So no, it's not going to be your subjective opinion. No.
Yeah. Observation or experience. You can't fool me.
So let's have the empirical experience for gravity. Let's go with this.
So would that not be like the simple matter of dropping something? Isn't that what the entire thing of gravity was based off of?
Do all states of matter fall at 9.87 meters per second per second?
I'm sorry, just all matter?
Yeah.
Depending upon wind resistance.
No, you understand what I mean by states of matter, right? Solids, like when you drop a solid object. Liquid, like when you pour it. And gases, right? States of matter. So do all states of matter accelerate to the floor?
Yes, it depends, but mostly yes.
Do you want to be a little bit more specific? Mostly yes?
Yes, mostly yes.
Mostly yes. So not always yes.
Not always yes.
Okay, so not always yes then. So not all things accelerate to the floor then. Even if you're trying to be convoluted. And so not all things accelerate to the floor. You said mostly. So not all things. What doesn't?
Gases that are lighter than oxygen. Or that are lighter than air, I should say. Because, we don't breathe just oxygen. I think it's like 70% of what we breathe is nitrogen. Hello? Did I lose you?
Sorry, for some reason I completely cut out then. What did you say, Alice?
I said that gases that are lighter than, air, I wouldn't say oxygen because we breathe more than just oxygen, will not accelerate to the floor due to the fact that they are lighter than air.
You sulfur hexafluoride earlier?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was in a container before we added it into the environment. In the container where sulfur hexafluoride only existed, what was the direction of the gas molecules inside the container? For example, were they all only going down?
No, they were going in all directions.
Yeah.
But they were heavier than the air around them. Jedi, come back. Jedi. I think we've lost Jedi.
Yeah, so it seems like he's back maybe, I don't know. But yeah, you've had this discussion many times, but you still adhere to the concept of gravity, Owlish, even though it seems like it's been explained to you again and again that there's no empirical evidence for it and that it's never been demonstrated as a cause and effect relationship that could be scientifically tested and confirmed in a kind of repeatable way. So why do you still cling to it?
Cling to it. That's funny because, you know, gravity is like clinging to us.
So yeah,
right?
Why do you do it? Yeah, it's funny. Why do you cling to it?
Because I believe in explanations based in science rather than it happens because I think it does.
And what is your definition of science in that case? So science makes you believe in gravity is what I heard you say. So what do you consider science to be then?
Scientific explanation.
And what would define... Go ahead.
Yeah, scientific explanation. Explanation as to why something happens.
So what would be your criteria for something being scientific? And you're saying it's a why. So in that way, we might, we would describe it as being a demonstrating and confirming a cause and effect relationship. So is that what you mean when you say why? Cause and effect?
No, what I mean is that it has meaning that we can apply a test to it and it always surpasses or it always surpasses or actually adheres to the test that we give it. So we have a gravitational constant. So if in a vacuum we drop something, we always have the same result. So we can conclude that that thing is scientifically recognized as not so much proven, but we can recognize that it has some evidence that it adheres to, some sort of way that affects us in a meaningful way.
And what would cause you to think that this is some kind of item known as gravity when, as I mentioned, that has never been confirmed to be a testable cause for the effect you're demonstrating, which can be explained in other ways?
Well, because the entire term gravity is an invented term, but it describes something in our environment. So it's not that gravity was one day thought of and then that's it.
What?
I don't know. I'm just asking her why she still believed in it, Jedi, after all. It seems like it's been explained to her many times that it does not have any kind of valid experimental results proving this cause and effect relationship that she's claiming. But I didn't mean to get you off your track. You're going down there. It's just that you were.
No, I'm
here, so we were just having a little intermission show there.
No, I appreciate it. For some reason, my connection was really bad, so I kept cutting in and out for a while. Hopefully, it should have resolved itself now, but I do apologise. Thank you for holding the fort, though. I do appreciate it. Anyway,
I was scared.
Right Wing wants access to the text chat. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if anyone else does, but he's been asking that several times. We hear you.
Okay, cool.
My access to the text chat has also been removed.
Okay.
Are you going to give it back? No.
I don't know who took it away. Are we investigating your access or Right Wing's access?
Can it be both?
I just want to type in the text chat, that's all. I'm just here listening.
Okay, well, both of your requests have been heard, so if anyone wants to take action on them, they have the opportunity. So, yeah, Jedi, carry on.
No, I'll just summarise just so I can catch myself back up. I hate it when I drop out of conversations. I do apologise. Ultimately, like I said, gravity hasn't been scientifically validated through hypothesis and experimentation. Gas has the power of indefinite expansion. Not all things accelerate to the floor, so we don't have the phenomena of gravity in this instance when we claim gravity pulls all things downwards. I will add to this, though. It's the story about gravity is an ad hoc idea with regards to the Earth being a ball that's in motion around the sun, the universe, and all of those types of things. It's only applicable to a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere. So the gravitational idea that is fundamentally attached to the sphere because of, the radius and the size of the mass, for example. And if the Earth isn't that, then why are we talking about gravity being the container for gases? The Earth is obviously measurably flat, and to have gas pressure, you require a container. These are just fundamental truths. I don't understand, Alice, why you personally are hanging on to this idea and defending it, that gravity is causing gas pressure.
Mostly because it's like
does the Earth have to be a ball in orbit around the sun for you?
So you're not even. So your point of contention is not even whether or not it's a globe. I mean, whether or not gravity is real.
My point of contention at the moment is why you're defending it. Why you're defending this idea that the Earth is a sphere and gravity attached? Yeah, all of it.
Well, because we can demonstrate gravity, right? That's something that we can actually adhere to. And but the thing is with gravity, is that if we recognize gravity to be something that is demonstrable and that we can believe in, then by that logic, in space, everything would end up being round because that's how gravity works.
That's nice.
Because gravity pulls all things toward itself.
Okay. So for this,
that's why all planets are round.
I get you. So for this creation story of the Earth being a sphere, you're going to appeal to gravity because it's a creation story of how the Earth got here, right?
No, that's not how the Earth got here, but...
You just said that's how the Earth was created. Gravity pulls things into spheres. Planets are spheres, mass. That's what you said. That's how everything was created. It's your creation tool, gravity, right?
I wouldn't say it's a creation tool. It just explains the phenomena,
how the Earth was created.
Of why. So it explains the phenomena of why it's round rather than square.
I don't understand why you keep doing this. I'm literally paraphrasing back to what you say, and then you're saying no.
You're kind of bastardizing it.
Not
because you're adding.
Yo, do you think we should limit the distribution of nuclear bombs? Like,
I think you should shut up. To be honest with you,
let's be real.
I mean, you can go and make a chat of your own and go and talk about that subject in that room.
Do you think anybody should be able to own a nuclear bomb? Just a question.
I wonder where that another motherfucker button is.
No, just answer the question. Come on.
I don't care.
We're not going to engage with it, but buddy, research something else.
So I want to ask that person that was talking to Jedi just a simple question. I will respond to your question by asking you the same question. Why would you accept a pseudoscience? Gravity is a pseudoscientific claim. So it claimed to be scientific, but it doesn't follow the scientific method, and you should know that. So why would you accept a pseudoscientific claim and push it on a room like this?
I don't think it's pseudoscience.
Okay, so can you differentiate between the scientific claim and pseudoscientific claim?
A pseudoscience. I would have to look up the exact definition of pseudoscience.
I can tell you if you want, but it would be good if you went and Googled it.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes to gravity versus
not just the definition of pseudoscience and science. Must be a definition of science to have a definition of pseudoscience, which will be opposed to it.
Yeah, I just looked at it.
So what does it say?
Pseudoscience refers to a set of claims, beliefs, or practices that are falsely presented as scientific but lack the rigor, empirical evidence, and methodology of genuine science, often ignoring contradictory evidence and failing to be falsifiable. Failing to be falsifiable.
Rigorous empirical method.
Mm-hmm. So that would be gravity.
What do you think that's in reference to?
Experiments.
Yeah, the scientific method. In short, what that's saying is pseudoscience is a claim that is said to be science, but doesn't have the standard of science. It doesn't follow the method. That's what Necros is pointing out. Sorry to interrupt, Necros. Carry on, mate.
No,
yeah, but it says
science by itself is that method. So the science by itself, by definition, is that method. And science is just a method that you use to identify the cause of an effect. So the scientific method, you have to verify what it is or research what it is. So if a claim that says to be scientific and factual and doesn't follow that scientific method, so it falls directly in the category of pseudoscience.
I mean, I wouldn't consider magnets to be pseudoscience.
No,
but we don't understand how it works.
No, it's not magnetism. You can validate magnetism following the scientific method. You can put the hypothesis with an independent variable and dependent variable, vary the independent variable, which is the magnetism. You can make powerful magnetism with the charge or less magnetism, less power of magnetism, so magnetic field will be smaller, and you can verify and check the effect on the dependent variable, which is that attraction, that magnetic attraction.
Sorry to interrupt. This is actually a good learning point. Sorry, our listeners. You brought up theories earlier, right? Now, magnetism, as Necros has pointed out, we can vary and manipulate stuff. We can increase the charge by increasing the electric flow, for example, around copper fields and all of this type of stuff. Now, we can get that to work. Our theories on it, though, they're a little bit open for debate. But we have the magnetism and the causes and the phenomena, but our theories are a bit off. Gravity doesn't have any of this.
Kind of does.
Gravity is a pseudoscience claim, doesn't even follow the scientific method. And what? You put the theory first? Come on.
I know, but I wouldn't consider it a pseudoscience, right?
Wait, hold on, Alish. Did you say a second ago that magnets are science? Did you say that, or did I hear you incorrectly? You said something like that, right?
No, I said that you recognize magnets are real, but you wouldn't say they're pseudoscience, would you? Or they are pseudoscience and you believe in magnets, right?
That doesn't make sense. That sentence doesn't make sense.
It does.
So, let me just point this out to you. So, in more simple, casual words, the scientific method is used to establish cause and effect relationships in the natural world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so magnets are just a thing that exists in the natural world. Now, I'm not saying there's no scientific experiment you couldn't do that would involve magnets in some way. I'm sure there is. I don't know what it'd be. But the point is like magnets are just a thing in nature. Magnets are not a scientific experiment themselves. So magnets are not science or pseudoscience. We don't think they're science or pseudo. They're just magnets themselves.
Yeah, but the method of magnetism is not something well understood. It's considered a pseudoscience.
Yeah, but that's not understanding magnetism may have to do with science at some point in time, or it may have to do with things that are not science. Like what I'm saying is we don't need to involve science to understand everything in the world. It's just things that involve cause and effect relationships.
You know, as Insane Clown Posse would say, fucking magnets, how do they work?
Yeah, it's a mystery, but we can get them to work.
That's almost a philosophical question in a certain sense, because like we do know that they work, but it's like the same question. I know, but it's the same thing as asking me, why does a helium balloon go up? It's just that it does. That's just the way nature works, you know. But what I'm saying is like, never mind. I feel like the way that you're talking about it sounds like you're being vague and philosophical or something.
No, I'm not being philosophical.
I just want to add 2 sentences. If you pay attention to our reflex, me and Jedi, when you talked about magnets, we didn't try to correct the question. Like Orion, he did a good job. But me and Jedi, we got directly the reflex to talk about the cause, which is magnets are not a cause of an effect. Magnets are a thing. But we talked, me and Jedi, about magnetism, a magnetic field, which is something that causes the effect of attraction between the magnets or magnet and metals. So
I understand that magnet is a thing and that magnetism is something different. That's not what I was talking about. What is what I was talking about? Because
we don't understand these things that we get to work. That's as simple as it gets, right? The theories, they got holes in. But the hypotheses and the experiments, yeah, they demonstrate the phenomena. We can make this happen. We use this stuff all of the time. How it works, why it works, it's a bit misunderstood.
as is with gravity, it's like the point I'm trying to make.
You said this earlier, because the magnetism stuff, we'll be going through hypotheses and we'll be doing experiments with that stuff, and then our theories that we've built on, they'll have the holes in. The gravity, no, hypotheses that can be tested through experimentation. So not the same thing.
But it's similar.
Sorry, give me the hypothesis that's been tested through experimentation for you to sit there in all arrogance and sing, yes, they are. Give it.
For gravity?
You already conceded earlier it doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say it didn't exist. I said it wasn't
Sorry,
proven.
then why did you give it? What's your excuse? We can't do it.
I can't do
Don't
gravity?
lie to
No,
my
I
face,
cannot.
mate. Come on.
No, so what I agreed to is that it is
the mod abuse. First time that you've done that? It's exactly what you said. I paraphrased the stuff, actually, and you don't like it.
Yeah, because you're not paraphrasing it correctly. I said...
Are you going to be able to give me a hypothesis been tested for experimentation? Answer that question.
For gravity, no.
Thank you.
Right, but
so
that doesn't mean it doesn't
because
exist.
It doesn't exist.
That's not quite the same thing. Like I said,
it does exist, so you can give it to me. There is a hypothesis that can be tested for experimentation. It does exist then.
So we can relate that back to the point I brought up about gravity.
Come on.
I'm sorry,
Answer
about
the question.
magnetism.
Stop being slippery and avoiding the question because you know you're incorrect. Why can't you have the humility to go, do you know what? I'm actually wrong.
Because I'm not really wrong. I'm not really wrong.
Sorry, you've contradicted yourself. Right? It's a contradiction for you to say that it exists and it doesn't exist. That's a fucking contradiction, mate.
Bro, you're a coward.
Oh, really? I don't think so.
Alex, I gotta ask you, do you know the definition of gas pressure?
A pressure, it's like what it is pressing against the walls of its container. Sorry, I kind of butchered that, but pressure that is, yeah.
Yeah, it's the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. Right. Yeah. So, are you breathing gas pressure right now?
No.
Are you breathing air pressure right now?
No, I'm breathing air, not air pressure. I mean, I guess it could be.
You're breathing air, right?
I'm breathing air that is pressurized.
Yeah, and that would be pressurized air. You just admitted it right there. You're breathing air pressure.
It's weird. I don't understand this behaviour. Sorry, Orion. But this behaviour is weird, Owlish.
Oh, sorry. That's autism. My bad.
So you're breathing air pressure right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I can say that. Yes.
And air pressure is gas pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So what is causing that?
What is causing the air pressure?
Yeah, what is allowing the air pressure that you breathe right now to exist? What is required in order for gas pressure?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't done. So in my opinion, it would be gravity holding air or gravity holding things in place.
Does gravity have walls? Because when you say walls,
wait. The next question would be: has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
I gave this like earlier, and even though like we can agree that the gas dissipates, we can recognize that there are certain gases like dry ice, which is carbon dioxide, bromine, sulfur hexafluoride, that demonstrate the ability to stay in one place. Now they will eventually dissipate, but they are able to remain in one place for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, but the answer I'm looking for would something that would involve more like a PSI or torr value involved. So, like, within a certain volume of free space.
There could be a PSI, but that would be mistaken for the PSI of the air around it. So,
well, let me point this out. So, like, you have a car with 36 pounds per square inch, 36 PSI around the rim, right? Most cars like that tire.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you could show me 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of a car without the tire due to gravity, that would be a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity.
That would be a demonstration of gravity, which you can't manipulate gravity, which is why it's a theory, not a proven fact.
I'm going to lose my fucking shit with this woman.
So now it's kind of like the unicorn I was talking about before. Like, I could say I got a unicorn in my backyard, but I don't have a unicorn in my backyard. And someone else could say, oh yeah, gas pressure can be contained by gravity, but they don't have a demonstration of gas pressure being contained by gravity. So you see how that and the unicorn are kind of the same thing now?
I mean, I can see how they could be the same, but the demonstration that most people would consider to be the demonstration is not recognized or is not accepted to as a demonstration.
In all honesty,
again,
she did say it was her opinion it was gravity. She didn't say it actually was gravity. So her opinion is she also believes in Santa Claus. So go figure.
And if I may clarify, what demonstration are you talking about?
Dropping things.
Dropping things.
Yeah, dropping things, or in general, just our ability to remain on Earth.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Alex, okay? If I were to posit to you that the reason why, if I pick up an apple and I drop it, okay, the reason why it goes down is because there are invisible, intangible, flying leprechauns and unicorns flying around that have a desire for solid things that are suspended in air to be on the ground. Okay? Would you or would you not accept that, and why?
I would not accept it, only because there is not a consistent method to show that could be the case. So with gravity, we have a law
explaining the same phenomena.
Thank you very much.
He's just going to explain the same phenomena that you do, but it insert the cause of invisible fucking gnomes.
Yeah, but we can use because like what's the word I'm looking for? The amorphous idea of, because you're giving like a physical sort of.
He's just giving an alternative cause to the phenomena.
No, because like you're assigning like a
cause to the phenomena.
Shape. You're assigning a shape to an amorphous idea. Because you're saying that one thing, like it's a physical thing rather than.
He's assigning a cause to the effect, which is something you seem to be dilly-daddling around. Why are you still here?
Oh, Lish, you gotta go back to kindergarten or something, man. This is pathetic. I've been listening to you for like half an hour.
Alice, seriously, go and write children's books.
Please.
I don't know, man. I think that I think that the
you're not answering any question with a direct answer. I hope you realize that, right? I think you're skating around everything that's posed to you, you know, fluffing up your response with bigger words or something like that to make it sound more intelligent or something. You're not getting to the matter. Okay, you got to work on that, please, for the love of God. You know, it's not your first time in here.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Yeah, because like if I explain something in a simple way, you're going to say, "What's the definition of that? What's the definition of that? What's the definition of that?"
No. You know what? The reality is, we're more inclined to ask you for your definition if you use complicated words. Worse yet, complicated words that are tangential to the actual topic, right? Because then we find ourselves 5-10 minutes later off on a tangent talking about something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, because you used a big word out of context.
I don't think I've used any big words. I'm just using like
amorphous. That was big.
I don't know, because like amorphous perfectly described. Like I don't know. I think that's a normal word, right?
We didn't. It was very simply laid out to you, right? Within the same paradigm that you give us, there could be mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space time, or invisible fucking angels, or a sky force pushing down instead of the earth pulling down. There can be many causes asserted to the phenomena. How would we demonstrate which one of the many theories that we've got is true?
The fact that we have a pressure gradient is kind of indicative.
It's the same phenomena. Fucking three-toed gnomes are doing it on their fucking day off. In actual fact, invisible angels are in control of every single gas molecule. You're not understanding.
How does that work?
Whatever the phenomena is, the causes we can assert anything. I'm asking you how we prove which the real cause is.
Can you assign like what it is and explain it in a meaningful way, though?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll give you two ideas. The reason why the apple falls is in one idea, the mass of the earth is attracting the mass of an apple. There's another idea that the mass of the earth is sitting in a dimensional space-time fabric, causing the apple to change its straight path and curve it down towards the earth. Now, we've got the same phenomena, the apple's falling. Which one's true?
I think a lot of people believe in multiple dimensions, actually. That's kind of like
shit what multiple fucking people believe in and what fucking dimensions. I'm asking you a very poignant question, and forgive me, I'm going to get really annoyed with you if you don't answer me directly for the first time tonight. Which one is true? How would we demonstrate it?
I don't think you'd be able to demonstrate either of those, but the dimension one sounds more realistic.
Yeah, it sounds more realistic and plausible to you with whatever subjective personal opinion or biases that you may have. So yeah, it's not going to be anywhere near an empirical standard at this point. We brought up the fucking invisible gnomes to point out that we can say anything. But until we have a scientific experiment that manipulates our presumed cause to cause the effect, we've got no science. We've only got, speculation and ideas at best. Why you don't get this, I don't know.
You said it, empirical evidence. That's what
you have none. Evidence. Yeah, you have no empirical evidence. You do not meet the standard of science. You can't prove it to be true. Our friend just a moment ago isn't going to be able to vary and manipulate his invisible fucking gnomes and elves now, is he?
Sorry. Manipulate the elves. So I'm just saying back what you think is it. Let me look something up real quick. I mean, like, does empirical evidence really fulfill, like, I know it fulfills, like, scientific evidence, but does it fulfill alone the idea of being true in terms of scientific evidence?
Yeah. So
do I have what?
Yeah, so it's going to come under a law of identity. I mean, what are you actually asking about empirical evidence? You mentioned earlier, to put it better, self-evident truths, for example, law of identity, law of non-contradiction. Right? There's many ways that we can prove things empirically. We can do it logically, for example.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why that doesn't apply to gravity.
Because gravity has mathematics with an R in it. That would be radius, making everything, including the Earth, a sphere of a set dimension of mass. Within the gravitational idea, the Earth's a sphere. The Earth is measurably horizontal over distance. So this gravitational idea is a mathematical reification of a non-physical entity, that being the Earth, a sphere in orbit around the Sun. It's mathematical bollocks.
It's measured flat over 100 miles, but then you have to apply geodetics.
It's measured flat over all distances.
So we
and
use
geodetics are in the sky, not on the floor.
They're in the sky? What do you mean?
Yeah, longitude and latitude. They're in the sky, not on the floor.
Hold on a second. If something is measured flat,
you'll have a presupposition that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere within and underneath the celestial sphere. Geodetics are the longitude and latitude in the sky, and you'll make your corrections to fit the longitude and latitude in the sky. Geodetic surveying. Planet surveying, no.
That's not in the sky.
Yes, it is. Longitude and latitude are in the sky.
Where's the... Okay, when you're doing land survey, it's called land survey, not sky survey, right?
Yeah, geodetics. Geo. Earth being a sphere in this example. Sorry. When we're doing geodetic surveying, where are our coordinates? How do we know where we are?
Well, we're looking at them.
Yeah, we'll be our longitude and our latitude.
That's part of it, but that's we're measuring the Earth, right? We're not.
Yeah, we're measuring the Earth, and then shut up. We're measuring the Earth horizontal, and then correcting for the presupposition that the Earth is a sphere based on the celestial sphere, your longitude and latitude.
Where are you getting that it's in the sky, though? I don't know where you're getting that from.
Do you know what longitude and latitude is?
Yes.
And how we derive them?
I mean, yeah, but it's not. That's not like the only thing it's for.
Yeah, it is. We can't reference longitude and latitude without referencing the sky because that's what we reference.
Yeah, but I think like saying that it's just the sky is not really accurate.
Yes.
Okay, well, this is a difference of opinion then, because I definitely don't.
Sorry. How do we reference latitude? What object do we reference for latitude?
What object? Are you talking about, like, Polaris?
Yeah, so that's a fucking star. That's in the sky.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with
longitude. How do we derive longitude?
I don't know.
Lines of meridian ring a bell?
Mm-hmm.
The sun.
Okay.
So longitude and latitude are derived from the objects in the sky. Now we can reference the geographical positions on the Earth directly underneath these objects at certain times of year or day.
Yeah,
but the celestial sphere, the key word being sphere, is in the sky. Celestial in the sky, sphere in the sky. This is where you get your longitude and latitude from for when you're doing your geodetic surveying. Like I said, you'll be correcting to your spherical idea in the sky.
I mean, I don't think that's accurate. Like, that's an accurate representation of just what geodetics is. Like, it doesn't really... This doesn't really describe
geodetic surveying,
because you're taking like what you have to
explain to me the process of geodetic surveying.
You have the theodolite that you're kind of using to get your measurements, or no, not your measurements, because I don't think it uses measurements. You're using your theodolite to actually...
Don't think a theodolite uses measurements.
Point to point, huh?
Sorry, you don't think a theodolite uses measurements? What do you fucking think a theodolite does?
I mean, it uses measurements, but it's not measuring. It's like
it's measuring angles.
Yeah, it's finding point right, but that's not a measurement. Angle is not a measurement.
A measurement of an angle isn't a measurement.
So
I'm going to stop talking to you and go and do something else, mate. It's nice to see you again.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you too. No, but like, you know what I'm trying to say, though, that it's not like you're taking you're not using a theodolite to measure something. Like, you wouldn't use it primarily just to measure.
It's what you do with the fucking device. You measure angles with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
you're saying that measuring isn't measuring. Do you understand why I'm getting annoyed?
Yeah, and I'm incorrect about that.
Right, like I said, it's nice to see you again.
Huh? Okay. See ya.
Sorry, were you speaking to me? Yeah, hey, what's up?
Hey, Spiffy, how's it going, man?
It's going well. How are y'all?
Yeah, not too bad. Alish, if you're not talking, please mute up so we don't hear you typing. Hopefully you're looking stuff up and learning things.
Huh? I'm not typing anything.
Clicking your fingers, whatever. I'm not really that worried. How'd you go that video, Spiffy? Last I heard, you were watching one of the laser videos.
Yeah, the one from last night. Yeah. Well, I discussed it last night.
Which one did you watch? The 28 mile one or the 20?
I watched a few. There was so there was the one across Salt Lakes. I think it was the Salt Lake. 20 or 16.8, and then there was another one that was 21.2 or something like that. I've watched a couple of them. And I've said before, I have my own scrutinies with the video itself, but also scrutinies aren't just because I scrutinize something doesn't mean that what I'm saying is true. It's just what I observe. This is what I was saying last night when I was talking about observational evidence, is that's only so much you can really refute with that. Because very clearly, like in the video, there's things that, you know what I'm saying. It's very hard to dispute.
What can you refute from a measurement?
Well, no, you can't really. If there's like mathematical stuff done, then that's
there is.
Different.
That's the bit I think that you whistled straight past. On one of those tests,
I just might not have seen it.
Okay. Can you see if there's a 480-foot object in front of you? You're looking at something behind this object, and there's a 480-foot tall object in front of you. So say you're standing on one side of a hill, and on the other side of a hill is another person. Can you see him?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Because that's what that test was, the 28-mile laser test. That's what you're allegedly looking through. I think it's 486 feet of supposed ground you're supposed to be looking through. And yet you can still see the laser.
Yeah, my scrutiny is more so come from the experiment itself. Also, there's in a couple. I don't know if I'm talking about.
Well, they're not experiments. They're not experiments. All they are is just observations. They shoot a laser, and technically, if you have a look at the associated mathematics with the alleged radius of 3959 miles, that's what we're taught the ball is. I don't know if you've looked into it, but in miles, the radius is supposed to be approximately 3959 miles. Yeah? So based off of that, they can actually calculate out how far the horizon should be, how far distance drop should be. There's a whole heap of things they can work out based off of that 3959 miles. Now, when we use a drop chart, and other people just jump online and use an earth curve calculator, and there's heaps of them out there, jump online, punch in your elevation or your eye height, and punch in how far you want to see, and it will tell you how much curvature there should be, how much drop over distance there should be. Now, for that particular one, the 28-mile one, I think it was something like 480 feet and 486 feet, something along those lines of drop. So that means that there should be a great big block of land, or water in this case, in between the dude holding the laser and the guy filming it. They shouldn't have even been able to see it. Unless old mate held it up in the air and you saw the beam go up in the air, that was the only way you were going to see that.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean,
I
that's
don't know
fair enough.
how you're scrutinising that bit, but I think you've latched onto something else because you've realised that, holy shit, I can't refute this at all. And that's why you're talking about other components of the video work as opposed to, hey, why can we even see this at all?
No, that's a valid question. What I'm more scrutinizing is, and I think scrutinize is like a strong word. Questioning, right? More so than anything. Just when I would watch a video, I'd say, well, why this, right? So, for instance, in one of the videos, I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about, but one of them, you can actually see the light that they're seeing, the laser. You can see it. For an instance, it's in a time-lapsed replay, and you can see that the light actually like flicks up and down.
That's right. You shouldn't even see that light at all. That you shouldn't even see.
And
there should be a hill of 500 foot in between the laser and the guy filming it. So they shouldn't have been any light whatsoever.
And this is
what do you mean? Stop. Go back. What do you disagree about? You told us the laser was flickering. You could see it clearly on the time lapse. I got that bit. I tell you that there should be a 500-foot hill between the laser and the guy filming. And then you said you disagree.
That's what I dispute.
Why do you disagree? What do you disagree about?
Well, I'd have to know where you got that number from, the 500-foot drop.
Remember the
and this is
remember the Earth curve calculator I was talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Go and use one for yourself. You're online now. Jump onto Google, type in Earth curve calculator. Now, flat earthers didn't make these calculators. Globers did. And I absolutely love using their tools against them. It's fantastic.
Well, and this is...
So punch in Earth curve calculator and compare the distances and the drops for yourself. This is what we use when we do long-range observations. If we go outside and all of a sudden, hang on a minute, I can see that hill over there. I wonder how far it is. Jump onto Google Maps, punch in how far it is, punch in your elevation. And then you go, oh, look, there should be a 2,000-foot drop between me and him. I shouldn't be able to see that hill because I know that hill is only 800 feet high. That's why we do it. That's why we use the Earth curve calculator. Use the same calculator, punch in 28 miles or 28.6 miles, and you'll end up with a number. And that's how much drop that's how much hidden behind the hill.
I'll look that up real quick. One thing I did want to say, because last night I think I came in a little bit less prepared than I should have been. Because in order to, you can't really refute, well, in one aspect, right? So somebody asked me for a formula to determine curvature off the top of my head, and my memory bank's ready for somebody.
Normally what happens is when someone comes in and goes, nah, that's wrong, normally that means they have a better formula to use. So when we say this is the formula we use, and to measure the horizon, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, so when someone says that formula, and then the next person goes, nah, that's wrong, well, I dispute that. That means you're disputing that because you have prior knowledge of something that's better, something that's more efficient, perhaps. So if you're saying that formula is wrong, that means you have something better. So the question would have been, then please provide your better one.
Yeah, and that's where I was saying I wasn't exactly, I guess, prepared. I wasn't really thinking about it, like as far as bringing it out of my memory banks, and I don't even know if I would have been able to effectively. So I had to remind myself what that measurement was, which I did bring with me today. But really quick, let me look up what the Earth curve calculator that you're talking about is.
There's heaps of them. I use one from GitHub.io. It's one of the first ones that pops up. It's like the second one or something. The reason I use that, there's a reason why I use it, is because it's got a metric imperial button on it. You can type in metric, click on imperial, and it'll automatically switch it over for you. So if you're someone who uses freedom units all the time and you've got no idea about metric, click the button, auto switches for you.
Sir Superior.
Very convenient.
Okay, I'm looking at this. So this is where I think I would differ from. This isn't for me. This is not. This does a general calculation, yes, but what I'm more speaking of is specific. So,
how specific? What?
Let me look at the other.
Okay, stop for a second. You're telling us that this is not good enough, so please provide your better one, and we're going to use it.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, have one that gives them refraction as well.
You don't have enough refraction.
Well, this is an example from Princeton of exactly how you would do not only the calculation but also the experiment itself. So, if you want to take a minute to read that, and then at the very, if you want to just skim, you can go to the very bottom of the article, but it's not a long. This is basically a teacher's curriculum source. So if you take if you want to read it, you can. But most of it is just directions on how to effectively.
Okay, so basically you're going to totally sidestep off the laser test and jump onto something else because you believe this is measuring Earth's curvature. The laser. Let's get back to that. The laser shoots a straight line. D equals root 2 times radius of Earth, height of your eyes. Okay, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the same formula.
Well,
it's just fun around.
It's not the same formula, and then you go further, and then you go further. No, and then you go further down from that, right?
Alrighty then. So let's put this in. So let's put the numbers in. Put the numbers in. 2 times radius of Earth. So you're assuming. Remember this. Now you straight away by doing that, you're assuming it's a ball in the first place by putting in a radius. We're using the difference between you and me is we are using the alleged radius that you guys claim, that the ballers claim. We're using that in a comparative to something that's straight, and we're not getting the drop that should be there. The difference is by you saying it's a ball and you're assuming a radius in the first place, well, of course you're going to get a spherical answer. You're assuming a ball in the first place.
Well, listen, I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying that you asked me for a formula. I made sure to come.
Well, I'm just telling you what's happening, so you understand what's happening. So the formula you've given, there's nothing wrong with it, but if you're using that formula to prove that you live on a sphere, well, you've assumed a radius to begin with.
Well,
so what you've got to do is actually. Right? No, you've actually got to measure for the radius. This is what we're outside in the real world doing. We're getting the ballers' numbers, we're grabbing those and going, well, these guys are telling us this is true and correct, let's go and test for it. So off we go, we grab our little lasers, we go and shoot it across a lake. We're expecting to see, not see the laser, and here we are seeing them quite comfortably. And in some of the other videos, they actually put up targets and hit targets with them.
Okay.
You probably saw some of those.
And so let me ask you really quick. Well, let me ask you really quick. So when you do equations, you know that the radius, you know what radius means, right?
Yes.
It's the straight line from the center of a circle or a sphere. So if you've
got to prove that sphere first. So before you have your radius,
well, that's how you prove the sphere.
So you're begging the question. You don't prove a sphere by getting a radius. How are you going to? What, you're going to dig to the center of the Earth? This would be entertaining.
This is what I'm saying is if you're doing math for a flat Earth model or whatever with
I'm not doing math for a flat Earth model. You seem to be under the misapprehension that mathematics is reality. All we're doing is comparing what we're told it should be.
Mathematics is reality.
I do believe that mathematics is integral to understanding reality, yes.
Right.
I wouldn't say you can take a mathematical equation and place that over reality
that's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what
you're trying to tell me.
What I'm pointing out with this example is that if you're using radius period, you have to be accounting for the shape is a sphere or a circle.
Stop. Yeah, that's exactly.
Minimum.
So you're assuming it's a sphere in the first place.
Well, then, okay, so what? But aren't y'all using math based on the radius?
We're going off of your claims, not you personally, as in Baller's claims. They claim it's a sphere. So we're using their mathematics to calculate what the drop over distance should, in essence, be. And then when we go out to test for that drop over distance, we find it is not there. The test comes up null.
Well, and in that link that I posted, that is where you would need to do, if you see like past the backwards.
Okay, stop.
Times your height.
What you're doing, Spiffy, what you're doing is you're giving me another formula to work out to where the horizon should be. So let's do it now.
No. So in this example, for instance,
the example you gave, I'm using that. That's what I'm about to do. So distance to the horizon equals D equals the square root of 2 times the radius of Earth times height of your eyes. Okay, so let's use that. Where's my electronic brain? Okay, so square root of 2 times radius of the Earth. So radius of the Earth is 3959 times 2 equals 7918 times the height of your eyes. So times, we're going to set it at 1 foot, nice and easy. 1 equals 7918.
Who's 1 foot tall?
Well, the laser was set at half a foot, but I think I'll round it off to 1 foot to make it easier for you. Press the square root button,
like you have to,
distance to horizon.
This is why before you do any of these calculations, this is why I posted this example, because if you read it, you need certain basic materials that you can find at any.
The height of your eye.
Yes, but you also.
Okay, so Spiffy.
Need a stopwatch.
See, Spiffy, hold on. You're telling me you just can't use a tape measure to measure a laser that's half a foot off the ground?
You can, but eyes and lasers.
Because that's all you have to do. That's all you have to do.
What I'm saying, I'm just using this as an example, right? So you asked me for a formula, I gave it. That's really
okay, you've given the formula. What the formula does is gives us the distance to the horizon, and then we go out and check that.
And
so
then
you've got the formula side of it. You've got that side of it. No. We've done the same thing, except we're just using different formulas. We've grabbed a formula, right? We've calculated what the drop over the distance should be. You've grabbed a formula. You've calculated what the drop over the distance should be. We've both got a formula, yeah? You disagree with my formula. I don't give a shit about either of them. So, now we've got our formulas, we've got our answers, we then go out into reality. This is the bit where you don't like. When we go out into reality and then we measure it, and there's no drop over distance. So your formula should tell you drop over distance. My formula should tell me drop over distance. So they're both doing the same thing, just a different way about it. Where the fun comes is when we test the formulas and see, well, we're not testing the formulas, we're testing the answers from said formula. So, you get your formula and apply the numbers. You get your formula, apply the numbers, and when you get an answer of whatever the drop over distance should be, then take it back to the video and see if
then you have to do
their
more
visuals match. No, you don't. Stop. Why do you have to do more math? It's simple. Did the visual match the answer? Yes or no?
But this is what I'm saying, right? Like, if you even look at my example, you stopped at that one equation, which is the basis of getting the distance to the horizon based on your perception.
Because that's what we want.
Yes, but there's
all we want is the drop over distance. We want you're missing it, my friend.
Just like
you've got the formula. I get that. We know that. We've got the formula. You keep missing the next step. See, at the moment, we've derived our drop over distance. That's what the formula is for. So do you agree with that so far?
Why are you ignoring the second formula in my post?
What's the second formula?
Well, it's right. It's literally right underneath it. You couldn't have not.
So the second formula, where R equals the radius of the Earth, H1, H2, the height of your eyes during the two measurements, H1 should be bigger of the two heights.
What about it?
No, not necessarily. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, so you take that distance to the horizon, right? And sure, you could stop there and then go out and disprove, right? That's very easy. But what I'm saying is, you need to take that a step further, right? This is why you need the
we are.
stopwatch.
You're missing that bit. You're missing. What do you need a stopwatch for?
This is what I would advise. I took the time last.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back. You've got your formula. You've derived your drop over distance.
Me, I'm just not going to have this time.
You're talking about stuff that's non sequitur to a laser test. The laser test is ever so simple. You shoot a laser across a body of water. You measure the one end, you measure the other end at a given distance. In this case, 28.6 miles. You measure the height from the laser to the ground. Or in one of the other tests, 21 miles. They hit a target. They were at 1.8 metres at the start and they hit the target at 1.5 metres at the end.
You bounced, bro.
So all he wants to do is just preach his formulas. That's it.
Yeah, the guy was in here yesterday. I don't know. I think you were there, probably at the latter part.
Yeah, someone else was talking to him yesterday.
Yeah, Eli and I were going at him there. He did the same thing, just rebuttaling, but didn't actually provide anything. At least this time, he tried to provide something, but didn't actually seem to know the ins and outs of the stuff. Didn't want to walk through them with you.
I've got no issues with his formulas. He's got the formula. He just can't latch on to let's use the answer and go and test it. He just for some reason doesn't like that next bit. There's quite a few of them that don't seem to like that.
Yeah, the guy's got a shitty attitude. He it seems like he wants to come in here, throw a formula, and provide or give an air of understanding the stuff, but he doesn't know shit. It's evident.
A Teacher's Guide to the Universe. Activity, measuring the Earth's curvature. So we're going to measure the Earth's curvature with factors that we don't know. So distance to horizon, D equals the square root of 2 times radius of the Earth times height of your eyes. So height of your eyes, 5'5". Times unknown, times 2. Well, it's off to a good start. And now he's telling us we need to add all this other stuff. S, the number of seconds between the sunsets. S is the number of seconds in one day, which is equal to 60 times 60, 24. This equation reports for some of the other. This equation is proportional. Is a proportion that assumes the Earth rotates once in every 24 hours. Well, if you're assuming it's rotating, you're assuming it's a ball. Oh my God. Maybe they should be teaching school kids logic, not this shit. So Joshua, how much refraction are you going to need to explain away the 28-mile laser test?
Well, most of those laser tests fail. It's only when you have like a really
why do they fail, Joshua?
A really cold day, or
why do they fail?
They fail because there's a curvature.
In your opinion, because of the curvature, we don't see any curvature.
When do military laser targeting systems fail?
Ouch.
In what conditions can't we use early warning systems?
Are you talking about LiDAR? Are we talking about like what kind of systems?
Any signal propagation. Yeah, so laser, radar, LiDAR. When can't we use these early warning systems that require propagation and direct line of sight?
Again, a couple of reasons. Sometimes these devices are high up. Some of these times these devices are relying on refraction. Sometimes they are using, I don't know, drones. Like, it really depends on what kind of system
we're not talking about alternative technology like drones. We're talking about things that are on towers, ground-based early warning systems, like lasers that are used for targeting, radar that are sent to have 2 pings out and then to receive the signal back again, LiDAR, all of these signal propagations. You said the lasers don't work. When?
I didn't say lasers don't work. I said lasers.
That's what you just said. We're talking about lasers. You started bringing up
on the subject of lasers
conditions and so on. So I'm asking you when the early warning systems don't work.
Chill.
No, I'm not going to chill when people make those types of claims. I'm going to get very much to the point, and you're going to be very succinct with your answer.
Yes, I am being succinct. These lasers are going to have a limited range. Okay.
Under what conditions?
Range. This isn't
under what conditions?
Curvature of the Earth, refraction.
Sorry. It could be please point out to me an early warning system that is interrupted or unuseful because of the curvature of the Earth. You're going to make these claims. I want you to show it.
Can you repeat back to me what I said?
Yeah, literally your first point.
I'm not saying, can you repeat?
Literally your first point.
So
the curvature of the Earth.
That they were useless?
Yeah, because of the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, because of the curvature of the Earth?
No, that's not what I said. I said they had a limited range. I didn't say
because of the curvature of the Earth. Come on, Joshua, do better, please.
Correct.
So show me where the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet interrupts a laser transit.
Do you think lasers have limited range?
At the moment, it's you proving that the limitation of range is due to the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 multiplied by the height of the laser targeting system in question.
Do lasers have a certain range?
You're the one that claimed that they did. Please provide proof of it. Your claim was the curvature of the Earth is what limits this range. Please provide proof of this.
In comparison to the laser test that we've shown.
Hang on, if the Earth was flat, the lasers would
That's not how you provide proof.
Long range.
If the Earth was flat, sorry, what?
Lasers don't have. I mean, is your claim that lasers just go on forever?
No, stop. We're not listening to what Jedi's claim was. Your claim was the limitation of the lasers was due to Earth curvature. So please provide evidence of such.
I don't know, it seems pretty obvious, unless the claim is that lasers go on forever.
Well, if it's obvious, it'd be obviously easy to display evidence of it.
Sorry, this is why we do the lasers transits, right, over the surface of the Earth to see if we can or cannot target the thing over a body of water. The laser test that I've hoped that you've looked into. You're saying that the laser tests are interrupted by the curvature of the Earth, but when we do it, we don't see that or get interrupted by that curvature of the Earth. This is when you started making excuses. So now you're going to have to provide the evidence with a laser test that the curvature of the Earth is interrupting the laser transit or distorting the laser transit like it will be a tangent off of a curved surface, missing the target at altitude.
Again, like when you guys do these tests, they mostly do fail, and you only record when they succeed.
They mostly do fail when we only record the one. So where are the ones that fail that we don't record? What evidence have you got for this?
In the side chat, look what he's posted.
Serious?
Yeah.
That's
like one example.
They didn't even use a fucking laser.
Okay. What are lasers made out of?
Sorry, is this a collimated beam of light?
Not a flashlight, that's for fucking sure.
Come on. It's like, seriously, is this a laser test?
It's using a flashlight.
Is this a collimated beam of light?
It's the same principle. If you think about you're sending photons of light,
a laser isn't a flashlight.
If it's curvature of the
Sorry,
Earth.
dickhead. You talking isn't going to save your embarrassment. Me talking through you
nice
will.
Thing to say to someone.
I know, because you're being stupid. You think that a laser, which is a collimated beam of light, is the same thing as a flashlight that you can get down at B&Q. You think these are comparable, do you?
Again, the principle is the same. You're sending light, and lasers are light.
Can you send collimated light further? Can you send collimated light further? Is that what lasers do?
You can send laser light further.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be comparable, is it? So we're going to be talking about laser tests, not uncollimated light. We can talk about different frequencies of collimated light in the visible and invisible spectrum, infrared, for example. These are going to be the things that the military are going to be using for early warning systems. You're saying that these things are going to be interrupted by the curvature of the Earth. It's a good thing that it's not the fucking flashlight then, isn't it?
Well, it's more than the curvature of the Earth.
It's more than seriously, dude.
Scattering. It could be.
Yeah, we understand the light. The atmosphere is going to do a lot to the light, but that's you running away from the curvature of the Earth, which is the thing that you should be demonstrating to exist.
Well, again,
you know, the one that blocks the laser that you claimed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, it does happen quite frequently.
Can you show an example, please?
Refraction in order to get the light over.
It happens quite frequently.
The experiments where they fail.
Hey, Joshua, why is it's all empty words at the moment? Why have you not provided demonstration? If it happens so frequently, you should be able to whip one up and post it in the side chat.
Again, you guys don't often post your failed experiments, and most people don't.
Because they don't fail.
Bluebirds don't take laser tests. They do fail all of the time.
Excellent. If they fail all the time, you should be able to post one. Because there's so many of them.
Provide a laser test that's failed.
Again, you're not going to post evidence that debunks yourself.
Provide a direct line of sight targeting system that has failed due to the curvature of the Earth.
Sure.
Don't sound so depressed. It's your claim.
Well, no, I'm explaining why your laser tests
explanations need demonstrations at this point.
Accurate.
But you say the flashlight post, and you were talking about
in fact,
laser tests.
Don't need your stories. I need the proof that your stories are true. Can you do that?
Again, this is
not again. Unknown. Can you provide evidence of it? Stop just talking out your ass, Joshua. Come on. You're better than this.
Joshua, you know better than this.
Yeah.
It's like literally, here's a laser test that measures the curvature of the Earth. I mean, look, dude, if you've got that, then fucking drop it, because that's what you're saying.
Drop the ball, man. Just drop the ball.
Just provide it. This laser test measures the curvature of the Earth, not the flashlight, the laser.
I don't know.
Where it fails, right? Where it fails to measure the flat Earth because it's done wrong or weather conditions, where it fails, when it's done correctly by you, that measures the curvature of the Earth, right? So show that then.
Hang on, just chill. Again, because you're talking about military stuff and now lasers. Every military guy will know that there's an effective Earth radius model, okay? And everyone treats it as an extra.
Dude,
that's a cool story, bro.
Stories and anecdotal bullshit that you're going to pull out of your ass where you say everybody fucking knows. I want you to provide the laser test that quote unquote
I'll give you a citation
and would prove the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, that's a good one.
Again, like that.
Okay, so Joshua here has provided us radio science, analytical formulas for refraction of radio waves from exatmospheric sources. Ooh, that sounds like a good read, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be tied up for a while, but I do apologise, Joshua. That has fuck all to do with what you're asked for.
You're better than this, Joshua. You're better than this. Come on.
No, we're not talking about refraction. I'll slam you on that later on. We're talking about your proof of curvature. You know, the thing that stops the lasers from transiting so far. So please provide that.
No, you're trying to get away from the fact that refraction is...
No. I'm not trying to get away from anything. I'm trying to pin you on your claim. You claimed the laser tests fail due to being interrupted by the curvature of the Earth. So please provide proof of what you claimed.
Well, hang on. I showed you an experiment with a torch that was done by a...
No, not a laser.
Excellent. I agree with you. You showed us an experiment of a torch. I agree with that 100%, wholeheartedly. I cannot refute that. But you stated laser, not torch.
Yeah, again, the torch is still testing the
No, they're not. They have different functionalities.
Laser. Laser test.
Yeah, homie, the torch would be proof of concept. Then you do a laser because a laser would have the data behind it. You'd have information rather than just, do I see a light?
Yes. Exactly.
So that proof of concept is not what no one here is looking for that. And that was 7 years ago. Since then, has anyone done a demonstration with a laser being blocked by the curve of the Earth, the geometric curve of the Earth?
Negative.
Again, like, because you guys keep asking for lasers.
We keep asking for you to back your claim. Provide proof.
I'm trying to talk, and you keep...
No, that's the problem. You're not providing proof. You're just blabbling on with shit to sidestep the fact that you know you don't have any.
I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're not allowing me.
We don't want explanations. We want verifiable backing of your claim.
Accurate. Laser tests.
Oh, these tests are not accurate. Yeah, you stated that before. You stated clearly that the inaccuracy is due to the lasers not being able to go too far because they bump into the curvature of the Earth, which you're still yet to provide.
And atmospheric refraction.
Well, we'll get to that afterwards. So how about you prove your curvature first? So provide us a failed test where the laser has run into the ground due to the curvature. That it is failed due to the curvature, as you quite clearly claimed.
Away from refraction.
I'm not, okay?
Everyone knows.
I'll hammer your refraction 9 ways from Sunday, if you want to play that game. But you're still going to prove your curvature first. So you're not running away. You're going to stay pinned to the ground. Where's your proof?
I've already told you.
Don't start it, Joshua. Where's your proof?
I'm going to drum this into you.
No, you're just going to drum along. Where's your proof?
No, we're talking about laser tests. I'm talking about how...
Exactly. You're talking about the laser test failing due to the curvature of the Earth. Please show this.
I'm talking about the...
And don't stutter. Put your proof out there.
Your failure of your laser test.
No, this is really weird. This is really weird. You gave a list. We're going through your list. The first one is the curvature of the Earth. We can get to the other ones after we've dealt with the first one. So let's deal with the first one first.
You don't want to deal with atmospheric refraction.
That was your second claim.
That was your second one. You provide proof of your first one, and then we'll quite happily go on to the second one.
Yeah. Also, dude, I don't think you really realize what's going on here. That flat earthers have been using refraction since the very beginning, and globalists used to mock it. And call it flirspective. There was no such thing as refraction. They said that's impossible for the curve of the Earth to be refracted up, over, and around the curve of the Earth. You see just as far as you're supposed to see. And now you're coming in here saying that not only does the curve of the Earth block a flashlight, which is really a laser, it also doesn't block it because of refraction at the same time. Both. You're going with both. See, that would be, at this point, how is what you're saying falsifiable? You're getting both results and just saying globe anyway.
No, it's like an actual phenomenon. I've already posted a paper. I don't know what to say to you guys. It's just not an accurate test, and you shouldn't be using lasers to see if there's to test for a curvature of the Earth. It's not.
Yeah, we shouldn't be using lasers to target things at distance. Yeah, shouldn't be using the fucking thing that's designed to do that to do it.
Yeah, why? You know why you would do? Why wouldn't you use a laser? What would you use? Iron sights, or how do you target?
We're gonna get flashlights.
Just slap a flashlight onto your laser pointer. Be like, hey, right here on this board. If you're like, dude, what the hell? They're looking at you like, why weren't you using a laser pointer? Like, well, I was on Discord and a globalist told me that flashlight works just as good as a laser pointer. And they're like, you're illuminating the whole wall. What the fuck? How do I know what bullet you're talking about? Oh, that's because the curve of the Earth.
So this is on a very good and clear day, and if the laser did travel far enough, yes, it would hit the curvature of the Earth.
On a very good, clear day, that would be absence of the things that you need to reflect the light.
Hey, Jedi, if the laser goes far enough, it would hit the curvature of the Earth. So at 1 foot, and the laser goes 28.6 miles, is that not far enough to hit the alleged curvature, Joshua?
Dude, I'm still getting over what he just said. On a good, clear day, according to him, let's have this out. On a good, clear day, you see less because of the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You see less on a clear day. Fuck.
No.
Yeah.
There's something called a superior mirage and an inferior mirage.
No, we're not talking about mirages. You need atmospheric conditions to deal with these things. You're talking about a nice clear day.
Mirages are to do with refractions, which
on a nice clear day. On a nice clear day.
On a
nice clear day.
Yeah. When
people give it's probably best, Joshua, you stop talking. On a good clear day, you're proposing, stop it. On a good clear day, you're proposing idealistic conditions, right? And now you're starting to talk about atmospheric conditions, like mirages and these distortions that are going to require temperature and density and gradients, non-idealistic conditions. Stop contradicting yourself. You brought up idealistic conditions. And ideal conditions, described as a nice clear day, you see further. Right? Because there's less in the atmosphere. And that's just obvious to anybody who brings up this argument. I see more because there's less in the way. Now, you're claiming that when there's less atmosphere in the way, a nice clear day, that we will see less because of the curvature of the Earth.
It's called a superior mirage.
It's a superior mirage now on a nice clear day in idealistic conditions, is it?
No. Can you repeat?
So what the fuck you bring it up then, Chris?
No, superior mirage will make things appear at a higher elevation than they are.
A superior mirage is a reflection above the horizon. Superior, above. It's a reflection. The object looks upside down.
It's a refraction.
It's reflection. Mirage comes from mirror, comes from reflection. Superior and inferior. Reflections above and below the horizon. The reflections above the horizon are upside down. So how far do you stick your hand up your ass to pull shit out, dude?
I don't think it's his hand, bro.
Joshua, just to make it nice and easy for you, side chat.
You described idealistic conditions on a nice clear day, you said.
Okay,
and now you started talking about mirages, which is like, why are you talking? It's got nothing to do with your first argument, you idiot.
No,
you think it's a good idea that you keep talking?
You don't know what a superior mirage is, and I have to explain it, unfortunately.
So I posted the definition from AMS inside chat, Joshua.
I don't give a shit about how you misinterpret definitions.
It's from AMS.
And we're going to explain to you what a superior mirage is, or how you.
So Joshua's definition is now inferior or superior? Just curious.
Can you stick to the topic?
How about you stop sidestepping, you coward?
There's going to be more dense air, and when there's warm air, there's going to be less dense air. And when light passes through these two mediums, it's going to cause a refraction. Please. Therefore, a superior mirage. I'm not going to provide you a citation.
Cite this, Joshua.
We're not interested in your subjective opinions about definitions. We want the definition because we're going to be very specific about the words that we use. Otherwise, we're just going to demonstrate that you're not. Dude,
you misuse them. You misuse definitions.
What definitions?
All of them.
Misuse them? What on earth? Go and get a citation.
You want citations for what a superior mirage is?
Well, you think it is.
Okay.
What it actually is.
Well, I already explained to you what it is.
Sorry, without citation, you ain't going to be explaining anything, dude. I don't trust you at this point. Citation, please. You said that we misuse it. Well, go and get it and show us where we misuse it. These people are going to fuck me off.
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable request, Joshua. So take your time. There's other people that might have questions about the flat earth while you're looking for that definition. So if anybody else has a question, feel free to speak up.
I mean, do you accept like Wikipedia, or like what kind of source would you like?
As long as it cites your claim, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, if you got something that you want to show, I mean, let's see it.
Okay.
Whatever it is, it's the definition that we misuse. That's your claim. We misuse it.
That's a Fata Morgana.
Show us where we misuse it. I thought I was clear.
Joshua, that's a Fata Morgana. You were talking about superior mirage. Slightly different.
Yeah, a Fata Morgana.
Yeah, good. You agree. Excellent. So you're going to supply. You're going to supply. You're going to supply. No, you're not going to do that to me. You're going to supply citation for superior mirage. As you can clearly see, Joshua, I've already posted one from AMS. So don't just talk through me. Don't pretend that I'm not here. Go and do it properly. Please.
Please read the first sentence. A Fata Morgana.
We're not talking about Fata Morganas.
Superior mirage.
Joshua, hello. We're not talking about Fata Morganas. We're talking about superior mirage. So, where it says in blue writing Fata Morgana and then in brackets mirage, that's where it should say superior mirage. Please go and change it.
Can you just read the first sentence for me on the Wikipedia?
I read the title. That is a good start. We are discussing the wrong thing.
For my sanity.
Just please, no, Joshua. Just please go and post the right thing. Joshua, be a man. Stop being a coward. Post the correct thing up.
Can we just keep again? Like
we're not discussing fat. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make that go away because obviously he's got the wrong thing. Joshua, go and post the correct thing that we were discussing.
Wait,
you have to cite superior mirage, not Fata Morganas. And I'll show you something. Check this out. Check this out. A Fata Bramosa, Fata Morgana. As you can see, check this out, Joshua. They are different things. Because look, Nasty Old Matrix has posted up something totally different. compared to Superior Mirage. Let's post that up, just so you can understand and get it through your thick skull that they are separate things. We are talking about the Superior Mirage, not about Fata Morgana. So please, cite what you are claiming.
Most cases of Fata Morgana are undoubtedly multiple images of...
And he's just going, why do we entertain this shit? Joshua, you've failed.
Your own definition.
Do either of them happen on a clear day?
Yeah, the clearer the day, the more,
Seriously, does anyone else want to talk to him? You're more than welcome to. I'm just
not really. But Josh, I mean, your citation, it says, or before it got deleted there, it's a complex form of, I think, a superior,
towering, and something else. Yeah.
Why are you going for the complex form right away? You haven't even cited the simple form.
Again, in your definition that you just sent of Fata Morgana, read that towards the bottom.
Joshua, stop! We are not discussing Fata Morgana. We are discussing Superior Mirage.
Fata Morgana.
We're not discussing that. No, we're not. I don't know why you're pinned onto that, but we're not discussing that. So forget the Fata Morgana, discuss the Superior Mirage. That's what we're talking about.
Josh, are you high or something, bro?
Hang on, it's part of...
Are you high?
No, I'm just trying to explain to you guys basic science.
You sound high as fuck.
He's trying to explain to us basic science. All we're getting from you, Joshua, is you don't know how to cite anything that you've made claims to. That's what you've proven to us. Every time you've been called out to provide your data, you provided something non sequitur to what you're asked for. That's if you've provided anything at all.
It's bad for your health, mate. You're going to break a butt.
No, it's not. I'll tell you what's bad for me health. Allowing people like you to speak. That's what's bad for our health.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Somebody, muted him. I got to go with 20 cups. I mean, since you came in, I've been kind of concerned for your health there. If I was in England, I might send out a welfare check. Because, you do sound kind of out of it, Joshua. I just have to say, that's just the case, compared to your last appearance here. Did you know that Indio made a podcast out of one of your appearances here? I should post that. It was actually a pretty entertaining podcast. That was your Claim of the False Horizon showing. Yeah, I got to post that one in here. It was pretty good. But yeah, today, not so good. I mean, not that you did well before. You were totally destroyed by Indio and other people, but at least you were able to, form sentences and stuff. Anywho, whoever muted him, I don't know. Somebody doesn't want him to keep going.
I think you should have let him talk about his Fata Morgana.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I was going to say, if you just want to listen to it, but it's not what was originally questioned. Every time he's been asked a question, he'll just slide onto something else and then pretend like he wasn't even talking about the first one. It's like his laser transits that were blocked by the curvature of the Earth. He had to get a hard on and talk about refraction, which he got chopped about, and then steps off onto Superior Mirages, and then steps off onto, again, Fata Morgana. Each time he knows he's about to get destroyed, he steps onto another subject. So why would we bother?
Yeah, I know, because, we just have to keep a scorecard here, because Jedi asked him, I mean, the thing that kind of got him off his high horse there was when Jedi asked him, could he give an example of when the military laser targeting system was obstructed, right? Wasn't that the question? That hasn't been answered yet. Was that the question?
He just ran away. He knows what was coming. He was about to be unmuted and put back on the spot.
Yeah, because we really need an answer to that if he comes back. We need the example of when that happened, because you can't just make claims like that without backing them up with a specific example.
How about Celeste 1917? They're new.
Greetings, Celeste. Welcome to the Flat Earth.
Oh, no, I've been here for some time.
Oh.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions.
At least he's virtuous.
And Mansky was piping up earlier, but
Mansky, can you tell us more about your globe and why you believe in it?
Well, he put cookies on the top of the mantelpiece and the cookies disappeared, therefore Santa Claus is real and Santa Claus is from the North Pole. So, if there's a pole, that means the Earth has to rotate on it, therefore it's a globe. Come on, Mansky. What's wrong? You're pretty quiet.
So if Santa's real, he's eating a lot of cookies, so he must be a fat guy. Santa's a fat guy, so oh boy.
We're on. We've got this sorted out.
Jimbo Coyce, don't make us go back to Alice, please.
Sorry, what?
Nothing.
Can somebody
I said, don't make us go back to you.
Yeah, can somebody take my, unshush me or whatever in the side chat so I can post stuff if needed?
Hells no!
Huh? Well, I don't want to just shit post in there. I want to be able to post things if I need to.
Well, you don't need to. You sound like you're watching movies at the moment.
I'm sorry, I'm not watching what?
Sound like you've got an old film projector running. Old school one.
Oh, sorry, that's my fan. But, I mean, yeah, kind of the same.
Oh, damn. Better get that upgraded then.
Well, yeah. Maybe. It's just that...
Oh my God, it's very funny. I can imagine. Yeah, you're sitting there with your little projector. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, I mean, I used to work as a projectionist.
Mm-hmm.
At a movie theater, I was a projectionist.
Nice. All right, so we tuned into something there. I found the podcast with Joshua. I thought he would be interested in hearing it, but he's gone now. But I'll just post it anyway.
Tag him.
I should, yeah. It's called. I like the title. Glober grasps at straws and claims false horizons. That's you, Joshua. The latest episode is the PhD that was in here that talked to people. I can't remember his name, but I'll post that one too. It's pretty good.
Dr. No Hands.
It wasn't that PhD. It was a different PhD.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. It starts with an M. I can't actually remember what his name was. Yeah, this one's called Discussion with Another Physics PhD.
I had a conversation with a geologist in English Hub today and yesterday, same guy. And he agreed that the surface of water has to be flat. It cannot curve. He said that would be impossible due to the way water works. But he also said the Earth is a globe.
I remember that guy.
Yeah, he got super emotional about it. He says that the curvature is on the bottom, right? The surface of the ocean is where the curvature is, and the water is completely flat on the surface.
Huh?
Yeah, he's a geologist from France. Yeah.
Oh, he's French.
Yeah, he's French.
As soon as he said that, game over.
Yeah, Jedi. That's it for Jedi. He's like,
Yeah. No wonder.
He rage quit 2 days in a row just because I was like asking him like, can you draw me a picture of what that would look like?
He rage quit.
Oh, come on, Jedi. Don't be like that.
That's him running away. He's French. They do that.
I swear I remembered the guy. I talked to him yesterday, and it was so funny. I'm crying now because I remembered that moment, and when he said that. He was confident. He said that it's impossible. The surface of the water is flat. It's impossible to curve the surface of water. Water takes the shape of the container. On its surface, it's flat, and it's always flat. Okay,
yeah.
so
today he was bragging today about his master's degree and like, how dare I challenge him? He has a master's degree and all this stuff. And doubling down on
his own contradiction.
Yeah.
The surface of the water is obviously flat.
I promise, Jedi, we're not all like that.
Oh, I know you're not. Just you.
I've just got this image of Jedi in his little cloak, walks in. I've got a master's degree. Master's degrees are our speciality.
I mean, for all we know, it's only those French people in Europe.
You're Canadian French, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's different.
Exactly. Yeah. Crossing of the ocean. You know.
Yeah. You're not French. You don't live in France.
Oh.
Yeah, you're fine, man. You're fine.
Not even French people are the original French people anymore, because more French is spoken in Africa than on the continent of France. Or
don't get me started on that
listen,
shit.
I've got a question for the flat earthers. So I know that you guys aren't keen in accepting gravity and stuff like that, but if you go through a physics textbook, half the concepts are hinged upon accepting gravity. I mean, if you look at relativity, for example, a lot of the equations have the gravitational constant. They take in gravity as a factor. How can you deny? Sorry, let me rephrase. How you reconcile, having so much science based on such a fundamental concept?
I'll tell you, because within the ideas of gravity, there's a letter, and it's R, and that's for the radius of the Earth. Within the conceptual ideas of gravity, the Earth is a sphere, the mass of the Earth, because it's got a definite size given to it by its radius. So within this story, the Earth's a sphere. The Earth is measurably not a sphere. Over any distance of water, the water lays horizontally. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. So observably and most demonstrably, measurably, the Earth is not a sphere. So the gravitational idea has got to do with a sphere that doesn't exist.
Right, okay. Yeah, okay, sure, I see that perspective, but, my question sort of is, sort of hinges on what science do you guys accept? Because, sure...
what science? I'll tell you.
Yeah, like,
a hypothesis.
For example,
I'll tell you. Sorry? A hypothesis, which will be a prediction of the cause of a phenomena that's been validated and verified through experimentation. That's science.
So what are some examples, like, science that you accept, you take as credible and reliable?
Science, that anything that follows the scientific method, by definition, would be credible science.
Like, which subtopics? I know that optics, for example, you guys accept most of it that's taught in, physics textbooks, but you don't accept, right, Newton, for example, right? You've got his laws of motion, you've got projectile motion, for example, takes in gravity as a factor. How do you accept that, considering that, you can measure the velocity?
Doesn't have a scientific experiment that's been repeated and validated. It also violates special relativity. So this why? Because of the time component. Mass attracting mass is instantaneous. Sorry,
so are you accepting special relativity or not?
No, I'm pointing out the contradiction within your own fucking paradigm at this moment.
Right. If you're going to be pointing to one, I'm going to point out that this one that you're talking about, that doesn't have any scientific validity to it, also contradicts special relativity.
Right. The question I'm asking is: so, which subtopics within an average physics textbook?
Anything that follows a scientific method. So parts of physics, parts of chemistry, parts of biology, any part that had a hypothesis that had been tested for experimentation. That's what natural science is.
Right. Let me rephrase. Which concepts do you think have been experimentally verified?
I'm not going to be dealing with concepts. We're doing natural science.
Right. Within natural science, which things do you think have been experimentally verified? That's what I'm asking. That's what I want to know.
The change in a state of water by the very manipulation of temperature, for one.
Right. More.
Okay. Do you understand what that is? Would you like me to break it down to you?
I know. I'm asking more complex.
Why?
What?
It's anything that follows the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is, my friend?
You got a hypothesis. You test it.
What's a hypothesis?
You test the theory.
What's a hypothesis?
Right. Hypothesis. It's how to define it. You say something. You say something is going to be like this, and then that's something you test, see if it's true or not.
A hypothesis is a prediction, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah, it's the prediction of what causes that to happen. That being the phenomena that you observe in the natural world, that will be called your dependent variable. Your prediction of cause will be called your independent variable. The independent variable is the thing that you're going to vary and manipulate in the experiment to see if it changes the dependent variable. So anything that follows, anything that follows that method for gravity, we would accept. If you don't have that, then you don't have science.
No, the dependent variable is not hypothesis. It's not.
Shush. The dependent variable is the observed phenomena. The hypothesis is the prediction of what causes the phenomena. Now, shush.
Right. So you think that there has been no proven hypothesis for gravity?
Unless you want to try and provide one. I mean, I'm not doing anything at the moment.
I mean, that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when I asked what gravity is, he says, I don't know, next question, because it's never been scientifically validated.
Right, so according to your perspective, gravity doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
According to our perspective that we're trying to point out to you, there's no scientific validity for any gravitational idea.
So how come, if I, the equations for projectile motion, for example, I got a ball dropping, a certain distance, I factor in G, I factor in the acceleration of the ball when it's in the Earth's gravitational field, which is 9.8 meters per second squared. How come you can factor that in and it will give you an answer?
What causes that?
Well, I would say gravity. You would disagree. You would say,
okay. What's gravity?
It's the force of attraction between two objects with mass.
So mass attracting mass.
Yes.
Do you have a scientific experiment that proves your assertion of cause?
I'm not on you right now. No, I'm just asking why it works.
So far, I'll help you, dude. It's no problem. So far, you've given me a hypothesis. You're saying that this caused that to happen. Okay, well, just demonstrate it. Vary and manipulate what you think caused that to happen. In this instance, gravity. To term a better phrase, mass. That would be the amount of substance in a space. So tell me how the amount of substance in a space interacts over time and distance with another body of mass causing acceleration.
I don't know, but specifically, but from what I've heard, right, they had the gravitational wave experiments, I think.
Okay, stop. Stop.
Right.
Stop. Gravitational waves, that's not mass attracting mass. Gravitational waves, that's Einstein, general and special relativity. These two things are not the same thing. You'll jump from one gravitational idea. I haven't finished. I'm trying to help you, dude. I'm not being rude. I'm actually trying to help you. You've made a mistake. You've now brought two different gravities into the idea. Newton's idea and Einstein's idea.
Newton, you said it was mass attracting mass, the force of attraction between masses. Now it's what? Right. Gravitational waves? No, that's Einstein, dude. That's a different idea.
Okay, let's move on to Einstein. Why is he wrong? I mean, I know the gravitational wave
Why
experiment.
Is he wrong? Sorry, why is he wrong? Provide the hypothesis that demonstrates his causal mechanism for the phenomena that he observes.
Okay,
up until this point, dude, up until you demonstrate it, I can just sit here and say you haven't demonstrated it. It answers your question. Right. Why do I disagree with it? Because you haven't demonstrated it to be true just yet. Until you do, I'm going to sit here with my arms folded.
Okay, right. So I have the hypothesis right now. I have nothing to show you, but I'm just asking a sincere question. They had the gravitational wave experiment that apparently proves Einstein's relativity. How come? I take it that you disagree with Einstein's relativity. How can that expect that observation?
Is this a scientific experiment? I'm going to try and help you out, right? Because people throw the word scientific experiments around because science, LIGO, the bending of a laser light. Okay, is this an experiment?
But no, it's not, because it's just an observation.
Okay, cool.
But right, let me rephrase my question. What do they see? What do they observe? How come that laser changed?
The movement, the deviation of the laser light by 10,000ths of a nanometer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, what caused that?
Gravitational wave. That's what I think.
Okay, so that's an idea that's what caused it to happen. How are we going to verify that to be true? Being as we understand that Einstein's mathematical conception isn't supposed to be taken as an actual physical reality, even though the mathematics says that that's what's happening. It's a nice mathematical way to explain a phenomena, doesn't mean that the model is actually physical. Space and time isn't a fabric to be distorted, but in the math, we can explain a phenomena like that.
Right. Okay. I've got nothing more to say. I'm just curious as to your perspective.
That's fine. At the end of the day, dude, Einstein's mathematics is not science. Right? It's not a hypothesis that can be tested for experimentation. Math and science are not the same thing. This is a reification. You know what a reification is, right?
No, I don't.
It's the taking of non-physical entities and giving them physical properties, also known as the fallacy of misplaced concretism. It's not physical in and of itself. So let's look at what Einstein proposed. His four-dimensional space-time coordinate system, right? 3 dimensions, height, width, length. Okay, now space, that's the emptiness that physical things reside in volume. The volume isn't physical, height, width, length. It's empty space. And then time, which is the part passing from moment to moment. These things in of themselves are not physical things. But in the mathematics, you can make them physical, pretend that they are, and then add mass into the equation. And because of the energy and the power of mass, you can bend and distort and curve this 4-dimensional space-time fabric. The space-time fabric isn't real. It's just a concept.
Right, okay. So what's the if flat Earth? How do flat earthers explain things falling, things? What's your?
It's really hard, dude. So outside of what we would term as maybe specific gravity or relative density, we can make things go up or down, right? Depending on the object and the medium. For example, you can drop a ball in like the air that we breathe and it will go down. If you change the object and the medium, say you change the medium to water, make it dense with salt, you'll notice that the ball will rise. It's outside of that, we can't say why there's this directionality from a horizontal plane. Things work in this direction, but we don't know why.
Right. Okay.
Was gravity the only thing that you had questions about?
Yeah, but just another question. Yeah, you can because cosmology, for example, your view of how the universe is structured. So, I take it most flat earthers don't believe the moon landing, right? I mean, I suppose that begs the question. What's your perspective on what the moon are? What are the stars? Do you think that they're sort of suspended in water above this firmament? I mean, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, it's going to be lots of opinion and speculation, dude. We don't actually know what these things really are. There's lots of ideas. Like you mentioned, like in water, that's a religious idea. It comes from the Bible, right? Water's above, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So, yeah, some people think that. But they wouldn't be able to prove it. So it's really hard to tell you, mate. But our inquiry, right? And we know it's going to happen when we start talking about the Earth because it's a cosmology-based thing. But our claim is about the Earth in and of itself because that's the thing that we can access, right? We can measure the Earth, for example. But when we're talking about the sun, moon, and stars, we can't access them. We can't measure them. We can't verify any speculation. So we just don't know.
Right, okay.
That's sometimes hard for people to wrap their head around because we like, for example, I'm almost 50, been a flat earther for 10 years, for 40 years of my life, believe the same thing that you do. When people come to hear the answer that flat earthers can't tell you what Jupiter is, can't tell you what the sun is made of, they have a problem. They start wondering why these things can't be replaced. They start thinking that because that they've got a story, that until they can get a replacement for that story must be true. There's no verification or anything for the claims that you're going to make about the sky. I can take those away from you in 30 seconds. But ultimately, no one's going to be able to tell you what the sky is. It might just be hard for you to come to an understanding that you're not going to be able to know everything about the universe or the realm in which we exist in. Some things are going to be unknowable to us.
Yeah, that's why you'll hear people refer to heliocentrism as a religious belief, because that is basically what it is. We understand that if you are still holding to the heliocentric globe religion, you don't even realize that you've been indoctrinated since birth into a religious belief. But that is what it is. So people are often looking for a replacement belief that they think will explain everything. So that's why we call it scientism, rather than science. It's like this holding up science as a deity that has all the answers. And most people who believe in the globe, just as many of us did before, when we believed in the globe, I'll just speak for myself, I did think someone had confirmed it. I didn't think that, as many people come in here and say, like, I didn't think it'd be in all the textbooks, all the TV shows, all these things, unless someone had actually documented and proven it. So when I came to investigate it and found out that there was no mathematical or scientific evidence whatsoever for the globe, meaning evidence that was verifiable, testable, and repeatable, I was very surprised. So, but I also, as Jedi was very nicely alluding to there, I also had to, over time, accept I wasn't going to get a replacement model or replacement belief from an omnipotent, omniscient point of view, as is claimed by the scientism of the globe. So you have to return to an actual human, down-to-earth perspective and accept that not everything is explained, even though you've been indoctrinated to think that these scientists in the sky do have all the answers. When you actually investigate their answers, you'll find out that they're nothing but fairy tales. Does that make sense to you, Celeste 1917?
Yeah, that makes sense. Just remember another question I have. So I've got this P1000 camera, right? I've seen the planets, right? You're pointing towards a planet. They seem pretty spherical. How come Earth is the outlier here and it's flat?
How come?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, because the Earth doesn't measure to have a curved surface, so measurably the Earth isn't like those things. Now, I understand, right? How come the Earth is the only thing that's different to the things that are in the sky? It's quite easy to point out that things can be different, right? Those things in the sky are different to the Earth. The things in the sky, they're spheres that move. The Earth appears to be underneath those things, like the floor. The floor is horizontal and doesn't move. So it's just a matter of explaining the difference between the Earth in which you inhabit and the things in the sky. They're different. They're not the same as the Earth.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this was the common human experience and accepted as normal until modern times. Earth was not considered to be a planet. It was accepted that we were different, that we looked up there. The stars were moving. Some stars were moving in their own wandering pattern, aka the wanderers, the planets. The sun was moving, the moon was moving, just as it appears. And it's been very recent. I misspoke yesterday when I said Gustav Holst's The Planet orchestral suite was in the 1800s. It was actually the early 1900s, 1914. He began composing this. He did not have a piece about the Earth because, the Earth was not considered to be a planet until very recent times. It has nothing in common with these other objects. That's just a science fiction idea that was planted in your head despite having no objective proof to back it up. I don't know, Celeste, have you heard about the way that the globe is debunked through long distance observations, laser tests, horizon measurements? Have you heard about any of that?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
What'd you hear?
Just heard the names, really.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that's why we are able to confidently proclaim here that there is no globe, because if we lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, as is claimed by the scientism globe religion, we would be able to observe objects disappearing from our view around this alleged curvature at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But when we do long-distance observations, we routinely find that objects can be viewed at distances far greater than that predicted by the globe model. So, for example, I have personally observed the skyline of the city of Chicago at over 50 miles, when the entire skyline should be hidden behind the curvature of the globe. So even though, depending on what flavor of propaganda you tasted on any one given day, you might go for the Bill Nye Earth Too Biggie flavor of propaganda. But actually, Earth is not too biggie to see the curve. You should be able to observe it. And in fact, when we go out and test it in reality, we don't observe it. So just, that one observation in itself, the city of Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, is enough to destroy the mathematical claim of the globe, because that is a mathematical conjecture that can be disproved with one counterexample. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then objects should be disappearing in the distance around the alleged curvature at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So if you find one counterexample, which in this case we're discussing the skyline of the city of Chicago, which shows that the objects are not disappearing at this rate, then you have mathematically disproven the globe. It only takes one, and yet we have thousands of similar observations, long-distance observations, laser tests, and horizon calculations that show the Earth is indeed not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It's very matter of fact. It's a mathematical calculation, and people have emotional attachment to the globe because it's a religious belief, as we explained earlier. It's difficult to leave a fundamentalist religion when you're born into it. That's why, like the Amish, for example, it's very rare that a person leaves the Amish culture. It does happen, But, when you've been brainwashed since birth into a certain framework, I don't want to diss the Amish. Like, yeah, I mean, if I had to choose, like, my child to be born into, like, the Globe cult or the Amish religion, I'd definitely pick the Amish anytime. I'm only using that as an example of how it's very difficult to leave a fundamentalist religion because you don't even realize that you were born into it when that's what you're surrounded by every day. So we're just here to present the option of choosing logic and reason over emotion and cultism.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
Yeah, totally is. I recommend you look into it. I'll put some resources into the side chat you can peruse at your leisure.
Could you please explain sunrises and sunsets on a flat Earth?
The same way that your ceiling appears to get closer to the floor the further you look down the corridor. That's perspective. And also due to where you're located underneath the circling paths of the sun. Because you can see the sun for over 24 hours, an actual 3 months of the year, above the horizon twice in the summer, in the north and then in the south, where the sun is clearly visible above the horizon. But people closer to the tropics and the equator don't get to see the full diameter of the circular paths of the sun. So don't get to see it. The sun appears to go up and go down for them.
So it only appears to go away and come into view, like as you get towards the center of the flat Earth.
I don't know about the center of a flat Earth, dude, but if you stand inside, say, the Arctic Circle in the summer in the north, you can see the sun rotate around the observer for 24 hours for 3 months of the year. Me, closer to the Tropic of Cancer, where I'm in England, right? I get to observe longer daylight, but I still get to experience day and night cycles because I'm closer to the circumferential path of the sun and I can't see the entire diameter of its path. So it's just due to my location, whether I can or can't see the sunrise or set.
So when I see the sunrise and it's a big ball and not something that's coming closer to me from a far distance, what? I don't understand how that would work.
That might be some kind of atmospheric magnification. Sometimes things do look bigger on the horizon just because, we have like references as well. Sometimes, though, we can observe a small sun on the horizon at sunrise and sunset. This would probably be due to the atmospheric conditions. Not a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, so dry conditions predominantly show a shrinking sun as it moves towards the horizon. And eventually, with distance, the sun will blink out of view before it touches the horizon. So it's going to depend on the atmospheric conditions to what the sun does, mate, and time of year, and your location.
Okay, sounds convenient, but all right.
Sorry, what's convenient?
I don't know. Do you have an experiment to prove that this is what happens? The sun just goes away and then comes into view?
Well, this is what we observe.
Explained better by the heliocentric model.
Explanations and requiring explanations. I'm just pointing out what we observe at this moment. If you want to talk about measurements, then we can take solar elevation angles to the sun. You'll require a horizontal plane to do so, though. If you want to be accurate about it, perspective, you understand things that are above your eye line, like your ceiling in your room. As you look towards the end of your room, the ceiling looks like it's going down. It's not actually going down. This is just how your eyes work. So the sun that's above your eye line appears to come up from one horizon over your head and then downwards towards another horizon. This can be demonstrated with the simple laws of perspective view.
I just don't observe that when I see sunrises and sunsets. I know like videos get posted that I've never seen that phenomenon happen in real life. Like the GIF that DJ posted, I've never seen that with my own eyes.
Okay. Have you always stayed in the same state in the US? Have you moved around?
I live in China now.
Oh, you live in China now? Awesome. Have you ever visited a desert?
Like I've lived in Saudi Arabia. I don't know if that counts.
That's not too bad. That's pretty deserty. My only point is until we actually start really taking notice of the sun in different conditions, and even getting things like solar filters out, right, so which gets rid of the glare of the sun. Until we start doing these things, it's neither here nor there. When we measure the sun, we do notice its reduction in angular size with solar filters. Like I said, if you want to start measuring things, that's fine.
You can see, like the GIFs that we posted in the side chat. There's countless amounts of those, right? And you can even find these time lapses on like David Attenborough documentaries and things where they're filming the sunset over a very dry desert or something like that. So it's not something that's like some crazy flat earther claim. You can find this stuff in the mainstream. And then when we set up a small scale replication of this type of situation, when I'll find you an example, right? So when we set up like a simulation of that, right? Say we get a candle and we get a flat table and we put a lens in front of the camera and the candle, right? To simulate the thickness of the atmosphere in a very humid environment where there's billions of water particles in the air kind of acting as a lens, right? When we slide the candle away on the flat table, it looks like it disappears bottom up and it doesn't reduce in angular size. I'll post some examples so you know what I'm talking about.
Yo, Crit, debate me right now.
Do you got a claim?
Yeah, I have a series of propositions that I affirm.
How about just start with a claim? What was your claim?
Propositions are claims, retard.
Yeah, so just make your claim then.
All analytic predicates are non-monadic. That's my claim. Do you affirm that or deny it?
How's it relate to the topic?
Okay, can you repeat the claim real quick?
Okay.
Is this a child? Are you old? Yeah, are you old enough? Oh yeah, he wants to. Yeah, go ahead and repeat it. I mean, is this person old enough to be on Discord? Because I mean, we had two like semi-adult conversations in a row. Like, yeah, go ahead and repeat it. I mean, it's just so.
Why is the side character talking? She's a side character. Let's get a muzzle on her.
Yeah, that's right, Koala. Yeah, you better muzzle me quick.
Anyway, Crit, can you go ahead and repeat the claim?
How's it related? That's what we're trying to talk about.
Oh, notice how you're asking questions instead of repeating the claim, retard? That's like a blunder on your end.
Okay, sure, no problem.
The adult. Can we get back to the adult? What was the Mansky was doing something or looking for something? What was he doing? Because this child is really tedious. Are you old enough to be on Discord? I see your birth certificate. Oh, someone muted you. That's good. Yeah. Mansky, what were you doing?
I'm not looking for anything. I just never see these sunrises and sunsets in real life. These are just like, I only see these GIFs in flat Earth communities.
These are from videos, okay, of reality.
Yeah, so like I said before, you can go on have a look at David Attenborough documentaries that show the same thing. I can post one for you now if you want.
Maybe you have some videos or photos that you can post to us, please.
Crit, can you please debate me?
Yeah. What do you want to debate?
You know what? I concede. You win. Sorry.
I think I do something like, if I formulate my flux capacitor into a diode dual electric bipolar modem, do you confirm or deny? Your claim shouldn't have anything to do with me, dude. And if it does, like, how is it related? Okay, you're a retard.
Yeah, I don't think the use of slurs in debating actually makes your point any stronger, personally. But
so you're against the Globey that just did that then? Because that was parody, in case you didn't catch that. That was parody for your cohort there.
No, that's Owlish. Owlish is taking the piss out of the snowflake.
Yeah. It's not like I think that everybody who believes something that I believe in is like an amazing chase person. I definitely do not believe that.
Great, that's a good news. Yeah, best news I've heard from you all day. I'm happy. I'm rejoicing. You got your projector going there still. You got your 8mm film of the globe. You just keep watching it over and over. God, that globe's so beautiful. It looks even better in 8mm.
It would actually look a lot better in 64mm, as that's what they use in most of the science centers. If you've ever watched like those films that they have in like various science museums, I think they're on 64mm film. They actually look the best.
Is that what you've got on your projector there? Just the globe on repeat?
I wouldn't have a projector big enough for 64mm film.
Okay.
Does
Are you the
I could put on my headphones and actually take that.
Okay, were we asking Mansky something about the sun? Is that what was happening before all this?
Yeah, like I think he was trying to say that inside his worldview, the heliocentric model, he doesn't see what everyone else sees. He sees something else. And then when you say, like, sure, have you seen this effect? Or have you seen the sun do this? He said, only in flat Earth communities. So then he was directed to a guy who's not in a flat Earth community, who's done these same observations, and appears like he might have flounced.
Okay, yeah, I mean, to me, like, it's cool. It's fun to talk about the sun. It's pretty, gives us light and heat. But I would like to know what Mansky's response is to the lack of curvature and how the geometry of the globe has been debunked.
No, I feel like the rising sun and setting sun kind of... I think
it goes hand in hand.
It's a very weak argument for flat Earth.
No. It's a weaker argument for the globe, right? Because you're claiming that it's going behind the curvature of the Earth, and that's what the horizon is. Now, I can show you observations that completely debunk that claim. So it can't possibly be going over that. Now, you've seen demonstrations on a small scale showing that a light being slid away on a flat surface can look like it's disappearing bottom up. And you've been shown other observation where it just looks like the sun's moving away, right? Like I linked you to the David Attenborough time lapse there, right? That's not being done by a flat earther. Neither were the other ones, by the way, that we posted. But sometimes there are other explanations for these things, right?
Right, but the sun going off into the distance, it's not what people have observed for thousands and thousands of years.
It is exactly what everyone observes, right? You do understand that things could get closer to the horizon as they move away from you, right? Due to perspective.
I understand how perspective works, but when I see a massive ball appearing over the horizon every morning, that it doesn't align with what you're saying at all.
So if you have billions and billions of water particles in the air, it can act like a lens. Right? So if you go into an environment where you don't have that situation, you've seen what it looks like, right? Are you saying that these videos are fake or something?
Well, you guys claim that a lot of videos are fake, so
no, are you claiming
instead of going out every morning and seeing the sunrise yourself, you're just relying on some gifs you see on the internet?
No, I've watched sunrises myself. 1 second, right? So I asked him if he thinks this David Attenborough time lapse of the sunset is fake, and the other ones that we posted. Do you think they're some amazing CGI that flat earthers have done, or something like that? Maybe that David Attenborough's in on it as well.
DJ, can I tell you something? I posted 2 of them, and I can tell you where is the source. The source is from free video. I don't know the link, but it's free video. There are people who are making photographs and videos about the random stuff, whatever, like professional photographs. Has nothing to do with the flat earth globe. There was people who did that videos because of the sunset.
Szymanski, you know the horizon on a globe. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that video because it does not seem like it's showing what you're saying it's showing at all.
What am I saying it's showing? The sun appearing to reduce in size as it moves away? That's exactly what it's showing.
Because it doesn't, it goes over whatever, are those trees, mountains? I don't even know.
Yeah. So it's still going to set, right? It's going to go out of your range of perspective, and it's going to go off into the distance, right? There's always going to be some terrain in the distance or something like that. Like, this is over land. Like, what are you expecting? The point was, you know, it's shrinking. It appears to be shrinking in size as it moves away. That's all. So all the claim was. What do you think that the claim was?
You can just Google sunset, and you'll find thousands of examples of that not happening. You can go outside
exactly.
yourself.
Like if in Australia, when I see the sunset, it doesn't do that, right? Because we have very high humidity. We have a lot of moisture in the air. Sometimes we have like 99% humidity, and I would be out at the ocean at sunset, and it would look like the sun would get giant the closer it would get to the horizon, right? When you have those really humid conditions and a lot of moisture in the air. Obviously, if you don't have those super humid conditions and you have the opposite where you have hardly any moisture in the air, this is what the time-lapse footage shows, right? If you have a look at the time-lapse footages from like Afghanistan and places like that in the desert, right? We see it looks like it shrinks into a little dot as it moves away. The sun does all sorts of crazy stuff depending on the weather conditions as it sets, right? Sometimes it looks like it sets above the horizon, right behind an invisible line above the horizon. It's all sorts of crazy sunset footage out there. This is the thing though, right? You're claiming it's setting behind a geometric horizon. That would have to be a certain distance away from you, depending on the height of the observer. And we've gone out and tested for that over and over again, and we can see magnitudes further. Right? It's not possible that it's setting over what you're claiming it's setting over.
okay, I'm not gonna shift it to that because then it's like following a script. I think the rising and setting of the sun, just staying to that point. You guys always make it a point to go outside and see for yourself. And
have you done that?
I never see the sun do what you're saying it does.
I have done that watching sunsets. Have you done that? Because you said it was go Google. That's your answer. Go Google.
I mean, I'm saying too, like you can just go outside and see for yourself, not just like flat Earth videos.
You see the sunset? I'm guessing you're about 6 foot. You see the sunset 3 miles away?
I don't measure. I don't know how far away it is.
Okay, so why are you so confident in that? Why are you so confident that a sunset sunrise points to a globe? Because that's what you think is happening, that the sun goes below the geometric horizon of the Earth as the Earth spins beneath your feet, creating that illusion.
I don't see a ball, like a light ball in the sky, going away in its perspective. And I know you can say, "Oh, it's." I've
seen the sunset. I've seen the sunset into the ocean, and then zoomed in, and you can still see the sun reflecting off the surface of the sea.
Yeah, good point. Actually,
have you done that?
Good point.
Yeah, but you also don't see a ball of light setting below a geometric curve of a ball Earth. You don't see that either, but you believe it.
Yeah, he just said he didn't even know.
See, like, okay, this is what it always devolves into. And
well, you did it. You painted yourself. You're the one who made this grand proclamation about sunsets and sunrises.
Because I don't observe what is being posted in these GIFs and videos.
Why are you acting like you
videos?
Yeah, but you Globers don't go with what you observe, because if you did, you'd be flat earthers. So why are you leaning on what you observe? What you observe is the sun moving in relation to a flat, motionless surface. So if you're going to go with observation, welcome to flat Earth. At best, you could say you've got a sun setting below a flat surface if you're going to go by observation. So you got to choose. What are you going to go with, observation or a story?
No, I think it's better explained by the heliocentric model. Do you guys ever debate these things outside
stories? Yeah. We had a PhD in here last week. Yeah, there was a PhD in here last week. Didn't have a single argument. Didn't know if he had hands.
Okay, do you ever debate this in neutral territory?
What's neutral territory to you? What does that look like?
Without mod powers where you can like...
Well, what's that got to do with it, dude? It's not like you're not able to make an argument because someone's moderating you. You're free to make whatever argument you want here, so why are you talking about going somewhere else?
Yeah, you're getting a fair shake here, Mansky. Relax. Don't look for an out.
Yeah, that's a weak cope, dude.
And this is what it devolves into. Like, you guys...
What, you coping?
It becomes like an old boys club where you can mute people whenever you want.
What are you talking about, dude? You're talking. You're still talking. No one's mute. You're looking for an excuse because you realize that you don't have an argument. You don't have an argument. That's why you're doing this.
I do have an argument. You guys are just posting nonsense videos.
No,
all right, what's your best argument for the globe?
The sunrise and sunset is like the biggest...
Okay, so tell you that the ground is the sun setting 3 miles away from you?
See, you're shifting. Like, no.
That's
the only reason you would bring up
over the horizon.
What is the horizon?
I don't see a small, like a ball of light get smaller and smaller.
All right, but where's the globe in this? Where's the globe? Where's the globe in this?
I'm gonna post a photo. I did that. Wait a second. I did this photo.
No, there's no globe in that. There's no globe in what you're saying.
It's not from Google. It's not from Google, okay? That's a sunset. You can see even the horse there.
Okay, and what does it look like 5 minutes later?
Explain to me why it's getting darker when the sun is above the horizon, okay?
Okay, where's the video? Does it get smaller and smaller?
Listen, you are not even listening. I did said I'm gonna post a photo. You know what is a photo?
Which shows nothing.
Yeah, I did this.
This is what I'm saying. It's such a weak argument for the flat earthers.
No, you are the weak here because you are not posting anything. You are making claims and you are not posting anything.
Could you explain how observing the sun moving through the sky is evidence that the ground is a spinning ball? How are you getting to that conclusion?
I mean, the Earth rotates. Come on, dude.
Oh, okay. What's your evidence for
how
that?
it's explained by heliocentrism. Don't be like, oh,
okay.
what? Huh?
So, okay. How fast is the ground rotating according to you?
All right. This is okay. See, no. See, this is.
Oh no! See, now you back away. Now you back away from your claim.
Following
the script. No, it's your claim. So the ground is rotating.
You guys cannot stay on topic.
So you're saying the ground is rotating?
Do not make sense.
The ground is rotating. That's your claim. You're saying the ground's rotating?
I'm saying the rising and setting sun makes 0 sense on a flat Earth. I'd never see.
So you're not saying the ground's rotating?
No,
so
if
your
you guys actually went outside and looked for yourself, you would see that.
Well, see, dude, this is what you do. This is your tactic. You say it proves the globe because the ground's rotating, and then as soon as we start to ask you questions about the ground rotating, you run away from it.
No. I'm saying that
we're making.
Dude, I can go out and watch a sunset and notice that it's setting more than 3 miles away.
Sure, you can.
Right.
I know what you guys.
So have you got any evidence?
Light in the sky.
Right. So have you got any evidence that the ground's rotating? Have you got any evidence that the ground's rotating?
The sunrise and sunset.
That's the sun. You're saying the ground.
The sky. The ground. Post the measurement of the ground speed.
No measurement. I went out. I go outside every morning. I go running when the sun rises. I don't see the sun coming out of nowhere and getting bigger.
Sorry. Dude, you need to understand the dichotomy that you're not addressing with regards to your evidence that the Earth is rotating because you're saying the thing in the sky moves. You understand there's a few possibilities that can cause this phenomena, right? One, like you said, you could be moving and the object, the sun, could be stationary, and the reason why it appears to move across the sky is because of your motion. Or alternatively, you could be stationary and the thing in the sky could be moving, causing the phenomena. So you must understand that, yeah, your evidence is a suggestion. Now, how are you going to prove which one of these two causes of the phenomena is true?
If the sun worked the way you guys think it does, then I would be observing that every single day. And I don't see that at all.
No.
You guys want to shift to measurements and experiments, which is like ridiculous, because then you say, go outside and look for yourself. That's all we're saying.
Sorry, what did you say about experiments and measurements?
I think he tried to denigratingly say we're always looking for measurements and experiments, like science and reality. Yes, we are. You should do the same.
Yeah.
Why don't you look for measurements and actual reality for the fantasy spaceball religion that you're a part of? I mean, you must already know, because
the picture that Rayleigh posted, that is what?
Yeah, you must already know, because when we challenge you for evidence of things like your motion that you're claiming, you run away from it. So you must already know that there's no evidence for it.
Yes, the cult will tell you to not believe your lying eyes. That's what I'm getting from you guys.
What are you talking about, dude? So just tell us this. Has anyone ever measured this motion of the ground that you believe in?
Has any society ever observed the sun just going away and coming back every morning?
So you can't answer the question.
That were
they did.
a real thing. Societies would have observed that.
Yes.
Just in December, they did a final experiment and it demonstrated this exact thing.
Yeah.
They demonstrated exactly
in your
what
flat
you were
Earth
looking
community. Sure.
They just did this.
Community.
They just did this.
They
just did it. Yeah, the guy called. Oh, go ahead, Jedi.
No, sorry, dude. I mean, you're bang on, and I mentioned this earlier. We do see this. It's called the Midnight Sun. You've heard of it, right? The sun going around the observer in a circle, going away and then coming back to an original point.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I know how it works. Yeah, but I don't understand why that's proof of a flat Earth. Like the heliocentric model explains that.
Dude, you just wanted to see it. There it is. I explained it to you earlier that it's due to perspective, why the sun appears to go up and down due to your location underneath the circling paths of the sun. But if you're lucky enough in the summer to stand inside that circle, like the Arctic Circle, you can watch it for over 24 hours for 3 months of the year rotate around you. You can go to the south again and watch it in the summer do that as well. As Crit was pointing out, they did this in December.
Have you got any measurements to back up the claims about the heliocentric model in terms of curvature or motion?
Yeah, you're trying to shift. I know you're going back to your script.
Well, that's because you keep saying it's explained on the heliocentric model, but anytime we actually ask for evidence of this heliocentric claim, you avoid it, you dodge it, and you change the subject. Why is that?
It's explained in the Flat Earth as well.
Yeah, you must already know there's no evidence, which is why you're doing this.
No, like this, people fall into your little traps of getting stuck in the
trap
weeds.
of asking you for evidence for your claim.
A big ball of light. Just
show me measurement of the ground moving, dude. Why don't you just evidence it? Well, you said the ground is moving. Where's your evidence?
When I see a big ball of light come up over the horizon and go down,
So you see the ball of light moving, right? So the ball of light's moving. Okay, so the ball of light's moving. That's what you observe.
I'm saying on the flat Earth model, like
no, not flat Earth model. This is your claim. You said the ground's moving.
You guys, I know what you guys believe. You guys say, "Oh, I don't have a model. You got to prove your model." That's just
no. We're just talking. I can agree with you. We see the sun move. The sun moves. Okay, I'm on board with that. Now what? How do we get to spinning cartoon ball? Okay, what do you mean it appears? Yes, I agree. It appears that the sun's moving.
I'm not falling for it. No. Okay, so when I see the
falling for it, yeah, you're not even gonna try and evidence your claim.
No, because you guys follow a script. You guys have like your little.
No, we follow your script. We follow your script, and then we challenge you to provide any evidence for your script's talking points, and you do this. You don't.
Opening his eyes and challenging. Opening his
going down over the horizon.
Opening his eyes and challenging the cult that we all grew up in is not on his bingo card. He's telling you, he's literally mentally, he's resisting. He's telling you, no, thank you. He's dead ass saying, you guys are trying to trick me. Just like in Plato's Cave, like he's one of them. That's how he feels.
The topic focused.
That's how they don't like being asked for evidence for their claims. We know.
And it's okay. Like when somebody's that religious, you just tell them it's okay.
No,
you don't have to be here.
I know you guys like saying that.
You don't have to. No, you don't have to be here. You don't have to be triggered by anything I say. You don't have to worry about me. Mentioning you as a religious
button. You're nothing. Without your mute button, you're nothing.
Yeah. However, I could literally go anywhere. Anybody could.
You stay in your clubhouse here.
I do though.
Do you think? Anyone?
Hold on, because bigots are the worst kinds of people in the world. This dude doesn't know. This dude doesn't know me, but he thinks that all I do is stay here. You don't know shit. Like, see, why do people see again? A religious zealotard.
Because a couple of days ago, you were muting somebody that was wrecking you in an argument.
What argument did they make?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not falling for that.
I don't know. Dude, you just keep. You say that we're.
You guys just like to shift, change the subject.
Trap for yourself. You make a claim that you've got nothing for, and then when we challenge you on it, you run away. Everything you say, we call you out on because you can't answer it.
Gotta shoot.
But how long are we going to deal with? How long are we going to deal with this? Like, how do we get content out of somebody who doesn't want to talk about anything?
I'll get content out of him. He'll just be flailing and spiraling and doing his usual little antics. This is a perfect exposition of the globe position. They make a claim. Oh, the sunset proves the globe. How so? Because the ground is spinning. How do you know? Oh, now you're changing the subject. I'm not answering that question. That's just an obvious deflection.
Because you are changing the subject. You're switching it. You're shifting from the big ball of light in the sky to the rotation of the.
No, that was your claim. You claimed it was due to the rotation of the ground.
No, so you guys are very good at sophistry. Very, very good.
So this was your
tactics.
Okay. So you're saying you didn't say the ground is rotating.
I did ask him to show that measurement of the ground is moving. But he's not presenting anything. He's running away. He's saying cult, mute people. He's running away. He's just a kid.
Landscape.
No,
I don't
I'm staying on topic here.
Everyone else is hearing the discussion.
Prove it. Prove what? I see this the rising sun every morning.
I did ask you something.
Every morning.
I did ask you to post something. Do you have it?
I can't post something. I don't have permissions to type in the chat.
Come on. You can send to someone. Okay, that's
what you
not.
guys love to do.
You are just running away. Excuses. Just excuses. You cannot prove it.
Okay, dude. Like I think there's a reason you guys stay in here.
You said your claim. Listen, pal. You are just a punk. You did say that the ground is moving. Prove it.
Yeah, you made a claim.
Pendulum.
Yeah,
so either evidence it, or concede that you don't have evidence for it. Simple.
So if I were to use Foucault pendulum as
always ignorant. I construct a pendulum. Okay, I put inside the room and explain to me why it's not moving.
Yeah, I mean your explanation.
I mean what? Do you have it?
Do I have a?
Eilish, I'm sure we've done a pendulum with you 1,000 times.
Yeah, we have. So that you.
It's still begging the question, like it was the first time.
So, what about a ring gyroscope?
Yeah.
Same thing.
How about my?
How is that begging the question?
Listen, Eilish. How about my
motion of the Earth as an attributable cause? You're just begging the question.
Well, it has a very consistent 15 degree per hour drift.
What's causing it? What's causing it? You thought, okay. How'd you know that?
Because it's locked into position. If there wasn't any rotation,
you have to set it up to rotate 15.
Right, you have to calibrate. You have to calibrate it. You have to calibrate it to a certain position.
Is called affirming the consequent, though.
And then every hour you have to recalibrate.
So you don't know the cause. You don't know the cause.
I do know the cause. That's why I said that.
No, you're asserting a cause. You can't even manipulate. You can't manipulate your presumed cause to even know if it is the cause. So no, Eilish, for the millionth time, you don't get to swing a pendulum and claim the ground is moving at millions of miles an hour.
I said,
didn't Michelson and Morley do the same thing and prove that the Earth wasn't in motion?
With what? The gyroscope or the pendulum?
No, the light going through the water.
Going through the prism, yeah. No, it wasn't the light going through the water. It was the light going through the prism and what's that thing called again? I can't even think of the name of it right now. The apparatus. Interferometry, thank you. They were using interferometry, which is the same thing a ring laser gyroscope does, and they disproved the motion of the Earth. They were looking for 15 degrees per hour. Actually looking for a total of 30 kilometers per second, and they didn't get that.
It's so tedious. You guys pretend you believe in the globe because of these.
You said that they got motion?
No, they were trying to detect the 30 degrees or 30 kilometers per second was going to give them an interference pattern, which is the same thing ring laser gyroscope does. Was going to give them an interference pattern to prove that the Earth was going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. And what they got was a no result.
I mean, there's a difference between. I mean, there is a difference between the Earth itself spinning and it going around the sun. Those are two distinctly different things.
And equally bullshit.
You said that they're both bullshit because you think that?
Because you've got no evidence for it. There's no detection of it in all human history. This is why you here in 2025 just have to beg the question of it.
The ring laser gyroscope of you having to reset the thing to have a drift of 15 degrees per hour, the same thing as you having to constantly put the Foucault's pendulum into motion just so that way you can say, oh, look, it's doing the thing that I made it do.
No, the ring gyroscope is definitely different in that case because it is pretty consistent and it's not moving because you manipulated it.
What's gyroscopes do?
You said what
if gyroscopes do? If it's not,
they detect levelness.
Yeah, they maintain rigidity in space, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
So these gyroscopes that are used for navigational devices, when they move over the surface of the Earth, do they rotate?
No.
Oh.
They are
Why?
rotating with...
Yeah. You understand what I mean by rotate? If you're moving over a curved surface with a gyroscope, does the gyroscope rotate over the curved surface, or does it maintain rigidity in space?
It maintains rigidity. That's why you have to adjust it.
When do you adjust it? How do you adjust it?
You have to adjust it every hour because of a 15 degree...
Because of the 15 degrees rotation, right?
Yeah.
That's not the same as the rotation off of its horizontal plane.
You saying the pilots are doing this?
Well, I mean, that's different.
So who's doing that? Who's adjusting it every hour?
We are. Because
globe heads?
Because it goes off. Okay, but we're not adjusting it because we need to restart it.
You're just randomly adjusting
so-called pendulum.
Right, so then the cause would be you then, fucking about with it.
No, because it does it on its own, and you have to adjust it to make it accurate again, right? So it's not something you're doing to manipulate it to make it accurate, to unmake it accurate, or to make it work.
Accurate to what?
So that you
what
can
are you
use
talking
it.
About?
Right. So it's something that you. I mean, I think I'm being pretty clear. It's completely different, right?
No, it's incoherent.
What's causing it to drift?
Nonsense.
The rotation of the Earth, because it maintains rigidity. So when you put it there,
the rotation of the Earth is the thing you're trying to prove, Owlish.
Right.
No, that's not its primary function.
Oh, right. So you're assuming it. You're just assuming it then.
Yeah, I point it out, right? You're saying that the cause of the phenomena is the rotation of the Earth. Okay. How do you prove your claim of cause?
How would I prove my claim?
She doesn't.
Well,
just asserts it.
Well, I want to help. I want to help Alish. Remember, you have to change and vary or manipulate the cause to get the predicted effect.
Yeah. So you're adjusting it for the needed measurement initially, right? And then after a certain amount of time, and your time is what manipulates it. In this case, your time manipulates it so that it is 15 degrees drift. You have to readjust it every hour, so that'll be. I'm sorry, what?
Time. The time manipulates it.
So in this case, if you were to say that I'm not physically manipulating it and you don't have any other cause, it would be the time.
What?
So you're not manipulating a presumed cause? So you're not doing science?
Time is definitely science.
Time would be a controlled variable, not an independent variable.
No, it's. So you're not the only thing you're manipulating.
What is your independent variable here?
The only thing that you're manipulating at the end of the day is the gyroscope itself. When you first set it, that'll be
right. So you're the cause.
No, because it's not the same thing.
But what's the independent variable then?
You did
no,
that.
I said it.
I manipulated.
I said it.
Yes, you did that.
I said it.
Yeah,
yep, I said it initially, and then without me touching it again, it went out of synchronicity. It lost.
Why does it go out of synchronicity?
There's some reason why, but it has nothing to do. Well, in
there you go. There you go, Owlish. There you go, Owlish.
Maybe it's going out of synchronicity. Maybe it's going out of
time.
Maybe it's going out of synchronicity because the Earth is not in motion and it's trying to get back to that position.
No, because that's not the point of a gyroscope.
Well, you just gave it up. You just gave up the ghost there, Owlish. You just said, well, there's some reason why, yes, and you don't know why.
Yeah, so in most people,
No, most people doesn't normally matter. Whatever most people believe or think does not concern us. You're not manipulating anything. You don't have an independent variable. You're begging the question.
What do you
do this for the millionth time?
Don't have
what was that?
So we have a flat and level surface to look over. That's what we have.
Yeah, we've got observable, demonstrable
do you
reality.
have a flat brain as well?
Whoa, dude! That's some high level globing you got going on there.
Well,
Right.
you see, the brain is round,
That's
isn't
right.
it? It's
You don't need to try and insult us. Just tell us why you think the Earth's a ball if you want to
you
give us
guys
a laugh.
insult me here all the time, so I don't see why
Vladimir.
not.
It's all right, dude. Just tell us what your best globe evidence is.
Crickets.
Sorry,
Is
were
it
you
that we
talking to
have-
me? Did you say something? I didn't.
Yeah. I was asking what your best globe evidence is.
Okay. If the world is flat, and your sun was moving around above us, as some of you claim, then we should be able to see that sun.
Not unless you were far enough away from the sun to not be able to see it anymore.
So
you have the measurements to can you tell me, give me some measurements to how far the sun can go?
Could you put that in the form of globe evidence? Because that was a question, wasn't it?
No.
So what are you saying tells you the Earth's a globe?
No. Give me some measurements for your flat Earth model that would back that
but
up.
I thought you were going to give us globe evidence.
Yeah, our measurement is zero curvature. That's the measurement.
I don't think you have any evidence. You have nothing, in fact.
Sorry. Would you like it?
Projection.
Yeah, well, I just asked you for globe evidence, and now you've totally tried to do a burden reversal.
Why do I have to? You're the guy who's running this flat Earth channel on a politics
Because you came in and acted like we had flat brains, which made me assume
you're claiming the world is flat.
A follower of the globe religion. So I just wanted to know what your evidence was.
Well, you're the one claiming the world is flat.
No, I'm just asking you what the globe evidence was. I didn't even make a claim when you were here. Just asked you what your globe evidence was.
What the flat Earth evidence was.
Okay, well, observable, measurable reality. Go outside. What about the globe?
So the surface is flat, the world is flat,
big
correct?
and round.
So,
you see that the sun is big and round. Okay, do you also see that the Earth is flat and motionless?
Okay. So here's this. So if the world is flat, why is the moon spherical?
Okay, so I gave you one. You asked what makes me think the Earth is flat. I said that's what's observed. So what about you? What makes you think the Earth's a globe?
What makes me think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so but are you gonna? If I start saying it, are you gonna interrupt me halfway?
Just give me your argument, dude. But it shouldn't be a question to me.
So thousands of years of merchant shipping. We have circumnavigation. We have satellites, GPS tracking. We have GPS again. We have
GPS again.
We have radio waves that work.
Radio waves.
Satellites. Yes, we have airplanes traveling. We have
so pick one of these.
That works.
Pick one of these.
We have
pick one of these.
mathematics that goes along with that.
Dude, that's a lot.
Navigating
that's great.
Globe,
That's great. That's great. It sounds like there's loads of proof. So could you pick one of those and explain how it proves that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah, we're just going to talk about one thing, and we're going to follow that to a logical conclusion.
But see, you're the one running the flat Earth claim here.
Yeah. So you've just given us a big list of stuff that you think proves Earth's a ball. So I'm saying select the best one and tell us how you think it proves
but you're the one running the flat Earth claim.
Don't be a flat brain.
That's okay. So you gave a big list. Which one's the best evidence, do you think, out of those?
Circumnavigation.
Going round in circles.
So what do you mean by circumnavigation exactly?
If you circumnavigate big continents on the planet and you follow
so we go east to west.
Topography. Hey, look, chill.
Your evidence of the Earth being a ball can't presuppose the Earth being a ball.
All right, guys.
Chill, guy. I just started. Chill, guy. You're already dogpiling me.
Go on. So circumnavigation. Go on. Explain what you mean and how you think it proves Earth's a ball.
Yeah, so it's not even 100 years. It's like thousands of years of shipping, actually, from the first days of ships, from the first quinquiremes and triremes, since the days of the early Romans and whatnot, and Greeks.
They were flat
They've
earthers.
Been traveling around on ships, and they've been following stars. And guess what?
We don't need the story.
And guess what?
We don't need the story. We just need the fucking meat and potatoes. Let's get rid of the dressing.
Right. So people have been sailing boats for a long time. We understand that. At what point does Earth become a big spinning ball?
Hey, so at the point where you flat earthers mentioned the what was it? The celestial sphere as well. So when you plot stars, you made a mistake and you said celestial sphere. Why is the celestial world around? Wait. Why is the celestial map around the spherical? But apparently the world is flat.
Sorry, the celestial sphere is a hemisphere measured from a horizontal plane.
Why is it a hemisphere? Why isn't it flat?
Right, hold on. Let me do this.
Oh,
if you're going to be talking,
why is it a sphere?
I'm going to answer. I've sat down. I'm going to answer your question because you brought up the celestial sphere. Do you know what a protractor is?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Awesome. So you understand it's an angle measuring device. The reason why I brought this up is because of celestial navigation. You must understand that we measure angles to things in the sky. Now, the reason why we also use this is because this is how we perceive the world around us. The sky arcs from one horizon above our head and then down towards the other horizon. We can measure the stars in the placement within this hemisphere around us in angles.
Hemisphere.
It's like you're standing within the. Excuse me. It's like you're standing within the protractor on the horizontal plane, measuring elevation angles above that horizontal plane, much like a protractor. See, this is the useful thing about the celestial sphere. It's based on how you can use the world around you to navigate. It's based on very simple principles. First of all, hold on, I haven't finished. First of all, that you must understand all of the angles are measured from a horizontal plane.
Oh, did you cut out? Hello?
The Jedi, you cut out.
Hello. Thankfully, he cut out because he was probably going to go for another hour. But yeah, so the celestial.
No, he was pointing out that there are elevation angles measured from a horizontal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I could speak.
I know you heard sphere, and that's all you heard, right? That's your brain shut down after that.
Oh, I thought I could speak. I thought I was. So this is the third.
No, you can't speak. Jedi was finishing. Jedi was finishing.
Oh. Hello?
Hello, the whole Discord is surging, so just relax for a second, Kremlin. Calm down.
Go ahead, Jedi.
I literally finished just as I cut out as well. So just to point out that all of the angle measurements are taken from a horizontal plane. A horizontal plane is obviously the Earth because we measure the distances along the horizontal plane after measuring the elevation angle.
Okay.
So you understand what the celestial sphere is, right?
So can I speak now?
Yes.
Or would you like to go on? Okay, yeah. So hey, yeah, that's wonderful that you can measure using a protractor, and it's wonderful that it goes from one direction to another, and it's all spherical or hemispherical, as you wish, or I explained. I completely agree with you. But hey, you know what? If the world is flat, I still don't understand why the sky wouldn't be flat as well. I mean, why is it a hemisphere or a sphere? No, hold on, I'm not done. Since you went on a tangent, I'm going to go on a tangent as well, right?
No, I was addressing what you said.
Excuse me. If the world is flat, right, then naturally the sky should be sort of flat, shouldn't it?
I'm going to repeat himself.
What do you mean by sort of flat?
So when somebody is getting 90 degrees, when they're somebody's you weren't muted. We said, all right,
someone muted me just
now. On your turn, and then so you weren't done.
No, I wasn't done, and then someone muted me. What the fuck? So yeah, so this celestial sphere or hemisphere is still a sphere or half a sphere. If the celestial sphere and half a sphere is a sphere, then obviously you can apply the same half a sphere or sphere on the other side of the Earth, and hey, guess what?
That would be a fallacy.
You get the other half of the sphere, and then you know what shape you get? A sphere. You know what that means? That the world is a sphere.
No, you get two discs that you've just turned upside down and placed one on top of another, because the measurements come from a horizontal plane.
Oh, so like two pizzas, slapping each other.
So this is the conceptual idea of celestial navigation and the usage of a celestial sphere. It's like a snow globe where you're standing in it and you're on a horizontal plane measuring elevation angles up from the horizontal plane. If you measure an elevation angle, this is the interesting thing, right? If you measure an elevation angle And by the use of the mathematics to do with celestial navigation, you can calculate your distance along that horizontal plane. That will be between you and the geographical star. That's the point on the Earth where the star is directly above. You can calculate the horizontal distance along it. So it's measured straight, horizontal.
Okay, cool. I have one question, right, about that. Wait, hold up. This is interesting.
No, I also want to address something that. No, you can. If it's interesting, it'll be interesting 5 seconds from now. So, you keep saying it's a hemisphere. Like, you keep reifying the degrees of a. I mean, a protractor as an actual hemisphere. No, that's not what it is. Because how the fuck would you be able to how would you do that? How'd you get an angle from the sky? Assuming 90 degrees. How'd you do that if it wasn't? If it wasn't flat. If it was hemispherical.
Hello? There's a problem with Discord. Hello?
No, there's not a problem with Discord. I'm asking you questions and you're trying to ignore me to get past it. It's not gonna work though.
No, what you're doing is you're interrogating me, and I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to the guy. Okay,
I didn't interrogate you. I said, well, you said.
Yeah. Thank you.
Factors like hemisphere, it's not actually a real hemisphere. You're just reading the.
Just Elijah, you're breaking up from me. I don't know. Is everyone breaking up? Is it just me?
Like everyone is. Discord. You're roboting, Kremlin.
Everyone's roboting for me.
Yeah, everybody was for me, except for you, whoever that was last.
Yeah, it's good now.
I'm on awesome time now.
Hello.
It's straightened out for the moment.
Hello.
Was the CIA reset? They had to give this dude another chance. Like, he thinks that after that clusterfuck of distraction, he's gonna be okay. So reset. Now, what I was saying. No, listen. The bottom line is all I'm doing. I'm interrogating you. I'm addressing you thinking that reading the degrees off of a protractor, or in this case, a sextant, means that the sky is curved. No, it doesn't. That's ridiculous.
So Jedi, your example of that dome, like this snow dome or whatever it was called, this thing. What do you call it? The thing? What do you call this snow dome model thing in English? Hello.
Celestial sphere. Celestial sphere, we will call it that.
All right. Listen, I thought that we started with you, giving globe proof. How did it turn into you asking questions about degrees?
Well, that's what you thought of, but I was speaking to Jedi.
Well, this is what I was going to highlight, because I was the one who actually asked him originally, what's your globe evidence? And he jumped about from being on ships to circumnavigation to celestial navigation, and we're following him down that rabbit hole.
That's
as he's blatantly just begging the question, saying, "Oh, because the sky is curved, I get to just assume that the ground is curved and then ask you questions about a flat Earth model." It's a cool deflection. You still haven't given us any explanation for how any of this is any evidence for a spinning ball.
Why should I give you explanation on running the flat Earth?
Because that was the question you originally asked for some globe evidence, and you just said, "Well, because the sky is curved, I'm going to assume the ground is a globe." That's what you just said.
Right, but you see, this is a flat Earth room, isn't it?
Do you understand
that's doing the claim that the world is flat.
Dude,
do you understand that's fallacious?
Sorry, I don't want this to be missed.
Not really. You're the one making the claim that the world is flat, so I'm expecting some evidence.
Friend, yes, we're getting to it's flat. Within your like list of things that prove that the Earth is a sphere. You've
now we're back
out,
to Jedi?
Yeah, we're back to me. You've pointed out these things, specifically celestial navigation. Celestial navigation will be proof that the Earth is flat, because we're going to be measuring angles from a horizontal plane and getting the distances along that horizontal plane after measuring the elevation angle. So this is evidence that the Earth is flat. If you were listening, you'd understand.
So, okay, if the Earth is flat and that's the evidence, so if you traveled 5,000 kilometers in one direction, does this hemisphere or celestial sphere also move with you, or does it, or how does it work?
No, but if your scenario is going to use 5,000 miles, then you've also given us a flat Earth measurement. Are you aware of that?
Was I asking you? I was asking Jedi, sir. Why are you jumping in?
It's really inconvenient for you if I bring up something where you prove the Earth flat, and then you want to avoid talking to me, right? Why does it matter who you talk to? If we're giving you, excuse me. If anybody here gives you flat Earth evidence and you get upset about that, and you want to talk to the original interlocutor, why is that? Why do you get so upset?
Because one interlocutor makes one point, and then when I try to respond to that, another interlocutor jumps in, makes another point, and then I just cannot follow and have a normal, decent discussion when there's 5 or 6 people jumping in, each with a different point, trying to disrupt whatever is being discussed here. See?
It wasn't a different point. It was the point that you brought up. Maybe you don't realize that I brought up the point that you brought up. I'm talking about the point that you brought up.
Just let me discuss the issue with Jedi. Because
victim?
Jedi
are you a victim?
Hello?
Are you a victim here? Is this too much for you?
Jedi made a point.
Hello.
Yeah,
I know, and I'm answering the point that you asked a question about. So I answered your question.
I asked Jedi, though.
That's okay. Are you not sufficient with my answer? Is it not sufficient?
Well, I didn't ask you though. I asked Jedi though.
It doesn't matter. I answered your question. What do you care?
I asked Jedi though. I wasn't.
That sounds soft and kind of snowflake-like. You only want to talk to one individual that answers your questions.
While I finish with Jedi.
Why are you such a victim today?
Hold on a sec. Kremlin, it's an open forum, so you don't just say I'm speaking to one person. Well, there's a bunch of people speaking. We will try and take it one point at a time. That'd make more sense, but obviously this guy's going to look for any opportunity to deflect and derail, so we're just giving it to him by doing this. Jedi can school him on this, and then says who you can follow up with that.
Jedi's
still here.
Honestly, genuinely just trying to have a conversation, one person at a time. I can't respond to 6, 7 people making different points.
It doesn't matter. Jedi, you still there? If not, says who can just ask you his question.
I've forgotten the question. I am still here, but I've forgotten his question. Something about 5,000 miles?
That's convenient.
Yeah, he said does the celestial sphere... He said, does the celestial sphere move with you?
Why is it called a celestial sphere?
It's kind of inconvenient, but it will give you a good chance to reiterate your question so we can all be clear on what you're asking.
If you made a map of the celestial sphere, would it be a flat map?
There's many ways. What do you mean, a map of the celestial sphere? Yeah, that would be like a hemisphere around the observer.
Would it be a flat map?
Not if you're going to utilize the celestial sphere.
Oh, so it's
It'll be a hemisphere around the observer. It's a dude. It's like you've asked me a question. I'm trying to answer, but every time I do, you speak. Now, I'm trying to point out to you that if you utilize the celestial sphere, if you knew what it was, then it's going to be a hemisphere around the observer. The stars are going to be mapped on that celestial sphere. That celestial sphere is only conceptual, though, right? The things aren't actually getting closer to the floor, right? It's just how you, the observer, view the world. So we're not going to reify this conception into the sky as actually arcing around me. These things can be very easily mapped out as horizontal above a horizontal plane.
Okay, if the celestial sphere can be mapped, then therefore you can map it on a flat map, correct?
I guess.
Okay, so if the celestial sphere can be mapped on a flat map.
It's called a star chart.
And yet, hold on. And yet it's a hemisphere or half a sphere, then what is it? What is your proof that the world being flat? Hold up, I'm getting to the point. I'm cooking. Let me get to the point, please.
No, you're not.
If the world,
it's called the star map.
You're not letting me fucking finish. If the world can be also mapped on a flat map, what's the proof that it's not a hemisphere or a half a sphere or a sphere? The world.
Oh, we've measured from a horizontal plane. The proof that it's horizontal will be the measurements that we've taken.
Oh, so because you have horizontal measurements of the plane.
Yeah.
Then
Let's put it like this. This. I'll help you. You're not going to be able to measure an elevation angle from a curved surface. You can only measure elevation angles from horizontal adjacents. So the utilage of celestial navigation, which requires elevation angles, must and can only include a horizontal Earth, because an angle is the separation of two straight sides. If you have a curved line and a straight side, that's not an angle. You're not going to be measuring these things off of a curved surface of sphere. So that's the proof that the Earth is flat. That's what we measure.
Okay, look. I asked the room in the past regarding the world map, yeah, and they said that the world is flat, just like the map. You see how flat it is? Yeah, that's how flat it is. And they said that the proof is that the world is flat because the map is flat. All right. So if the celestial sphere or hemisphere, when you map it on a map, is flat in 2D space, then why isn't the celestial sphere? Why isn't it flat?
Because it's a celestial. It's like we've tried to tell you what this conceptual idea of the hemisphere around an observer is. We've brought out snow globes, we've brought out protractors. It's just how you, the observer, see the world. But the stars that are close to the horizon aren't actually closer to the fucking floor. It's perspective. It's kind of the same law that governs that. You know, when you look down a corridor, if you notice how the floor appears to rise upwards and the ceiling appears to go downwards, that not actually getting closer together, you can fit through the door at the end of the corridor. It's just perspective, dude. Don't reify this concept of how we see the world around us into a physical reality.
Let me jump in quickly. So I'm just going to take this as a long-winded concession that you don't actually have any globe evidence.
I didn't concede
I'm going to go... Well, yeah, you did, because I asked you for globe evidence and you've just tried to derail it.
That's you wanting this to be a
anything
concession.
else.
I haven't conceded anything.
Okay,
I didn't get my answer.
What was your globe proof again?
Sure. Again, what's my globe? No, what's your flat Earth proof?
Okay, yeah, I'll take the concession. Right, so I'm going to go on listening mode.
Well, I'll take your concession. Where's your flat Earth?
No, you just deflected again. So you just deflected again.
Yeah, you're conceding. You conceded
in the beginning.
You conceded. Okay.
No, that's you who said.
Yeah, it's you.
Nothing. You had no globe evidence to present.
Where's your evidence for your flat Earth? Where's your flat Earth?
You are the evidence. At length.
What's your firmament made of? What's the dome made of? What's it made of?
It's amazing.
What's he going on about now?
He's just spazzing out. But anyway, I'm dropping off. Enjoy this one, guys.
But there's a container. This room in the past.
Have fun with this one.
Cheers,
yes. This room in the past, members of this room, the Flat Earth channel, claimed that there was a container around our Earth. Okay, around our Earth. For some reason, it's around. Okay,
yeah, it's a container.
And the gas
containers usually surround.
Hold up.
Dude,
and
it's like containers usually surround. What the fuck?
Right. And the gas needs to be contained by something. And this something, I asked, what is this something made of? The supposed quote unquote firmament. Right? What's it made of?
Don't know. If you want to take
don't know. Okay, so we should just accept don't know in the scientific community as our answer for everything.
All right, my friend, maybe you can't hear me because I'm far away from my microphone. I've actually tried to answer your fucking questions. If you keep talking through me, I'm just going to disengage. All right, now you should probably take the opportunity. He's doing it again. You should take the opportunity because you could learn something. You're probably not going to learn much. If the only voice you can hear is your own. So I don't know what the firmament is made of. I, and nobody else, has any first-hand experience of its compound, its distance, how far and the volume of its containment. I don't know those things. And it's a question.
You cut out.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted because, people were getting pissy because yeah, thank you for conceding.
Yeah,
you have
because
no
you keep
actual
talking over top of people. You keep talking over top of people. You are very
You
rude.
just
I don't know
interrupted
why
me.
you can't have a conversation. Why can you not have a conversation, a back and forth? Why do you have to interrupt every time or nod along? Listen when somebody's talking.
I haven't interrupted. I'm just saying I accept this concession as you saying I don't know, because you would normally, someone with a sound, logical, if you had a position, you'd have empirical evidence to back up any of your claims. No, I'm still talking.
Yeah, we do.
I know, no, I'm still talking. I haven't interrupted anyone. I have the floor now, and I'll quickly finish and I'll go away. Right? I've asked multiple times.
No, you don't get to do that, bro. No, you don't get to do that. We get to respond. You don't just get to fucking blurt out nonsense and then take off like you won, shithead.
Yeah, he was talking about the scientific community, and so tell me, what does the scientific community say about gas pressure? What's required for gas pressure, since we're on the topic? Let me know.
What's required for gas pressure?
Yeah.
Do you know do you know how gas pressure works?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Tell me about it.
Okay. Gas has a weight. The more molecules you have, the more the pressure.
Sorry.
Okay, citation, please.
What's the cause of gas pressure?
Weight of the molecules. The more molecules you have the more. Okay, before you jump in and say no, just let me finish. Okay, well, you conceded. You don't know what the firmament is made of, so you conceded.
Excuse me, you don't have to be rude. I do apologise for overspeaking you, but I just disagreed with your answer. That's not the cause of gas pressure when you say weight. So within the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT, how do we solve for pressure?
What's your firmament made of?
No, this dude, please. I'm trying to address what you said. I'm trying to help you get to a logical conclusion. Right? The question is what causes gas. The question is what causes gas pressure. I've asked you within the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. How do we solve for pressure?
By first explaining what the container is made of.
No, it's not explaining what the container is made of. It will be the force that the gas has because of temperature that gives it kinetic energy, exerts upon the walls of its container and the amount of collisions. So you need a physical boundary, a volume. PV, right? That's force over pressure is solved by force over area. The force is the gas that's in motion, it moves. The area is the volume, the container, it presses upon it. Now this can be described and experimented and shown to you in Boyle's law. Gas pressure is proportional to the amount of gas and the size of the volume. Increase the volume, gas pressure goes down. Decrease the volume, pressure goes up. Conversely, increase or decrease the amount of gas within that fixed volume, pressure will go up or down. So the cause of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Okay, so you made that observation using your eyesight, and obviously the experiment was in front of you. Did that observation correct?
No, this is the definition of gas pressure.
I was asking Jedi, sir, respectfully.
Yeah, I know. It's really inconvenient for me to bring up the point that this is the definition of gas pressure.
Okay, so yeah, you guys observe this as having an experiment in front of you, correct? The same method of observing that the world is flat, correct?
Measurements, yes.
No. See, this isn't. No. When we're talking about the Earth being flat, that isn't a hypothesis to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship. I.e., That question isn't for science. However, the cause of gas pressure is, and we can demonstrate in an experiment, is the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Okay, but you observed it, right? You observed it. You can back
experimented
it up.
on it. Yeah. Boyle's law,
So
Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law. They even came up with a fucking formula. Yes.
Okay, would you let me speak?
You can't demonstrate it without a container.
Okay, so you've observed it with a container. You see the gas and how the pressure.
You can't demonstrate it without one.
I'm assuming. I'm trying to cook here. So you've seen the pressure nozzle, etc., etc. You've observed it, and you can prove it. Nice, awesome. You can also observe that the world is flat, right? With your eyes, you can observe it. Correct?
And measure it. Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So when I look up into the sky and observe and look for the container or your firmament, I don't see it. So where is it?
I don't know. It's up there somewhere. You understand
damn.
things.
I mean, if I can observe, if you can observe things, I can't see it. So how do you prove that there's a firmament up there or a container?
Okay. Well, let's put it like this. Huh? We'll put it like this, right?
What's that?
First of all, we can demonstrate that gas pressure requires a container because we understand that according to natural laws, gas has the power of indefinite expansion due to temperature that gives it kinetic energy. Gas expands.
Did you understand my question?
Yeah, I'm trying to. But if you're going to be a cunt, I'll stop.
My simple question was:
he's trying to tell you how it's a necessary antecedent. You're not listening.
Antecedent? What does that mean?
Yeah, a necessary condition for something else, right? So if you've got one factor and that requires something else to exist, then you can just go ahead and declare that other thing exists. If there's no other way it could possibly exist.
Oh, so you're like a theory, like you're just theorizing that there's a container up there somewhere in the sky. But
it's a logical deduction due to the laws of nature. Do you understand? And can you describe the second law of thermodynamics?
No, don't deflect to thermodynamics. We haven't gotten there yet.
It's the same thing. We're talking
about containers now,
my friend. We're talking about a thermodynamic system. In this instance,
you were talking about thermodynamic system.
Yeah, in this instance, this is going to be gas that's got temperature. That's a thermodynamic system, dude.
Okay,
energy,
but where's
temperature.
The container? Where's the container? I don't see it.
All right, dude. If you're going to keep repeating this bullshit, where's the container? Where's the container? I'm not going to continue answering your questions. You're turning out to be a fucking arsehole.
Hey, I'm sorry if you got offended there. I didn't mean to offend you.
Stop being a dickhead then.
Well, I want an answer, though. I can't observe
it. I'm trying to walk you down the logical... It's like you're a wanker. I'm trying to help you walk down the logical path. This might have a few more things to do with it than you think. 1, the law of nature. 2, how we can demonstrate what causes gas pressure and stops this law of nature. Because the law of nature says that gas expands. That would be in an open system. If the thermodynamic system is closed, you'll have gas pressure. If it's open, the gas will fuck off. You can demonstrate these things all day long. They're laws of nature. Your claim is that you don't need a container. That's fine, but we're going to need an experiment to demonstrate you don't need a container.
No,
because at the moment, the only thing, and I will finish, the only thing that you can scientifically demonstrate is that gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas on the walls of its container. So logically, we have gas pressure, so it must be contained.
Okay. It must be contained. Therefore, there must be a container. Therefore, the gas must be contained within something.
And you were the one mocking
my question
that idea.
Again, no, I will not be interrupted. I will continue what I have to say in response to Jedi. And my response is, again, if you can observe, exactly. If you can observe your flat Earth and you can measure it, and if you can observe your container and measure pressure, then where's the container? Because I can't observe it.
Ignorant Kremlin. Ignorant.
Where is it? Where is it?
The Russians.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking Jedi.
Yeah, I can post a document from the Russians. They were at Antarctica, and they are talking about near sun, flat Earth, and the firmament.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for input.
Yeah, from the Russians.
So Jedi, where's the container? And why can't I see it?
From the Russians.
So what you're doing right now is an argument from ignorance.
Where is the container, and why can't I observe it?
Yes, not being able to provide that information. Hey, bro, listen. I'm going to talk for a minute, and you're going to shut up and listen. Not being able to provide the information you are requesting does not invalidate its existence by way of demonstration of a necessary condition, that being gas pressure. It's been explained to you over and over and over again, and you somehow think that you have an argument from ignorance.
You have no evidence of a container.
No, T-Dub, it's okay. He's conceded. So he's conceded that gas pressure requires a container. It's just a problem with his eyesight. He can't see it. So that's his problem. So he concedes that there is a container necessary.
Okay, I want to touch it. Why can't I touch it?
Well, I don't know. Why don't you see how you would get to touch it? That's your problem.
Why didn't any of you flat earthers touch it? Explain that it exists.
We have the gas pressure. We have all the evidence that we need. You just have a problem with being able to see it. But you do concede.
Then. Okay, where is it? I'd like to study it. Where is it?
I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it. A document from the CIA talking about it was classified because it has sensitive information. This is about the Russians, okay? You ignorant Russian guy.
What the fuck are you on about? Like, I'm talking about containers.
I did post it. You are blind now?
Kremlin here concedes. Don't you concede that gas pressure requires a container? Is that your concession?
I do not concede because that wasn't my claim.
Do you have any other example? Do you have any other example of gas pressure without a container?
Do you have any evidence of your container existing at all?
Yes, it's the pressure. The pressure is the evidence.
Oh, the pressure. Okay. Did any of you flat earthers ever go up there and maybe, I don't know, touch the fucking container?
Of course not. Friend.
Why not? Why not?
Miguel, hold on a second.
About experimenting and proving.
Excuse me, friend, hold on. Number one, we ain't got the budget. Number two, we already have the evidence that we need, which is the pressure.
You don't have the budget.
Why are you having a hard time in understanding this? All you need is the pressure.
Well, sucks to be you. You don't have the budget. So how can you prove anything?
Hey, bro, can you exist without parents? Can you exist without parents?
Of course not.
Right. Do you need to present your parents in order to demonstrate that?
If I have to, sure. Why not?
No, you don't have to.
Yeah,
it goes
sure,
without
I can.
saying.
Would you like to see the picture of my mom?
For your existence, you require parents. For gas pressure, you require containment. It's that simple.
So where's that container, bro?
Where's your parents?
This is
my
weird.
Parents, my mother is next to me, and I could take a picture of her.
Point up.
Well, that's lovely. What about? Have you ever eaten a banana before?
Well, I'm sorry. Someone muted me, so I don't know.
Good.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten a banana?
Have you ever provided evidence for your flat Earth model?
Have you ever eaten a banana?
Yes, you did earlier when we were talking about.
Do you have any book, the Flat Earth book, by any chance?
Yes.
What about a steak? Have you eaten a steak before?
100 years old.
I'd like to study it.
Have you eaten a steak before, bro?
Continue to talk.
I would like to see your endless knowledge on Flat Earth 3.
Excuse me. Why do you ask questions and then continue to talk?
Because you have no evidence, bro. I asked you for one piece of evidence.
Hello?
You have nothing.
Hello? First, you said you don't have any evidence for your flat Earth. I had to remind you, though you kept talking through me for the third time, that you gave that when you were talking about celestial sphere and elevation angles to stars. So we went through that. It's like you completely ignored it like it didn't fucking happen and then respawned to you don't have any evidence for your flat Earth. What an intolerable wanker you are.
Oh, you mean the celestial sphere? right?
Yeah, the elevation angle is taken from a horizontal plane. You know the evidence that the Earth is flat?
Oh, celestial sphere.
Right? Hemisphere. Do we have to walk through it again? It's like, my friend, let me put it like this. You're not displaying that you have got any intelligence. It's not looking good upon you.
Why is the sun a circle? Why is the moon a circle, but the world is flat?
He's now talking about something else.
Yeah.
He wants to deflect away from his embarrassment. He also thinks it's a good idea that he continues talking. Wow, you've got confidence.
That container.
Yeah, here we go, about that container. Mate, if we told you, you'd fucking forget and respawn in 5 minutes anyway. Like the conversation never fucking took place. Again, you're an intolerable wanker.
Ooh. Okay, you conceded. Thank you.
Conceded what? That you're an intolerable wanker? Yes.
No, that you don't have any evidence to back up any of your claims.
But we have gas pressure. So we have gas pressure. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
And you have a container.
You can't demonstrate gas pressure in any other way other than a physical boundary. If you don't have a physical, I haven't fucking finished. If you don't have a physical boundary separating one volume from another, and there's high pressure in one volume, according to the laws of nature that govern the world, the high gas pressure will disperse into the smaller available volume. So laws of nature dictate that we must be contained. If we're not contained, the gas will fuck off.
That's interesting.
Those are laws of nature. Yeah, laws of nature
physical boundary.
Yeah, laws of nature dictate that we must be in a thermodynamically closed system for me and you to fucking exist. Yes.
Okay. So about that physical boundary.
I don't know what it's made of. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know what it fucking tastes like.
Why is that?
If this is your point of inquiry, then I say that you go up to the fucking
you're the
sky
flat earther. Why can't you
scratch your own fucking bollocks? Don't talk through me.
Well, you're doing that to me. You're talking through me. But okay.
I'm the one who's vastly more intelligent than you are.
Well, if you're so intelligent, why don't you back up your claim about your physical boundary and prove it and provide some evidence for it so I can see what it's made of?
He's respawning again and he's demonstrating his ignorance again. I'm going to fucking go. You can deal with him.
Thank you for ceding. The world's a round sphere, an obloid. Thank you. Flat Earth is false. You have no evidence, no study, no nothing.
Yeah, okay, bro. Okay, bro. Whatever you want to tell yourself.
I win.
Whatever
that's
helps
it.
you
No,
sleep
it's
at
over.
night.
I win. No, that's
Whatever
it.
helps you sleep at night, bro.
That's it,
yeah,
bro.
off you
it's
go
over,
then.
Bro. It's
okay,
over.
then leave. Leave then.
Victory! Victory! I won! I win!
Take your self-declared victory and piss off.
Go.
Fucking idiot.
Make sure you tell your mommy.
Welcome to the mind of mentally ill.
Believing in flat Earth? Yes.
Yeah, believing that you are a monkey living on top of a ball. That's more ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not a belief, bro.
Mansky, you've been hanging out here for a few days. Have you actually entered the conversation? Do you have any globe evidence that you'd like to provide, or is this a place that you just hang out and make little snide comments every once in a while? What are you doing here, by the way?
I'm waiting for, I mean, he had a point. This is called flat Earth, and none of you ever, defend that the Earth is flat. You just say, nope, prove it, it's round.
So Steelman, our position about the elevation angles, Mansky, can you Steelman our position about the elevation angles? Just so that, I know you were here and you heard it, so tell us how it didn't satisfy you.
What I want to see is proof that the sun actually just goes away into the distance during a sunset.
And that's the sun, not the Earth. Wrong direction, wrong thing.
Mansky, maybe your reading abilities are a little bit lackluster. Look at the channel name. Does it say 24/7 what the hell is the sun doing, or does it say 24/7 flat Earth?
Okay, yeah, because I know you guys have a
Mansky, I just need. Can you tell me what the room says? Can you tell me what the room channel name says? I asked you a question. Can you tell me what the channel name says?
Outside of your little clubhouse here, you guys would never
Okay, so Mansky, here's the problem, brother. if you don't answer my question, I'll just ban you for 2 days because you really have had nothing to do with the conversation, and there's no reason for you to be here. So you can answer my question, or you can kick rocks. You decide. What does the channel name say?
This is what you guys do.
There you go. That's the end.
Bye.
No answer.
See you later.
And it's dumb too because I wanted to ask him another question, but it's too late. Fucking let his ass go. He can go away for 2 days. But in case he is listening or he goes and listens on the live stream, for those who are listening on the live stream, you want to come in here and say, well, where does the sun go? How does the sun like disappear bottom up on a flat Earth? If I gave you an explanation for that, right? If I gave you an example of how it could possibly work, would you concede that everything works on a flat Earth? Period. Stop making a fucking making this about like what's going on in the sky. How come everything in the earth or in the sky looks a certain way? Nobody gives a shit about the sky. We're talking about the surface of the earth and the distance to the horizon that they told us conformed to a ball of 24,901 miles.
Yeah, that's just what the low IQ people who don't like have any juice in the game, have any argumentation. They just narrative spinners, right? They don't want to get their feet wet. They don't know how because they don't have any knowledge of anything on the topic. So they just spin narratives, constantly chaffing. Yeah, pathetic.
And according to Kremlin bots standards, if I can't present evidence of my parents, I don't exist. And I can't. I can't present my parents to anybody.
Why is the small, like, I guess it's a slide, is what it says. Why is that proof of a firmament?
Small slide?
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Card, it says. The firmament, the card that Miguel Sosa posted. Why is that proof of a firmament?
Yeah, it's right there, the word firmament. Near sun and flat earth. What's your point now?
Have you read the rest of it?
Yeah. Do you know what is a classified document?
Yes. This isn't a classified document. Well, it's declassified.
This is declassified. You know why it was classified? Because classified, it means it has sensitive information.
Yeah, I understand why things are classified, but they were classified because they were seized by the federal government.
The sensitive information is right there.
So it doesn't have anything to do with... it does have somewhat to do with the information itself, but it's because it was seized.
The sensitive information is right there, on red. Sublime in red. Near sun, flat earth, firmament. So this is when I was talking to Kremlin.
It doesn't describe flat earth, though. That's the problem. It doesn't.
Yeah, we were talking to him about gas pressure and container.
I understand. And then you mentioned the firmament, but I'm asking you if you've read the rest of the document.
He was asking something, okay?
Did you read the rest of the document?
Listen, I was...
Foolishness.
You are foolish.
Were you here for the context of the conversation?
Yes, I am asking.
Okay, so what did he ask for? Excuse me. What did he ask for?
He asked for proof of the firmament.
Right, so we have a declassified document from a government entity showing that there is a firmament, or at least describing one. Do you have any other questions?
It used the word firmament, and I'm asking if you read the rest of it, puts it into context.
Did he ask for something describing the firmament or mentioning it or evidence of it? And now we have something that describes or mentions a firmament.
Yeah, that's like using the Bible as an example of somebody.
No, it isn't. We're just mentioning this is an outside source that is not us mentioning the firmament.
Let me see. Let us at the top. Foolish at the top. Scientific Council of the Institute of Physics of the Earth, Institute of Physics of the Atmosphere, and Institute of Applied Geophysics, USSR. Is that the Bible? Is that the Bible?
I never said it was.
You just said it. Okay, you are a contradiction yourself.
You didn't.
Right
you didn't
now.
listen to what I said.
You did say this is like reading the Bible. You did say that right now. This is like reading the Bible.
No, I said that you can find the word firmament in many cases, but what I'm asking is if you've read the rest of the document.
Foolish. It's irrelevant.
No, because it puts it into context. To you, that's why I'm asking you.
The other guy did explain to you. I don't have to explain to you. I was talking to Kremlin, the boot clown.
Right.
Okay,
I'm commenting on it.
I'll bite. What does the rest of the document say? Because I haven't read it.
The rest of the document puts a lot of it into perspective as well.
Tell me about it.
I would post it, but they took away.
Why don't you tell me about it, abolitionists?
Do you want? Here, let's do this because now I can share my screen. I don't even need text.
Oldnish, it's over. Okay, I was talking to Kremlin, the boot, and he was asking for evidence.
Here we go. Here's the rest of it. Here's.
I may explain to you. The Kremlin boot, he was asking for evidence talking about the firmament, and I did post it. Okay, that's not from reading the Bible. It's over.
I never.
I don't care. I don't care about your story. Dude. I don't care about your story about the full document. Okay, I was talking to him, and you are making foolish of yourself.
You can take any document out of context and make it sound like what you want it to say.
That's not reading the Bible. I didn't post something that was from the Bible, okay?
Why are you stuck on why are you crashing out over the Bible? I just mentioned it as an example where also mentions.
You're just making up shit, nothing more.
That also mentions the firmament.
Great. Alish, help us with the context. Continue. What is the firmament and how is it described in this document? Please enlighten us.
So it's mentioned twice. You can read along with me. I'm sharing my screen.
Just read it. I don't give a shit if you're sharing your screen or whatever. That means nothing to me. Just tell us about it.
Okay, so it's talking about the second page, or card 8 says, after this method permits determination of the brightness at any other point from the observed brightness of the sky. The method consists essentially of excluding from the observed brightness local idiosyncrasies of the diffusion and introduction of one which relates to the spot where it is desired to determine the brightness of the sky. So it's talking about the brightness of the sky, or it's determining the height of the atmosphere. And later on card 9, it says,
does it say the height of the atmosphere?
Yes.
Okay, where is that at? What line?
It says it in card 9, calculated for the entire height of the atmosphere. It is shown that there is no well-defined relation between the coefficient of scattering.
So what is that height? What is that height?
It says that there is no well-defined relation between coefficient of scattering for small scattering angles and the coefficient of transparency, or respectively to the optical thickness of the atmosphere. So meaning that they couldn't find one.
Oh, okay. So I guess they're not describing heights or any details about an atmosphere. They're just talking about the brightness of the sky. However, they are using the term firmament. I wonder what they mean by firmament. Is it atmosphere that they're talking about?
They couldn't find, well, yeah, because they both refer to the same thing, essentially.
Oh, so it's both the same thing. So the sky and the firmament are the same thing.
No, I said the atmosphere and the firmament, not the sky.
No, not the sky. So the atmosphere and the firmament are not the same thing.
To her. Obviously, what she meant is that there's an equivocation being made on what you mean by that word and what.
Anyways, owlishness. You have a white knight that was trying to rescue you. I'm asking you in the document.
What do you mean?
Is it describing the firmament? I don't know why he's trying to rescue you. I guess he thinks you're hot.
No,
who knows?
No. I don't know why.
The point is,
why?
Because I'm talking to you right now, and he's trying to be a white knight, and I'd rather have the conversation with you since you're an expert all of a sudden on this particular document. So, is the firmament and the atmosphere the same thing in this document? Yes or no?
It doesn't make it distinguish. It doesn't really distinguish which is which. It also
well, then what is the firmament?
Flat. It also has the word flat Earth in quotes, which is funny.
Sure, that's great. Anyways, what is the firmament in this document?
It doesn't define what the firmament is, which is how we know that it doesn't actually describe a firmament to what you think it is.
So right? I didn't say that I thought it was anything. Excuse me, that's a straw man argument.
How is it a straw man?
I didn't say anything about what the firmament was. I didn't say anything about. Of course, you don't know what a straw man argument is. I've talked to you enough times. I know you don't know most things aren't. Well, you said that I said I think that the firmament is a certain thing, and I didn't say anything about it. Did I?
Then why are you arguing with me if you don't know what it is?
I want to know what you think in this document, what the firmament is. I'm asking you about your interpretation of this document.
I just said the atmosphere, right? Because it says on...
Is the atmosphere the firmament?
That's basically what it's implying. It's just using different words.
Oh, it's implying it. So what... So the atmosphere and the firmament are used interchangeably. So what is it then? Describe it to me.
So it is describing the word atmosphere and firmament as the same. We can see that from card 6.
Yeah, what are those? Can we define those terms? We've got two terms. Let's describe what those things are. Can you describe them for me?
The observations were carried out mainly during high transparency of the atmosphere and the visual range of the spectrum.
What's the atmosphere? What's the atmosphere? Excuse me, I'm asking for what the atmosphere is.
Excuse me, I'm reading something to you that's directly
related. Excuse me, Alishness. I need to know what the atmosphere is. Alish, I'm not going to continue to ask for this. You'll just stay muted. I'm going to take you off mute, and you're going to tell me what the atmosphere is, and we'll see if it holds any water. What is the atmosphere?
Do you want my definition, or do you want the definition in the document? Because
either way, so you have to help me out because you keep using the term, and we don't have any idea what an atmosphere is. Is that sphere-shaped gas?
What?
Well, atmo means air. Sphere is a shape. Is this sphere-shaped gas? What is an atmosphere?
Do you not call it an atmosphere? This is not.
I'm sorry. I don't know why you're asking me any questions. This is your term. Can you tell me what an atmosphere is?
What do you mean it's my term?
So you don't believe in an atmosphere. I'm sorry. You're just reading what's in the document. So they didn't describe to you what an atmosphere is. They didn't even describe to you what a firmament is. And yet you're going to take issue with this because you know everything it says. You've read through it. But all of a sudden you don't know the definitions of terms of things that they're mentioning in the document. What is an atmosphere according to them?
Okay, listen, you can't keep muting me if you're going to.
I can mute you all the time. So according to the document, what is an atmosphere?
According to the document, it's the same as the firmament. But why are you trying
to... what's a firmament? Excuse me, what's a firmament? It's in the document. You read it. Tell me what a firmament is.
Why are you trying to quiz me on...
Excuse me, you were the expert. You said you guys didn't read further. I read further, and it's describing what a firmament is. So you know what it is. Tell us what it is.
I read it to you like 6 times. You want me to read it?
Right. And any of the things that you read to me, does it describe what a firmament is? Its composition, anything like that?
Yes, because it says it can't determine it.
Oh, they can't determine it. So you're an expert on something that is undefined. We just showed you a document that mentions firmament. It's not from us. It's from a totally foreign entity. That's what we were presenting to the individual, right? It's not our idea. Apparently, it's the Russians' idea about the firmament, but it's not defined. Okay, so you and I are on the same level now, right? You don't know what an atmosphere is, and I don't know what an atmosphere is either. Would that about sum it up? Are you no longer an expert on this document? I guess not.
No,
yeah, you ignored me. You'll stay on mute.
As a third-party listener, now that she's muted, are you gonna?
I want to talk to the White Knight. Where's the White Knight at? Here he is. White Knight, could you describe for me or give me a definition of what the atmosphere is? Is it sphere-shaped air?
Is this question pertinent, or is there?
Well, I figure you were rescuing foolishness. Do you think she's hot, or you were just upset about something? What's the situation?
Oh, I don't know what they look like. I just know that they describe it.
It's a definite article. It's a singular thing. They?
I just know that they were describing an equivocation taking place, and you seemed not to understand that. And it looked kind of embarrassing.
So equivocation is between firmament and atmosphere. Can you define either one of those?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I could just give you some vague definition of atmosphere, and she was saying that firmament is
okay. Give me the vague definition. Can you give me the vague definition real quick? I'm asking you for the definition that you're going ahead and give me, right?
I'm already doing that.
You said that you could give me the definition of what an atmosphere is. So give me the vague definition. We'll see if it holds up.
It literally muted me while I was doing that, and.
Yeah, no, actually you weren't. You were talking about the meta. So define atmosphere. I'm giving you the open floor right now. Do it.
Yeah, that was embarrassing on you. Anyways,
there you go. So anyways, now you're talking once again about the meta. All I need from you is the definition right now. You don't have to talk about how embarrassing I am or whatever. You can just go ahead and defend your position by giving it a definition of what the firmament or the atmosphere is. Go ahead.
I was giving a definition defending a...
Nope. I just want the definition. I don't want an explanation about what you were doing. Just give the definition.
Oh, so you agree that it's not...
So we're not talking about whether or not I agree. Just give the definition that you have for atmosphere.
This guy is such a weak sophist. He's like not smart enough to do what he's trying to do.
Cool. So anyways, the definition is the gaseous mass or enveloped surrounding a celestial body.
Okay, celestial body. What celestial body would that be? Would that be the Earth or the Moon, or what would it be?
Well, that depends. Are you asking about an atmosphere or Earth's atmosphere?
Oh, so is Earth a celestial body in this example? Are you begging the question that the Earth is a sphere?
What? Do you think that celestial body entails that a thing is a sphere?
No, but is the Earth a celestial body? I'm sorry, do you think that the Earth is a celestial body in this example? Are you saying the Earth has an atmosphere, therefore the Earth is a celestial body? Is that what you're saying?
What? I didn't even say that, but if you're...
You gave the definition, you mentioned celestial body because it envelops the celestial body. Is the Earth a celestial body? I'm just asking a question.
I love how you had to hide behind the mute button.
I love how you are going to hide behind not answering the question. Is the Earth a celestial body?
Yeah, so as I was saying...
So as I was asking, and you're avoiding the question, hiding behind not answering, is the Earth a celestial body?
Just calm down, right? Just calm down.
I'm totally calm. I'm waiting to see if you're going to answer, is the Earth a celestial body? Very simple, yes or no, kind of will solve the problem.
It's not going to work. You're abusing the...
Okay, so what's not going to work? Me asking you a question and you not answering? Yeah, I know that won't work. You not answering will not work. So I'll give you one more opportunity. Is the Earth a celestial body? Really easy question. You can say yes or no. If you have a conviction about the Earth being a sphere flying through the celestial sea, all you have to say is yes. I guess he doesn't have that kind of conviction or belief. All right. Reductio, do you think that the Earth is a celestial body?
Right. So again, is there some separate question being asked?
You kind of lost your chance. I'm moving on to Reductio. Sorry, bro. You ran out of time. We're talking to Reductio now.
Yes, the Earth is a celestial body.
Okay. Does this celestial body have a radius of 3,959 miles?
Yes.
Okay, where was that measurement taken from? I'll accept the original documents and the method, by the way.
In the 3rd century, we've already known.
Okay, give me the original documents. All I need from you is the original documents from that. Go ahead. Post them in the side chat for me.
I don't have those.
You don't have those, but you said that
replicated thousands of times every single year.
It's not an experiment. I asked for a measurement. Now you're going to experiment. It's not even that. Do you have naturally observed phenomena for me for this experiment?
They calculated it.
It's not a calculation is an experiment now?
That's how they measured it, yeah.
They measured through calculation. I have to tell you, those two terms are not interchangeable. One, measurement means, to go ahead and physically check something. Calculations are math, equations, formulas, stuff like that. No actual work is being done other than on paper. Can you show me where they physically measured the Earth curve? And give me the original documents and the method.
Like, took a string and walked all around the Earth to get the circumference and, dug a hole down to the radius, the center of the Earth for the radius? What are you talking about?
No. I definitely clarified what the difference between these two are. So if you're not going to go ahead and play ball on that, we'll just move back to owlishness.
Okay.
Okay. Owlishness, do you agree with the definition of atmosphere? Is it enveloping a celestial body? We have a definition now. You couldn't give one, nor could the document, but we have our white knight here, the guy who thinks you're really hot. He said that it envelops a celestial body. Do you agree with that?
There's 2 definitions of atmosphere.
Oh, there's 2 now. Which one should we go with so we agree on terms?
Well, atmosphere can also be determined, or it can also be described as if you go underwater, it describes pressure. Right, I think that's the correct utilization of the word atmosphere. So, normal is 1 atmosphere. The deeper in water you go, it increases to 2 atmosphere, 3 atmosphere.
We're still missing what the actual definition of atmosphere is, though. I mean, now it seems like a measurement of pressure. How much is that?
Yeah. What do you mean? How much? It's 1.
How much is an atmosphere?
1 atmosphere is the unit of measurement. So it's 1 atmosphere
is
described as pressure.
What would that pressure be? Is it measured in PSI? What is it?
I don't think it would be measured in PSI. No, because it's its own measurement.
So how would I understand what an atmosphere was if I didn't have any way to quantify it?
Kind of like how, any measurement would be, a stone, 1 stone. What is the measurement of a stone?
Well, they actually have a measurement for that. They put it on a scale and they give a value. So what is the value of 1 atmosphere?
I'm saying no. I'm saying the weight, the measurement. Weight.
Right, weight, great. And what would they quantify that with?
So what is the...
We could use kilograms. We could use pounds with weight. Now, 1 atmosphere, what is that? Quantify that for me.
It's measured by a barometer, I guess. So if you're using 1 atmosphere to describe the pressure exerted against you, that would be at ground level. If you go underwater, it increases. Let me see how
You're still not answering the question. Are you okay? This is really simple. How much is 1 atmosphere? I'm sure they're going to give it in units, some kind of unit, a value. How much is that? 33 feet. So now it's a depth.
No, I said so each atmosphere is measured per depth. So when you go 33 feet, it increases 1 atmosphere.
How much? What is 1 atmosphere? What is the value of that? This is not a difficult question. My goodness gracious, Alice.
Because it's not like a...
You could Google this in an instant. How much is 1 atmosphere? Gee whiz.
Because it doesn't have an approximate... It doesn't have an approximate measurement. Because if you were to define it, it says 5.5 quadrillion tons.
Great, we have a unit.
No, because that's describing Earth's atmosphere, right? So if we describe
You know, it's funny. I Googled it, owlishness, and I got a value, but apparently you don't think that exists. It's an approximation or something like that, really vague. You're kind of,
what is
drifting off with your words. Well, I want you to go ahead and look it up. I'm not going to give it to you. This is your claim, by the way, but I looked it up. I have a value.
14.7 pounds per square inch. That's why it's called an atmosphere. So they don't
good
have to.
job. Great. Is that pounds pounds per square inch? That's perfect. So we have pressure, gas pressure, right?
Well, if you're measuring atmospheres underwater, I guess no, it's water. So
yeah, it's water.
It's not the globe's best day, is it?
No, not really.
But that's why it's called one atmosphere. It has its own individual, because you're utilizing it for something different.
Right. So in the water, how much is one atmosphere?
I guess it's the 14.7 psi, but you wouldn't use PSI.
You did it! Yay! Everybody clap for owlishness. She figured it out.
You don't use PSI.
Atta girl! I'm so proud of you. Now, does that have anything to do with the topic that we were discussing earlier in the document?
I mean, you kind of brought it to this, not me. So
no, I didn't bring it to this. This is your description of what atmosphere is. You said there's two definitions. This is the one that you went with. You abandoned the one that was mentioned in the document because it wasn't described or defined. So now you've gone on to a different thing. In the document, what do you think it was that they were talking about? Could you describe atmosphere for me? Could you define it?
So the entire document is about light penetration through the atmosphere.
The atmosphere, what's that?
So in the document, it's already assumed that the person knows what an atmosphere is.
Oh, okay. So you don't even know what an atmosphere is, right?
So it's not going to define, in a scientific document, it's not going to define the thing that it's about.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right. So they're not even going to describe or define what an atmosphere is. So you don't know. They don't know.
Well, it does say a lot of things about the atmosphere. It's describing its permeability. It's describing the diffusion of light. It's describing
about the atmosphere. What's that?
So again, if you're reading a document and it's a scientific document, the subject matter of the document, people already assume that you know.
Okay, how do you talk about something before you've even determined what it is? What's the atmosphere?
Are you asking me what the atmosphere is? I already answered this question.
Okay, I think I'm just going to permaban you. Anybody have a problem with that?
Nope, she won't engage.
She should never be here again.
Yeah, please do, man. It's about fucking time.
Heretic, I have mercy. Today's Labor's Day. Most glowers took a day off. We're working with the backup shift here.
I'm doing you a favor.
Thank you. It's like when you go to the ER on Christmas Eve, you're just grateful there's somebody there.
That is funny. It is a good point. You just hope they can get you through to the next day when the real crew is there.
Yeah, and if they stitch you up a little bit off and you have a scar, so be it.
Hey, would somebody do me a favor here? I usually am in Discord on my phone, but here I'm on my laptop. What's the button that I press to see the side chat for here?
Your sister.
You just got to get used to it. There's like a little bubble button somewhere in there. The UI is pretty bad.
Hey, yo, guys, does anyone here have a response to, you know, the light of the sun being reflected on the bottom of airplanes?
Ban that guy.
Yeah, I agree.
How does sweet innocent little Al get banned and then Fallen gets to stay? It's outrageous.
Hey, man, I'm just asking the question. You guys have a good response to that, or?
Yeah, reflection. Yeah, that's reflection.
Yeah, I agree that the sun is reflecting off the bottom of an airplane, but you realize what that means, right? That means that
it's like light reflects off of things. That's why you see things. You see like you don't see the tree. You see the light bouncing off the tree. It's reflecting off the tree. There's moisture in the air. There's typically airplanes fly over a body of water and over clouds. There's moisture in the clouds and light bounce off the water. Seen a rainbow?
Oh, you think that it's a secondary reflection?
That
it's not light coming straight from the sun. So you think it's not coming straight?
Don't ask me questions. Do you have a claim?
Oh, I'm just asking a question.
All right. No.
Because I want to see what the response is. So,
Listen, if you've measured an angle of the light hitting the bottom of the plane, then bring forward your data of the measured angle of the sunlight's rays bouncing or hitting the plane and their origin. Go ahead.
Wait, but I'm trying to understand something, right?
That's it. That's how you understand it. You'll trace it back to its origin.
But no, I'm trying to understand how you would rationalize this, right? So we got a plane, right? And there is light hitting the underside of the plane. And what we know is that the plane is at some certain altitude. There's a common cruising altitude for planes of this size. And if the light is hitting the bottom of it, then the maximum angle of degree that the light is coming in at would be 179 degrees. It can't be anything more than that.
Great, you measured that?
Hitting the bottom side.
The angle that you measured. Great, show you have the 170 degree angle.
It's geometrically entailed.
Yeah, let me see where you traced it back to its source to get the angle. The two straight lines to make.
Listen. It's obvious why. I'm going to explain it. If it's hitting the underside, it had to have at least somewhat of an upward angle by at least 1 degree, and the inverse of 181 is 179.
Yeah,
so it's coming under.
All right. You just keep repeating the same thing. You Globers tell us that light doesn't travel in straight lines, right?
That depends what you mean.
So when Globers invoke refraction, they explain that light does not travel in a straight line.
Oh, over distance, yeah, there could be like a couple of degrees of.
So between the sun, which is far away from the airplane, I mean, it's not right next to it, right? Unless you've seen an occurrence like that. You're assuming that the light, your whole argument with the angle is that the light went in a straight line from the source to the underside of the wing.
Nope.
No?
Because
okay, then the answer is okay. Okay, good. So the answer to your question
do you want me to explain or no?
No, I don't, because you are the person.
Oh, okay. So you don't even want to hear. All right, tell me when you're ready to actually hear.
Well, I will never be ready to hear because you asked the question. The other guy was trying to obfuscate. I will answer your question. So the sun is higher than the airplane, but the lights reach the underside of the airplane's wings because they don't go in a straight line. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Yeah, so now I'm going to say what I was going to say a moment ago. That would not be sufficient just by having some amount of curve in the light in and of itself. Notice. And that is because if the amount that it curves is a pathetically small amount, it's not going to account for the significant difference.
Obviously, that's correct. You're absolutely correct. What if it's not? What if it's not an insignificant amount?
Well, if the light was curving by the amount that we would need, then everything would not look the way it does. Why?
Okay, so right back at you. Every time we ask you why we see so far, you Globers retrofit the exact necessary amount of light curvature, so to speak, through refraction, to explain the observation and still assume the radius of the Earth of 6,371 kilometers. So I'm going to do the reverse Uno on you, and every time you see an underside of an airplane lit by the light, I'm going to retrofit the exact amount of light bending necessary to make that happen. Fair enough?
Obviously not, because there's a big symmetry breaker, which I was already mentioning before you interrupted. And the big symmetry breaker is the refraction that we see over water is something that we've confirmed through measurement. You can literally see more or less depending on the atmospheric condition.
I want to get those
be a good man and post a citation.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested in that. That's why I cut you off, just because I'm dying to see those. I've never seen those. I've been asking for those for like 5 years. Like, please post those right now.
Okay, so what you want is a citation showing that depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Go ahead. Provider.
Wait, hold on. I'm not even.
No, you said the necessary conditions were measured. Just post that, whatever those measurements are.
Wait, let me just get clear. Right, you cut me off again. He said absolutely when I didn't even finish the question. So the guy's obviously scared.
It's falling, guy. He's falling down.
So the question.
What he said.
You want me to clarify what you said? You said that measurements for something exist, and now you want me to clarify what that something is? You said it. What the fuck?
No, I'm asking what you're looking for. Obviously, you're not.
Okay, remember when you said we've measured it, right? The thing you said was measured. That. You said it. You need me to clarify what you said?
No. What I need you to clarify is what you'd be requesting. And the thing that I'm asking.
Okay, the thing you said that was measured, that. You must know what you said, right?
Okay, then I'll be sending 2 images showing that we can see further and not as far, depending on atmospheric conditions. Capiche?
It's not a measurement of conditions or refraction.
Well, it's obviously...
That's just exactly what he said you were going to do, which was retrofit the refraction to whatever you saw. Well, this is stupid.
I'm laughing out loud because if we know the conditions of the 2 days in question, and we know that we observe different distances to the horizon, then obviously it is a measurement. I don't know why you're so confused on that, buddy.
Okay, post the conditions then.
Okay, so to be clear, what I'm going to post here is going to be images of 2 days of the same sort of region, looking at the...
We already know the 2 pictures. Post the conditions, the data for that.
Hey, Fallen, just so you know, buddy, I posted at 30 minutes past the hour video that's 2 minutes long for you to watch. It explains how a light source above a surface can shine under a surface. It gives a demonstration of everything.
Okay, well, I mean... Before I even address that, because I bet that there's some confusion on what the earlier claim is, I have to now tango with this new thing because this guy wants something. So I'll get back to you in a minute there, buddy. First, let me go ahead and straighten this guy out. So what we're going to do, we're going to go and acquire 2 images here.
Yeah, I really don't care about whether or not when you address me. I just know when you watch the video, you're going to be like, not saying a fucking thing.
No, because your video is probably some sort of tangent to the claim I was even making, if I had to suspect.
Clown Fallen, I'm going to post a citation from NOAA.gov that the light of the sun can be reflected by clouds. I can post another one that the sunlight can be reflected on water.
Well, do you think that
So you can say bye-bye to your fairy tale story. You can say bye-bye to our... You even didn't check what I did post it. Did you open that link? Did you open that link?
Do you think that I don't think that the clouds can reflect sunlight?
So say bye-bye to your fairy tale story. You even didn't click.
Sorry, can you answer the question? Do you think that my claim rests on the sunlight not reflecting on clouds?
Did you click it? Did you check what I
did
posted?
That
did you
my
check
claim rests on sunlight not reflecting on clouds? Yes or no?
So yeah.
Why can't you answer? What are you so scared of?
Scared of what?
Answering the question.
Did post a photo? Yeah, we can see it's lit from below. What's your point?
My claim is that's direct sunlight, and the reason I claim that that's direct sunlight
you are not
is because of the intensity
Are you scared now?
Are you scared? The light.
Are you scared now?
Are you scared now? Yes, I'm very scared.
Yeah.
Anyways,
you are not?
So if you look at the bottom of the plains, what you'll see is that the color and intensity of the light is much higher than what you'd get by the reflection of a cloud, and that's pretty obvious.
Watch my video. You get your demonstration.
Right. So, anyways, to the other guy, did you look at the images and see how intense the light was?
Like I said, watch my video and you'll get your demonstration.
And also, more importantly, did you look at the shadows behind the thrusters?
I know what light shining underneath a dog's ass looks like. What I'm giving you is a demonstration that even though the light source is above the fucking dog, it still shines underneath the dog's ass.
Yeah, but light shining under the dog is an underdeterminer of whether or not there's direct light, whereas my claim is that there's direct light. Do you understand
that? You're going to have to prove it's direct light then.
I was just explaining that. One main difference between indirect and direct light is that indirect light usually involves... Light, right? Oh, sorry, are you cutting me off because you're scared?
Well, did you not watch my video?
The proof you wanted. Do you not want the proof now? Conveniently? Yeah, anyways.
I'm giving you the demonstration of direct light shining underneath something.
So yes or no, do you want the proof?
The thing is shining underneath.
Yes or no, do you want the proof?
I know your answer. Because the sun dips down on the horizon, it's curving around the earth, therefore it has to only shine directly up into the fucking angle of the wing.
No. My proof is the difference between direct and indirect light. So you don't know what I was going to say, and you cut me off. So going forward, are you going to not cut me off now that you already got what I was going to say wrong?
You know what? I'm going to put you on mute until you watch my video. And then you can post in the chat that you watched my video and we can discuss it. How about that?
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting fucking sick of this piece of shit. Fucking snob ass.
I hate snob. I know the difference between direct light and indirect light, dude. It's the fucking most retarded thing ever.
Yeah, this guy's a pompous piece of shit. Get your shit straight, bro.
Yeah, he thinks that if he can get the moderator role, then all of a sudden he's the winner by default. So he's not actually here to converse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy thinks you can put toothpicks into cakes to know what the level is. That was his earlier proof.
Yep, just let me know when you watch that video, Bub. You come off mute. And we're only going to discuss that video. We're not going to discuss the definitions of direct and indirect sunlight and like all the intensity of the light. Yeah, it's all in that fucking video. All you got to do is watch it and you'll see the intensity of the fucking light above the surface, but for some reason it's shining underneath the surface as well.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I agree with Peter's point. If they invoke magical refraction, then that explains his light.
Well, Peter is the king of reverse Uno.
Thank you.
Watch, I'll prove it. Hey, Peter. The surface of the Earth is not curving. Dog? What's the reverse Uno of the surface of the Earth is not curving?
The reverse is the surface of the Earth is curving.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it, dude. The reverse would be the surface of the Earth is not flat.
Okay, well, that's synonymous.
I got to give you credit, Peter. At least you're giving debate tactics, and you're trying to give an as honest representation as you can. I still don't believe you yet, dude. I feel like there's something nefarious here, but only time will tell.
Peter is super nefarious. He's a 540-degree triangle guy.
There's a 540-degree triangle?
Yeah, he thinks, yeah.
Of course there is.
How did that happen?
The same way that sine of an angle can take the value of 1.
Okay.
Draw me a triangle. As you know, the sine function oscillates from -1 to +1. So the challenge I have for you is draw me a triangle, a regular Euclidean triangle, where the value of sine for the angle is 1. Draw that triangle, and this will answer your question, how is it possible to have a spherical triangle with 540 degrees? Trust me, I promise you.
Not sure. I'll look into it. But I mean, even if you had an obtuse angle of any size, with one angle being at least 1, it would still add up to 180 degrees.
Absolutely. I just want you to ask AI, draw a triangle where the sine of an angle equals 1.
See, this is why I don't like asking AI shit, because AI is retarded for the most part. It's just a babysitter.
Then draw it yourself. You know what a sine is, right? The opposite divided by the hypotenuse. So in what case will the division, the result of the division, equal 1?
I'll look into it, man.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. When the opposite and the hypotenuse are of the same length. Now, draw a triangle.
I was going to say equal. I was going to say an equilateral triangle, but
well, I like the way you think. So now draw a right angle triangle where the opposite and the hypotenuse are of the same length. Just draw it.
The opposite and the hypotenuse are the same.
Right.
You could probably do that on a 45-degree triangle.
Dude, don't. Now you're doing what the Glover was doing. Just draw a triangle where the opposite and hypotenuse are of the same length.
Okay, he watched the video. I'm going to unmute him. Or did he leave?
Okay, I'll give you a spoiler. That triangle will look like a straight line.
Well, I know when the sine is one degree. Like if you make the length like 90 million miles, like I've looked at that in AutoCAD and I was like, man, that is the most retarded thing I've ever seen in my entire life. There's no triangle there.
Every straight line is a triangle with 180 degrees in it.
Well, that's a little weird to say it like that. That a straight line's 180 degrees, so it's a triangle.
If it's weird, then draw a triangle where the value for sine is 1. That is not a straight line. Just do it.
And so what? Because you have 3 180-degree lines, therefore the triangle is 540?
Exactly.
That's retarded.
Blasphemy.
Did you just call Euclid retarded?
Yeah.
Well, make sure Bev is not in the room when you say that.
Fuck Bev. Well, I was going to unmute that guy, but I guess he left. He didn't want to stay. I don't know if y'all have seen this video before, but it's pretty straightforward. Again, 30 past the hour. I don't remember the whole situation, but they build like this block of wood over two other blocks of wood, and then they pull this light source away in your field of view, but it looks like it's lowering in your field of view, and as it's being pulled away, it begins to shine at the top of the top block of the wood underneath on the underneath side. So it's completely demonstrable.
Rob Skiba.
Why it happens, I have no fucking clue. You know, the world does some pretty strange things, but it still measures flat.
Old model, it's essentially explained that as the Earth is rolling away from the sun as it's spinning, it rolls.
What's Mikey?
Yeah, I don't know. I would suspect it's just reflecting off of the floor.
It's kind of like they're not really even trying tonight. I guess Peter did have that assessment right.
It's the holiday shift, I'm telling you, man.